Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clout, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes wait late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check, check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, rep black and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto F to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch them bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know, I see his movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
Yep. Still can't get it. We are back in the house once again. 1 second. And so get that going. Got that going. All right. What's up with it? Welcome back. Rio, Emmanuel Briggs, Pigeon Feather, what's good? Jazz in the house, what's good? I don't know if I'm breaking up. Am I choppy? Am I going in and out? I'm on another device. Well, y'all will let me know. So coming up on I don't know, technically is this the last weekend of the month? Traveling. A lot of people going out of town, people coming in town, a lot of people going through town. Shout out to Q and the whole staff at the Zayek Institute. Miss Marsha and all the things that she's been able to put together. They're going to be having the science fair this weekend and expo. Lots of surprises, lots of new things added since the last science fair back in December. So you definitely want to stick around for that. We will be live streaming it, rocking it all night on into the festivities throughout the weekend. We appreciate your help and support. I'm going to try to keep it on information and educational based subject matter as long as I can. It is Friday. It is the weekend. Believe me, I understand. Crash outs are inevitable. As much as we try to avoid them, the longer we hold the crash outs back, the harder they come. So hopefully some of y'all will be able to escape. I won't be able to avoid it. I'm pretty sure. But as we noted on the last stream, kind of touched on a book that was published a few years back by a Black woman named Dr. Leslie T. Fenwick, Fenwick, entitled Jim Crow's Pink Slip, the untold story of Black educators and how the effects of Brown versus the Board of Education, civil rights, integration impacted teachers and administrators more so than the students? Or was it about the same? Or was it less? I was part of the students' end of it when I popped out. Did the education school integration mandates in the education system following Brown versus Board of Education and civil rights benefit or decimate the Black community as a whole? What were the results? What were the impacts? When they mandated the integration of schools in the education system, the students were thrown in classes mixed together. But what happened to the teachers? What happened to the Black principals, the Black teachers, the Black scholars, the Black superintendents? What happened to those people? Were they allowed to teach white kids? Why didn't the white kids come to the Black neighborhoods if it was only going to be for school? The kids come to the Black school and then go back home. What were some of the effects of Black children being in an environment of Black teachers, Black educators, Black counselors, people that ran the church? Then all of a sudden, they were mandated to travel long distances due to closings and underfunding of the Black institutions during the day, put up with that in the day, and then come back to the Black neighborhoods after school. Were the white teachers teaching the same exact things to Black kids that Black teachers were teaching them? It was all in one class, right? Were the white kids at a higher level than Black kids? Were white teachers more qualified to teach students than Black teachers? Who had more credentials when it came to educators, scholars, and administrators of school systems? Was it white men and women, or was it black men and women? Pre-Brown, early 1900s through the 1970s. If you were fortunate enough to get a hold of that book, Jim Crow's Pink Slip, you would have had an inside look at some of the testimony, some of the data and statistics that would clearly show a disparity in terms of who was more qualified to handle the transition for Black students to operate in an environment where you're coming out of slavery, you're going through Reconstruction, you're dealing with Jim Crow. You're fighting for civil rights. You're dealing with endless amounts of racism and discrimination outside the school as well. Who ended up coming out on top? How are we measuring sufficient education, adequate intelligence? Is it based on the material that is being provided by Black adults, or material that's provided by white adults? Should be pretty streamlined if you're talking about foreign languages, right? You can learn to speak Spanish from somebody that's from Spain, right? Hispanic. You learn French from somebody from Paris, France, right? You learn how to speak German from someone who grew up in Stuttgart, Germany, and you learn Japanese from someone who was born and raised in Okinawa, Japan. Korean, Russian. What about American? What do the numbers tell us? Let's see if we can key in on some key points. Were you aware that there was a Senate Select Committee hearing that was held in the summer of 1971 to address the systematic, widespread discrimination and the outright white, how do I want to describe this? White fatigue. We were talking about black fatigue the other day. Black students got integrated with white students. They got thrown in the classrooms. Here, go sit here, go there. What happened to the black teachers? Did they get thrown in the classrooms with the black teachers, with the white teachers? Black principals with master's and doctorate degrees that had been leaders of schools and school districts, administering and managing other black teachers for double-digit years. Were they allowed to run schools that were had an enrollment of white kids? What's up with it, Lena Lynn? You want the link? We got one link coming up for Lena. School education integration and the impacts of school integration mandates. Brown versus the Board of Education, civil rights, all the advocates for anti-discrimination and equal access to all the resources. Was this only happening in random places here and there, or was it systematic wide throughout the Jim Crow South? Go ahead.
Hey,
What's up with it?
nothing. I would like to argue that segregation is still prevalent. I was watching like how they do it. Like, let's say you're in a district,
Mhm.
a school can elect to, let's say the white school is in the school with the other districts of the black schools, and they get the money. That school can elect to have its own district and be separate. So that splits up some of the tax dollars. So they actually are the welfare recipients in that, school. We give more of our tax federal dollars to these white schools while black schools suffer.
Mm-hmm.
So segregation is still prevalent, even though they're trying to push it to be worse and to widen the gap, with diversity. Like, oh, no, I ain't going to school with us. Especially when they start giving these Catholic schools vouchers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did they win that case? I know it's coming down the pipeline. I know it was Supreme Court is supposed to review it. I don't know that they went. I don't think they won yet. But
You talking about the U.S. Supreme Court? I thought that was in Texas and Tennessee.
No, it's supposed to. They're sending it to the Supreme Court for review.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I would love to see how they rule. I think whatchamacallit might not be in this case. What's her name? The one that always dissent from Notre Dame. The last that white the white judge that they put up there that Trump nominated. I forgot her name. Is it Barrett? Is that her last name?
I can't keep up with all these people.
I know, right? Oh yeah, I was right, Barrett. So
Oh,
it,
okay.
she's not going to be because I think because the person on the case is someone she knows, and she went to a Catholic school, so I think that's why she is going to dissent. She's not going to. She's going to recuse herself. I mean, going to recuse herself from that case.
Oh,
So it could be an even split 4-4.
even?
Yeah, even split 4-4. Well, I don't know what happens when it's an even split 4-4.
Mm.
There's a lot of stuff coming. It's so much stuff that's
We,
coming down the pipeline. They're trying to really screw us.
yeah, we're just gonna keep it on the integration topic, but as much
That's why
as
y'all need to
long
go to a private school, like a black private school, like
private.
Zayas. Mm-hmm. Like a homeschool like Zayas,
Mm.
because it's better. You know, I wish it was here in Chicago. That way I could send my daughter. Because I can't be online. I'm sorry. I would be falling asleep. He would be yelling at me, wake up. But if it was here, I would try to pay my money and just send my daughter, be like, look, it's a black school. I know you're in good hands.
Mm.
I'll be seeing those kids in his commercials and stuff. They be doing using real equipment, drills, and be setting up. They be setting up drills and doing building houses, little what you call it, model houses. It'd be nice.
Yeah, they're gonna be rocking it out this weekend. Yeah, I think I'll be seeing you at the science fair live streams every year. Yeah, you if you don't have to work, yeah.
Yeah, I like watching it. I like watching a science fair, and I like watching their graduation every year. They be
Yeah.
having the best graduations ever.
Yeah, it look like it's got bigger and bigger every year. Looking like a college almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we were featuring some information discovered in a book called Jim Crow's Pink Slip: The Untold Story of Black Educators, uh, by Dr. Leslie Fenwick. There was an actual Senate hearing was held in June 1971. One of the chair members was the Democrat from Massachusetts, Walter F. Mondale, mostly noted for
And he racist?
70. So you had 100-year span. And what we saw was continuous excellence in gaining knowledge from Black teachers, most notably uh, gaining education from institutions that were in their community in their early years, and when they pursued advanced education, they didn't remain at the junior colleges or the HBCUs. Some of them attended for short periods of time, but when it came to master's degrees and doctorate programs, postgraduate schools, they went up north to New York University. They went up north to Harvard, like the author of this book. This book is actually published by Harvard Press Publishing. They went to Penn State. They went to University of Michigan, University of Chicago, University of Iowa, prominent PWIs. And then after graduation, they went back down south to try and teach, pass that knowledge and the level of scholarship along to the students in the next generation. And try to keep that cycle going. But in the mid-50s, court case titled Brown versus the Board of Education essentially mandated that school systems desegregate, and black schools had just as much right to equal access to all the resources. That was pretty much solidified with the Civil Rights Act, signed by Lyndon B. Johnson, endorsed by many in the black community to further promote and push integration, school integration, education systems, where it was supposed to be black kids and students mixed with white students and kids. Somebody got left out.
Ain't the white kids.
Nah. What happened to the black teachers and the black principals and the black superintendents during integration?
Oh yeah, they got pushed out.
They was out of a job altogether. They were blackballed. They couldn't get a job nowhere.
They became janitors. Not just kidding.
Actually, that's not far from the truth in some instances.
What you talking
Yeah.
about? The teachers?
Huh?
What you talking about? Like after the teachers, lost their jobs, why they couldn't get hired nowhere else?
Some of them were not able to find employment, but some of them were either forced in retirement. They were harassed by local politicians and law enforcement. Some were asked to take lower pay. Some were reassigned to kindergarten, daycare, or some study hall position. Go stand out at the bus stop and make sure the kids,
become paid tutors and stuff.
Yeah, assistant, this whatever the aid
substitute.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel the thing is when we did this integration shit, if we really pay attention, they basically said whatever y'all was building, we gonna get rid of that shit, but we gonna give y'all an opportunity to join in with us. It really wasn't no advancement. Yeah, it wasn't no advancement for us. It just seemed more like, hey, we gonna let y'all join us. But nigga, I ain't agree with that.
What were black people joining? Like what was taking place in terms of, like you said, something that the white teachers and the white kids had? I'm not sure what it was.
Opportunity, materials,
because the opportunity is definitely not what we got. Now, what we did get was the somebody telling you have the opportunity, and what they always had the advantage in, which is finances, right? Like they were I guess maybe our belief was they got more money, so they obviously getting better education. You know what I'm saying? And then I mean, that's what you would think on the surface about anything, right? Oh, it's a lot of money being placed in there. Then white people, they decided, well, government just look out for them in totality more. So they're like, well, shit, yeah, I guess we're gonna get the best of the education because they got the most money. But that ain't what constitute good education. Is what you were saying too, man. I always preach that. I don't think we understand how important it is for you to see somebody that look like you doing something, especially as a kid who doesn't really. I don't care what nobody say. None of us learn this shit because we know it. We learn it because of repetition, and then we start understanding it later on, right? Like you understand the ABC song damn near from 3 years old, but you don't know how to write words and put them together and shit. You start understanding it later.
Handwriting? When the last time you seen somebody handwrite something other than signing a name on a contract?
My son, he was just telling me, like, Daddy, I'm marveled at that because I was writing in cursive. Yeah. And he literally was like, he was like, Daddy, I've never seen that in my life. My son's 10. He said, Daddy, I've never seen that in my life. I said, damn, what the fuck? And I started trying to
on the West Coast?
Nah.
Oh.
Where you at?
North Carolina.
Oh, we featured North Carolina in that book.
Yeah.
Y'all got hit pretty hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, I that's why I be telling people, man, I ain't being funny. I feel some type of way about the South and North Carolina because I think a lot of people outside, like, well, FBA, especially people who identify as that, whatever you want to call it, but North Carolina got a lot of this Black history shit, like a lot of the first Black cities, governments. Cities, you know what I'm saying? People really downplay it, but it's still like we keep museums and shit down there. We keep good records and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
that town Q butter is going back to Kinston, North Carolina. Yeah. Those 90% of the teachers had to retain attorneys because they couldn't figure out how a majority Black town only had less than 30% of the faculty and staff.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's what I'm saying, to go back to that finance part, right? Like people really don't understand and forget, like they really did see us as subhumans. Even when that's why we're marching for civil rights. So when they say integrate, it wasn't like, oh, because we said integrate, we just love y'all now. Everything they had already been saying, oh, Black people dumb, they stupid, they lazy. That applied to our teachers in their eyesight also. They looked at our teachers and said, oh, we don't care what credentials you got. You're still less qualified than even this substitute white man teacher. We feel he's much more educated than you. So, yeah, that's why I said with integration definitely is what's hurting us to this day. This is why we keep fighting and crying and all this other shit, because we not really, I don't think none of us pay attention that we've never had time to ourselves. Like, just, if they really did, the best thing anybody could have did was just say, hey, man, this y'all area, fuck it, we only have to give y'all this land. We can just quote unquote unofficial. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, that's y'all area. Do y'all. We gonna leave y'all be. We don't even give a fuck what y'all do. That would have been the best bet for us. Like, but nah, this here ain't it. We always gonna be at the bottom of the totem pole.
He said Black schools were way worse than current inner city schools that people complain about now.
Man, what
city? Yeah, what city is he talking about? Black people being lazy. I never seen a lazy slave.
Yeah, that's that cap shit.
They did all that in Jim Crow. Yeah, some of the figures that are actually coming out, literally comparing white teachers to Black teachers in the same exact specific schools, school districts, towns, counties, and states, showing wide disparities when it came to credentials. White teachers pretty much getting away with just general bachelors, sometimes not even in the field of education. Their previous employment included, truck driver, waitress, babysitter.
Facts.
Anything that wasn't related to the education system, while the black teachers and the black principals and administrators spent all of their lives dedicated from when they were, young teens, young adults, putting up football numbers in terms of years of experience, uh, actually going up north to, these Ivy League schools, these PWIs, gaining that knowledge, getting that certification and that nod from specific universities, NYU, Harvard, Penn State, Michigan, UIC.
And then ain't getting them niggas nowhere.
Well,
Cause
they
that's
came back down south, even during the height of Jim Crow. And despite, like you said, they weren't necessarily getting funded, but they made sure that the students were still getting educated, though.
Now, see, I'm about to say, now, if you're talking about pre-integration, you know what's the difference between niggas then and niggas now? We was literally going over there to steal, like not steal, but we like, all right, what y'all think make y'all smarter than us? All right, this shit's stupid as hell and it's easy. I'm gonna learn all this, go take it back to my people. So that way, when the white people act like, oh, well, you don't know nothing about this, that's why y'all really not educated. Here it is, bust it down. You feel me? But now people are going in them PWIs because they're trying to integrate. People are voluntarily integrating themselves. They say, hey, I want to go to the nice white community and, my white unghetto friends and shit. And I really hate all that shit because I don't think we get like, I don't even care if y'all look at ghetto as bad. That's our culture, man. Don't drop your shit.
I get it. We're in a little bit of a different dynamic in terms of social and political climate with the new groups of mandates and policies. Like I said, we weren't even allowed to walk through the front door in some places in the South. The North kind of pretended to operate in the disguise of equal this and equal that, but they were still segregated. Detroit City, Philadelphia, like I said.
Yeah, and we still are segregated. Like, let's not get this. That's why I said they said you have the opportunity to integrate, but let's be clear, they only allowed us to integrate where it made mostly benefit for them. They like, oh, it benefits y'all kids to come to this school. Like I said in the comments, we not gonna hire y'all teachers. We not really gonna like build up the school. All the schools we had from back then, they're closed down because they no longer funded and supported those motherfuckers. Like it might be a couple, but it was a whole lot. Like that's why I be saying North Carolina got a lot of still remnants of that. But even pointing back to North Carolina, that's what made me say I know we still like divided, like segregated for sure. Because white people, we just don't. I ain't really never see white kids to a certain age, to double digits. Literally, I never seen a white child till like 11. Like we don't fuck with them. Y'all stay in y'all circle. We stay over here in ours. You know what I'm saying? We gonna marinate. But government wise, they redline. North Carolina is one of the most redline states. So like, they still doing bullshit. They acting like we have the option, but we really only got the option to get so far. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll let y'all build y'all little towns. Y'all gonna benefit our system in the long run because no matter if Atlanta the biggest black city that like they be trying to say now, right? The American government eat off of Atlanta eating. That's what get the majority of Atlanta money. So I mean, it is what it is. We gotta accept this shit ain't working for us. Oh, and I gotta say for dude in the comments, trifling, where you said imagine how worse it was when segregation was happening. Let's be very frank here. This what people like you don't understand or think about. You know, when we talk about people like Frederick Douglass and shit, you know what I'm saying? Even if y'all want to say, oh, well, they got some degrees at a white college, y'all do understand they were taught by the niggas y'all swearing was so bad. Imagine how stupid they were. They weren't. You can look at statistics, like we do know that. Like, niggas wasn't stupid. Like, it is what it is. And we had, not saying we had exponential rates, because again, we still were people. Like, half of our people would say, fuck it, I'm gonna do this for my family. I start working at a job instead of going to school. But niggas still wasn't stupid. We was overall not just dumbass niggas running out here killing each other and doing crazy shit on the Reggie Pack or something. And I ain't even saying that's what we doing now, but let's not act like these niggas were some animals until the white man integrated them. The fuck out of here.
Nah, pretty much since Reconstruction, when the black man was allowed to vote back in 1867, if a student pursued the education field, for the most part, they pretty much stayed in that field. Extreme cases where they were probably ran out of town, massacres, lynchings, all that displacement and other things that they had to deal with. People had to do what they had to do, but in most of the cases, even in the South, if you were pursuing that, then the data shows, just as you stated, hey, they maintained that. They just didn't stop at associate's degrees. They didn't just go to junior colleges or get enough to barely make it. They traveled up north to those PWIs. They got that paper. They didn't stay up there. Some of them did, but most of them came back and, like you said, passed that info and knowledge to the kids, even though the overall funding and resources and the things that they were dealing with outside of school were still, at play.
I mean, I always say, though, I think we really over credit money. I know we over credit money. Like, money doesn't answer everything. Like, I've said it here before, my hobby is creating video games. And like, I know a lot about the video game industry, and that's a big discussion right now. Basically, like, these AAA games, Maddens and all that, them shits are starting to cost $350 million per game, but they're not worth that. And people are starting to not buy the games because they're raising the prices on games. You're giving us the same quality games, raising their budgets, but the quality is the exact same. So it's like we gotta substitute innovation where we lack, right? That's why that community aspect, in my mind, I do say that's real important, because we said, all right, fuck it. This may be this nigga down the street, right? He may have dropped out of school and everything. Like you said, dude who went to the PWI up north, came back down south. He like, hey, brother, I can help you learn how to read. Niggas wasn't like, oh, no, I don't want to learn how to read. Shut that uppity nigga shit up. You know what I'm saying? That's like, all right, cool.
Nah, that wasn't going on,
Yeah, like, people weren't just like, oh, fuck all that, because everybody knew back then we was more, as they say now, on code. We was more on code.
Yeah. We didn't really have a choice, actually.
But that's the point, and I hate to say it, pressure makes diamonds, right? We need that force sometimes, because this is what happens. We get to where we are now when you give niggas the option. You know what I'm saying? For real. They'll lead us into destruction when you give them too much freedom.
A coon option?
Yeah. Cause
that's nasty work, man. That's nasty.
Hey, look, and niggas taking it. We see it up on this panel hella times. Damn, let's keep it real. How many Madons we see up here? Come on, man. I'm just saying. Like, they up here tap dancing and shit. And it's not, and listen, I don't even be mad at them as much as people would think. Me personally, I'm not mad at niggas. Even how I'm gonna just say this off to the side real quick. Trife, how you was just saying in the chat that it's not subjective, because statistically we're better educated. I want you to look this statistic up. Right now, black men, We read at a fourth grade level. The average Black American, that is the lowest rate of all fucking time. We are not better educated. As a whole, America receives better education. The problem with statistics sometimes that you guys, the tap dancing niggas, that y'all refuse to admit is you're not the fucking majority. You're wildly the minority, nigga. So when they talk about, America receives, well, you're not most of America, nigga. Yo half don't get better education. Yo women, Black women tend to get better education. But no.
As a whole, coming up in the South, when it came to the boys and the girls, a lot of the boys, by default, were, led into being tasked with labor chores, the farm, the labor aspects. Father was, in carpentry, agriculture, whatever type of business he had. The girls were homemakers, dealing with domestic tasks, and so they were pretty much by default in closed environments to soak up education at a little bit faster rate, by the numbers.
I'll be honest. I say because it wasn't back then. Actually, it was still Black males were still. But I would say the reason it is now, and it goes back to integration. Another percentage thing we can look up. Most teachers right now in America are females. Over 80% of them are white females. So when you're leading a classroom, you're going to work closer. That's just anybody, right? Like us as Black people, we know how it is when you in a group. If you're in a group with a whole bunch of white people, and you could be the most street nigga, and it's a nerdy Black nigga over there, y'all linking. You because y'all got some similarity. So with a teacher, it's just easier for her to explain something in a way that a female would understand versus a man understanding. It's not many male teachers, let alone Black male teachers. So like I said, seeing something that looks like you, providing something to you. When we had a Black schools, it wasn't majority Black women teaching. It was pretty much a split decision. So one class you're seeing a Black man, one class you're seeing a Black woman. It made a more even balance, for real, to be honest with you. And just at that point in time, I guess it was, still more traditional. Women would say, all right, I'm going to allow you as the man. You can go to college and do all that, and I'm going to hold the fort down. Fuck it. I'm going to go get me a little slight job. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do me some little home care, a little maid work. And, hey, you pursue your education, and we going to move it and motivate. We don't get that now, Or not at the same rates, I believe.
Right. Let's see. Trying to pull some quotes from the book.
Oh yeah, nah, you good? Take your time. Oh yeah, and just to let the chat know, because I don't really usually read the chat, but for some reason today I'm in the chat. But at the same time, y'all don't worry. I ain't addressing trifling no manner of I'm mad because this nigga saying this. Like, look, we all grown ups. You know what I'm saying? We all adults. I don't know what nobody else's objective is out here. My objective is to really gain knowledge. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? If you put me on something, why the fuck I'm gonna be mad? What? Because I didn't know it before. That's what life about, learning things. So, hey, I'm just trying to put the man on the right path. Not in terms of saying, hey, this is what I believe, so follow me. I'm saying, nigga, hear the statistics. Stop saying shit that's a lie. Like I get we feel different ways, but we also can look up some things, you know what I'm saying? And I don't agree. I agree with a lot of people saying like statistics don't always be right. This, that, and the third. I'm just saying if that's what we using on the main premise, hey, we got options. We got things we can look up. educate each other, you know. But yeah, beyond that, just my folks, we gotta really understand, man. The time is now. The time is now. I've been saying this for y'all for some weeks. I know I ain't here every day. Anybody who remember me coming up here, I've been saying this, man. We gotta really get back to black focus. Let's stop being reactive and be preemptive. Right now, we need to be preparing, and not only preparing, but like executing on what we're preparing to do for ourselves. Because like at this point, we can see we gonna keep climbing the ladder. We think we good. One day, some president, just one man, one president, one person, that man can come about and say, nah, I'm gonna take it back another 70 years. You know what I'm saying? Let's take this shit back to the 1920s. We don't regress again. I mean, now he is going back to the 50s, basically. Let's be honest, because he's wiping away a lot of the civil rights movement thing. So we literally going back, and that is about 70 years. So I guess that's still right. But yeah, taking us back about 70 years, man. If we want to keep playing that game, we can. I won't. Y'all can. I'm going to say that.
You're talking about 70 years from now? About 1955?
No, I'm talking about like what Trump doing, like getting rid of all these programs is basically setting us back 70 years. Like we can't. I'm just pointing out, I don't think we can advance like really working under the government as black people. I'm not even gonna say I think. I know we done watched it. I don't know how much. Look, science. Like let's take a science. You do not do 100 years, 300 years worth of experiments and seeing shit fail before you say that's not a viable option. Niggas doing that in 10 years of their lifetime and saying, hey, I found the answer to a black hole, nigga. If it take a decade for a nigga to figure out how a black hole functions, where it's set, this, that, and the third, why the fuck is it taking us 300 years to realize this program not working? For us, maybe for them, definitely not for us. Nah, Trife, I'm not making none of them arguments. I want you to understand that, brother. I'm not making half the arguments you really trying to make. All I'm saying is if we're segregated, well, when we're segregated, you have no choice but to lean on each other. That's the first thing. So it's not about whether or not, when you talking about education, yeah, we were better educated. We can definitely say that, because like I just said, you can look up the statistic. Black men are reading at an all-time low. That's not a fictional thing. That's a factual thing. You can look this shit the fuck up. So how can you say, well, we're better educated now than they were? No, we're not. Like I said, Americans are better educated. Unfortunately, we don't compensate much of the American population. Like we gotta be honest here, bro. It's all right to say that, and I ain't even arguing with. No, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the reference for better? So if someone's better educated, that involves what?
I mean, well, there's two things to look at this, okay? It's my perspective, which would be my reality, I guess, and then there's actuality. So my perspective is better educated, period, is just gaining more knowledge than you have, which is also the truth. Huh?
You said more knowledge?
Yeah, like more in-depth knowledge, right? Like, let's say to high school, you get all the way to high school basically teaches you the basics of life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you start pursuing something that teaches you the intermediate, well, now you're getting more in depth and you're better educated in that. Now, what the actuality when people are talking about better education, it go back to that PWI you talking about. And it don't make no difference because let's be frank, these HBCUs are teaching the exact same thing as that PWI. However, the only thing that changes it is let's be honest, like what white people say. If white people say that school's important, it's important. We even forget a lot of the HBCUs. Well, I'm not going to say a lot of them, but quite a few of them that we look at is like, oh, this is a big HBCU name. Those are government funded places. Even like Hampton University. Like, the government said like, yeah, make that a black school. So that's why it even got the notoriety and a lot of name. That's a couple of black HBCUs, but that's what it is. If them white folks say it's important, that's what people will say, oh, you got better education.
Now, I would just say that word is very subjective because it can mean being literate, meaning that you can read and write, you have the ability to read or write, or just be well informed on a specific subject, or also being tutored. So being educated just means that a person can have a lot of knowledge about that something when it was taught to them. I mean, that's literally the definition of educated, being taught that something. Now, it goes back to what you guys were just talking about. How are white people, or if they're more educated than blacks? That's very subjective, and there is no right answer. There is no answer that people would say, well, they are more educated, but how so? We know different things that white people don't know, and maybe they know some things that we don't know. So I would just say that there is no such thing as whites are more educated than blacks because we know different things from each other.
I would say that's where even if we're being honest, you could prove black people smarter than white people. And I'm going to tell you why. They teach us their education. It's nothing that they don't know that we don't know, but they hate a lot of shit we do because remember, they really don't get it. That's why they be mad. Like, why y'all saying y'all pants? Why y'all do this rap music? And let's be very frank. Every time white people try to shame some black people about some shit, they literally end up like, we start fucking around and being like, yeah, you know what? That is kind of shameful. And they instantly, oh, Eminem, the greatest rapper of all time. Y'all ain't even really want this music. Y'all was talking about how shameful it is. Like,
the greatest rapper.
I swear, like, let's be honest, bro. This what happened every time.
I just think what it comes down to is that people think that, or people may believe that the white man's ice is colder. So anything that the white man say, people are gonna run with it. They're gonna think that, well, he's right, even if he doesn't show evidence of that thing.
No facts. I mean, I think you gotta look at it just from like a literal standpoint perspective. You will see let's be real, a white dude look like a surfer. That's all you gonna think of him at worst. But let's be very honest. Surfers is drug culture niggas. Like, they basically like modern hippies, most of them. Let's be very frank. Like, they do shit with drugs, they playing and shit like that. But you don't look at any type of white person even in that light. However, you see a nigga with dreads, you ain't seeing like, yeah, that nigga got work. Like, that ain't just because of experience either, too. That's just really because, like, how they say things are. Like, yeah, if you got this certain image as a black person, that means you're this way. If you got any image as a white person, well, let's not judge. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really know the man. How about ask him first? He ain't say that.
Right. So just food for thought for you guys when it comes to stats. So from 1952 to 1972, 38,000 plus black teachers lost their jobs in the South. This is a stat. And how did it, or who else did it affect? Well, mentors, black mentors in key roles. So when it comes to Brown versus Border, it did impact negatively the black communities because as you guys were saying more, a lot of the blacks, they started to integrate into the white school systems, not the reverse. white children didn't integrate themselves
That wasn't
into.
happening like that.
Right, no, right, exactly, right.
Between 1954 and 1972, black kids was not integrating into the schools like that. They was and most of the ones that they was being forced into integration.
No, but did you hear what I said though? I said,
yeah, I heard what you said. You were talking about black teachers and everybody losing their jobs. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just adding on to what you were saying.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's a high number of loss when it comes to jobs. Go ahead, y'all got it. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Absolutely right. That's the thing that people don't talk about. And then when we talk about this stuff and make light of it, people will say things like, "Oh, black people act like Jim Crow was a utopia." No, you guys act like integration was a utopia. You guys act like integration is a utopia because every time we tell y'all things that
it's saying us,
but integration, here come the capes. Like so it's like y'all don't even understand. A lot of y'all don't understand the dynamic that happened with integration. Like he was just mentioning, y'all look at it one way, but y'all don't look at it the other way. Y'all don't look at all the black jobs and everything that was lost. Right. We give you examples of that all the time. Right now, we're talking about the education system, but it wasn't just education that people were losing their jobs. People losing. Can I
also add one more thing? Now, when it comes to the era before desegregation was applied, when blacks had their own schools, those schools were actually looked at as a vital community center to bring blacks together. It was like a hub. But once desegregation had happened, they lost all those centers. So they had no spot, a hub to congregate and just share each other's culture. So not just from the teacher's perspective, but within those all black schools, a lot of subculture, black American subculture was being taught. So blacks were aware, they were able to share that generation of history of their fathers, grandmothers, great grandmothers. But since Brown versus Board had happened, we got to get rid of all that. So that's what the whites did. They said, okay, well, you guys want integration that bad? Well, the hell with everything that you guys learned and the accomplishments that you guys had. We don't need that in our white schools. Adapt to what we got going, and we'll call it a spade as far as education.
I think this go back to that King quote, the burning building joint. I think everybody know it up here. Don't need to repeat it. But this is what we are saying. Like it's really, or I've been saying. I'm gonna just say for me, for real. Like this is what I've been trying to say to everybody. This shit is evident, at least in my opinion. It's been very clear. Like the thing is, we can see it's only so far we can go in this system. Like no matter how far we go up, something happens. And it's not really, I know we like to get in niggas killing niggas, but that ain't never what tears us down. Like when we have these things where we be talking about, these are like some golden points for us. Not saying that's the point of greatness for us, but the Black Panthers, the civil rights, this, that, and the third. Even the restructure, I can't remember what it's called, restructuring or some shit. Even in that period, when that came, when they seen us peaking, the government stepped in. The Black Panthers, the government stepped in. The civil rights leaders, the government killed them. Like, I don't know how much more we can do this before we just say like, all right, bro, just leave us be, like, or at least let us go somewhere. So I don't really know. That's argument. But we just got to get the fuck out of this system. It's not gonna work.
Tripeland over here talk about some losers, talk about how great it used to be. No, losers are people that quit. Like the Knicks the other night, they quit and they lost. So people that quit, people that walk around here as quitters and don't want to fight anymore, and act like there ain't no fight to be had. Those are the losers. Those are the losers. They lost. They lost before the game even started. Mentally, they done.
Now let me just add this. Now, when it comes to integration. I believe that we shouldn't have integrated into the school system, but what I believe is that fair resources. I think if MLK or the activists were protesting for a fair amount of resources and physical goods to help push our people, then I think that would have been a better choice. For example, higher quality books, more utensils, pencils, pens, etc. So it would have been better to advocate for resources rather than being together with another group of people.
So, so this is where we start to, because psycho. As much as I agree with you about the romanticization of integration and how people defend and value proximity, there's also a romanticization of segregation, as if the way our schools were functioning perfectly during segregation, because
Oh
it's
no, they
like
was
the
not. No, they
yeah,
wasn't.
right. So
We
like
did have the right
to the
funding
point
and stuff. Yeah, go my bad. Go.
to the point Cuz just made, he's like, well, we should be advocating for resources. Well, the reason why those resources were being denied is because of Jim Crow, because of segregation. It made it legal to deny resources to black schools and be like, well, black people, y'all got to do that yourselves. Segregation wasn't just a question of proximity; it was a question of being allotted state state resources in order to fund black communities. That's why separate but equal failed, is because they were separate but not equal.
But not equal. That was the issue, and that was always the issue.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. And so the way that the well, the approach to integration that they took was also problematic, of course. Like nobody like to say that integration was just like this great thing. It's like, nah, but what it did was it laid the groundwork to make uh, racial segregation illegal. It made the groundwork to make the segregation of resources illegal. Like that's what we spent all this time conversing about proximity to white people, but that wasn't the proximity wasn't the question. It was a question of allowing the state to provide equitable resources to black communities, because during Jim Crow, they were legally allowed to deny resources to those communities.
Yeah.
That's what the issue was.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
like this is so yeah. I'm
Funding
definitely
and everything. Right. They
exactly.
now see, but I think everything kind of got meshed in together when it came to the integration thing, because I agree with you. The problem was it wasn't equal, not the separate part. But they started pushing that once you eliminate separate, everything's going to turn to equal, and this is where integration failed, because things did not turn
Yeah.
to equal once you took
Right.
away separation. Right. So separation
Right. That
wasn't
was a myth too, for
right. So
sure. Yeah.
it was never separation was never the problem. Now segregation, I agree. I'm against segregation, right? I'm against laws put in place that's going to make certain things happen, like what you were talking about with this, that, and the third. That's segregation. Now separation, I'm all for, because I mean that happens by nature. We naturally separated now. Whatever
Right.
city you probably live in, I'm sure it's all kinds of separation
It's
everywhere.
like,
Yeah,
yeah. Especially like the separation numbers. Like, yeah, black people still live with black people. Black people shop where black
right.
people shop. White people shop where white people. Like, all of that's still true for sure. And the concept of integration was a myth, right? So it's like it was never like, oh, we want to be a part of white society. It was a well. Some people value that, right? I won't say that there aren't people who value that, who make that argument, which is a terrible argument. But that distracts away from the fact that it wasn't that we was like we wanted to live next to white people. The focus was ensuring that racist whites could not use government institutions and state institutions as a way to deny resources to black people, because that is what was happening at the time.
Mhm. And and
You
they
meant
say
about
that
hippies?
the education gap has shrunk a lot since integration has happened as far as the education gap, but not the not with it, the money though. The wage gap did not shorten because while more people is getting more high school diplomas now than they was before integration. The college, especially black men, this specifically black men are not going to college at a higher rate.
Yeah, specifically black women.
Right.
Because
right.
like black women going to college like a mother.
Right.
Black women have some of the most advanced.
The issue with black women going to college is a lot of them after they finish college ain't getting jobs for the things that they actually majored in. Right. Like so their degrees, even though they're the most degreed, their degrees ain't equaling to the what it should be equaling to as far
the
as
results.
Right.
Like economics. Yeah.
Hey, I want to tap in real fast with you. When you said the thing about as far as separate but equal, well can I ask, do you think, given the history of, experiencing Andrew Johnson's administration, that his cabinet pretty much stumping out the legacies of Lieutenant Campbell or Edward McCabe or Benjamin Pap Singleton, that at that time, that given the tension in the South, that separate but equal was the best deal on the table.
I mean, not because it wasn't equal. Still,
Equal was on the table.
Not what happened. What was the
question? I'm saying that I'm saying that okay, once our foreparents decided to stick it out and say, okay, we're just gonna stick it out here and make it happen here. I'm saying that it wasn't fair, but I'm saying, was it the best deal on the table as far as the development of a people? So for the most part, the people that was coming into their freedom, naked and
you talking about after slavery? You talking about Reconstruction? You talking about after slavery?
Right. He's talking about Reconstruction. Because he said Andrew Johnson. Right?
I'm saying, given what he did, as far as what Andrew Johnson did during his administration, and giving, as far as the responsible leadership in the South, as far as the Edward McCabe's, the Tennis Campbell's, the Isaiah Thomas Montgomery's, in that field of thought, him pretty much just stumping that out, no land, you're going to be scattered, was separate but equal. Was that the best deal on the table?
It was the only deal
on the development. I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't call it a deal.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't call it a deal. Like that was.
Was it the best reality at that time? Was it the best reality at that time?
No.
So what would have been the better reality? What would have been the
Andrew Johnson reneged on a lot of things. Who was probably the worst president we ever had. I always like to mention him as probably the worst president we ever had in hindsight. He retracted on a lot of things, took away everything Lincoln planned on doing, and everything. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was Andrew Johnson fundamentally undermined Reconstruction. I mean, with Andrew Johnson policies. I think the premise of the question though is flawed because the idea is that it was like, well, it's something we accepted. No, we were forced into those conditions. We were forced into separate.
I understand it. I understand it, but what I'm saying.
But I'm saying you're framing it as a deal, right? That we accepted.
Well, take away the deal. I'm saying, was that the best reality for a developing people, a people that came out with stateless, with a slave culture? Okay.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the best reality. Yeah, no, there's plenty of other reality.
You could have gave them the country, like you said, they was countryless. You could have gave them the country.
The previous approach to like Lincoln's approach to Reconstruction would have been a better reality.
No, I'm saying, given Andrew Johnson's administration and his presidency.
Yes, that was the worst reality that we could deal with.
Right. So I'm saying after what he did was that, as far as the development of a people that
was worse.
Really came out of slavery, unfit.
He left everything up to the states, right? And these states were coming out of the Civil War. They was coming out of Confederacy. They seeing these newfound slaves getting treated like as citizens, taking land, everything else. They can't use them for work anymore. They actually have to pay them regular wages now. and everything else. So yeah, white people, you think white people feel like they lose the country now? Imagine how they felt then. And you left you took away all federal interference or whatever. You stripped everybody of that. So you pretty much said, go ahead, states' rights. Pretty much back how it was before the Civil War to begin with. All right, except
right. So given that history,
independent of slavery, everything else is
no. That's still not the best reality, bro. That's a worst case scenario. There's no way we can frame Andrew Johnson's approach to Reconstruction as the best that we could do. No, that was the worst that we could do.
I'm not saying Andrew. I'm saying given his.
Listen. I'm not confused about what you're asking. Yes, that is the worst reality that we could deal with.
Okay. So what other reality was there to deal with?
A reality where a reality we didn't see. You were talking about us playing a hand. We didn't have a hand. We were the chips. We didn't have any cards.
I understand that, sir. I understand. Okay, I understand.
But okay, you can. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm like. So the development of the
3 or 4
how do you
senators we
develop?
had at the time wasn't filibustering nothing. It wasn't. We had some. We had few four senators in Congress. That was it, and that they wasn't able to do anything. They wasn't able to get nothing done. Not in that situation. I mean, what was they going to be able to do?
Right, there were, because here's the thing, there were options.
My look at history.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, there were other options at play, right? Lincoln recognized that the federal government had to play a crucial role in integrating these free Africans, right? Integrating them into American society. Lincoln knew that the federal government, had to have a hand in ensuring that they were able to develop themselves and have protections against the states that were actively working to undermine the progress of these recently free enslaved Africans. So the better reality would have been, yeah, go ahead.
Now, but here's the issue though. If you integrate the Negro back at that time in the 1860s, 1870s, you don't have development as a people. You don't have too much development. You don't have.
But see, that flies in the face of what was happening with Reconstruction at the time. Some of the most efficient, some of the smartest people that came out of slavery were some of the greatest politicians that Black people had seen at that time. You had thriving Black communities post Reconstruction or during Reconstruction. You literally had Black leaders coming up with progressive tax plans at that time. You had Black leaders that were coming up with progressive property laws and those types of things for majority Black communities. And the reason why they were able to do that is because they had federal protection and federal, I guess you could say, permission to allow them to thrive that way. When Abraham Lincoln was assassinated and Andrew Johnson took over, he removed all of those protections, and that's what allowed for Southern redemption, which was the violence of the KKK to undermine these newly growing, thriving Black communities. So what happened with Andrew Johnson was a worst case scenario in the context of Reconstruction because it completely undermined.
He was a Southern sympathizer. That's why Lincoln actually even had him as vice president. He had him as vice president to try to soften the blow from his presidency because he was deemed to be he was a radical Republican at the time, which was equivalent to a progressive, right? And the Southerners at the time before the Civil War happened was nervous that he was going to try to end slavery and everything. So to ease the tensions with them, he got Andrew Johnson as a running mate who was a Southern sympathizer. So that was the whole purpose of him even being vice president.
What I'm saying is, okay, when you say the integration part, right? I'm saying from my study of history that if you start that integrationist movement, then the Negro begins to start his integration, his amalgamation and assimilation into mainstream society at that time. So after a while, there is no separate development of community. like if you look at how the Black Church started, the HBCUs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, those things were, for the most part, started based on not being able to partake in the mainstream of society. So we say,
That's
well,
not true.
okay, start them.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's not true.
Well, how did
They
Hampton,
were
how
they
did
were
how did
doing.
Hampton, how did Hampton Institute or Oberlin College or Tuskegee Institute? Why were these universities started? Why was the FSA started? Why was the AME started? Like, it wasn't just
It
based
wasn't.
on us as a separate.
No, you're right. It was. It was. You're right. It was based on autonomy. It was based on the desire for a community to build something for themselves. And I think we attempt to interpolate this quote unquote integrationist movement. Integration simply means like if we talking about integration during Reconstruction, it simply means transitioning enslaved Africans to U.S. citizens. To U.S. citizens. Not what we trying to be like white people, we trying to be around white people. No. It is transitioning from a slave population to a part of the American population. That's what we talk about when it comes to integration. And what we recognize is that we can start schools. We can build communities. We can have our own social institutions. We don't need to be told that you can't do something in order for us to want to do it. And that's why what happened with Reconstruction was so detrimental is because black people were starting their own communities on their own. They weren't like they weren't being told, well, you can't come over here. Okay, so then we'll start it that way. No, we did not need to be told that you can't be around us in order for us to want to build things for ourselves.
So, okay, now Domo, does that
Yeah.
match up with the history of Richard Allen, of Absalom Jones, and the FSA? Does what you just said, does that match up with the history of any of the
No,
civic
I think
civic
you're trying to.
organizations?
We yet
No,
like
no, no.
yes, like they
Let's keep
didn't.
it a buck.
Hold on, they didn't need to be told. What I'm saying is racial segregation was a thing, right? Racial subjugation was a thing. However, when these people had the ability to build on their own, their first goal was not to say, well, I want to be next to white people. It was, we're going to build for ourselves.
No,
I,
I'm
I
not
think I
saying
think
okay. I
to tie the desire to create autonomous black institutions to, well, because white people wouldn't let us be around them, it ignores what autonomy actually represents. Autonomy comes from the desire to build for self, to have our own. Like even today, right? Like we advocate for autonomy, even though we can go to whatever, we can go to these white schools. We can, well, some of us, right? Like we can, there are laws. Like today, there are laws against telling somebody that you can't come here because of what you look like, and we still say that we want to build autonomous communities. So the desire for autonomy is not tied, and the desire to build black institutions was not specifically tied to being told that you can't do something. That desire existed independent of white segregation, of white discrimination.
no, I'm no okay. I'll say there were individuals. So to keep it uh, balanced, there were individuals that were like that. But I'm saying if you go, 'cause they have a digitized the what's that the color convention movement. They digitized a lot of those files, and I'm saying that if you look at maybe like a guy like Robert Morris, the Tommy Daltons, the James McClune Smiths, it was a lot of guys within that color convention movement that, well, I'll say that they outnumbered the Harry Highland Garnetts and the Alexander Crummels and a lot of them guys that wanted to do what you're talking about. And I'm saying when we talk about how the AME came about, again, these people were in the mainstream of Methodist Church. They couldn't sit where they wanted to sit. Now we have to go do our own thing. Now, if they were integrated, do you think that the AME would have came about if they got fair treatment within the mainstream of Methodist mainstream Methodist church? Do you think that the AME comes about if they get to sit where they want, they get to be pastors, and these different, they get treated fairly? Does
I would
the
say
AME
I
come
would
about?
say it still I would say it still comes about. I would say that it would still come about. Yes. Yes. Like cause I
Okay.
think the problem that I have the problem that I have with your assertion is that the idea that the only reason we have black institutions is because white people wouldn't let us in their institutions. While there's some truth to that, I don't think that I don't think that that is the fundamental reason why black people said we want to have we want our own, right? There is some truth that, like, yes, there were institutions that exist. Black people attempted to be a part of those institutions. They were told that they couldn't be a part of those institutions. And so those people who were told that they couldn't went and built their own, right? But that's why I say, if we look at it from the modern context, even though there are institutions that we can be a part of today, and it's illegal to say that we can't, why are we still saying that we want our own? Because it's not a question of just being, again, like I said, it's not a question of proximity, right? We want our own because based on we want institutions that reflect us. So because you got to think about it though, there were some white churches that let white people and black people sit with each other. There were some churches that despised racism. There were some churches that despised segregation. So it's not like while racism and segregation and discrimination was the order of the day, if there were churches that was like, yes, black people, you can come sit here and sit with us. Was it a majority? No, but they existed. That's what I'm saying. So if it was just a question of joining white organizations, that was still possible. But it wasn't just a question of joining white organizations. Recently, like when freed Africans wanted their own communities, they wanted to be around people that look like them. Like as much as we talk about, as much as we talk about segregation, the concept, like Psycho say, separate isn't the problem. You want to be around people that look like you? Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. The problem stems from when we try to build our own institutions, and we was talking about this morning, there is an active process to undermine what it is that we are trying to build. That's why I think the part that gets ignored the most when we talk about Reconstruction is Southern redemption. Was a campaign of terror and violence committed in order to undermine black progress that was happening during Reconstruction. Okay, they flat out said, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, okay, given the history, was the motivation of the A. Philip Randolph or a James Farmer or a Y.T. Walker or Julian Bond or a Dorothy Hyde or Ella Baker, was their motivation, especially Martin Luther King and others, was their motivation based on a red summer or a racial riot in the 1920s, or was it based on, because I mean, even if you look at some of their rhetoric, they were even saying if we will feel better about ourselves, the inferiority will go away, that the Negro will have feel he has worth about himself, and all these different type of things that the Whitney Young Juniors and a lot of them guys thought. So that wasn't really there. I don't read anything of them saying, okay, based on a red summer or based on the Elaine massacre and these different things, they just wanted in on white society's world, bro. I
think that's an ahistorical perception. Like to frame it around, they wanted into white society's world. No, they existed in white society's world. They didn't have a choice. For generations, their ancestors were bred into white society's world. So like this idea that they were trying to get into, no, we're here. They were here. They were in white society's world when they were enslaved.
Yeah, Jim Crow is the product of something that was created, constructed, and controlled by white folks.
Yeah, like that, like white society's world is segregation.
Mm-hmm.
White society's world is racism. Like that is a natural. This is white society's world. White society's world isn't just thriving, isn't just being able to get jobs without race. No, racism is, and the way that we are treated is white society's world. Like for black people that were responsible for building institutions, again, it was more so Like, since we are U.S. citizens, and I think the part that gets ignored the most is the fact that when we look at the principles, the founding principles of America, right? The type of classical liberalism that focuses on the demand and the respect of human rights, right? Inalienable rights. That's the foundation of American democracy. Is maintaining human rights, social rights, civil rights. So it's more of a hypocrisy, right? Like, okay, we're here. We've been made citizens of this country. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, everything, all of the writings surrounding the formation of this country is that there are certain God-given rights that governments should not be able to infringe upon. So once we are made, like, one, recognizing slavery is hypocritical to that idea. Slavery is hypocritical to the idea that all men are created equal, which is at the foundation of understanding American democracy. That we should fight against tyranny instead of accepting it. So the freeing of slaves had more to do with aligning of was closer to the alignment of the philosophical approach that created this country. Now, did they do it because did they do it out of the kindness of their hearts? No, that's not what happened. However, what people like Abraham or what people recognize, like Abraham Lincoln and other things, is that we can't have both. We can't be crying about freedom. We can't be crying about liberty, and then turn around and say we're going to deny that to these people. So what? So when black people start, the goal for black people to build their own and to do their own is because this is the American promise. That's not being in white society. This is what this government, this ideological foundation says that I'm allowed to do regardless. If I want to go to this store, I should be able to go to this store. Right? That's why Kwame Ture says that the Civil Rights Act wasn't for black people. It was for white people. Because black people knew that if we going based off of these principles, if I walk into this store, this free market exchange, I should be able to walk in here, have my money, take my product, and leave. There is a white man with a sign standing at that door telling me that I can't come in. That's the contradiction. That's what's wrong.
Well, can I clarify what I mean by that? Because I might need to clarify. When I said what they want to be part of. I'm saying, have you read the Freedom Budget? The one that Bayard Rustin. It was like Bayard Rustin. I haven't. It was like it.
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay, it was like this. Well, LBJ, when he did the Great Society, he took. So Bayard Rustin, they signed up on the Freedom Budget, and I'm saying like the Bayard Rustin, MLK, A. Philip Randolph, James Farmer. If you read that, okay, it's pretty much you wanna make us one people, and then you want to use socialist policy to uplift the poor and underprivileged. So in their thing, there is no community. There is no separate black community where a free people will have to build institutions. It's just okay, make us one people, integrate us in your world, and then use this.
Yeah, there was integration. You talking about the northern activists of that time? Yes, there was integrations. Yes, they.
Yeah, I mean, but to say okay, so we're saying that there are people like, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. The question that like we have, like for example, we have institutions that exist, right? The question of being an American citizen is access to those institutions. I think we're tying a desire. Like if I want to go to a bank, I should just be able to go to a bank. Period. That doesn't mean that we don't have separate communities. Right? Like even white people have separate communities. Like that, like the idea of states and states having their own rights. Each individual state have its own right is an idea of separate communities. I think we're getting too literal with like this one community thing. It's like, nah, people from California and New York don't get along. whether it's politics, whether it's culture, whether it's those are separate communities with separate governments, separate leaders, separate cultures, separate histories. Is it all American? Yes.
I'm saying that they didn't want, like, what you're calling community. It wasn't about
You
that
breaking up
period.
real
It
bad.
wasn't
As I was
about
about to say, I don't know if it's me
a
and him, but
separate
yeah,
church.
You break it up real bad. We ain't hear nothing you said.
Okay, you hear me?
A little bit. Keep talking.
Hold on, I might have to.
Okay, now.
Well, no, I was saying that. Okay, no, I was just saying if you read the Freedom Budget, it just wasn't about building up a community. Period. It's just tearing down the black church, tearing down this integrating everything, and just not having anything. Period. It wasn't about the things when you talk about like a black community. Like, okay, that doesn't exist anymore. That's just a representation of oppression. So just everybody be just one people and start your integration and your amalgamation now, so that and this use socialist policy to solve problems. And I'm saying that, like, okay, if
yeah,
that
but
if
I
my master
no, go ahead.
go ahead no go
No,
ahead
no, go no. No, I want you to finish your statement before. I don't want to interrupt without hearing the
well
entire
no
thought. My fault.
I was just saying that, like, me personally, I just feel like, okay, if it's still about the evolved thoughts of a slave culture, meaning that, okay, you had a slave culture and it's never fixed. It's just the evolved thoughts of maybe how somebody's foreparents thought on a Georgia plantation in the antebellum time. That free people build things, free people build institutions, free people and those core characteristics work a certain way. So if somebody's coming and saying, well, tear all that down, then tear all that down, and your emancipation is an acceptance into this mainstream American society, then there's no conversation about that. Period. There's no conversation about that. So to me, when you have a political movement that say be separate but equal, that was good. That was good for you as a people because it allowed you to develop.
But it
Like, we're still
wasn't equal
living off.
though. That's the point. It's not equal. Like, that's the point.
I understand it wasn't.
It's not
I
equal. If
understand it wasn't equal.
If they said black people, like, but so trying to say that it was like, oh no, that would be helpful. It's like, but that wasn't the reality. The reality was violence.
How wasn't the reality, sir?
Because it wasn't equal.
With,
black communities did not have the access to the same amount of resources. But not only did they not have access, they were denied access to the same amount of resources.
Okay, so
like that's a like separate but equal was a myth. It was a lie.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
So hold on. So black communities had equal access to resources? Did black communities have equal access to resources?
No, I'm saying you didn't. But I'm saying as far as for us.
So separate but equal was a lie.
That our foreparents, I'm saying that our foreparents came out of, that was good for us. That was.
It was not good, bro. Like,
us.
This is like, sir, this blows my mind.
I
don't understand what.
Sir,
no,
you just said out your mind that when Lincoln, it was about how do we integrate these people into American society.
Yes, but you're using integration. Hold on, you're using integration from a loaded internet term. You're using integration from the standpoint of proximity to whiteness. I'm not using integration within that context. So when I'm saying integration, I'm not talking about the same thing you're talking about. Because even during separate but equal, we were integrated. We've been integrated into American society from the time that the first slave ships touched down here. That is a form of integration. I'm using integration from the perspective of the general term of going from being enslaved to becoming citizens. That transition was not helped by quote unquote separate but equal, because communities forming amongst like-minded people is natural. That's going to happen.
Sir, but
enslaved Africans.
Okay, no. I understand that, but I think that again you're missing the mindset, sir. When our foreparents walked
I'm
off
saying
of Mississippi
what you're calling
plantation,
the integration.
your mind
I'm
was
saying what
gone.
you.
Those minds were gone. You
No,
didn't have the mind of
these
these
were
people.
intelligent.
You
No,
have a
that's not
slave
true. These were
culture.
intelligent people.
Okay.
These were intelligent people. Just because they was enslaved, that didn't make them dumb. Their minds
I
weren't
never
gone.
used dumb. Hold on, you're putting words in my mouth.
No, you said,
I
hold
said
on. You
slave
okay?
culture.
So what do you
I
when
said
you say their
slave
mind
culture.
was gone? What does that mean?
I'm saying you understand the process of how a slave
I'm
society was
asking
built
you
at
when
that
you
time,
said
correct?
when you hold on. Answer the question. You said their minds were gone. What does that mean that their minds were gone?
When I say that their minds were gone, I mean that you have a falsified identity. That somebody you had to build an identity within a slave society where people falsified part of your psyche and how you viewed yourself, certain thoughts, beliefs, and ideas. That was part of that process, sir. If you
So
understand
what?
making the
Hold on.
slave.
So okay. So when we're talking about transitioning from not being enslaved to becoming citizens,
Right.
right? Those people that were enslaved still had the type of understanding, the type of intelligence, the type of sense to be able to transition and also become politicians, to also become engineers, to also become scientists. Even with the experience in slavery, when they no longer had somebody telling them that they could not read, that you cannot leave here, right? When that was lifted, black people were transitioning into positions of autonomy that wasn't built upon being next to white people, proximity to white people. So that's what I'm
So
saying.
how you
When you go ahead, you got a
no
question?
no but what I'm saying is that a lot that formed based on being separate. That formed based on being forced to be in your separate space, in your separate community, in your separate
No,
time.
they weren't. But
That's
this is before separate. But when did separate but equal happen?
well, as far as
I
on
think
paper, or as far as in
it was after
as
Yeah,
far
on
as the
Plexi v.
that
after
was maybe
Ferguson.
like
Plessy v. Ferguson,
1870,
right? We was already
18
integrated into
1870s.
American society. Plessy Plessy v. Ferguson, the only reason that took place in the first place is because like people were saying like this, like Plessy was saying like Plessy wasn't quote unquote activist. He was purposely challenging laws that said that he couldn't sit at a certain place.
I thought he was
He
a
was
mulatto.
challenging that.
It was a
Okay.
I
train.
mean,
All right.
he was a mulatto.
It was a
He
train.
was a mulatto.
Yeah,
He was a mulatto. And look, and he had to tell them. He had to tell them that he was black.
Yeah, I'm about to say he was saying he's a mulatto is kind of loosely saying that he was an octoroon.
Octoroon is probably a proper term because he had like a fourth of, you know what I'm saying, like an eighth of something. Like he had a black, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
They had to tell him. They had to literally tell the train conductor that he had black ancestry.
That he had to tell them that he was black, right?
Yeah, it was all planned.
Right.
They wanted to take it to Supreme Court.
Right. And so the idea, because what I'm saying, like I think it's ridiculous to believe that white people needed to discriminate against us in order for us to think that, or in order for us to believe that we should build our own institutions. That's a ridiculous assertion. I don't think, especially
have you read?
I've read a lot. I can ask you things that I've read that I'm proud of. Yeah, no, I'm saying, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, I'm saying that for you to read, like take one particular text and say, well, I've read this, and so from this one text, I'm making the claim that we needed separate but equal to build our own shit. That's not true, bro.
No. I'm saying I said that you could. They have digitized the color convention movement, all the freedmen and different community leaders at that time. I'm saying that you have many people. For the most part, the Negro integrations was the dominant voice within the color convention movement. So I'm just saying what these people wanted. They wanted their kids to learn Greek. They wanted
Yes, but in order for them to want that, but are you saying that we needed Andrew Johnson in order for black people to want that?
No, I'm not saying that we needed Andrew Johnson. I said that given his situation, that Lincoln was looking maybe for a different solution. But I'm saying given Lincoln dying and Andrew Johnson becoming president, I'm saying that what he did in regards to like a
Yeah,
special field
I would
team
I
and
would
other
never
things.
characterize any. Yeah, I would never characterize anything Andrew Johnson done as beneficial for black people.
I wouldn't either. I'm not saying that. That's not my argument. I'm just saying that given that happening, that separate but equal, that happening, that was the best solution for our development as a group of
No,
people.
it
I
was
think
No.
that,
not. Is what I'm saying. No, because
I
you're
feel you, bro. Like we're
to phrase it. Hold on, because to phrase it as the best solution. No, the best solution was federal protections to allow black people to build their own autonomous communities without the interference of white racists that are being protected by state governments. That would have been the better solution. There is no silver lining in Andrew Johnson removing those protections and then and allowing for white racists to reign terror upon black communities. There is no silver lining in that. We didn't need to be terrorized, bro, in order to build our own. We did not need to be told that you can't come here in order to build our own. So I would never, that's not the best case. No, at all. That was not the best thing for black people. Even with
it's just
Andrew
our
Johnson,
own that
that
ain't
was
that
not the
strong,
best thing.
sir. No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying that our own, the way you're phrasing it, and maybe the way people at that time thought, our own isn't as strong as you're saying it was. That's all. I'm just saying that our own is
No. I
not that
gotta
strong, sir.
intrude here though, bro. The thing is, at that time, Johnson is the one who reversed 40 acres and a mule also. So even when you saying what's the reality, you skipping that there was a alternate reality already at hand right there that could have been much better for us. He could have just allowed that to proceed, but he said no. So when you keep saying like that was the best option, no, he went out his way to undermine the good option we literally did have, possibly had. We could say because that was going to basically become kind of they treated it as if it's like an autonomous state for real, kind of like some Hong Kong, China shit. You know what I'm saying? Hong Kong, China, Britain shit. Like, yeah, we y'all here and we run it, but you know, y'all really kind of on y'all own time. So like,
But I think
yeah,
that you think that I'm not saying that Andrew Johnson. I'm not trying to take up for the man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that happened and that it was what it was, right? I'm just saying that
yeah,
me
no,
myself.
I
I
get
agree
what you're
more with
saying. I
what you
think.
watching.
Listen, I get what you're saying. I don't even want you to go through this whole thing for real because I literally get what you're saying. This is the best option we had. I'm saying that's not the best option we had because he could have just left the best option we had alone for real. Like, so when we get to talking about what was the best option, when you talking about Andrew Johnson, we can't even tie him into, well, that was because we had to do that. Well, he ain't have to do that. He just chose to do that. And then we had to accept it, going back into what Damo was saying. At that point, we have no choice. It's not really something up for debate or something.
And I'm just saying that reality, I don't know. It's just that reality to me from my study of history. I just think that reality was just it was as far as the development of where we was going until the psyop came. It just was the best to me. I don't know. I don't really
That's
know like
bro. Like
where else we was
to
going
be
with it.
honest, I
So
think like it's this type of language that's the psyop shit. Like I mean, because if I'm being honest, like we talk about research, right? You're not going to be able to find a scholar that says that like what you're saying. Out of all the research you've done, you will not find one historian over that time period that will say that was the best situation. No matter how radical or whatever. Now, even if they're critical of the civil rights movement, they're critical of the type of integration that positioned black people in closer proximity. Even people that are critical of all of that, like Psycho, are not going to tell you that the situation we were under with Andrew Johnson was the best situation for that time. Nobody's going to
I
say
didn't
that.
say that though. I'm not saying that, sir. I'm not
Then
saying
what are
that.
you saying, bro? I don't know if
I
you know what
said
you're
that
saying.
You literally said
given
that.
Andrew Johnson, I said, given Andrew Johnson's presidency, as him coming to power as president, of an act that happened. I'm saying that once he came and he did what he did, and now you're under him. That once the separate but equal being under that hostile environment, that was the best option. That was the best option, sir. If we wasn't
hold on. But why are you equating separate but equal with Andrew Johnson?
Yeah,
no. What I'm saying is that I think the history is different. If Lincoln lives, I think
no. I'm asking you, why are you equating separate but equal with Andrew Johnson?
Well, because for the most part, okay, what he did as far as when they got in there with the Freedmen Bureau and the bullshit they got on, and then I guess you said they abandoned the South with about like the 1877. I think they put out the last Union squad. Let me see. It was 1877, 1878. So I'm saying that I think the him coming to president, it altered the history of the South in a certain way. So to me, it's just that first 50 years.
No, I mean, I think it altered. No, yeah, I mean, I would say like yes, it did alter the South a certain way, but separate but equal as a doctrine came about with Plessy v. Ferguson.
Yeah, that's when it got.
So I wouldn't even
laws got codified.
Yeah, it got codified. Yeah, so it's like it ain't even so to even. Yeah, so we not so because I think that's what's making it confusing is because Andrew Johnson's contribution wasn't separate but equal. It was Confederate sympathizers.
I'm explaining it wrong. Yeah, I'm saying it wrong. I apologize. I'm saying it backwards. I'm saying it wrong. But I mean that his. I just meant that his presidency, that him coming into
what defined his presidency during Reconstruction was reversing all of the efforts of the federal government to help transition enslaved Africans into American society and creating the conditions for Southern redemption. So the violence that Black people endured towards the end of Reconstruction, that was made possible by the abandonment of recently freed Blacks in the South from the federal government. That is what Andrew Johnson is what we're responsible for that time period. So if we're talking about the situation that was created under Andrew Johnson, that is literally would be called a worst case scenario. Andrew Johnson's presidency can't be like there's no silver lining in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln and the rise to power of Andrew Johnson. There's nothing that came out of there that made the situation better because all of those independent institutions and communities that were being created during that time were actively attacked, terrorized, and undermined by the Ku Klux Klan and ex-Confederates who were salty about getting their ass whooped. So I guess that's why I'm saying, I mean, so that's why I'm saying that there is no, you can't make that connection. You know what I'm saying? Give him credit for shit. You know what I mean? Now, if we talking about Plessy v. Ferguson, which again, that wasn't even like niggas said, like Plessy was like kinda Black. I know niggas like Psycho like, no, you're not Black at all. Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Just pull up a picture of him. He ain't even kind of Black. Yeah, he
like
have to tell you that he had Black ancestry, just like he did the trade conductor. You have to tell him.
Stance?
What's up, Diddy?
Did his politics make him Black?
I mean, it's a tricky situation with Plessy v. Ferguson. They actually was pushing. It actually was a group of Creoles. This happened out in Louisiana. It was a group of Creoles.
It's a group of Creoles. Yeah,
premeditated.
Back against the whole idea of mixed people actually getting thrown in the black box, right? Because they like, well, what makes us Black and everything else, and they're Black, and we getting, and I got a whole white parent or that white grandparent, two white grandparents, anything else like. So that's why they actually use homoplexy specifically because again, he's he's an octoroon. He would have to tell you that he actually has black ancestry.
Yeah,
and,
he white passing like a motherfucker. Like definitely white passing.
And the laws was if you was like up to like 1/16 black, you was thrown in the black box, right? Like so, and they was challenging all these ideas. So the reason why they picked Homer to get on this train, and the train had specific rules. Black people had to sit a specific spot.
Had to sit in a separate car. Yeah,
right.
It was a separate car. Yeah.
So they used him to challenge that whole idea. So they got him on the train. It was Rosa Parks before Rosa Parks, right? They got him on the train.
Right. No facts. I mean, even though Rosa Parks before Rosa Parks was in New York.
Right.
Way before, you know what I'm saying? Way before that. But I think though. Hold on. I actually I don't know because I gotta get there. I gotta get where everybody stand on this, just so when we having a conversation, we know who we talking to. Diddy, are mixed people black? So if you got a white mama and a black daddy, does that make you black?
Yeah, but a lot more goes.
I don't let these niggas scare you, Diddy. Stand on it, man. Stand on it.
No, they ain't scaring me. Yeah, they're black, but more goes into that. You gotta have like some type of some social political works, and you gotta not just be. But yeah, I mean,
hey, I think Sabio in the back, Dev. Sabio in the back, Dev.
Them being black, their daddy black, then yeah, they black. Only got one black parent. I really look at them as being black. But
yeah. No, I got you. That's I'm with you. But I mean, because like I do agree with you though. Like it does take more because you can't be half white, half black, and you on some racist shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you anti-black as hell. Yeah, that make you a white boy.
I think it goes towards more about like where you raised with that, just period. And if you mix raised around black people, you black. Like that, you do understand the culture. If you and I bring this up because I'm from North Carolina. I got a house in North Carolina and I got homes in West Virginia, so I be in both places. Them West Virginia mixed niggas, them some white boys. They out here deer hunting and hitting the trails on the 4-wheelers and shit, and good old boys. Like the mixed dudes in North Carolina, them be more niggas. Like what I'm saying? Yeah. And it's just two different dynamics because the mixed kids that's growing up in West Virginia, where they around mostly white people. The mixed boys in North Carolina, they mostly growing up around niggas. Like, because in North Carolina, even if you is like a white person and you done had a mixed baby, they still be on that tight time. Like your white parents out there be like, nah, nigga.
On some other shit, yeah. But hold on, let me ask you this, Psycho. Are mixed people niggas?
That's a cultural term right there. Mixed people, I believe, can be culturally black. Like my thing is like more genetics with that whole situation, but you can be culturally black. Like I never denied that a mixed person can be culturally black. Stand on the black side of things or whatever the case may be. So yeah, they could be niggas. Yeah, if they culturally black.
Nah, right. Yeah, for sure. So like it's like the difference between J. Cole and Drake. Like niggas could do niggas could do that oh you a white boy shit with Drake. Niggas can't do that shit with Cole. You know what I'm saying? Like
Cole from North Carolina too. Like his mama white, but they grew up in the hood. So that's why and Forest Hills ain't the hood. I don't want people getting it confused. But Forest Hills is right next to the hood. It's like the good nigga area. You feel me? It's still not like they stayed in white neighborhoods and shit. You know what I'm saying? His family, now they is from the hood straight up. So like,
yeah. So I mean, really, and then even more so from the music, you could tell J. Cole had more of a nigga experience. Mm-hmm. I mean, like that because like one of my favorite lines from this nigga was yelling "fuck Whitey" for getting I'm still mulatto type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like recognizing that duality type.
Hey man, until you leave North Carolina, you really don't understand. Like even him as a mixed dude, that's what I'm saying. The white people there, like I'm not gonna lie, it's still very segregated. Like it ain't really racist because we don't really just bother each other like that. But nah, when it come to cross contact, they gonna tell you like, I don't give a fuck if you mix, bitch. Your nigga ass better get the fuck on the ground before I beat you the fuck. You like, damn, all right. Well, I know what team I'm on. You feel me? Like, if you was me, I'm not mixed, but the niggas I know, yeah, they not the light skinned mixed dudes I know. And they don't even be talking about like, they like, yeah, I don't get along with the white people, like my mama people and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they culturally don't get
Hey,
them.
nah, no, I mean, no bullshit. I at OU, we used to me and my partner, my roommate, we used to live across the street from this white family. But the woman, this trashy ass woman, had a son, had a mixed son. And they did not take care of that little nigga at all. Like he would just be outside playing in our courtyard by himself, just running around. And it got to a point where just as black men, we just started hanging around him. Like, you know, he'll come up and talk to us and we'll talk to him. I mean, the little nigga was starving, we'll feed him. You feel me? Type shit. I mean, he would stink. Like he would smell terrible. And like if you know, we can't be giving no little, you know, the little neighbor boy a bath, but it was like fuck, like niggas wanted to, like, you know what I'm saying, like wash this nigga because
Hey, you
his
want to
mother
use
clearly
the shower or something, little bro? You know what I'm
you know what I'm
saying?
saying? But you know, like that, we can't do no shit like that. Like as much as you feel me, and but the things that he would say to us that his stepdad would say to him, that his mom, they called him little nigger boy.
Yeah.
This is he was like 8 years old and he telling us that's what they call him in his home, his step. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that, like it's like you know, it's a difficult situation because you know you do got some mixed niggas that like lean more towards that white shit. But to me, I think a lot of suburban niggas, and when I say suburban niggas, it's not necessarily niggas that just live in the suburbs, but niggas with a suburban mentality. I call them crackers too.
Yeah.
Like nigga, you whole ass cracker mentality. You a white boy.
What about
You
LeVar
joined a
Ball?
white fraternity? Like it was nothing more baffling that niggas. I mean, not like niggas that came from suburbs, came from great families, joining white fraternities. Like that's cracker shit.
Yeah.
You a cracker.
LeVar Ball?
You know what I mean? You black as me, but you a white boy. Well, culturally, you feel me?
What about LeVar Ball and his you know, progenies?
What about his kids? Like LaMelo and them?
Them still niggas, fam. I'm not as a North Carolina native. I don't know if you ever seen LaMelo Ball in real life, like driving around. That's a nigga. That is a real. I'm not gonna lie. That's a niggery nigga. He got all color cars. He's speeding through traffic. He talk. Have y'all seen this man interviews? Y'all see how he talk like on national TV? No, I'm talking about LaMelo.
LaMelo, yeah. No, them is like, yeah, they niggas. They niggas.
Them niggas.
Like the Ball brothers is niggas.
So the one drop rule applies when we want it to.
It applies culturally.
Culturally, yeah, them are Negroes.
That means I'm a nigga or something?
No, I'm saying because we just saying if you're mixed, it's based on how you're raised. LeVar taught them on the you could tell a black man type shit. Like I'm whipping y'all ass if y'all don't shut the fuck up. That type shit. Like they understand. I mean, no, let's be very frank. We've watched those kids be raised on the internet, TV. You can watch how they were raised. They were raised like black boys. I'm gonna be honest.
Paul doesn't base his blackness. I've heard him say, "I'm a
So
black
the one
man.
drop
Black
rule.
man."
I would.
So
Yeah. Now,
so the one drop rule applies randomly.
No, Sabio, it don't apply randomly. It's a question of like you can say a nigga mixed.
Culturally. Like people are acknowledging that they mixed and biracial or whatever the case may be. Question is whether or not they niggas though. Like, are they niggas or are they half a crackers? That's the best way to say it. Because
you can be on either team. Let's be honest. They can be on either team.
Like mentally, like as far as mentally, socially, politically, like where you at with it mentally, like. Because you know you're biracial or mixed or whatever, so they could be whatever.
I hate dude don't put that fucking buzzer on and light on.
But I wouldn't call them black. They could be a nigga though, maybe. That depends.
Nah, I gotta give. Listen. I say it culturally because listen, the one thing I say, and I know it may not be true, but it was a part of the brainwash that made us a little bit stronger. That one drop rule, even though we hate it now, like it did bring us together. Because regardless, like I said, North Carolina mixed boys, them niggas understand what team they on. Because they go, them white people gonna tell them. You feel me? Oh, your skin ain't white, bro. You not no goddamn white man. Fuck with you. You chilling with them, and your skin not the same color as ours. You're a nigga. So, hey, and back then, let's be real. We talking about separation and all that. It wasn't that we accepted it because we really simply didn't have no choice. We stuck together as a community because we already understood the facts. It don't matter if we feel this way. That's how they're going to treat us. What?
My bad. Chop. I thought my mic was muted.
Oh,
my girl asked me about her pork chop. But I'm trying to figure out how does this culturally shit applies. Like, so if a nigga is raised in a Mexican community, does that make him culturally Mexican?
If he identify with that, yeah.
Yeah,
but what if? No.
Is he half Mexican?
No.
He's not half Mexican.
Nah, he's not half Mexican.
Oh, that's all different thing.
No.
So see, that's why this shit get complex.
He just somebody who likes Mexican culture.
A motherfucker have them, but not be it. But you can live in it, but not be.
That's what makes this shit complex. Like,
no, because they have black
because psycho.
I'm just trying to explain it. Like because they have black and they have something else, right? So now it's like, okay, well, where you at mentally, right? Like we know you, like at that point they're not black, they're not white, they whatever it is, they
mixture,
biracial. But where are they at mentally though? Because mentally, social, like they didn't choose to be biracial, but you do choose your social political position. So where you at there?
I agree with you on that.
Right.
And that's what makes this complex, because if you're exposed to both sides of that mixture, then how can you be one thing specifically?
Racially, they're not. We talking about we talking culturally right now. Like,
no, that's what I'm talking culturally. I'm talking about if a person is raised in a black household or a white household, but they live in a culturally Hispanic or culturally black neighborhood, but they're white. Okay, you live in a white neighborhood, you mixed.
That's not.
But I mean, you live in a black neighborhood. You live in a black neighborhood, and you're mixed. But you get in your white family, you get in the whiteness, but then you go outside and you also get the blackness. How are you culturally black? I don't get it, because your culture is still created by the people who raised you, your family. So even though your environment is those white people, it's a blended culture.
Right. So
no, what mixed culture do you know?
They wouldn't be culturally black if they was raised by white people. They wouldn't be culturally black.
Yeah. Like I
don't consider my fault, Domo. Don't take this the wrong way, Domo. But I don't consider Patrick Mahomes a nigga. I wouldn't call him a nigga.
I don't consider LaMelo Ball. I don't consider
he give me white boy vibes. He gives me white boy vibes.
I don't consider the Balls niggas.
And
I consider them mixed, just like my great nephews. My great nephews
they are mixed. My great where they find that. They all mixed. But
my great nephews to me are a perfect example. Why? Because all three of them are mixed. They have a black mama. Two of them got a Mexican daddy. And one of them got a white dad. And they all know that they're brothers.
Right.
But they're all mixed. And I don't tell them they're black. Their mother doesn't tell them they're black.
The confusion's coming in. You're mixing race and culture together.
That's what not me.
What they are.
Not me.
About how they're
That's
raised.
not that. I'm not mixing race and culture. This is what I came in hearing.
Racially, they aren't black. Racially, right? Like again,
they're mixed.
Right.
So
right.
culturally,
but what are they? So now, what are they culturally? Right? Because there is no mixed culture. What's mixed culture?
Yeah.
What's mixed culture? What's mixed
mixed culture, Savior. That's all I've been trying to say. Like, what mixed culture?
Wait a minute.
So
wait a minute. So wait a minute. Cultures don't blend. So cultures don't blend together.
It becomes a different culture then.
No,
yeah,
they don't.
I'm about to say becomes a different culture.
Hold up. So some of the elements of white people's culture did not mix with African American culture.
It became
our culture did not mix with white culture and Hispanic culture and other. What? This shit is weird.
Yeah, no,
this
black
shit is,
culture.
y'all weird.
Are you saying black?
Weird, y'all.
So are you saying black culture is like everybody's culture?
So what's black? So you just shitted on your own. You just shitted on your own argument because that's the case. Black culture don't even exist.
That's
because we all got put with white culture, so therefore none of this shit exists.
No,
it's all
no. What I'm saying, no, I'm not killing my own argument.
So what's black culture?
So
now we gotta have a larger argument. What's black culture?
Black culture, what we would consider black culture, is the cultural norms, cultural things that we do as a community in America that is separate. That is separate from white people. What we did was we blended. What are you going to let me explain, or are you going to ask questions while I'm trying to explain it?
Well, you're saying certain things. I'm trying to get clarity on what you're saying.
So I'm going to clarify. Let me clarify it. So as was mentioned earlier, we have been integrating with white people since the transatlantic slave trade. When we first got off them boats, we have been integrating, picking up parts of their ways and blending them with our ways. Africanisms in the Americas. We are all aware of them.
And we made our own culture, right?
Yeah, I'm about to say we made our own culture.
No, are y'all going to talk for me?
I'm not talking for you. I'm asking you a question.
I'm not denying that, psycho. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is there was elements blended in, and we made a distinctive culture that is separate from white culture, that is separate from Mexican culture, that is separate from Chinese culture.
Correct. Now, with all that being said, what's mixed culture?
When people what mixed culture is what they would call diverse communities.
Diverse communities.
That's not a culture, man.
That is what they would call a mixed culture. So this is what
of a whole bunch of other cultures.
Yes.
So again, I got to ask you, what's Black American culture again?
We just explained what Black American culture. There's no need to go back
of a whole
over
bunch
this.
of other cultures, right?
No, it isn't. Who said that? You said that.
You just said
no,
that.
I did not ever say it was an abomination. Don't put no words in my mouth, bro. Don't gaslight me to try to make your point. I did not ever say it was an abomination. I didn't. I said it was. I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it. I said it was a blend.
You said it was black, but mixed in with a bunch of other cultures, and it became our own culture. You just said that.
No, I did it. Because it wasn't a bunch of other cultures over here to mix with when our ancestors got off them slave ships. So again, if you're going to discard the Africanisms in the Americas, you can have that argument. You win. If you're going to discard the Africanisms in the Americas, you can have that abomination argument. I'm not saying that at all. No, you have to be. You have to be in order to make that statement, because I mentioned it and I made a clear separation between the different cultures. So there's no abomination. If that's the case, every person's culture that came here and developed an indigenous, a separate culture from white America is an abomination. Everyone's is an abomination. What the hell? That shit weird, Joe.
Abomination. I never said.
No, you the one said it. I never called it an abomination, yo.
I never said abomination. I never said the word abomination, not once. So I don't know what you're talking about. I said amalgamation. That's what I said. I didn't say abomination.
Oh, I thought you said abomination. Okay, my fault. I thought you said abomination. If you said amalgamation, I apologize. But no, it to some extent. Because we know there are some parts, some things that we did adopt from white people. Not a lot, but we did. Their language is.
I'm not arguing nothing you're saying. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is American culture in general. American culture in general is an amalgamation of a whole bunch of crap. Right? It's a whole bunch of it's all regional. and everything else for the most part is a very there's certain things that are universal amongst Black Americans. There's some things that are different, right? And so it depends on what region you raised in. That's why I only like having these culture conversations, especially trying to make it synonymous with race.
I'm not trying to make it synonymous. That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm having. That's exactly why I said what I said, because it's not synonymous with race.
I nobody said that. Nobody's saying that. We like,
but that's what it was sounded like.
You know what my position is. I've been kicking this. I've been beating this drum forever up on here. Mixed people are not Black, so I'm not. By no means am I saying that mixed people are Black. What I'm saying, what the question was presented was though, culturally, are they niggas? And I said that depends on whether or not how they view the world, right? How they are socially and politically. Because now we're talking about culture, because that has nothing to do. Culture has nothing to do with race. So now we're talking how would they?
So culturally, is Eminem Black?
He embraces Black culture. He embraces Black culture. He's not a Black person. You get Blake. You get Brace.
What about Bubba Spark?
What about Bubba Spark? PK. Let me ask you a question. Does Jesse Lee Peterson practice Black culture or white culture?
I think I don't know if he practices culture at all. I think Jesse Lee Peterson is an idiot.
Let's keep it a buck. He practices white culture, but he's not a white man.
I don't know.
He's clearly not a white man.
I know he's not a white man.
He's a whole cracker.
He's what you would call a super coon.
He's a whole cracker in blackface. That's what he is. He's a whole cracker in blackface. But he's clearly a Black man.
So I can understand the nuance in the conversation. I can understand the nuance in the conversation. I got to charge my phone, my battery at about 20%. I don't want it to go down. Yeah, it's about 28%. It's about to get ready to die. But I wasn't trying to cause no controversy. I was just trying to get some clarity because, I don't think mixed people are Black.
None of these people are Black.
That means everybody. That means everybody's Black, and nobody can be anything.
That's why I was making a clear distinction. That's why I'm making a clear distinction.
The one drop rule does not. The one drop rules should not be applied in 2025. That was only used. The 2020. The one drop rule was only used for taxation purposes.
Basabio, he was referring to culture, not
One drop culture don't have
culture is different than genetics.
No one's talking about genetics. What I was
talking about genetics.
Bro, please, no, I wasn't at all. Please don't try to start a new rabbit hole, a new wormhole.
No, it's not. It's the same conversation.
Please, no, it isn't. No, it isn't, because I heard something. I was in the chat and I'm asked a question because it confused me. So that's what made me join. I have been listening. And when Domo asked Young Deity about the one drop rule, that's what made me join.
It wasn't specifically about the one drop rule. He asked.
No, it wasn't at all. It was about if you're mixed and if you're raised in a Black environment. Are you Black culturally versus if you were raised in a white environment? Would you be considered white culturally? It's not rocket science. It's not that hard to dissect.
Don't frame the question because that wasn't.
That's
the
what
question.
it was. I don't know if the simplicity went over your head.
I heard Domo ask the question. Please, Domo. It wasn't multi-layered. It wasn't none of that. It was straightforward.
Don't make it multi-layered. It was very simple.
It was about a mixed person specifically.
In which environment?
He said yes, it makes them Black. And he said yes, that makes them Black. It wasn't. He didn't ask about an environment.
Not black.
Right. See, it went over his head again. It's very simple.
A nigga. Okay, the word is a nigga. Since y'all want to change the word to nigga. So basically anybody could be a nigga. So anybody could be a nigga.
If you go back to
so anybody could be a nigga.
I'm the one who don't be tripping over Fat Joe saying nigga. So you talking to the wrong one. I'm the one who be tripping over that. Hip hop Jack.
I trip over all of I trip over anybody that ain't Black saying nigga. The fuck?
Well, okay, well that's a different. So again, we get into a different conversation now. What is the word nigga?
Because everybody's not a nigga.
Yes. Is the word nigga?
Why? Yes. Yes.
Okay, well,
because why? Because I this is something I wrote a paper on it. Actually got an A+ in college for writing this paper, nigger versus nigga, and why the word nigga has a whole different connotation and feel than the word nigga, and why everybody shouldn't be allowed to use the word nigga.
White folks call
nigga. I would say nigga is
white folks call.
I would say
nigga. Never called us nigga.
I would say the word nigga is exclusive to black culture, but a whole bunch of people partake in black culture. So
that don't mean they're black though. So because they participate, does that mean because they participate in the culture? Okay. Because they participate in the culture, we got some niggas that participate in Mexican culture.
Same reason I wouldn't trip over somebody calling a mixed person nigga. I would.
So basically, if a Mexican participated in a Mexican culture, they can go over to the Mexican culture and call the Mexicans wetbacks and beaners, as they could do. Because I've heard it.
They don't call themselves that.
Yes, they do. Yo, yes, they. Yes.
No, they don't.
Yes. I promise you they do.
Very disingenuous from a person from Pasadena.
I grew up around Mexicans. They call themselves beaners. They call themselves wetbacks.
No, Nathaniel. Say, what's up, wetback? What's up, Spick? That's a fucking lie.
Right. Savior, you are from LA County.
What's up?
And this is how I know. I know I triggered everybody. Everybody talk over me and tell me what my experience is.
Do you know what they do call each other?
Never heard of them.
They call them niggas.
No,
yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They say
do you know what a paisa is? You don't even know what a paisa is.
Wow.
A paisa is a Mexican who basically is literally from Mexico. That's what a paisa is.
No,
yes, it is.
A paisa is a Mexican that speaks no Spanish, speaks no English.
I was getting there.
I'm going to tell you what a paisa is. I'm going to tell you what a paisa is. A paisa is a Mexican that speaks no English.
Exactly, and he's from Mexico.
No, so a lot of these motherfuckers over here are paisa. No, it isn't. No, it isn't an insult. That's not an insult. No, it isn't. That isn't an insult. That is not an insult. And paisa is not an insult.
Paisa not an insult. I agree with that.
Paisa is not an insult.
All I heard in the opinion. Paisa.
You can't have the amongst Mexican and Texas.
That is not an insult. Paisa is not an insult. That's literally saying that they don't speak English. A speak no, calling them a speak no. I deal with a bunch of speak no's, paisas. But yeah, they call themselves beaners.
Speak no English?
No, they don't. You are a whole liar.
I ain't never heard the paisa one.
I know you think I'm a liar because you ain't been around the ones I've been around. I can understand that. Just like I've been around white boys who call themselves crackers and peckerwoods and rednecks.
Yep, that's
now rednecks.
They don't call themselves culture though.
They do not
right. They don't call each other rednecks.
The whole cracker culture.
They do call themselves rednecks and peckerwoods.
Broke down the cracker culture.
Peckerwood, crackers.
If a black motherfucker was down there, some coon ass motherfuckers they're not going to trip. They're not going to trip that he's running around. They're not going to trip. They're not, because he's fully entrenched in white culture, and they're not going to trip. It'd be different if I said it. They're going to get offended because they know I'm not in partaking in their culture.
But again, it's not even
down different coming from me.
I'm glad I was able to trigger people because they haven't heard Mexicans call themselves those words, and I have. I'm not saying it's a universal thing and all of them do it, but yeah, they'll do it.
Right.
But yeah, they'll do it.
Right. Now, if you partook in with these Italians or whatever, you start messing around with a bunch of Italians.
You hear them calling each other spicks and shit.
Italians don't call each other spicks. If you was cool with a bunch of Italians or whatever the case may be, and you started calling them Guidos, they're not going to be offended if you was cool with them. You cool with them and you partake in their culture, everything else, they're going to laugh and they're going to joke it off. It ain't going to be about nothing. But if I sat up there and called them motherfuckers that, this, that, third, they're going to be offended.
Well, I ain't been around too many Italians. I've been around Armenians, Mexicans, Bosnians, and I don't really know the words Bosnians use to describe themselves because shit, they call each other by their name. Shit, most of the Bosnians I've been around Same way with the Armenians. I never heard them use any color tone or epithet or anything like that to describe themselves. The Asians, I don't know how they describe themselves other than Chinese, Japanese, Korean. We have words for them.
What the nigga equivalent to Asians would be, I don't know.
Me either. Me either.
Any like chink, goop or some shit, or is it like a chink? Or...
Well, I mean,
that's some American shit.
They wouldn't call themselves that.
They wouldn't call themselves that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But again, everybody's, and I don't mean to try to project my anecdotal experiences into the conversation, but everybody does that sometimes, and I'm gonna do better to keep that.
You just needed clarity. That's all, because you didn't know what the conversation was about. That's all.
Nah. Okay. I knew what the conversation was
about.
That's
why you needed clarity. That's why you asked.
Who is this? Curious Minds?
Yes, sir.
So no,
Disney
I knew
World.
I knew what it was about. You didn't know what it was about. That's why you keep speaking. So shut your stupid ass up. So
food for thought. So for the brothers that are on the panel,
sit your stupid ass back and let me finish my thought.
There's a place in Mexico, southern Mexico, called Guerrero. Those are where all of the blacks who look like us are at. Now, a lot of those had crossed into the San Diego border, Southern California. Now, do they integrate themselves into Black American culture because they look like us? Hell no. They go right where their Mexican culture people are. And they are considered Afro-Mexicans. They're mixed.
That's like the Belizeans.
They relate to the Mexican culture.
That's like the Belizeans from Belize. That's like the Belizeans. I grew up with Belizeans.
I don't know about that.
I grew up with a bunch of Belizeans.
Black Mexicans, they was just now recognized, 2019 by the federal government. So to say that the white Mexicans accept them, knowing it how they actually
Gigi, I'm referring to the Black Mexicans from Guerrero. They immigrate to the United States to where their Afro-Mexican people are at, which is North Carolina.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
There's a difference from the rest of Mexico and Guerrero, or the southern region of Mexico. I'm surprised Sabio from LA County has no idea about that situation because he literally lives on the border of Tijuana.
No, Pasadena's nowhere near Tijuana, nigga.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, bro!
You want to make a bet, bro? You want to make a bet? You want to make a bet? Pasadena's at least 5 hours away from Tijuana. You want to make a bet?
Pasadena.
Do you want to make a bet right now, nigga?
Bro, it's not that serious. Like,
yes, it is because you challenge. Nah, you woosah because you just said something idiotic as fuck.
Serious.
You just said something idiotic as fuck. So either you gonna place your money where your mouth is, or you gonna shut the fuck up because we can pull up a map right now. So pull up a map. Pull up a map.
Mexico is idiotic, and he's gonna make a big deal out of it.
Because it isn't. Pasadena isn't nowhere near Mexico. You would have been smarter and better off saying San Diego was closer to Mexico because Pasadena is nowhere near San Diego. Pasadena is in LA County, San Gabriel Valley, bitch. Way up the motherfucking freeway, yo dumb ass. I hate stupid niggas.
Damn.
Now pull up a map and check if I'm wrong.
That serious, bro?
Now pull up a map and check if I'm wrong.
Is it that serious?
Pull up a map.
Do you want a cookie?
Pull up a map and check if I'm wrong, stupid.
If I pull up a map about LA County, I would locate Disney World.
No. If you pull up a map about LA County, you would see Pasadena. If you pull up a map of LA County, you will see in the middle.
Did you hear what I just said?
I don't give a fuck.
If I pull up a map of LA County,
Disney World. You're playing mental games.
I would locate and see Disney World.
No, you wouldn't. Now pull up a map of California. Oh, that's all you have to do is pull up a map of California and check to see if I'm wrong. Check to see if Pasadena is close to San Diego or Tijuana or Mexico, as you claimed. Are you going to do it, or are you just going to keep telling me I'm wrong? Hello? Smart guy.
You want a cookie now?
I want you to prove me wrong.
Who gives a shit if it's 1 hour or 5 hours?
I want you to prove me wrong.
It's not that deep.
I want you to prove me.
Said that.
Your dumbass
people
said
calling
something.
each other a
Dumbass said
paisa
something.
is the same as calling a person that's raised around blacks that's not black a nigga. Like, bro, you are incorrect.
No,
this is not how Mexicans treat each other, bro. They don't call each other that.
So again, if you don't know, you don't know. I can't explain it no better than that. If you don't know, you don't know. Now, again, are you going to prove me wrong on a stupid ass statement you made where you're challenging me about Pasadena being close to Mexico, or are you going to concede and shut the fuck up?
5 hours is close to me. It ain't nothing but a one-way drive.
A one-way drive? For real?
For real.
This nigga slow. That lets me know you ain't been nowhere in California.
I've been to Disney World though, bro. I'll tell you that
Disney
much.
World is in Florida. We got Disneyland. Disney World's in Florida. It's in Anaheim. Then we had Knott's Berry Farm.
You been there too, bro?
I've been to all of them. Been to every theme park in California.
You been to Six Flags?
Had a season pass.
For a whole year?
Every weekend for a whole summer.
Not for a year.
Nah, just for a summer.
You couldn't afford the whole year?
I didn't want it for the year. I was only 19. I didn't want it for the year.
You didn't answer the question. You couldn't afford it for a year?
I did not want it for the year. That's
you only wanted it for 3 months? That's how much money you had?
No, I only wanted to go for the summer. The fuck? I was only really going for the water park.
Water park? Who goes to the water park?
Me.
You go on the slides?
I like swimming. This is a kid. This nigga act like he's 5 and he thinks he's supposed to be intelligent discussion. You ain't proved shit you said right.
Go to Six Flags, Marine World. Come on now, bro.
Hurricane Harbor. Grown people go to Hurricane Harbor. The fuck? Are you stupid? Grown people swim. Grown people go to the beach. The fuck is wrong with you? Where do you live, under a rock?
I saw a lot of niggas at Six Flags Marine World.
Do you live under a rock? You must not know how to swim. That's why you don't go to Hurricane Harbor. You're not seaworthy. Yeah. See,
I don't swim.
Game over. Game over. You can't swim. That's why you're afraid of the water. Shut your scary ass up.
Nah, you're right. I stay out of the water.
I swim like a fish. Pause. I'm not afraid of the water. I can go in 40 feet deep water and be comfortable. I can go in 10 feet. I can go in the middle of the ocean and be good. You're gonna be drowning. You better get it. You better learn. You better create a new neural pathway and go learn how to swim.
Learning how to swim.
You better go create a new neural pathway. I knew how to swim since I was 12 years old. I knew how.
Shout out to Pasadena.
I knew how to swim since I was 12 years old. I knew how to swim since I was 12 years. I knew how to swim since I was 12 years old. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. Don't worry about Pasadena. Pasadena is when I was a child, and last time I was in there was for my mother's funeral a couple months ago, for my mother's memorial, when I poured her ashes out at Long Beach Pier and we went to Pasadena. So don't even worry about Pasadena. Get Pasadena out your mind. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. I still know how to swim though. I can still get in the pool. I can still go on the ocean. I can still go in the lake and swim like a fish and not have a problem how deep it is. You, on the other hand, you got to stay in the kiddie water. You got to stay in knee-deep water. Shut up. Create a new neural pathway before you try to talk about being smart, nigga. You're not smart. Dumbass.
So you claim to be smart because you learned how to swim.
I'm smarter than you. I'm not claiming to be smart. I'm claiming to be smarter than you at this specific moment. I need you to make a separation. I'm claiming to be smarter than you because I can do a skill that you can't do. So my brain has a neural pathway and my body has the ability to save myself in a flood, a tidal wave, in the middle of an ocean if the boat capsizes. I can swim. You won't be able to in those situations. You, sir, can't even go to Hurricane Harbor because you, sir, can't swim. If you go to a pool with your daughter or your son, you got to stay in 5 feet of water. Now, imagine if your son knew how to swim and he over there in 12 feet and you in 5 feet. Embarrassing. You better quit talking to me and go learn how to swim.
Why do I need to learn how to swim? I just told you that I don't go in the pool.
So you can teach your son how. So you can teach your children how to swim. Why? What's in the water?
I'm gonna teach them how to stay out of the water.
Wow. You're gonna teach your children how to stay out of the water, out of pools, out of the water. So you're gonna teach them how not to take showers?
I was referring to the pool, sir.
Oh, so what's wrong with swimming? What's wrong with learning how to swim? Can you give me that? Can you give me?
Just don't do it.
Because you haven't learned. So what's wrong with teaching your children and giving your children the ability to learn how to swim? Why would you hinder them? Because you can't? Oh, you don't want your children to be able to be smarter than you at something, to do something that you can do. So you're trying to handicap your children. You're a selfish son of a bitch. You selfish dog. You ain't gotta say it. That was interpreted by your response. You're going to teach them to stay out the water. What? I've been teaching my nephews how to swim since they've been able to walk. They take swimming lessons.
Do more better, huh?
Got to do better.
Yeah, man.
We gotta quit hindering our children because we've hindered ourselves. Because you can't do nothing, don't mean you shouldn't teach the next generation or allow the next generation to learn. That's sad. My son's gonna have to do what I do. My son say stupid. If I say stupid shit, my son gonna have to say stupid shit too. So I ain't gonna teach my son evolution is true. I'm gonna teach my son evolution is a myth. They ain't got no evidence. Pass the stupidity forward. I got you. I'm gonna let you marinate on that. Curious minds. I'm gonna charge my phone while you think about how stupid you actually are. Talk shit about me while I'm gone too. Peace.
Charge that phone, my brother. But just for clarity to what you said, Didi or Gigi, it is messed up that Mexico just now realized their black population, and it's actually under 1% of the black population out there. And just to clarify myself, when I said that when they do come to the United States, they kind of stick to their own group, because the black or Afro-Mexicanos, which they call themselves out there in Guerrero, when they come to the U.S., they actually kind of stick to the others that have previously migrated to the U.S. So you'll normally won't see them around a lot of other type of Mexicans. I'm not trying to be divisive and things of that nature, but when they get the green light from their families, from their region, that have made it across there successfully, that's where they tend to set up shop for others.
That's what I meant. Okay. And do they assimilate to black culture? Hell no. I can tell you that personally. But there is a so-called in quotes rapper out there that's from, I call it Black Mexico, that lives in LA, and Sabio, he should be aware of it, but he himself were raised around Mexicans or Chicanos when he crossed into when he crossed into the US. So culturally speaking, he identifies himself to be aligned with Chicano culture, not black culture, even though he looks like us. That's all.
Yeah, culture and race are two different things.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point that I was trying to make to Sabio. Just depends on your environment.
I mean, look at the whole FBA, non-FBA war. That's a culture war. Not a race war.
I mean, I would just say that comes with a lot of jealousy and enviness, because some of them may feel that, well, we have more access to opportunities than them back in Africa, so that can create a lot of tension. And some may feel that we just complain about the opportunities rather than taking advantage of them. So that's where that whole shebang comes in from. But we gotta love our brothers from the motherland, though. I mean, that's a whole nother ball game. And I didn't want to bring it up, but how do you guys feel about a lot of freedmen didn't want to go to Africa when they were freed? How come they rejected that invitation?
Because they were so far removed from Africa. Like, you talking people that are generations deep here. You know, there was a disconnect. They was already about to be in a foreign situation here in this land that they're just starting to learn, and now you send them over to this other land mass that they came from, that they don't they wasn't born at, they don't remember any of this stuff. So it's like it's a scary situation. So a lot of them didn't want to go. Some did though. Some did and some did go. So it was it was an individual thing. More people was willing to do it then than now. That's for damn sure. But yeah, it was the fear of the unknown.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Anybody else want to chime in on that? I'm just curious.
What would you think the other thing would be?
Well, it does touch on what you said about if we're unfamiliar with a certain place, then we're kind of put ourselves in that box to be stuck. But that opens up another can of worms, because that's just like niggas on the block that never left the block, that are like in their 50s now, that grew up on the same block. Why are they so scared to leave from the block? What are they fearing from? So is it fair to say that a lot of people should try to play leapfrog and just jump the broom and jump outside of that box, and maybe there's more opportunities if you take that risk? Is that fair to say?
Are you talking about just leaving the hood? Is that what you referencing?
Yeah. Well, our comfort zone. Let's not just specifically the hood, but our comfort zone. And we as a people, we're very uncomfortable with leaving our comfort zone. Not all of us, but
you mean leaving
a lot of us
behind and picking up somebody else's culture? Is that I'm trying to understand exactly what you get saying.
Not necessarily picking up someone else's culture. So this is what I'm getting at, right? So his name is Joseph Jenkins Roberts, a foundational Black American, a freedman. He was the first freed black man to go to Liberia. He was the first FBA quotes president. They're called Americo-Liberians. That runs through our lineage because the freed blacks, not all of them, but a good handful of them,
Yeah, Liberia is
they
American
actually
colony. Yeah.
right. So that colony specifically was for freedmen's.
Mm-hmm.
That colony was actually bought
Well, it
by.
turned into that. That's what it did. What it wasn't initially that, but it turned into that. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, and that's why people say, "Oh, but you guys, resemble West Africa." Well, the coast of West Africa, a lot of colonies were bought by the American Colonization Society that said, "Listen, we kind of feel bad for you blacks, and we're gonna have a word with the slave owners because we don't need any tension, so we don't need you freed blacks to be causing trouble by trying to get our other slaves to run away. So we go, put some money together, buy up some land, talk to the chiefs in West Africa, and get some land for you guys, and you guys can run it." So a lot of us, we didn't even know that we actually had an FBA elite that was actually running Liberia, the country, over a century. Kind of like Black Wall Street, right? But above and beyond, we had our own government there, FBAs. But when the word got back to the States and said, "Listen, brothers, we have our own elite class," like even though native Liberians were there, other African indigenous groups were there before it was considered like Liberia. They were like, "Listen, brothers, come on down." But a lot of brothers from the States, like Virginia, was like, "Listen, hey, we good out here. We go through this Jim Crow. We go tough it out." And that's what they did. And they said, "Okay, cool. Well, good luck with that, and we gonna handle business on this side of Africa." So to let you guys know, we actually did have an elite class, kind of like how the whites are running the states. Our specific group, FBA, created their own elite class, specifically FBAs, and we're running Liberia until they was overthrown. And I'm not gonna get into that, but it's fucked up. But
he didn't create Liberia. Like I said, it was an American colony, and we were sent there to be superintendents for the American colony.
What I mean by Liberia, let me just give you some context, okay? So Liberia, it didn't become independent until they made it that way. It was just Africa. They didn't have a constitution. They didn't have a system there. Not knocking how they ran West Africa, but the Freeds had brought that American system to Liberia. So that's what I mean about it actually became a country, like an independent country, not just a place in Africa. That's what I'm saying. So it goes back to, well, do you think, well, why did a lot of brothers did not decide, or blacks did not decide to take that one-way trip to a colony that was dedicated for them to be free, but they'd rather stay in the States? That's my question.
Again, fear the unknown. Everybody, their family didn't want to go, then none of them was going. They didn't want to split up the families and this, that, and the third. It's a lot of different factors there.
But their whole family had the opportunity to go, though.
No, their whole family didn't have. The whole family had an opportunity to go, but again, everybody wasn't going to go. And so if you got 8 family members and 3 of them said they're not going, and they don't want to split the family, then none of them going to go.
But I think also too, I think that people have to understand that, like, at that time, and this is just looking at some of the Freedmen Bureau, excuse me, the Color Convention Movement documents. That you had people that suggested that uh, people go out to the Western Territory and maybe start a little black society out there, and people didn't want to go out to before it was settled. You had people that didn't want to go out there; they wanted to stay within the colonies. So you had people that I think at one time they proposed going to Texas before it was modern the Texas territory, out to the Western Territory, like different places, and start something with people.
Right.
At that time, like I said, Frederick Douglass, he was critical, and certain other leaders, they were critical of the Kansas Exeter movement. They were critical of trying to go to Kansas and establish a separate
They're trying to
state.
make
So
it a free
you
state.
always right. You always have people that just want to be within the realm. Now, people might say, no, I'm wrong when I say white society, but just within the realm of American society at that time.
I knew that's
So
where it was
even
going.
if, well, I'm just saying, even if it was, I'm just saying though, even if it was the actual content of America, you had people that didn't want to go before that land was settled into the continent of the West.
So it comes back around to, do blacks really want to segregate from white people? Because looking at the context of what people say, it just seems like, well, we just want better treatment. We don't want to be segregated, but we just want better treatment. And just like the brother said, listen, we're not used to anything else outside of our comfort zone. So why would we want to go outside of our comfort zone?
Right. That's why I would agree with that. A lot of people do not want to leave their comfort zone. That's why
That's crazy.
sounds crazy to people. But again, that's because we are so far removed from Africa that we don't connect with it. That's why you got people today that run around here start pretending like slavery didn't exist and we ain't from there to begin with. And we always been here because that's all we know. So yeah, a lot of people
But
are scared.
brother,
People don't even
my,
want to leave the comfort zone as far as separating within this state, like just creating their own separate states. They don't even want to do that. So yes, I
right.
would agree. A lot of black people are scared to leave from up under white people. I would agree
And
with that.
let me just add a little bit more context going back to the continent of Africa, right? So the black elites, the FBA elites, they didn't want to adapt to African culture. They said, excuse my French, but fuck that shit. Like, hell nah. I like my black. We like our black culture. So they brought their southern black culture, the way that they build houses, like a lot of the housing structure back then would resemble the southern way that how the slaves used to build, masses house. So they actually brought a lot of that southern black culture to that part of Africa, and they didn't adapt in any means necessary to African culture. They kept it the way that they wanted to portray it. They brought it from Virginia. They brought it from the Carolinas, and they kept it that way until and they were overthrown. But apart from that, they didn't have. They felt like they didn't have to adapt and learn about
But
the indigenous African culture. Go ahead.
Well, it's no
but
one
I
particular
want to tap
indigenous
in this one
African
part.
culture. There's multiple cultures in Africa. That's another thing. Where we going to Liberia? How do we know we even going to our tribes? We like most of our tribes did not come from out there by Liberia. Like
Okay, so let me make it just like a little bit more clear. So let me give a hypothetical example, right? So all of us brothers on this panel, if we all came to some understanding that, fuck the states, we know about the system, we're tired of being oppressed, and if we all just decided to go to this colony that's for us, we get to run it. Okay, just keep in mind, we get to make the rules. We get to create a brand new constitution, right? So we bring our Black American culture there. So we don't necessarily have to, we're not forced to adapt to the indigenous tribal African customs, but it would not be outside of our comfort zones to just bring our own customs there. That's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm making. So that kind of cancels out. Well, we're still in our comfort zones. No, we're not. We're bringing our comfortability
the Liberian
to another area.
The Liberian Constitution was created in 1847. This is before.
Yes, by of course by FBA, the Black elite. Now, if you're,
is that true?
In 1847,
that's the independence. That's the independence. That's when the independence of the Declaration.
Before the Civil War, black people
of the U.S.
Constitution before the Civil War
of the U.S. So you're going back and forth. Okay, so let's try to keep it within the context. Okay, so I'm moving. This conversation has moved away from the United States. Okay, so a brief timeline. When the blacks were considered freemen, they were freed slaves. Okay. Now, when they went to Liberia, not all, but when they did go, the handful that did go, they said, you know what? We ain't trying to adapt to this whole new world called Africa. We like our Southern Black culture and we are a small number here. So let's just kind of run shit the way it was ran in the States. That's exactly what they did. They didn't try to adapt to the African customs. So what are you talking about? I'm just trying to get an idea of what you mean.
I'm saying 1847, you're saying black people wrote the Constitution to Liberia?
The FBA, okay? The FBA, also known as the Americo-Liberian. So if you're reading, if you're on Google right now, reading through that information, it should say Americo-Liberians, aka FBAs, Black Americans. That's what those were called.
So you talk about the 1986 Constitution. That's what you're talking about, the 1986 one. You're talking about the 1847 because 1847.
1847. That's when they declared their independence in Liberia.
Right. Okay. You're saying so. You're saying these are black people, 1847, before Lincoln was president.
Yes, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus, are you trolling me right now, bro? Like, you can't be serious.
No, I'm very serious. I'm very serious.
Okay.
I'm asking you to I'm asking you to
source up. Just look it up. Listen, man. Listen. I'll try to be even more simple. Okay, listen.
Wrote the Constitution in 1847. I'm asking you to source that up.
An FBA woman had wrote the independence, the Declaration of Liberia. You can look that up,
bro. You can, bro. At the bare minimum, so you're declaring that. So what can I use? What information? You can give me some keywords.
Google it.
Okay, so
what's this black woman's name? What's this black woman? You can't Google it. You can't. You're making the claim. I'm asking you to show me. This is your chance.
Okay, let me. All right, hold on. All right, so let me just. Okay, let me go through my Blue's Clues notebook and pull up the references. Okay, and I don't even know why you want to disagree with it. I mean, it's FBA. I thought you would have been proud to have this information. But let me go ahead and look it up.
You're the one keep throwing.
You are dismissing it.
You're the one keep throwing these FBA terms around. I don't claim the FBA.
Oh, okay, because that's what blacks call each other now.
Okay, let's get that
I refer to myself as a Black American, but the new hot term now is FBA, right? Or ADOS, right? Went from FBA, ADOS, Negroes. Like, come on now. Listen.
In 1816, a group of white Americans founded the American Colonization Society. White Americans. Okay, now again.
Oh my God damn. Okay, can we listen? Just give me 30 seconds, okay? 30 seconds, okay? So I don't know, and it's no disrespect, my brother, but I don't know if you have selective listening, but
all right, I'm just asking you to pull it up.
While I pull it up, I'm going to reiterate.
All of those slick talking is irrelevant. Just pull it up.
It's not about being slick. I'm just trying to give you this information, my brother.
I can talk slick too.
Listen.
brother, I'm not trying to be slick with you. Listen, it's like you're just trying to tear down the information. I'm giving you this information if you didn't, if you were unaware of it, because we're having this conversation about culture and etc. and
show me that
integration.
Right.
So let me pull up my handy dandy Blues Clues notebook so I can actually give you that reference. Okay.
Okay, do that then. Thank you.
Are you against this, by the way?
Bro. What, bro? Just pull up the information, bro.
I'm pulling up as I speak.
Okay, thank you.
I can multitask. I don't know if you're
really want to. We have a keen interest in. So we're what you're calling we're impeaching. When you impeach something, we're questioning the validity of what you're saying, basically.
But why question it in the first place?
Well, I mean, because I question everything. I question why they killed my mom. I question everything. You're supposed to question everything. You know what I mean?
Man, people ask me to source things up all the time. I don't lose my mind about it. I just do it. Yeah, true. He said 1847. He said the original Constitution. That's when the original Constitution was written.
Yeah, that's when they declared their independence of Liberia.
Correct.
So are you going to question him about that? Can he pull up that source?
About what?
What year did they declare their independence?
It was 47 or 48. You just said it. I didn't disagree with you. I mean, you want me to source up your information? I didn't disagree with you. That's about right. It was either 47 or 48. I know the Constitution was written up in 1847, and then it got redone in 1980. What was it, 86? I think they said.
Okay, here it is. Her name is Hillary Teg. I might be pronouncing her last name incorrect, but she was born in 18. What is it?
P-E-G-G. I'm asking for P-E-G-G.
No. Her last name is spelled T-E-A-G-U-E. First name Hillary. She was born in 1802 in Virginia, United States of America. Her role, Baptist minister, journalist, and politician. Legacy, she has drafted Liberia's Declaration of Independence in 1847. She also helped found the Liberty or the.
I thought you said Constitution. Now you're saying Declaration of Independence. Are you saying which one is it?
She helped. She also helped with that too, but.
Well,
why would that matter though? She's a very valuable FBA player though.
It's the difference between the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. You said Constitution.
She helped with both.
Well, I'm talking about the Constitution.
She's a politician.
What you just read didn't say shit about a Constitution.
Hillary Teague was a man.
Declaration of Independence.
Hillary Teague was a man, a slave from Virginia, and yeah. He was involved in right.
You said in the Declaration of Independence. I wouldn't argue with you. You said Constitution.
He also helped with that. Okay. But I'm referencing his main thing of what he has done.
What you just said didn't.
And why would that even matter though? He's FBA and he helped.
The Declaration.
He had a prominent role. Like, that shit is crazy, bro.
Just say I meant the Declaration of Independence. That's all. Say I missed.
Okay, I meant. If that makes you feel better, I've meant The Declaration of Independence.
Okay.
So can you give this brother his flowers for actually being part of this elite squad? Like it seems like you have a vendetta against the blacks who actually went to Africa to have a different lifestyle. And that's what I'm getting from you.
Nobody speaks against the elite more than me. What are you talking about? Elite squad? You got me messed up.
No, I'm saying, why are you questioning this elite?
I ain't questioning
about their integrity. Like, it's crazy because they came from our lineage, bro. Like, you should be giving kudos points.
You're offended because I questioned the statement that you made.
Why am I offended? How am I offended? I'm giving you the information verbatim.
You're the one been taking shots since I asked you to source up. You've been doing nothing but taking shots since.
I'm not taking you call this taking shots?
Yeah, you losing it. You tripping out. Like, it's just you misspoke. It's cool. It happens.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So let me educate you a little bit more. Okay. So Joseph Jenkins. Wait. Oh, I'm trying to help you out, my brother.
Are you educating me with wrong information? You can't say you educating people. You give me wrong information.
Would you like the link?
The link to what? To that Constitution you said that he wrote?
Not to the independence of the source I'm looking at.
No, that ain't what you said the first time.
Why are you gaslighting now? Why are you gaslighting?
No, you're gaslighting. You're saying you're educating people. No, you're not.
This is crazy. I'm trying to pay homage to our lineage that actually went out of their comfort zone, and this so-called brother has a problem with that. That is insane. This is why we can't get nowhere. That shit is crazy.
See, but that's not taking shots.
Because why are you questioning the lineage of these brothers from going outside of their comfort zone?
Did I say anything about their lineage? I said nothing about their lineage. You putting words in my mouth. You've been straw man.
No, I'm not. You're questioning about these people, the information about these people.
I never said. You keep saying I said things I never said.
So let me educate you a little bit more, my brother. Okay, so his name is Joseph Jenkins Roberts. He was born in Virginia, a Virginian man. He was actually the first president of Liberia from 1846 to 1856. And again, 1872 to 1876. So we actually had an FBA president. Can you salute that, brother?
Out the room.
They always FBA, so I would assume.
Wait, so I don't care about all that, sir. Can you salute that brother?
Salute him for what? What do you do?
Well, he was more of an
that is crazy. That's crazy, bro. That is wild, brother.
He was a superintendent. He was a superintendent for the white man. What are you talking about?
A superintendent. Who are you referring to?
He's a superintendent for that white man. What do you mean? I told you, goddamn American colony, bro. What are you talking about?
Wait, you said who? No, I'm asking you specifically. Give me the name. Who are you referring to? Who was the superintendent? Who? I just want a name, that's all.
Who you just said was the first president?
No, I want you to give me the name. I know the name.
You just said was the first president.
Exactly. You can just say, listen, I'm just flabbergasting, and I don't know what I'm talking about. That's all you gotta say, brother. If you're just trolling, that's all you gotta say.
What do you mean?
I'm really just trying to educate the brothers who didn't have this information. Just like me, I don't have all the information.
I'm asked for what? I asked, what am I giving them props for? And
because he was the first FBA president.
I don't view that
as an accomplishment.
I don't view it as that.
Wow, that is great. That's crazy, bro. Hey, you can't make this up.
I mean, if you do,
all right, so let me just move on. Okay,
so you can't make me view it the same way you.
No, hold on. So, all right, so let me just finish this up. Okay, so his legacy, Joseph Jenkins Roberts. So all of those that are from Virginia, shout out to Virginia. A black man from your area was actually the first president when he went to Africa, to that colony. Okay, now. He was a freed black man, and he actually immigrated in the 1820s. He became a merchant and a statesman, also known as a politician. He was considered Liberia's George Washington. So he was like our George Washington, but
can I ask a question?
Of Liberia.
My George Washington. I'm not from Liberia.
I know.
Hey, can I tap in
Oh my
real
God.
fast?
Go ahead, brother. This brother has he has a vendetta of brothers' accomplishment from the
I
lineage.
wanted to
That's
say
wild, bro.
That's crazy.
as far as that early Liberia,
Longhorn
that
brother
was
do say
more
that.
structured around the black community. So when they first went over there, the freedman class, that octoroon, a mulatto,
I don't know
the
about that.
descendants
You're
of.
gonna have to educate me on that.
Well, yeah, at that time, if you look at the original free Negro class in the 1700s, 1800s, I say about maybe 80 to
In
85%
the
of them were
US,
the
right?
descendants in the U.S. Yes, they were
Okay.
the
All right. So we're
descendants
going back to the
of
US.
slave masters and uh, servants, house servants.
Right.
They're descendants. So they
House
and
niggas.
they kept a separate class. Up until a certain time period, they kept a separate class, a separate tradition, kind of like a separate behavior and culture from the Negro masses.
Mm-hmm.
So the Joseph Jenkins, when it was still like the Mississippi colony, Virginia colony. Well, I think they did the West Virginia colony. I know they had a Mississippi, a Maryland, a Virginia. I think they might had a Kentucky colony, but they don't only did it. They had the West Virginia. But when they did that, at that time, the octoroons and the mulattoes, they were up top. It was a social order with the mulatto sides up top, and then the Negro mass, the more blacker type of black America over there in the bottom, and then Mississippi was at the bottom as far as colony. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. We could say that Roberts would consider himself again black man, but I don't know if he would consider himself like part of the Negro mass.
He
How we
was a
would say now.
freed black. He was considered a freed black though.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying in that social order, he was, the part of that the genteel culture, as E. Franklin Fraser said, the genteel people. So he wasn't like a Negro mass type of person.
Well, I'm not referring to his 1% with the U.S. considers him or whatnot, but what he didn't do is segregate himself from the rest of the blacks that came from the states.
One second, I got you. Yo, Dev, if you there, there's people backstage. If you there, Dev, my fault. Go ahead.
That's all good. Yeah. So regardless if he was from the mulatto class or etc., his intention was to bring blacks of any color from the states, the niggas, right, which we call them, and to create an elite class of just them and exclude the indigenous population of the Africans because they didn't really know too much about them. They're like, look, we're good old Christian people. If you want some of what we got of the things that we have going, y'all got to convert. So that's why he created the elites, because it's kind of like what your boy was talking about, comfort zone, right? Let's keep it there. Comfortability. They were uncomfortable about these so-called in quotes outsiders, the indigenous Africans. So like, listen, we don't mind sharing with you brothers, but we have a complete different culture. We don't know what y'all about, but y'all can assimilate to what we got going on. And, we'll let you get a piece of the pie. So if he was a mulatto, he still invited the field niggas to the table as one of his own brothers. I mean, I don't know if you were just making it about what he is physically, his phenotype, but he didn't separate himself from the other brothers that wanted to go to Liberia and have a different lifestyle.
They absolutely separate themselves.
No, I mean, eventually those.
You saying mulattoes didn't separate themselves?
I didn't even bring up the mulattoes, the Zambos, anything in that. I'm just referring
y'all just talking
about that because that's what you brought up. That's all.
Wasn't that what y'all was just talking about? I wasn't just talking about mulattoes.
That's what he was referencing. So I was only giving commentary on what he was referencing. That's all.
And I was finding what you just said because you was saying he saw them. They all saw themselves as brothers. I'm like, nah, mulattoes clear separations.
But you're talking about, but you see, here's the difference of the context of you and I. You keep referring to the context of the United States. I'm already in Liberia in this conversation.
They did that there too.
That's where we have a mismatch.
They did it there too. I mean, they came from the United States. You think and Virginia was the main. That's where the one drop rule got codified. So that's a deep culture in Virginia.
Hold on. So wait. So just like you told me, can you show me a source about that? Where they had that kind of segregation and
sure, I'll show you the racial integrity.
Classism.
I will show you.
Or
I will show you racial. Jack, bruh, you just like to hear yourself talk, or do you just?
No, I'm asking you. Show me where they had a caste system.
All right, I'm about to do it. Calm down. I'm about to show you the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 with Walter Plecker. Give me 1 second. No problem. Like this is easy work.
For sure. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, no problem. And unlike you, I can't share my screen. Well, I can't.
Come on, we're not gonna start throwing. I'm trying to congratulate you, my brother.
I can't share my screen.
No slingshots.
Deb, are you there? Wait, hold up.
Nah.
Deb, are you there? I just said what it is. Wait, calm down, bro. I'm talking to Deb.
I'm not hyped up. I'm just saying if you can't screen share, just send the link in the back chat. That's all.
Then why you keep talking under me when I'm talking? I'll share it right here. I'll share it in the back so you can go ahead and read it. I'll share it right here in the back. This is great.
It boggles my mind that trying to uplift our lineage.
Right.
You got brothers who trying to discredit them. That's wild.
First paragraph. Okay, so you didn't want to see the source.
No, I'm gonna read it right now. Hold on, my brother.
You just wanted to see if I had one. Let me see. You just wanted to see if I had one. You didn't really.
No. I'm let me look it up. Hold on.
Got you. There you go. You can read the first paragraph.
So let me read it. So Walter Ashby Plecker was an American physician and public health advocate who was the first register of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics, serving from 1912 to 1946. Okay, he was a leader of the Anglo-Saxon Club of America, a white supremacist organization founded in Richmond, Virginia. Just reading that first paragraph. This is all taking place in the United States. That's where the disconnect.
That's what I just said. Yeah. Are you keeping up with the conversation? I literally just said the old boy came from Virginia. He brought that same Virginia mentality to Liberia. That's what I said. I said that. I said he brought that American stuff to Liberia. That's what I said.
Hold on, wait. So let me read on the paragraph 2. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna continue reading on paragraph 2. Okay, so a eugenist of scientific racism, Plecker drafted and lobbied for the passage of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 by the Virginia legislature.
And you can click on that.
Institutionalize the one drop rule. Like I'm still a little lost. Like, what is did he go to Liberia or I'm just lost now.
That is okay. Well, then you ain't keeping up with the conversation.
All right, so let me ask the brothers on the panel. So maybe it's just me. So anybody on the panel, can you guys correlate this guy Plecker with Liberia? I'm just a little lost. That's all.
Bruh, I'm keeping up with the conversation, unlike you.
I'm a little lost. I'm asking you, how is it?
The conversation.
How is this guy relevant to Liberia and what the freedman has done to come into power?
I'm repeating myself over and over and over again because you're not listening.
I'm a little. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm slow. So, brothers, this is an open question for you all.
Everybody,
can anyone please tell me how
for some reason
how this guy correlates with any of the conversations that I said about Liberia?
This is why you're so lost, because you keep talking when everybody else is talking. This is crazy.
It's just you and I.
This is crazy.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. I'm gonna rewind the conversation so I can walk you back to where we at right now. Y'all started talking about the very first president in Liberia and how he was an FBA from Virginia. I think his name's Al Morris down here. Said he mentioned how this dude was a mulatto and he was a part of this elite mulatto class. Then y'all started going back and forth about that. and you made a statement about how mulattoes all saw themselves as brothers. I said no, they didn't. They made clear distinctions about between mulattoes and black people and this, that, and the third. And then we started going back and forth about that. And then I said, the dude came from Virginia, and Virginia has a long, deep-rooted history in this one-drop mulatto upper class BS and everything else. And you asked me to source up. And that's when I gave you the Walter Plecker link, and that's when you clicked on it, and that's when you read what you just read, and now you're saying you're lost and you don't know how we got here. That's how we got here.
I'm gonna let you finish because I don't want to overtalk you.
I'm done.
Just let me know when you're done. Okay. All right. So let me out, and I'll try to keep it brief as possible. Okay. So verbatim. Okay. I'll speak verbatimly if that's a word. The person that I was referencing, his name was Joseph Jenkins Roberts. I kept focus on that. He is partially mulatto. Now, I emphasize that even though he is of mulatto, when other freed black men, regardless of how dark they were, when they came to Liberia, this so-called mulatto man did not segregate himself or treat him as any other than himself, because they both came from the same place. They were freedmen. He welcomed him like a brother, regardless of how dark that other brother was. And it didn't matter if he was a mulatto. He embraced them as one of his own. Do you understand?
Prove it.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I know this guy just told me. All right, let me just give y'all some more. Let me give y'all some more info about this brother, man.
You're talking like you know, dude. So I'm asking, how do you know?
No, I'm saluting this brother because he has done great things coming from our lineage, and I'm boggled that you don't want to do the same thing being an FBA.
Let me explain to you why Walker Plecker makes sense.
Stop calling
the reason why he brought Walter Plecker. The reason why he brought Walter Plecker up is because he's basically saying that, okay, but if you understand anything about the Black American history, you had two groups of people before the Walter Plecker. See, that pretty much, the one drop rule pretty much forced us all in as one. Before the Louisiana Creoles and the Octoroons and these other people, they were their own class, that married among themselves, that stayed separate from the Negro masses. They stayed separate in their own community, within their own culture and traditions. Then once the Walter Plecker, that's when how everybody got thrown. That's how the Creoles and all people got thrown in with the Negro masses. But before that, they were their own separate people with the Gentile tradition. They didn't associate with the Negro masses. So when they went to Liberia, they took that same racial order over there. So and those people were the top, and the Mississippi Negro, if I'm not mistaken, was at the bottom. So that culture was over in Liberia until it changed over time. But that's why he brought up Walter Plecker, because what you're talking that's the.
Okay, we can have a dialogue. That's fine. So I would just then ask both of you guys, if that is the case. Remember, I'm just seeking information. If that was the case, can either of you two provide a source that, apart from the Americo-Liberian elite class, just show me a reference where there was another elite mulatto class, and I'll shut up about it.
Where, in America or
no, in Liberia? I'm specifically speaking of Liberia. I gave you the timeline where we're now in Liberia. We're not going backwards. We climbed the ladder. We're in Liberia. So can either of you guys provide a resource where they had a mulatto elite class in Liberia? I would love to see it.
The first president,
not being disrespectful or anything.
That's the evidence. That's the evidence we had. The first president was a mulatto, just like here in America, same shit.
Damn.
No, bro, you
first
just said
president
it.
was a mulatto.
They took their culture over there. So they took that southern antebellum culture over there to Liberia with them. They built homes based on the southern style. They took a Christian God, Christian deity. I believe they took the AME over there and the NBC. I'm not sure if they did or not, but I believe they took their organizations, the True Whig Party. They took the Masonic lodges. So why wouldn't they not take that that system, that that culture? Why would they not take that over there? Why would they leave that here but take everything else with them?
I'm very glad you asked that question, and here's my theory. Because I'm pretty sure now let me go back to the United States now, okay? Back on the plantations of the United States of America. Now, regardless of how light and how dark you were between the hues of black, you were still treated as such. So I'm pretty sure what they had in common, Joseph Jenkins Roberts and these other darker freedmen, when they both were in America, I'm pretty sure they both were looked at as niggas.
Are we in America or Liberia?
So, are you? Come on, can you please just let me finish? Okay.
Well, you get to jump to America when you feel like it, and then when we go to America, you say, no,
brother, listen, I'm trying to have a dialogue, my brother. I'm trying to be as simplistic as possible, man. Without disrespecting anyone.
You're trying to keep us on Liberia, but you keep jumping back and forth.
Oh my God, I'm giving you timelines to stay on track. I'm trying to give you a timeline to follow. Okay, so all right, so let me be short. So the reason why I felt like he didn't treat him as an outsider, meaning the darker freedmen, when they were invited and they came to Liberia and they joined the elite class, meaning they had privileges just like Joseph Jenkins Roberts, is because they knew back at home, aka the United States of America, on the plantation, they were still treated as niggas. That's what they had in common. That was a commonality between each other. So that's why he said, listen, we're not in the States anymore. You a brother, I'm a brother. We share the same culture. So
there was a hierarchy with it, because you're just saying things.
But you see, this is how limited your mentality is, my brother. And I'm not trying to disrespect you, but you only keep it within the context of America rather than jumping to different contexts where it fits.
You don't know when to shut the fuck up. Or you don't even want to listen to nobody else. You just want to hear yourself talk.
You don't have any comprehension skills.
This your panel or something?
Like damn, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but it's like it seems like you don't have any comprehension skills.
Nonsense. And then we don't allow you to espouse nonsense, and we start checking you on this bullshit you talking. You just want to keep on talking and keep on talking.
You haven't gave any evidence. You haven't spoken on anything. You haven't educated us on anything.
Well, we always treat the same on the plantation. That's bullshit. These little quote unquote.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
Right. Shut
up. I had a theory about Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Right. You know everything, right?
Joseph, I don't know everything.
Apparently, you don't, because for some reason you think.
You see, and this is why us. I'm gonna use us. Okay, this is why us and Negroes we can't move past the goalposts, because
why are you still talking?
Listen, we're having an argument now. So
we're not having a conversation.
Me trying to shine light on our brothers that went to Africa. He makes it into an argument. This is crazy.
You know what's crazy? You don't know when to shut the fuck up. You literally don't know when to shut the fuck up.
It's literally, not literally. It's literally. Now I'm gonna be an asshole now. So it's literally, not literally. It's literally. Learn how to pronounce syllables, okay?
You got baby mama energy. This is disgusting.
Baby mama energy. Now we're going into insults, okay? So it's crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the hell up.
Because you're a troll. We're not getting any value of what you're saying.
Nobody cares what you guys say right now, because I'm about to check.
What value have you given us as the panel?
Because you up in your little feminine ego. You up in your feminine ego right now. It's a problem. And this is disgusting. I thought we was grown men up on here trying to have a conversation about history.
But you don't want to be educated.
What the hell is going on over here? This is crazy work. I'm sitting up here trying to tell you some things that you apparently do not know. You obviously do not want to hear it because you know every goddamn thing. What the hell is going on? What the hell? You just want to talk at people? Because I'll just leave if you just want to talk at motherfuckers. Because I ain't with being talked at. We can have a conversation, but you ain't going to just be talking at me, dog. All this little talking under me when I'm talking and all this other shit, dog. I'm stop being disrespectful. Before I start being disrespectful, you ain't going to like it. This is crazy.
Nah, I just want to be educated. That's all. Tell me something that I don't know. That's all.
I need you to be quiet for 2 minutes straight. Go on mute for 2 minutes straight. But like everybody else was doing. Everybody else is quiet and listen to you run your mouth. Be quiet for a minute. Now, like I said, this has always been a hierarchy amongst our race, especially on the plantation. I don't know what you even talking about because if you go and look historically, and I could pull all this shit up, if you go look at all these little quote unquote black slave masters that people love to throw up in our face that was going on all throughout the country and all this other silly ass shit. Oh, y'all, you know what black slave owners and all that, everything else. Them motherfuckers was all fucking mulattoes. Them motherfuckers that had plantations, they was mulattoes. They was their goddamn daddy's kids. That's what they was. They was getting groomed to take over the family business, and that's what they did after their daddies died. That's what went down with these mulattoes over here. I could pull up other sources where these motherfuckers started up their motherfucking little blue vein societies in the 1800s and everything else, trying to separate themselves. We literally just talked about Plessy v. Ferguson, which was nothing but a whole mulatto movement to try to separate themselves from niggas. So what are we talking about over here? This homogenous group amongst mulattoes and black people. Oh, we was all treating each other like brothers and everything else. Get the fuck out of here. What history have you learned? What history are you talking about? Just because white people threw them all in the black box don't mean they all was with that shit. They was trying to separate from black people. That's how Jim Crow laws got codified, because they wanted to separate themselves from the rest of the niggas out there. They didn't feel like they was niggas. That's why they challenged the whole ruling to begin with. What are we talking about? Stop lying up on here. I'm done.
All right. Appreciate that, brother. So I'll just go back to the previous conversation that the panel had when we had the discussion about, I think the brother was talking about the mixed breeds, right? Well, we call it mixed breeds or mulattoes. And how do they identify themselves? Either by growing up in a Mexican neighborhood, does that make them Mexican culturally? Okay, so I'll just use that talking point to put it into context. So Joseph Jenkins Roberts, his environment was slaves. So he grew up in a black environment as slaves, as which he was. So would it be fair to say that since he grew up around blacks, he actually adapted to the black culture of the slaves? Is that fair to say before I move on? Is that fair to say? No, it's come on. I'm not trying to do this, my brother. Can we? I'm trying to make a point here. Okay,
that's a question. It's a question because I could have sworn you said he was a freedman. Now you say he was a slave.
I'll answer that later. Okay, so since you're not going to be direct, respectfully, I'll ask the rest of the brothers.
Direct. So, I just asked you a direct question or something you just said. What do you mean? How can you be more direct?
I didn't interrupt you though as you were speaking. I listened to you speak until when you were done. You said, "Fuck it, I'm done." And I asked if I could speak. He said, "Sure, go ahead." So, if a mulatto grew up around blacks, he took on the culture of blacks. He identified himself as black. We all agreed to that. Okay, I'll just use that. So when he took that Negro slaved mentality, he brought it to Liberia. So even though he was phenotypically, genetically a mulatto, but his culture, his mentality was Negro. So when he allowed and brought a lot of the other mentality type Negroes, regardless of how dark they were, he still accepted them into the elite class as a group. Now, as I told you before, if you or the other brother, you guys had argued, well, all mulattoes are the same. Mentally, their mentality is the same. So I just wanted you or him to provide me some type of source where
in Liberia, if they had a mulatto elite class specifically, then I would read up on that. That's it. So until you or him can provide a resource that in Liberia during that timeline, if they had a separate mulatto class, I would apologize. Be like, you know what? My fault. Let me do some more research. But until then,
you probably just
I
need to do more
I still
research,
hold my
sir.
own nuts.
I'm saying you can look at the first 14 presidents. I'm just saying, bro. It's not. You can do the
Presidents
research.
of what
It's there.
country? Of what country?
Of Liberia. Look at the first 10 to 15 presidents of Liberia. But I'm just saying, bro, that they carried that black and tan type of mentality over there, sir. You have to understand that if you look
But
at
you said that. Wait, you said that black mentality. What do you mean by that black mentality? I just want to be very. I want
I
you to be
said
very
black and
clear.
tan. You know, black and
Okay, black
tan.
and tan. So what is that black and tan mentality?
Well, no, I'm saying that as far as having having a white father, or
that's fine,
coming from that separate type of thing, or having more white DNA, having more anglicized
right, phenotypically,
DNA.
genetically, but I'm referring to culture and their mentality.
dropped the
So
link.
let's not move the goalposts.
Culture, sir.
I just dropped the link in the private chat for you to do some research. All right, about the colorism that was going on in Liberia, since that's what you're asking for. I just dropped the link in the private chat. You can go ahead and look at it yourself. I'm not going to play these little silly games with these feel-good stories. Like, this is insane. Like, you really going to tell me a bunch of motherfucking mulattoes from Virginia, of all fucking places, in the 1800s of all fucking times, is going to go down here and look at motherfucking all black people the same, with no little social hierarchy or nothing based off motherfucking paleness. This is insane. This is insane. Right, so, you don't understand colorism in our community, the history
I'll wait for you.
You really don't.
Yeah, you just need to do more.
Are you wait, I wanted him to finish so I can read just a small paragraph of that link. So, Americo-Liberian people, they are an ethnic group of African American, Afro-Caribbean, and liberated African origin. Americo-Liberians trace their ancestry to free, born, and formerly enslaved African Americans who immigrated in the 19th century to become the founders of the state of Liberia. They identified themselves as Americo-Liberians. Okay, so I mean, just from that one paragraph, I don't know how that relates to the mulatto class or etc., because that's not within the context. Now, paragraph 2 says, although the terms Americo-Liberian and Congo had distinct definitions in the 19th century, now we're playing with Congo. It's a different country. They are currently interchangeably and refer to the ethnic group composed of the descendants of the various free and ex-slave African American, Caribbean, and also Sierra Leone Creoles. Now, Sierra Leone is a different country. It shares the same border, who settled in Liberia from 1822. So now, just from those two paragraphs, I'll respectfully ask you, what relevance does that bring to the conversation?
That wasn't what I wanted you to read. It's a long joint, and you just stop right there.
Okay, so tell me what paragraph.
I'll get to the part. I'll get to.
No, I'm asking you. Tell me the paragraph, and I'll look for it. Just give me the paragraph. That's all.
Scroll down, bro. Scroll down to where it says there the debate amongst academics. Scroll down to that part.
Okay, so tell me the first few words of that paragraph so I can search.
I just told you.
I'm asking you.
I literally just told you.
All right, can you repeat it?
You would have heard me.
Can you just repeat it so we can move along? Go ahead.
If he wasn't talking, you would have heard me.
All right, go ahead. Are you going to repeat it so I can move along and find it?
This is stupid.
Why is he on mute?
There's a debate amongst academics about how upper class Liberians were able to exert political power and influence greater than their population. Some academics attribute the influence of Americo and Liberians to the economic and social interests across the various facets of Americo-Liberian society, despite the fact that some initial divisions in the early Americo-Liberian society were based on the state of origin in the United States, educational levels, societal economic class, free and freedom status, and perhaps colorism, particularly because the first president was mixed race, as was numerous immigrants, reflecting the nature of African American society in the Upper South.
All right, are you finished? I don't want to cut you off, brother.
I'm done. Yes.
All right. Now, I will admit this. It may be a tough pill to swallow for myself, but a lot of indigenous tribes, they actually despised Black Americans, and they hated the fact that they didn't get included. It is fucked up, and that's why the American elite was whacked off, and they were overtaken by the indigenous population. They were overthrown. So we really don't have an elite class out there anymore. They were pretty much wiped out. But when you talk about colorism, now I can partially okay. So the American Liberians, aka freed Black Americans, they considered themselves the elite class, and this is why they brought. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Okay, so why they considered themselves elite is because that they brought and created their own, or they modified the Constitution in the country to fit their benefits. They ruled the economy economically. They had infrastructure, so they were backed by the U.S. The politicians, they were getting a lot of trade deals. So, of course, them having ties to America. Remember, these are the freed Blacks. They still had connections to the white politicians, the American colonization society, right? That wanted them to be free and be happy. So that's why they said, listen, for all you indigenous Africans, we're not too excited to adapt to your culture, to your customs. So the way y'all do things, that's not how we run it. But if y'all want some of what we got going on, then we got to convert you into good old Christians, and you guys have to follow our customs in order to be part of the society. So once they gained their independence, all of the non-elites, meaning the indigenous Africans, they weren't even considered Americans, but Liberian, the indigenous, the Africans, okay? So I don't want you guys to get confused. So the indigenous Africans, they weren't considered part of the state of Liberia as citizens because the elites were like, nah, I'm the president, Joseph said, listen, if you don't conform and be good old Christian boys like we were back in the South, then sorry, but y'all don't get to enjoy those rights that we have as our own colony. So yes, maybe the darker Africans look at the elites differently. Like, damn, well, they are from a different culture.
Notice how you keep referencing mulattoes as
because all of the I'm gonna do you a favor, my brother. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna look up every politician during that timeline, and I'm gonna see if they all were mulatto, just for you. Okay, and it seems like you have some vendetta against mulattoes, man.
I'm sure the people that was running things was mulattoes. The people that was running, they was mulattoes. I'm positive of it.
So you're telling me that all freedmen were mulattoes?
No, I didn't say that.
But that's what you're insinuating, though.
That ain't what you're talking about elites, though. You're saying elites.
right. So you're telling me that's okay. Listen,
I got issues with the elite word. That's why I'm like, what do you mean?
That's how they identified themselves.
Right,
just like
exactly.
you call your okay. So let me ask you this.
Now let's get into why they classified themselves.
Hold on, but wait. Before we get into that, okay, hold on, wait. How do you identify yourself as?
I'm not even.
Hold on, hold on. Let me ask you a direct question.
I talk now. You just talk. Well,
no. I'm going to be brief. I'm asking you. Do you consider yourself black, Negroid? Negro, like how do you identify yourself?
You don't really
I'm
want
a black
me to answer
American.
That question. You don't want me to answer that question because every time I go to answer your question, you start talking over me.
I'm asking you. I'm trying to make a point. Jesus Christ,
let me answer
bro.
then. Shut up.
All right, go ahead.
Let me answer.
And be brief. Hurry it up, so I can get to my point.
Man, go fuck yourself, nigga. You sat there talking as long as you fucking wanted to talk. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna talk to I'm done, nigga. The fuck you think this shit is? Punk ass motherfucker.
You want a cracker, bro?
Yeah, just shut your bitch ass up, monkey. The fuck out of here.
Wow. You can't be serious. You can't make this up. That's crazy, bro.
Now,
he
like
just called me a monkey.
I just called you a fucking monkey.
Wow.
Like, you gonna sit up here calling motherfucking mulattoes and leaks and everything else. Ain't that what the mulattoes called you? Ain't that
you
what
called
mulattoes
a
called
black
you?
American a monkey, bro.
It's cool when mulattoes say it. It's cool when mulattoes say it though, right?
Wow.
But that's what I'm about to tell you. That's what I'm about to show you.
You lose all credibility, bro. Like, damn, I'm kind of hurt.
If you shut the fuck up, you'll understand why I said what the fuck I said.
I can't shut up. You called me. I'm a monkey.
Why don't you shut the fuck up then?
Monkeys don't shut up.
You still talking. And you still talking.
I'm a monkey. I'm supposed to talk.
Right.
I'm supposed to talk over you. I'm a monkey.
That's what the mulattoes called you. And I'm about to show you.
No, don't try to take it back. You called me a monkey with passion. That came from the heart.
You won't shut the fuck up, so you acting just the same way the mulatto said you fucking act.
Why? Don't keep bringing the hand of the mulattoes. Mulattoes didn't call me a monkey. You did.
All right, so you don't want to hear. You don't want to hear that real shit. Like I said, you just want to hear yourself talk.
The real shit I heard from you was you called me a monkey.
Right. You're a monkey.
Wow, that's crazy. And why am I a monkey? Because I'm black?
No, because you're a fucking monkey. Now you ready? Now you done? Are you finished or you done?
Go, you sound like that Dominican dude. What is his name?
Right.
That equated blacks to
now let me talk.
A monkey.
Are you gonna let me talk, or you gonna keep being a circus monkey?
Wow, a circus. Go ahead, man. That's crazy. It gets deeper and deeper with you, man.
Thank you. Now, like I said,
a circus monkey.
Right. Stop being a circus monkey. You still talking. Now, like I said, here's how colorism was shaped as the concept with the black elite. Historical roots, slavery. During slavery, lighter-skinned enslaved people, off their offsprings of white enslavers and enslaved women, received parental treatment, working in the house and being afforded opportunities for education, skilled trades compared to darker-skinned enslaved people who were primarily regulated to field work. Right? Then you had after slavery, right? After slavery, this historical advantage translated into a continued social and economic benefits for lighter-skinned black individuals, allowing them to establish themselves in positions of power and influence within the black community, effectively forming the black elite based on skin tone. One of the people that was prominent within using his black elite status was W.E.B. Du Bois, who called Marcus Garvey a monkey. Hence why I called you a monkey.
So you guys have this in common. Y'all both calling black folks monkeys. That's what y'all got in common.
Right.
That's crazy, bro. You're no different from him in that context.
Stop being a circus monkey.
Wow, that's crazy.
Stop being a circus monkey.
So you have the same ideology about blacks.
No, I don't. No, I don't. But you're defending this shit. When I'm trying to tell you why you shouldn't be using these terms and what these terms are all about, you want to talk over me.
The term you shouldn't use, especially to a black American, is a monkey, bro.
I got a problem with you calling these mulattoes black elite. Why you keep referencing these mulattoes as black elite? And then when I go to explain how
that's what problem, they call themselves.
Monkey.
I don't understand how the rest of y'all not offended by this. That's wild, bro. Because like all jokes aside,
a fucking monkey. That's why.
So now I'm acting, but you called me a monkey.
I'll share my screen and show you how a circus monkey acts.
Oh, so now he's trying to get away from it. No, You got a vendetta against not only mulattoes, but when you get pissed, listen. When you get this pissed off, I'm pretty sure you'll call the next black man a monkey also.
White people monkeys. You got me fucked up.
No, he trying to get away from it now.
I ain't trying to get away from
can't take
shit,
that back, bro.
Fuck yourself. I said what I said, nigga. What is wrong with you?
No, it's not. It's all good. You're showing your true colors. I mean, damn, it was just a conversation, but damn,
I don't deal with
you called a black. You could have called me anything else but a monkey of all people.
I don't deal with circus monkeys.
Of all names in the dictionary, you decided to call another black American a
I don't give a fuck. You was disrespecting me, calling me brother. You was disrespecting me, calling me brother. Mix me with that bullshit. You was disrespecting me by calling me brother. Mix me with that bullshit. Mix me with that dumb shit. I told you don't disrespect me. I won't disrespect you. You kept disrespecting me.
So now you felt that I disrespected you by calling you brother in a respectful way.
You can't tell me how to disrespect you. I disrespect you how the fuck I feel like disrespecting you. You want to disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you back. I told you that shit. I asked you to chill out when I'm talking, shut the fuck up. You wanted to keep talking. So fuck it, now I'm talking. You don't like it. Too bad. Too bad. Deal with it. Got time for this silly ass nonsense, stupid ass motherfuckers. Don't know when to shut the fuck up. When motherfuckers trying to teach them some shit that they obviously do not know. Weirdo. You knew better, you do better. These feel good stories about fucking Liberia. Fuck that goddamn place. The hell we talking about over here? Liberia. Can't be fucking serious. The whole fucking colonized colony. Whole American colony set up by white supremacists and shit to motherfucking push they bullshit out in fucking Africa. And just like you said, the motherfucking natives wasn't having that shit. They saw them fucking mulattoes coming out there, but trying to mix up with everybody else out there. Who the fuck is these motherfuckers? Get these son of a bitches the fuck off our goddamn land. What the hell is going on around here? Got me fucked up over here talking this old silly nonsense. Not even making no damn sense, just making up shit. Just want to hear yourself talk for 15 fucking minutes, monologuing and shit. Everybody on the panel got to shut the fuck up while you monologue. And then everybody else going to respond to what the fuck you saying. You want to keep on fucking talking. What the hell's going on? Shit's crazy. Them motherfuckers call you a circus monkey, you lose your fucking mind. Now you want to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because it was very derogatory knowing I'm a black American. That's what the slave master and
I don't give a fuck if you was Haitian. I don't give a fuck if you was Jamaican. I don't care if you was from I don't give a fuck if you was from the UK. I don't give a fuck if you was from Denmark. I don't give a fuck if you was from Iceland.
But guess what though? I'm still black though. No matter where I am in this world, I'm still a black man.
And act like the black elite motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Wow,
the black
that's
elite
crazy,
shut the
bro.
fuck up. Act like a black elite and shut the fuck up. You want to praise this stupid ass shit? Then act like one, motherfucker.
So you get pissed off, so you refer to another black American as a monkey. That is.
I'll refer to anybody who's acting like a monkey as a fucking monkey.
No, don't try to give it context. Right. It is what it was. Stand on it and hold your nuts.
I said anybody. That includes you.
No. You didn't speak on anybody.
Motherfucker, I came up with a white boy just up here the other day and I cooked this motherfucking ass worse than I'm cooking you.
Did you call him a monkey?
I cooked him worse than I cooked you. I called him worse
You didn't call him a monkey.
I called him worse than that. I called him a cave
Nor
beast.
you called him a circus monkey.
I called him a cave beast.
What does that have to do with us?
That's what I called him more than just a cave beast. I called him a peckerwood. I called that motherfucker a cracker. I called him all types of
care what you called them.
What are you talking about?
You referred to another black American as one of the worst slurs that white Americans use to degrade black men specifically.
No.
You don't find that problematic? Like, all jokes aside.
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't find that a problem, calling another black man a monkey?
No.
You don't have a problem with that at all?
No.
That's wild, bro.
Like a circus monkey.
Hey, listen. Hey, shout out to y'all brothers on the panel, but I don't understand how y'all not. You guys are so calm about this.
That
is wild, bro.
I have no problems with that. No.
No. You know what? I'm glad
I'm an 8.
This is some content right here, man.
I'll shoot you one better. I'll shoot you one better. I'll shoot you one better.
Right here, man.
I'll shoot you one better. I'll shoot you one better. I'm an 8.
It ain't funny, but
No. I don't
I'm an 8.
I don't call brothers 8s. No, that's my brother. No matter if we have a disagreement.
Did you hear what I just said?
I still call him my brother.
Did you hear what I just said?
I don't care about what you just said about me. You being an 8. No.
Why would I have a problem calling you a monkey? If I call myself an 8.
Wow, bro.
If I call myself an 8, why would I
you try to double back on it. Nah, brother. Hold your own nuts. Come on, man. You said what you said. Stop trying to back that shit up.
Monkey, if you acting like a circus monkey, if I call myself an 8, why wouldn't I call you a circus monkey?
Good old black folks.
That's what I thought.
You heard it from his own mouth. He said, listen.
I'm in the science, dog. I don't know about you, dog.
Any other black American man. I will call any brother a monkey.
That don't bother me.
That's wild, man. Y'all brothers got patience, man. Y'all got better composure than I do, man.
Yeah, you're right. I got both lot of patience. I'm still on the panel.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the rest of the brothers on the panel, bro.
You're right. I got a whole lot of fucking patience.
Uses this
you're right. I got a whole lot of fucking patience. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I should have dipped about a half hour ago.
No, because we wanted you to show your true colors. That's all it is.
What true colors, motherfucker? I'm man who the fuck
We're
I am.
We're talking about you standing on calling a fellow black American a monkey.
I'll call anybody that, motherfucker. What the hell is you talking about?
Any black American that. You didn't call that white man that.
Me, motherfucker, I'm going to disrespect them back, motherfucker. You don't know me too well. You don't know me too well.
Hold on, wait a minute. No, I'm gonna use what you just said against you.
You wanted to smoke. You wanted to crash.
The rest of the panel. Let me ask you guys a question.
Typical fucking troll.
When he just said, when he was talking to the other white guy on the other panel, did he not call him a caveman?
And then when I start motherfucking clapping back at you motherfuckers, y'all don't like the way I clap back, and then y'all start crying victim. You should have left me the fuck alone.
Wait a minute though.
You should have left me the fuck alone when I was calm, cool.
When a lot of us black folks, including myself,
you wanted to turn up.
When we refer to the Neanderthal people in the context of white people,
what you going to do about it?
In the context of racism.
You ain't going to do a goddamn thing. You going to shut the fuck up.
Why is he not answering my question?
Crying. Keep crying your goddamn crocodile tears. Nobody cares.
Okay, can I ask another brother on the panel a question?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot.
We know you feel a certain type of way against mulattoes and also black hatred. You also have black hatred too, though, bro.
I will let you know when I'm done. Right now,
listen, I don't even know if you're a brother. I don't even know if you're even a black American. No, nobody ever saw you.
You think you can motherfucking run your mouth longer than me? You got me fucked up, Paul.
Hold on, wait. Can anybody verify that he's even a black American?
So stupid ass.
Now I'm starting to question if you're even FBA.
You over here talking about nothing. Because everything you saying is bullshit. I don't even know why you over here praising fucking Liberia. Take your ass to Liberia then, motherfucker. Go get citizenship. You can go get citizenship.
So I get disrespected.
Why you over here trying to sell Liberia to every fucking body? Why you over here trying to sell Liberia over here to everybody one breath, the next
through foundational black Americans?
Take your ass over to Liberia. Take your ass over to fucking Liberia. Why you ain't go over there? Why you ain't go over there? You want to keep asking what motherfuckers didn't do in the 1800s. Why you ain't go over there now, motherfucker?
Actually, I have plans to go out there, though.
You can't get a passport? What, you scared ICE ain't going to let you back in the fucking country? Why your ass ain't going over there right now? What's the fucking issue? Let me know. What's going on?
Are you going to shut up first?
What the fuck the motherfuckers in the 1800s didn't want to follow a bunch of mulattoes out the motherfucking Africa. So what? Good for them. They didn't follow them fucking mulattoes out there and get jumped by them motherfucking Africa.
All right, now we know he's very emotional. He's not going to stop. He's just going to disrespect you.
Calling them black elites. So first of all, they're not black.
I'll wait for him to get out of his feelings.
You have to actually be black in order to be black elite. But you keep calling these goddamn mulattoes black and then attaching the elite right behind it. The nerve of you. And then you want to sit up here and try to crucify. Who the fuck is you, dog? What the hell is we talking about? And then I'm sitting up here trying to tell you about this little mulatto concept that you're trying to indoctrinate everybody with. I'm like, yo, you cut that shit out. I'm trying to put you on. You want to sit up here and keep talking over me, doing all the dumb shit you've been doing the entire time I've been up here, running your motherfucking mouth. You've been running your mouth more than anybody up on here since I've been up on here. Go back and rewind the tape, motherfucker. Rewind the tape. Your ass is up on here giving a whole soliloquy about motherfucking Liberia. You doing whole infomercials, whole hour-long infomercials trying to sell everybody on Liberia. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody gives a shit, dog. Get that dumb shit the fuck up out of here. Take your ass to fucking Liberia if that's the fuck you want to do. We ain't trying to go back to Africa. And it's a pan-African telling you that shit. I'm not trying to fucking go back to fucking Africa. I want to build a nation right here, motherfucker. That's the fuck I want to do. Where's the Liberia here? Show me the Liberia in this motherfucking country. Then we can talk business,
brother.
Other than that, I don't give a fuck what the fucking goddamn white colonies are motherfucking doing out there in motherfucking Africa. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Are you done? Are you done?
No, I ain't done. Don't start talking. I ain't tell you to talk yet. You can speak when I tell you to speak. I ain't done, motherfucker. What the hell's wrong with these motherfucking weirdos?
Why does it sound like I'm in an episode of the Boondocks?
Kissing these white people ass, thinking these good old white folk are giving us a spot in
Why
Africa.
does it feel
All these
like
white
I'm
folk
in
gave
an
us a spot in
episode
Africa,
of
whole
the
county, so we
Boondocks?
could go be motherfucking superintendents and babysit this shit for the good old white man. That good white man did that shit for us. Man, get that bullshit the fuck up out of here. That's the motherfucking same place Abraham Lincoln was going to try to send our asses to if his ass was motherfucking still breathing. That's the fuck he wanted to do. Abraham Lincoln wanted to send black people to motherfucking Africa, Liberia specifically, and before his ass got assassinated. So
Can you just learn about that today or just now?
Abraham Lincoln gave a fuck about black people in this fucking country. He didn't give a fuck. What happened? What'd you say?
I said you just learned about Liberia.
Okay, it must not have been that
now,
motherfucking important. The hell is
as I
wrong with these
told
little
you.
stupid ass motherfuckers, man? I just learned about Liberia. What are you talking about? I just told you a whole bunch of shit about Liberia you didn't mention. You forgot about that part. Why you ain't mention Abraham Lincoln sending us to Liberia? Why you ain't mention that?
Oh my God!
I just Googled it, nigga. You know who you talking to? What are you talking about? What are you talking? You think I need to Google that? What the hell you talking about? I'll smoke you in history. What are you talking about? You ain't even know about President Ferguson. You ain't know nothing about this shit. You ain't even know about your own Liberia. I had to school you about Liberia. What do you mean? I had to school you about Liberia. What are you talking about? I just now found out about Liberia. What? No, that's old information. What is wrong with you?
If any of the other brothers want to know if the rest of the American Liberians elite was part of the mulatto class, his name is Elijah Johnson. You can look him up. He looks, Elijah Johnson looks just like Didi and I,
what do we mean?
and also like Dev. Elijah Johnson of Liberia, which was also part of the elite. He looks just like us, meaning
show me he's a part of the elite. A part of the elite. What do you mean?
And
I asked you to define elite. Define elite. Because you keep saying that. I asked you this a half hour ago to define elite. What do you mean by elite?
It's what they. Oh my God! Jesus
what they call themselves. Okay, well, show me him calling himself that. Show me him calling himself that. He called himself that.
Open question. Why do we call white people?
No. You said they called themselves.
No, I'm asking you. What do we find supreme about them?
That means you got a source of him calling himself that. So show me him calling himself that.
Do you want the link?
Yeah, calling himself that. Yes.
The president. So you're telling me that the president is not elite? He doesn't have any power?
That ain't what I said. I asked you.
Oh my fucking God,
how do you define elite?
I'm not the smartest guy, but
I asked you. See, this is slowness, dog. I'm dealing with somebody who's slow. This is. Like, are you autistic? Like, literally, you really have a problem keeping up with a conversation. I asked you.
How do you know how to comprehend?
I asked you specifically. How are you defining elite? You said they called themselves that. I said, now show me him calling himself that. And then you started saying, well, don't you think? No, it ain't about what I think. You said it's about what they call themselves. So show me him calling himself that.
Are you done?
Yeah. Are you going to show me?
Yeah. I'll send you the link.
Please show me that.
Okay.
Okay. Show me that, please. Thank you.
Okay. And while I pull that up, I'll actually define what elite means so we can use it in the
now
correct
you want to define
context.
it. Okay,
oh my
fine.
God, would you shut the fuck up so
now you want to define
I
it. It's
can
only
be
took a half
cohesive
hour.
with you?
It only took you a half
Goddamn,
hour to give you
coherent
a
with you?
definition. Okay, finally.
Okay, so let's define what elite means so we can use it in the correct context. Okay, elite, it is a noun. A select group, meaning more than one person, that is superior in terms of ability or qualities to the rest of a group or society. Now, let me give you some examples. No, I'm okay. Let me give you some examples. Okay, so
give me a black elite.
Okay, so he controlled the economical situation and also free trade. That is considered part of the elite. He had a monopoly with his group called the Americo-Liberian elites. They are descendants of freed African Americans. Oh no, hold on, no, shut up now. I'm giving you the breakdown, okay?
I'm asking, is that the name of the organization?
How does the definition apply to him?
Slow down.
You asked me the question. I'm breaking it down for you, okay?
Slow down.
Slow down for what? Why do you need me to slow down? Are you slow?
1 second. Are you slow? I'm asking a goddamn question for clarity. Bruh, shut the fuck up 1 second. I'm asking, was that the name of the organization? The Afro, what'd you say, Liberian place? What'd you say? What's the organization?
See, if you listen and try to remember, okay, so let me slow it down for you.
I'm asking.
You asked me the name of the group, okay? I'll repeat it for the gazillionth time. The Americo. Are you going to try to are you going to try to do your best to remember this time?
Are you shitting me? As many times I repeated myself, I asked you to repeat one little small thing you just said. All I asked you was yes or no.
The name of the
name of the motherfucker.
Group.
I asked you, was that
shut up and let me tell you? The name is called the Americo-Liberians elite.
That's what I asked you. You could have just said yes. You ain't have to do all that.
You asked me for the name.
Right. No, I didn't ask you for the name. I asked you, was that the name of the organization, the elite? You said you could have just said yes or no. You could have just said yes or no. That's all.
You didn't give me the name.
Liberian elite. Okay.
Americo-Liberians.
I got you.
Do you know how we call ourselves Black Americans? Why don't we just call ourselves just Americans? What's up with all this Black American talk? Why not just Americans? We're specifying ourselves, right?
These colonists. This is not an organization.
Oh my!
This is not an organization.
Fucking Christ! Jeez.
This is not an organization, bro. It's not. This is a social. This is this same shit. This is a term.
Listen, I'm going back to the point. Why did you call?
This is not an organization, bro.
Why did you refer to another Black American? Okay, let's move the goalpost.
Dominant group of Afro colonists and their descendants who control the Liberia in the 19th century.
I don't know. And this brother's trolling, man. Listen, I'm not gonna fault you, man, if you just trolling me. But in all seriousness, man, like all jokes aside. You knowing well, I identify myself as a black American. Why did you refer to me as a monkey, bro? Of all names to the great. Hell yeah, I am.
Like
nigga, do you know our fucking history in the States,
like
nigga?
A circus monkey, bro. Stop being a goddamn circus monkey.
And you had no problem saying, listen, any other Black American, I will refer to them as a monkey.
You still acting like a damn circus monkey too. I just stopped calling you that because you were getting triggered. But you still acting like a fucking
nigga, because that word come from white racist.
Right. Got it.
I guess you're a black racist. Right. You know, when you get triggered,
yes,
it wouldn't be too far-fetched that you'll call another Black American a monkey.
Why did you say this is the organization when this wasn't an organization?
I said an elite. The organization is the group of people that actually bought the colonies that felt a lot of sympathy for the freed blacks. Called the American Colonization Society.
Right. But you said the way you said this group of
why did you refer to another black American as a monkey, bro? That's wild, bro.
You said that like that was an organization,
and for the rest of the brothers on the panel, I can't understand why y'all don't feel a certain type of way. That is wild, man.
You still crying?
So
you still
the hell
crying?
Yeah, I am. Because that Dominican, what is his name? Some fighter. He called a black American a monkey, and everybody got on his case on the panel. I find that a bit strange.
Right.
So a Dominican, so another black American can refer to another black American as a monkey.
He didn't call you that because you.
Bruh, you about to call me a nigga, bro? Just go ahead and say it.
I was there. I'm the one who checked him when you wasn't saying shit.
No, bro, go ahead and call me a nigga, bro. Just go ahead, bro.
Remember? I'm the motherfucker who actually go back and rewind that tape, go back and pull up that footage and see who checked him when he said it. Go see who checked the motherfucker when he said it. Yeah. When you didn't say shit, but now you got a problem when I say it.
So you're saying that only you can call niggas monkeys? That's wild, bro.
When that Dominican said it, you ain't said shit. I had to hit the link and say something to him.
That's wild. So let's play your game. So only you can refer to other black Americans when you get in your feelings. You can call them a monkey. That's wild, bro.
I'm calling you a circus monkey.
I don't have any animosity towards the rest of y'all brothers on the panel, but y'all biased, man. Like y'all really biased, man. Like y'all still my brothers, but y'all biased though, bro. Y'all still my brothers though, but y'all very biased, bro.
Come on, my brother, help me biased,
because y'all ain't stand when this so-called brother, I'm gonna say brother. Y'all let him get away with calling another black American a monkey, and he said he stands on it. Y'all not giving him no pushback. Like, come on, brother, y'all gotta do better than that, man.
Why are you avoiding my question? Who checked that Dominican? Who checked him?
So you're saying that only you are allowed to call other fellow black Americans monkeys, bro? That's wild, bro. That's even worse.
Who checked him? Who checked that Dominican? Who checked him?
Who checked me from you calling me a monkey?
Why you not answering my question?
Being a black American.
Why you not answering my question? Why you not answering my question? Somebody checked him.
We got, well, minus you, we got 3 brothers on this panel besides you.
Who checked him?
And nobody checks you on calling another black man a monkey. That's wild, bro.
Why you avoiding my question, circus monkey? Why you not? Wow. Why you acting like a circus monkey and not answering my question?
You see how comfortable he feels calling another black man a monkey, bro?
He said what he said. Who checked him? Who checked him? Who checked him?
That's wild, bro.
Who checked him? Why you avoiding the question? Why you avoiding the question, coward? Why you avoiding the question?
I'm not avoiding. I don't know who checked him.
Who checked him?
I'm telling you, I don't know who checked him.
You remember he said it, but you don't remember who checked him.
Nah, we had a bunch of brothers on the panel that were talking at the same time.
Right. Who checked him?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? I don't know.
But that doesn't matter. You called another black American a monkey.
You don't know.
Now,
the fact that you don't know who checked him means you
brothers,
know that you didn't check him.
If a white man got in his feelings and called y'all a monkey, how would y'all feel about that?
Who checked the goddamn Dominican means you know that you
didn't check him. Hey, brothers.
You know that you didn't check him. So being that you didn't check him, let me remind you.
If a white man got pissed off of what you guys had said to them and called you a monkey,
that would be
how
me.
Would you respond to them?
Monkey, that would be me. But when I say monkey, you won't shut
I don't know why he's like yelling. My microphone is a lot louder than here, so I don't know why he's screaming the way he is.
When that said monkey, you was quiet as a fucking church mouse. That's what the fuck you was, and I had to come up here and
wait a minute.
But I called you a circus monkey.
Why are you trying to gaslight, bro?
Shut the fuck up, you coon ass nigga. You coon ass nigga. That feel better? Do that feel better, coon? Does that make you feel better?
He feels guilty right now.
How that make you
I keep pressing him about.
I'll call you a different animal. I will call you a different animal. Now you're a coon.
Bro.
Now you're a coon. Now I'll call you a different animal. How about that? You're a different part of the animal.
You mean a
kingdom
raccoon?
Now.
Is
You
that
are a
what you mean, a
different part of
raccoon?
the animal kingdom now. Now you a whole fucking coon.
Listen, brothers.
Right, exactly.
I need to get on
punk
y'all
ass
case, brothers.
ain't got
Listen,
no
and
smoke
this is
for these
y'all know I try to be
when
very
they say
respectful to
shit.
y'all.
All you got
But
smoke for is black people.
how are you?
All you
How
got
are you
smoke
guys?
for is black
How
people.
are you
I
guys
ain't never heard you
letting
check
him get
nobody
away
who
with
wasn't black.
him
I ain't
being
never heard you do
comfortable in
that
his
shit when that
own
Dominican was
shoes,
up there. When that
calling
Dominican was
a
up here, you
fellow
was very
Black
quiet.
American
You was
a
very
monkey,
humble. You let that
and be
Dominican
very
talk.
okay
You
with that?
didn't
Like,
talk over the
this is why I
Dominican.
say
You
that
didn't talk under that
I wouldn't say you
Dominican.
guys are
You
biased all the
up when he
time,
called
because
you
this
a
is the first
monkey.
time
But when I'm
I caught you
talking, you
guys
won't shut the
being
fuck up.
biased.
You keep
But
trying to talk over people.
I
You keep
rock with
trying to
y'all.
talk
But
under
like,
people. You don't got no respect for your quote unquote
yeah,
brother.
I mean, come on,
But
you gotta call a
these
spade,
motherfuckers are not
brothers.
calling you a
Like,
circus monkey.
how
You
are
can't
you
make
guys
this
okay
shit
with
up.
that, bruh?
You can't make this shit up. You can't. This motherfucking shit is disgusting. This motherfucker bow down to others, don't
Is
say
he
shit,
using the
and don't
tactic
say
to
a
continue
goddamn
to
thing. And
talk
they
to
don't
like
say shit
drown
with
out
nobody to
the
black
point that
people.
I'm
It's
making?
telling the ancestors. Talking about the ancestors was too scared to do this. And, oh, why they didn't do this? Because they wanted to be up under white people and all this other shit. This, that, and the third. Go
Oh
fuck
shit!
yourself.
Fuck.
Go fuck yourself. You want to be up under white people. You want to be up under white people. Where that punk motherfucker go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Don't run. Don't run. I ain't done cooking you. Punk ass motherfucker. When the Dominican came up here and said monkey, yeah, when that Dominican came up here and said monkey, you ain't say shit. You ain't say a motherfucking thing. Psycho hit the motherfucking link and check that goddamn Dominican. Cook the shit out of his ass. Cook the shit out of that spit. Go back and rewind the footage. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. How dare you bring up that motherfucking time when you a punk ass didn't say shit when that Dominican was calling you a monkey. You ain't say a goddamn thing. Psycho did that shit. Fuck wrong with you, circus monkey? And he didn't call you a circus monkey. He was saying you're genetically a monkey. Big difference. Same way if somebody calls you a nigger who ain't black, it ain't got the same connotation. Stupid motherfucker. The hell we talking about? Stop being a circus monkey. Stop performing. You're performing out here. Sound like an idiot. What else am I supposed to call you? Who else performs and sounds like a fucking idiot? A circus monkey. Stop performing. What the fuck is wrong with you weirdos? You gotta do all this because stupid ass motherfuckers don't know fucking history. I'm sick of this shit. Dumb motherfuckers. Give this sick ass, stupid ass feel good story. Can't define black elite. I'm like, define that shit. Ain't gonna sit up here and make it seem like he was a part of some group. That shit wasn't no goddamn group. What the fuck is that shit? I'm looking at this shit, man. This shit ain't nothing. This ain't about shit. That's just a slogan, a saying. Like black excellence. That shit ain't got no real meaning. That's just something motherfuckers say. Fuck is out of here, dog. Fuck is wrong with these motherfuckers?
Friday night. Freeze come out at night. It ain't quite night yet.
I knew I was going to crashing down that weirdo because he wouldn't shut the fuck up when I was trying to talk. This is what happens. That motherfuckers talk when they talking. You motherfuckers act like they got everything they say is motherfucking important and fuck what everybody else got to say. Who the fuck is you, dog? Motherfuckers weird. Weird ass motherfuckers, son. Got time for this nonsense.
That drain. When you crash that, you know it take energy out of you, man.
Stupid ass shit. Lost their motherfucking mind.
Yeah, I don't know how we went from where we went from to talking about Liberia and autoism and colorism and
yeah. I'm sitting up here trying to tell them like, yo, this is going on. This is this, that, and the third. Like, nah. All this whole mulattoes and black people all saw themselves as one. This, no, bro, no. We gotta stop this. We gotta stop this. No, that's not accurate. That's not historically accurate at all. At all. Especially in the 1800s. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? We are literally talking about mulatto slave owners over here in the 1800s. You have mulatto slave owners. I ain't talking about motherfuckers who went and brought back their families and stuff like that. No, I'm talking about owning the plantation. I'll drop names. I'll give you names. Don't play with me. Look at all this whole, they saw each other. No, the fuck they didn't. That's a lie, dog. That's a lie. Oh, how dare you call another black motherfucker a monkey, everything else? Well, I bet you praise W.B. Du Bois, who called Marcus Garvey a fucking monkey. What you talking about, dog? School you, son. You don't want these motherfucking problems. Some motherfucker just found out about Liberia. You shit me? You just found out about Liberia today. You just Googled it. Oh, yeah, that motherfucker don't know me. I'll be fucked up.
Okay. Yeah. My way to Polk. Man, about 50 miles away, man. 50 miles away from my destination. 50 miles
destination.
Away.
Leaving town?
Yeah, I'm going to I'm driving to Oregon. I'm going to go meet I told you the brother, Julian Brown, the black inventor. He's the creator of the plastiline, you know. He's able to convert the plastic from plastic to petrol, to gasoline. So he's coming out here to do illustration, not illustration, but a demonstration and show that it works and all that. It's tomorrow at 3:00. So I'm just, moving in advance. So I ain't gonna be trying to come out here tomorrow at this time because I won't make it. So I was like, let me go ahead and get on the road, man. And yeah. Mm-hmm. The fuck? I'm tweaking? Fuck my money, okay. Yeah, man. Go down here, get some, chop it up with him, man. Yeah, man. Get some.
You go to Portland?
Yeah, Portland. Yep. He's gonna be in Eugene and Portland. So I'm driving to Portland now. He's doing 2 stops. Eugene, Oregon.
Careful in that fucking state, racist ass motherfucking state.
Man.
I was just watching some shit on Oregon just the other day and shit. Racist ass fucking state.
Okay, for real. Man. Come on. Right about that. And that's part of the reason I'm coming out here. It's just, he don't understand. Like, this is, it was illegal at one point in time for black people to live in Portland, etc., and be subjected to lashes if the black people that were inhabited, that were here, were subjected to being lashed. Yeah, man, it's just Portland Oregon, very anti-black, definitely indeed.
Fucking weirdo blew my fucking eye. I got smoke again. I got roll up again. Fucking this stupid motherfucker.
He said, I gotta roll up again, man.
Yeah. I was feeling all right till this stupid motherfucker got his stupid shit. Asking him to chill. I'm like, yo, I'm about 2 seconds from going in on this motherfucker. He ain't gonna like this shit. Trying to calm that motherfucker down. He wouldn't shut the fuck up. This how motherfuckers get though.
Yeah. The Chicago trip, boy, that's gonna be a bug, boy. That's gonna be
driving. You driving to Chicago? You driving to Chicago? You flying?
Driving. I mean, yeah, I found out. I take a plane.
Like 2 days.
Yeah, it's shit, really, it's gonna take about. I would say it's probably gonna take
about 3 days. You probably gonna take it easy. You probably yeah. Don't push it, dog. Don't push it, dog. Take your time. Enjoy. When you make trips like that, the best thing to do is enjoy that shit, dog. I usually plan that shit out. It's been times I done made that trip back and forth from Jersey, Texas a few times. I'll plan it out like, okay, I'm gonna stop in Ohio tonight and this, that, third, wake up in the morning, go to the Hall of Fame, check that shit out, chill. And from there, I'm gonna try to make it to St. Louis by this time and do this, that, and the third in St. Louis. Then from there, boom, I'm gonna drive out, might stop at I don't know, wherever, I mean, just like I'll plan it out like certain destinations I want to hit by a certain day or whatever, just till I get there. Just so I ain't pushing it. I don't like having to push it though. I've done it, but I don't like having to do that shit.
No, I'm not. I don't got the mind frame like, oh, it's like, like it's not like I'm rushing. I got to get out there. No, I'm not in the mind frame of pushing it. Hell nah.
You want to try to enjoy it as much as possible.
Definitely. For real.
See, you say you take an 80. I know 80 takes you straight over or whatever. You
90,
80, 80, but that you would have to go out like by Cali, like
I'm going through Montana 80, though. I gotta go through long ass Montana.
Yeah, 80 takes you from like the Bay all the way over to here. It takes you from the Bay all the way to here. But it stops it. But it goes through Illinois too. It goes through Illinois. That's why I was wondering if you was taking 80.
Yeah, that's I know. Like I know. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to go through Illinois to get to Chicago. So I know when you get to Illinois, them that's it, just the sun, just them, I know them certain towns, and I don't want to, I'm on the main road, half a tank, fill up. I ain't finna be getting lost and none of that. Shit.
Yeah. You probably gonna end up on 80, but it's best to where you coming from. Yeah, you're gonna be driving southeast, and then you probably, if you do hit 80, it won't be until like damn near. Yeah. What is that? What state is this right here? Coming from where you at. Yeah, you're gonna want to. Well, it's the summertime, so you could drive up. You could drive straight across up north, but it ain't too much to see out that motherfucker. You ain't gonna see a whole lot going straight up north.
Don't be running up in no. He said, "Don't be running up in no hood with that little jewelry." I ain't gonna say nothing, man. Trust. I would just gonna laugh at that. That's all. Trust me. I ain't looking to go to nobody's hood, but. I don't, but yeah, I'm trust me. I mean, plus in Chicago, I'm good. I got too much family and stuff like that. Plus, when I move around, I move. You think I'd be moving my head around a lot? I'm really gonna be moving my head around a lot there. But yeah, I'm good. I'm comfortable. Comfortable, but also even more on alert. So. My bro was just killed, so that definitely got me just.
Oh shit! That's what you're going out there for?
I mean, I'm not going out there. I'm going out there to tap in with his side of the family, and not to really. I don't want to get into no detective shit because I know I don't want to. That's what I'm not going down there to be on some shit that people probably think I'm on, but I'm going down there to. My grandma's down there. I'm going down there to
just going to visit. Just a regular visit.
And find some type of closure when it comes to this situation. Not. In a negative sense, a whole negative sense.
Yeah.
Giving brothers a pass for calling them a monkey. That's wild.
You still crying over here.
That's
came
wild,
back up crying. Came back
That's
up
wild,
crying.
man.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that I did learn all jokes aside though tonight though is that brothers can be very biased on this panel though, man. No matter the situation.
I'm supposed to give a fuck about anything you say when you disrespecting motherfuckers about calling them brother. Get the fuck out of here, that fake brother shit.
No, right.
Get the fuck out of here. That shit.
Hey, I'm
just saying, like all jokes aside.
As a third party, you deserved all that, bro. And your whole contribution to this conversation has been cornball behavior.
No,
Matter of fact,
right.
like the fact that he called you a monkey is the least of what you could have been called. If I'm being
Right.
honest,
So what would you call me, a nigger?
because
I don't know. Wait. So
nah,
what would you call me, a
I call
nigger?
you a cornball. I call
No,
you a
but I'm asking. You
cornball.
said something way worse than a
A
monkey.
cornball. I'm
What's
telling you.
relevant to that? The next thing is a nigger. So was that what you would have called me?
No,
Man, it's too
worse than
Exactly.
that.
That's
No,
wild,
it's
bro.
much thing. No, it's much things.
That's wild, bro.
it's
I
too
don't.
early to be
This
But see, that's what I'm
is
saying.
why we have a lot of
It's not
differences,
wild.
bro.
Like this is cornball. Like this is cornball behavior, bro.
Like
Like
y'all
whining and crying.
co-sign
Y'all whining
certain
and crying.
dudes. That's wild. That's wild,
Yeah.
bro. Y'all
Nah, but
co-sign
see, hold
certain
on.
dudes.
You right. No, you right. You
Y'all gonna
100%
start
right, sir.
alcoholic
Hold on. No,
anonymous.
if we keeping it a stack, if we keeping it a stack.
You co-sign certain brothers though. You
No,
know
I'm
what's
explaining.
allowed
Hold
to
on.
be
Nobody's
said.
refuting that. Hold on. Nobody's refuting that. Right? Nobody's refuting that. Psycho has the credibility to cook your ass. Psycho has the credibility to call you a monkey. And niggas know, we know Psycho.
Why
We
not
know it
just
ain't
call
like
me a nigger?
we know.
I mean, that's a little bit
No, see,
similar.
but like
Why not just call
this
me
is the
that?
cornball. This is the cornball shit.
It's too
Well,
early to be
why
real
don't you call me a nigger? Why don't you call me that? You corny.
You're
And
corny. Like, come
what
on,
make
you
it
gotta put
even
some bass in
worse?
your voice, bro.
What make it even worse? What make it even
You're
worse is
corny, bro.
yes,
Put some bass
you're
in your voice.
extremely corny. You're extremely corny, and you can't talk to me about putting no
Who
bass in
says
my
that?
voice while you've been sitting,
Extremely
while
corny.
you've been
Like,
sitting
who
here
speaks like
bitching and
this?
whining, while you sitting here bitching
You
and
mean
whining
bitching
about,
and
oh my god,
whining?
he called me a monkey. Oh
Learn
my
how to
god, he
pronounce
called
words
me
correctly.
he called me a monkey.
You
Oh my
mean
god.
whining?
I don't see how y'all. I don't see how
You're
y'all
letting him,
arguing
Learn
be.
how to
you're letting him
pronounce
call
I don't
me
words
a
see how
monkey.
y'all sit up
correctly.
here
Hold
arguing
on,
be
guys. You're letting him call me a monkey? Oh my god, guys, you guys are biased. Oh my god, he called me a monkey. I thought you
He a
liked black
victim. He a
people.
whole victim up here.
I thought you liked black people. Oh my god, you might as well call me a
Do
nigger.
you
And you
hang
talking about
around
how niggas
black
talk?
folks in real life?
Do
Like,
you
all
hang
jokes
around black
aside.
folks in real life? That's why you don't have the credibility. That's why we sitting here letting him cook you. Cause for you, of all people, to be talking about who be
Cooking me
around black people and
by
who don't.
calling a fellow black man, a black American
Look,
man, a
yes,
monkey.
yes,
One of the most
yes,
racist terms
yes,
that good old white folks
yes,
use. That's
yes,
wild, bro. So
yes,
how different are you
yes,
from the
yes,
colonizer? That's wild,
yes.
bro.
Look, and this is what makes you a cornball. Oh, how different are you than the
Oh my
colonizer?
God, that
You
makes you
called
a
me a monkey.
cornball. So
You
just
called me a
so
monkey.
insults after insults. So
Yes, and we're gonna
cornball,
keep insulting you.
cornball.
And listen,
Give me
I'm worse than
something
Psycho.
valuable.
To me, what
Give me something
to me, you
valuable.
pussy. To me, I call you pussy.
Yeah, you
You a crybaby.
pussy.
You a
You
crybaby
cry
pussy.
baby. You're pussy.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah,
pussy.
yeah. You are 100%,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everybody's seeing it. So while you trying to reach out and be like, "Hey guys, are you gonna let him call me a monkey, guys? Are you guys gonna be biased and let him
We
call me
know
a
that's how you
monkey?
really speak. We know that's how
Yes,
you really speak.
yes. We're really
Stop
gonna
trying to
let
put
him
on
do
black
that.
scent.
We're really gonna let him
Stop
do
trying to
that.
put on black
We're
scent.
really, and see, that's the
Speak how you
thing.
normally speak. Stop
And
trying
that's
to
the
pretend to
thing.
put on black
Nobody
scent.
believes that. This is why you don't. This is why niggas let you get cooked. Because you say corny shit like this. Oh, you're putting on a black scent. You're putting on a black
Are
scent.
you
Oh,
are
stop
you
trying to sound
offended
black.
now? Wait, are you offended
No,
now?
you can't. No, you can't offend me. You a crybaby. Hold on.
Cry
And here's the
baby.
irony. Here's the irony. He's asking me, am I
You're
offended? And
a
he been bitching about
cornball.
being called a monkey for
You're a
15 minutes.
cornball.
He been bitching about being called a monkey. And he's asking me, am I offended?
Because unlike
But
your
he's
culture
bitching
ass,
about
I've
calling.
actually hung around black folks
Why
my
he's
whole
steady being
life.
Nobody, bro.
antagonistic.
Nobody believes you.
Why
Nobody
he's steady
believes you,
being
bro.
antagonistic the
Carlton,
entire time.
do
Nobody
you
believes you. Nobody
He's
believes you, bro. You
steady
calling me
being
Carlton?
antagonistic.
Nobody believes you, bro.
He's
come
steady
on,
being antagonistic
Carlton.
the
Come
entire
on,
time.
Carlton.
Nobody believes you, bro. Nobody
Carlton
believes you.
trying to put on black scent.
Nobody believes you, bro. Nobody. Like, watch this. Go ahead. Try that joke again and see the reaction you get. Try that joke again.
I don't need to.
This dude is very antagonistic. Then wants to play victim. This
No. Hold on, no. Psycho.
Play
Give it
victim.
listen. Hold on. He's trying to get some brownie points. Let's see if he can
Brownie
cook.
points. How?
Let's see if he can cook. Go ahead. Let's see if you can cook. Go ahead.
Nah, he's quiet. He only quiet when everybody else quiet. You start talking.
Pussy.
Carlton feels cool now.
Pussy. Oh, here we go. Here you go. Hold on. There you go.
Carlton feels cool now.
Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
You hear that? Carlton feels cool. Oh, come on now. You just sat up here and bitched about being called a monkey. You was in the back talking about you guys are biased. Stop playing, bro. Nigga, you have no credibility. Don't nobody think you super black. What the fuck? You think
You hear
your
that? Wait,
voice
hold on,
makes you say
wait. Hold on,
you
wait.
hold on, you think
You the
your
only one
voice
that laughed though. Hold on, wait,
you think
hold on,
your
wait. You
voice
hear
makes you
that? Hold on,
sound? Oh,
wait.
so
You hear
you want to
that?
be like me now?
Hold
You
on,
want to be like me
wait.
now?
Nobody
You want to
laughed
be like me
besides
now?
yourself.
You want to be like me now?
You
That's what you want
laugh
to do?
about your own jokes?
You want to be like me now? You want to be like Carlton?
Hell nah,
You want to be like Carlton? Is
hell
that what you
nah,
want to
not
do?
like you. Hell nah.
Oh, so what are you doing? What are you doing? When you had the
I'm
opportunity
being
to speak, you
myself.
bitched up. When you had the opportunity to speak, you bitched up.
I was
So
silent.
what
I
are you
let y'all
doing?
talk.
Yeah, you bitched up. Yes, you bitched up.
So
Yes.
being silent, letting other people speak is called bitched up?
No, you bitched up.
No,
What you did
you
is
are an
bitched up.
idiot, bruh.
What you did is bitch up. That's what you did. That's
So
what you
are you gonna
continue to
bring
do.
anything valuable to the conversation or just throw
No, I
insults?
came up here
I came up for
specifically
you to
to
get cooked. I came for you to get cooked.
routinely disrespect you. Yes. I came up here to disrespect you. I didn't come up here
You
to be like,
could
hey, let's have
have
a
listened from the chat.
intellectual conversation. Nope, I ain't trying to do that. I'm coming up here to straight call you a bitch. Straight up.
You okay?
Straight up.
You are a
Straight up.
bitch too. Okay, what else?
You are a bitch too. See? You a
You a suck
cornball,
ass
bro.
nigga.
You a cornball. Matter, and
you a
actually, I
wiener.
came up here.
You a Oscar
Watch
Mayer
this.
wiener, nigga.
Hold on, Dev, you on the panel, right?
Dev, you on the panel, right?
Because I'm trying to make sure that when I drop this bread, like we don't gotta wait, like niggas ain't gotta listen to you no more.
No,
That's
right.
really why I came up here. So when I drop this
Well,
bread, so
you
you
could have
can.
dropped that bread from the chat.
I don't know, Deb. Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on, let me. Nah, cause actually, let me see. Nah, he ain't sent it to me yet. Yeah, I'm just making sure that once I drop this bread, I don't gotta hear none of this.
You mean $10?
Bitch
I
ass
mean
whining,
$10. That's
crying.
bread. You old cheap ass nigga.
Drop
You call
this
that
bread.
bread?
Where you at, Dev?
Well, drop $10 so you ain't got to get dropped down. If it ain't bread, then you drop.
Nah, we'll see. Like, cause
Listen,
look, niggas be like, oh,
look,
$10, $10,
like,
and
bro,
then don't say nothing else. Just be in the chat.
we don't need your
Just
commentary, bro.
be in the chat. Just be, oh, $10, and then won't pay the $10 to get back on the
Cheap
panel.
ass nigga
Watch.
said that's bread. That
We gonna see.
nigga dropped $10. Say, yeah, nigga, that's bread. You
We
see
gonna
what I
see.
did? Oh, broke ass nigga.
All right, let's see. Why? Because I play the game. I play the game. Watch this.
Drop
this.
50. Drop 50, Carlton.
Watch this.
Why don't you drop 50?
Come on,
nah, we gonna see. We gonna see if he actually. We gonna see if he actually dropped 10. We gonna see if he actually dropped 10 to get back.
We want you to drop some money.
Because he talking all of this. He talking all this. He talking all this tough shit. Let's see. Let's see if once
Bruh, stop stuttering.
Let's see.
Just drop the bread. Stop talking. Shut up and just drop the bread. That's it.
Where you at, Dev? Oh, Marley already dropped it. That's 10 on your head right there. That's 10 on your head right there. And I'm still gonna drop 10 so we can double it up.
That's it? You old cheap
I'm
ass nigga.
gonna still drop 10. I just didn't want to waste my money dropping my money and then having to listen to your
because you cheap as fuck. You a broke ass nigga. Well, you're not even a nigga. You a broke ass Carlton, bro.
You a broke ass. You a broke ass.
You see, I didn't even want to drop my bread. Nigga,
That's what
$10.
I'm
You
saying.
old cheap ass nigga, bro.
Let me see. Where you at, Dad?
You are a cheap ass nigga. You didn't even want to drop no money, and then $10
Where you
is bread.
at,
You
Dad?
are a pussy cheap ass, no having ass nigga money.
Watch. Because we gonna see the nigga gonna stay in the chat. Like once this nigga get dropped, he's not even gonna drop $10 to get back on the panel.
So are you
He's
still
gonna stay in the
expecting to
chat.
pay more?
He gonna wait his
So are you
10
expecting
minutes.
to pay more than $10? Why are you on mute?
That's why I gotta get these keys.
Are you expecting to pay more than $10?
We gotta get these keys.
Why are you avoiding the question? I'm not on mute.
Cause you pussy.
Okay, you a
Ain't
cheap
nobody worried
ass
about
nigga.
it.
You are
yeah.
bro.
Where you at? Where you at, there?
Check the chat. Check the super chat. Whoever's there letting people up.
Actually it's 20 on his head now.
But that's
It's
where they
20
come
on
from
his
you,
head
though.
now.
Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah.
There you go.
See, you get
Niggas
quiet.
sent that
There you
man to
go.
Liberia. Niggas is wild.
Now we could probably have a
And
real conversation.
FBA's in Liberia, y'all.
Yaku said Damo
FBA.
maxes his cards out on Rodeo. Stop playing, bro.
Bro, that shit was cringe, man. That dude was up
It
here.
was
What was that?
super cringe, bro. It was super
Damn.
cringe. I'm
He
still dropping my $10 though.
asking him about what he's saying, and he just lose his mind. Like, yo, can you source that? Can you show? Like, what's the person name? Like, is that the name of the organization? Motherfucker losing his mind. Like, yo, what's up with you?
And then want to talk forever and don't say shit. My bad, Truth. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna tell Psycho real quick. There was no organization called the Black Elite or America or Liberian Elite. None.
I just looked. Yeah, I looked it up. It
You
was like,
know, Psycho. You know, I've done 10,000 videos on Liberia.
Apparently, I ain't watched none of them, Truth, because I just found out about Liberia today.
It just happened to be one of those subjects where you can ask Sabio. I'm not talking. So like
we all learned about Liberia today from him. We knew nothing about Liberia. Nah, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, but Savio, that's the whole thing that really caught my ear because he was sitting here putting his whole damn FBA spin in a fucking 1847, talking about a black elite in 1847. Not at an FBA, Truth. That's all I'm saying. Because the first thing I said was, where the hell is Truth Story?
So what it is, it's where academics label a certain thing, and then they'll identify that particular class as Black Elite. You can actually Google the title, Philadelphia's Black Elite. I think it's by Judy Winch, and she talks about the Black Elite of Philadelphia, the Richard Allens and the Absalom Joneses of the world and all that. So that concept about a Black elite is a phrase, for lack of a better word, that is used in academia. It's not like a group of people walked around and called themselves, "Hey, we're the Black elite."
Okay, well, Truth. Not to cut you off, brother. Respectfully, how does that line up with a generation? Let's say two to the fifth, 5 generations removed from Africa. When did you become elite? In 1847, and then you got a whole motherfucking white organization here in 1822 that started that initiative.
So the story, this is what I'm saying. Like, to be honest, it's a long story, and I'm not gonna, do all that.
No, man, that nigga was up here like 2-3 hours, man, freestyling.
It's the point of history that we didn't learn. It's unfortunate because a lot of the arguments that people have amongst the Woketopians today are the same things regarding do we go or do we stay. Now, the argument was so strong amongst our people. This is why it's a discredit that we don't learn about it in any fashion in our school books, is because it literally fractured the Black community over that question of do we go or do we stay. So much so that it broke up and ended our first Black newspaper called the Freedom's Journal. So anybody can go to archive.org and look through the Freedom's Journal, and you will see the arguments by our people in real time about do we go or do we stay. And the reason is because of the complexities of what the American Colonization Society was. All of our people wasn't down with it because it was an effort not to say, oh, you got this free homeland, but to get rid of the free Black people in America so they can continue slavery. Because the free Black people in America were the ones causing problems. Number one, you were looked at as motivation, and you gave hope to a people who you did not want to have hope at all. So if an enslaved person sees a free Black person, there is some hope there. That's the last thing you want to give anybody is hope. That's number one. Number two, when you go and look at who was responsible or who helped aid some of the rebellions and revolts, potentially in the ones that did happen, you're going to see that free Black people. Now, Nat Turner comes a bit later and was at 30 or 31, but Nat Turner was a free Black man, right? Denmark Vesey was a free Black man. Those type, David Walker and others, were free Black people. Those type of people were the people that they wanted to get rid of. In regards to the newspaper, when you see the Freedom Journal, you see John Brown Russworm, who was one of the editors, is the guy. I think Al came up here earlier and mentioned
Mississippi in Africa. There was a Maryland in Africa. These are all places in Liberia. There's a guy, Kentucky in Africa.
New Mississippi, New Kentucky. Yeah,
right.
yeah. But
Right.
let me interrupt you, bro, because I want to ask this question because you
Go ahead.
said this.
Go ahead.
You said you dude used the term FBA. They was FBA, and I just heard you use something synonymous with that when you say free Black Americans. So is the free Black Americans foundational Black Americans of today, or was them niggas just troubling? Okay.
Free
I'm
Black
just
Americans.
Hell nah.
Free Negro was actually a
designator.
It was a designation. So in law, even there were ranks that were like laws for free Negroes. So around the 1830s, in the same time, you'll notice that many of the state constitutions begin to change. And the problem is you start to see somewhat of an emerging free class. And so they were dealing with how to do that because you technically did not have the citizenship until, that's right, till the amendments came about 30 years later. So the free Black people lived under this alien status where at any moment, if you own property, they could come take it from you, or they could say things like sundown.
Truth. I hate to interrupt. I hate to interrupt. But this is exactly the point that I was making when I was debating Taz on whether or not being anti-immigration is can be B1 because they treated free Blacks as illegal immigrants. The initial immigration laws were like in terms of like rounding niggas up, keeping them out. Like even where you had like signs that straight up said like no Negroes, like no free Negroes, like y'all not allowed to come this way. You feel me?
controlling the
Like
numbers.
niggas would like you had sailors that would pull up and get and they would either like if they got off the boat, they could get locked up.
Okay,
they would arrest them.
Go slow. So now you're
okay.
Because you're going back to listen. I mean, I hope that's how it gets fun. You're opening up a can of worms. So now you were going from the 1800s and we're going back to the 1700s.
17, yeah.
Look at is Dad or somebody there where I could just show you the screen? Because it would be easier to show you exactly. Is there somebody there? Psycho, you can let me share it? Then I'll pull it up. Pause.
Go ahead, Truth. I got you.
All right, Deb. I'll do this real quick, Domo. It's just to show you because I like to show people. So now a lot of people will go back and I'll leave this up. Let me go here. So when we go to Abolition Society, right? And then we go to Pennsylvania, right? So you'll notice that the original name, y'all can see my screen? Anybody? Yes? No?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you'll notice that the original name for the organization is what, Domo? This is how we figured out. 1775, America is not America yet. Promoting the abolition of slavery. Makes sense. And for the relief of, this is 1775. Domo.
That's about 80 years before 1847.
Now, remember what you just mentioned because this is why. Because they were being unlawfully held in bondage, Domo, because that was meant for those sailors, free Black men, who were getting kidnapped. We're at 1775, and we're dealing with the problems of free Black people. Why? Because you're not a citizen and these things are happening to you. You understand?
Hey, wait, can I ask a crazy question?
Yes.
Well, go ahead.
Because we learn it as this and think it's only about our people who are enslaved. The trick is we're at 1775 before America's America, and we're talking about problems for. So you have
free Blacks.
So you have who existing before America's America. See, the ADOS and the FBA twist this and even the ABOs into some weird shit. But the reality is this is our story. And this is the part that's left out because Domo, going back to what you're saying, now this is what Prince Hall was fighting for. Prince Hall's important because he was fighting for those things in Massachusetts because he was amongst the sailor class, Boston being a major port city, see the connections of what's going on. So is Philadelphia. Those free Black sailors in the 1700s were getting kidnapped, the whole Solomon Northrop type of thing. And then being blackbirded and sent down south to be enslaved. So yes, it's because we had this alien status. That's why those amendments from here, look, almost 100 years later. So for basically 100 years, we are aliens, even for the free black people.
That's 5 generations removed. But can I ask my crazy question now?
Go ahead, man.
So from 1775 to 1847, could Prince Hall and them stack up enough paper to fund an expedition to go start a colony in Africa?
So Prince Hall, so I asked the Prince Halls and all of them, what's the biggest secret in masonry? And they all look, so I can't tell you that, blah, 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 blah. Well, the secret in masonry, and that most most Prince Halls don't know, and it's sad, is that the secret is that he had one of the first, because there was one before, Back to Africa movements. Prince Hall petitioned the Boston, you can look this up, you can go, everybody can Google it. It's called the Boston Plan. And he had.
I'm not gonna Google that, truth. Just tell me if it's plausible, bro.
I'm telling you that they were looking for funding to do it because.
Okay.
Yeah, they were looking to go back to Africa because they felt that they were not going to get a fair shot. Remember, these are free black people. Look it up. Boston Plan, Prince Hall. Everybody in the chat. I'm not just talking smack. This is real stuff. So this is why, and why Domo, going back to the way that the sailors in Boston were being treated. These are free black men now. These aren't enslaved people. And we're talking about the 1770s and this is going on. That's the problem. Early on.
Not 1847.
No, but that's what, so let's go, now we can speed back up. We're at 1827, the year our first black newspaper. Anybody remember the name I said? Anybody who watch my channel, they know this. It's
Freedom Journal.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Freedom Journal.
Very much. But
damn, Dale. Just give him an apple next time.
Now, if you go and Google John Brown Rustworm, you will see that he, one of the other one being Samuel Cornish, started dealing with the ACS. That's the American. Well, the black folks in America was like, nah, we not trying to go back to Africa for the most part. This is the meeting that the Abos twist to try to say, no, we always been here. We wasn't no African. See, we didn't want to go Africa because the community was divided. They were in support of people saying, hey, if you want to go to Africa, we with you. The first ship being the Elizabeth, and it left from New York in 22, maybe 20. But anyway, we'll support you, but we ain't going. Because the black folks majority saw the play. The play wasn't, we going to give you this liberated land so you could be free in your mother continent and all that. No, we need to get rid of you niggas so we can keep slavery going because you're the problem. That's the thing about it. So what happens, GA, you can see it in the papers. There were arguments and people switching, going on sides or whatever. So they stopped saying, as a people collectively, we are not down with the ACS's plan. Because what's happening is most of the mulattoes are writing home, begging that people, can they come back home? Do you really want me to tell this goddamn story?
No, tell it, man. But tell the truth. But just wait. Yeah. Just understand. I'm with the niggas that want to stay here.
Right. Most of us did. That's why we're here. But it's the same thing like what you have a few years ago with the return, the year of return. Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody supported it. That don't mean that I'm going. I'm down for, yes, go to Ghana, go get you some land and the elephant. I'm with all that. I'm not going. And this is
so basically supporting something doesn't mean you have to get down with it.
Correct.
And I think that's the main issue that the abos and these culture vultures are stuck on, because somebody say they're down with something, because some people might have agreed with some people going back to Africa or thought it was a good idea to go settle Liberia. Everybody had to do it.
Check this out.
No, but wait, hold on, True. Let me get a little context, because that dude, he romanticized the whole thing to make this, made it like this. It was a whole bunch
That's because he's ahistorical, GA. He's ahistorical,
well,
so his romanticization going to come along with it because he's so ahistorical.
Wait,
Once you take that into context, nothing else needs to be said about him.
I'm
just trying to keep it in context, though. That's all I'm trying to say, because he romanticized that to make it seem like they had this grand old plan, grandiose plan to go over to Africa, and it was the elite, and they was gonna go start a nation. We didn't even get to Africa yet, because I got some shit to say about what he said there too. But
Well,
go ahead,
we
True.
have so while this is going on, the paper breaks up. John Brown Washburn, like I said, sides with the ACS. If you look up Maryland in Africa, you will see that John Brown Rushworm was the person who ran Maryland in Africa. Well, Samuel Cornish was his co-editor. He had another idea. So you have colonization as one idea, right? Well, there was an immigration, not immigration, immigration, right?
Right.
There is something called the Haitian Immigration Society that comes up because the alternative solution, you have President Boyer, who was the president of Haiti at the time, coming to America, talking to those same free black people saying, hey, come to Haiti and we'll give you land and you can help develop our country. So free black people have two kind of choices if they're willing to go in those directions. Yes, some people did go to Haiti, but obviously that wasn't the main track, or more of us would have went. Yes, some people went to Liberia. Obviously, that was the main track because more of us would have went. So while we're dealing with whether Liberia and Sierra Leone is still in the play, because Sierra Leone is our people as well from the same damn plantations. So you technically had three options to get up out of here if you was gonna go.
Hey, can I just put a little math on there, since we do got the science fair coming up this weekend? So we're about 8 generations removed now, right? That's about, eight will be about 256 years. So we're about what, 200 years removed? Hello?
Yeah, you there? Go ahead. I hear you.
I'm just saying, are we about 200 generations removed? Not 200 years removed, about 8 generations removed from Africa.
From Africa? Yeah.
More than 200. More than 200.
Wait, hold on. By 1827?
Yeah, 1827. That's about 256
all right, so
years.
you're going from okay, I see what you're saying. You're going from 1619. Okay, yeah. So that's that. Yeah, you don't know Africa if that's where you're going.
Yeah, that I'm just saying.
Okay, so here's the thing, and this is what I always pose to people to muddy the waters. I'll go quick. You are Nigerian. They snatch up a Congolese woman. You have a baby, but you're in South Carolina. What's that baby?
Bro, you know I went to public schools, man, so don't ask me.
Okay, so now that I'm gonna show you how the problem comes in after the first generation, because you don't know what that baby is. The baby Congolese or Nigerian, but it was born in Charleston.
Right.
That's the first generation.
That's the problem right here. Yeah, this is the issue.
That's the first generation. That's off the boat, bro.
Right. So that's 1649 you talking in.
No, I'm saying, okay.
At what point did this person become FBA?
Right. No, what I'm saying is,
I don't know, psycho.
Where you going home? You off the boat. You were born in Charleston. Mama's a Congolese and daddy's a Igbo or something. Where's your home? Where's your go back to Africa?
Right.
That's the first generation. And then now the Congolese had a baby with the Igbo, right? Well, that kid goes somewhere else, and now you're in a population that's mostly Mandi down in Charleston. Now, what's the kid that they have?
I don't know.
2 generations in, and you talking about where is that person say I'm gonna go back to Africa? Where you going when you made a second generation of 4?
Where you going back to? You don't know. Yeah,
that's 1660 something. Keep going.
That's what I'm saying. What are you? So it's cute when we go, yeah, look what we do now. Oh, I'm 6% Igbo and 2% this. Right. So what you gonna do when you go back to Africa? Cut up your body partner percentages? Okay, I'm gonna put a foot over here and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's crazy when you start looking at it that way. That's why it don't make sense. The whole
we're on amalgamation.
We gotta go back to Africa and everything else. Like which part?
So Prince Hall asked if anybody did the Boston plan to go to the western part because it was warmer climate and better for us. He never named the place because the reality is they knew, our ancestors knew. Listen, man, like what you mean? Like where am I going? If I tell these white people come over here and sit 1780 and say, okay, we're gonna take you back home, where are you going?
That shit crazy. They're like
different nations.
If you're not the person that directly came from Africa, you have no desire to really go back. unless you somebody
here's
that
the case.
directly
Or
from
let
there.
me just say this real quick, GA. So now you got like popular. The one I could think was two. In America, we got around the Dismal Swamp in that area, and also amongst the Gullah Geechee, right? Other than that, you got the Caribbeans, and I'm saying this to this. So you got more of a likelihood of you being more of quote unquote the same thing in isolated populations like that, right?
So true. Let me go and just rationalize it there. So that's like saying some shit like my mama folks from California and Texas, and then my daddy folks from New York and Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Some and probably even a little further disparity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
But then you say, okay, yo, GA, you going back home. Where's that?
Okay, I can't do all that. How much time I got?
Saying though, I'm going back home now. Now, mama from here, daddy from here on one side, and like you said, like we're home where? And you come from nations that I mean, like I don't want to say tribes, but you know what I mean, not countries per se,
A
but
whole
nations.
people. Yeah.
Right. And that gets mixed up fresh off the boat. In some cases, you might be a Mandy man, and they got a shit. I don't want to use this, but you understand they got a whole bunch of our people, and you end up with a Mandy woman. Okay, your baby is a Mandy, cool, but guess what? Yo, that baby was born in Roanoke.
God damn. Wait a minute. Roanoke, Africa or Roanoke, Virginia? Which
Virginia. You see what I'm saying? So then the baby says, yes, this is why when you look and when they developed the Free African Society in the first one or two sentences, I forget, it tells you and it accounts for that. They knew it was for African people and their descendants. So they already by then were saying we are descendants from Africa. We are not African. They're already saying this.
Because they stopped bringing slaves over from Africa in 1808.
1808.
So anything after 1808, if you was born, you automatically from here, right? Unless you was somebody like I said that came directly from Africa. But by 1820 something, which I believe I was talking about, anybody born around that time, they don't know nothing about no Africa.
Right. So when it does it, and you have this thing, like it in theory, it sounds like they're well aware from West Africa, like they still slave, like they know all this stuff. It's not some ignorance. It's more of like
they might have heard some stories from their pops or so their mother or something.
Yeah,
but that's
I mean, Harriet Tubman, she talks about like hearing stories when she was young. Frederick Douglass, in his books, talks about the Obia Conja dude on the plantation. Like they're still there and coming, but let's take Frederick and Harriet, anybody else. Like their mama's right here in the ground. Their grandmama is here in the ground. Maybe even their great grandmama's here in the ground. Where's home?
Right.
60 years.
Mama right here.
We talk about amalgamation of tribes too. Like this ain't all the same tribe. And
Right.
remember,
So that goes back to my example.
They wasn't going off regions in Africa. It was going off tribes.
Right. So that's why I try to make it the clearest example. Like just take any like disparate group. Take the homie person having a baby with whatever. Malian person, Mandy. After that, once that happens, that child is something brand new. And the reality is a Mandy having a baby with the Congolese, it's probably highly unlikely if we were still on the continent.
Yeah. Okay, so it was elite a mindset at the time, or is that just
It was yes, the free Negroes, yes, but it was a matter of like these people are embracing freedom and it's a new class of people. So they're trying to negotiate their rights and livelihood and customs and culture and the whole bit. Like, how do you negotiate freedom? What are we gonna do? Build huts and act like we're in Africa? We ain't Africans.
okay? Well, okay, wait, because see, I'm finna damn shift gears on you, truth.
Yeah.
So elite compared to who?
No, elite compared. That's a great one. Elite compared to the others of your ilk. It wasn't compared to the white folks. It was compared to the others that look like you.
Right.
Okay, so wait, so going let me add on to this then, and going back to Domo's earlier point, because immigration was used as a control mechanism. Hey, let's keep the numbers down. I don't care where them niggas from. Let's just not let too many of them get the upper hand on us. So there's still a control mechanism in place to manipulate the population, so to say, just for
That
lack of better terms.
that comes from history that Psycho through I don't know he between the what he said cooking he was doing he was right though. So by virtue of those mixed race mulatto whatever y'all call them people having a white daddy, you have access to what you have access to a skill you could have likely gotten to have literacy and not in all cases Psycho but in some cases some type of inheritance. So that
Yeah,
puts you amongst your peers and people a step ahead when you realize that most of them can't read. Most of them, if they're field hands, don't have any real skills outside of labor. And I don't mean to make it like, but you understand what I'm saying? Nothing like trade skills, for lack of a better word, outside of labor. So now you have these class of people who are mixed race and trying to navigate this, but have access to this, that, and the other. And so, yes, it happens in Haiti, happens in Africa. They're like, oh, no, we're not them necessarily. You get what I'm saying?
Who is them?
Them being them niggas in them fields, like Psycho's trying to say. I'm trying to be nice
Okay.
about it.
No, man. Hey, man, you gotta
Them
make
niggas
that
over
plain,
there, the new
man.
niggas over there.
Okay.
So when you look at going back to John Brown Russworm, who starts the paper and ran Maryland in Africa, you will also go and see. You can look him up. He is either first or second person to graduate. The person of African descent to graduate from college, Bowdoin College up in New England. Bowdoin, if people want to look. So this is what you're dealing with, right? These people are the first this and the first that or whatever, and this access that's building. Everybody loves calling me a coconut, yo. So yeah,
Well,
you'll
we
see
ain't
that.
even got to that part yet because there's some coconut stuff that came in there, but then we had to go all the way back to the beginning of the original colonizers before. Yeah.
But we don't like this is I swear to y'all, man, because if you really got into the Liberian story, like it's such a disservice to us. Like they didn't give us even a paragraph in a book. Like we don't learn anything
No
about Liberia.
truth, no truth, bro. Bro said a whole lot of shit. He was up here for a long time freestyling truth. And if you look at the southeast United States, that was Spanish and French, and that was that whole Creoles came in there, and then he even brought up Sierra Leone. That's a whole creolized people. That's really the same people that probably end up in Louisiana. I don't know, but I'm
No.
just
So
saying.
Sierra Leone, hold on. Sierra Leone is
Mhm.
your family too. Those people came from the plantations here. That's what I'm saying. So when after the Revolutionary War, when the British get kicked out, the ones who fought for the British, those become the founders or the first peoples of who found Sierra Leone. They come from the plantations. That's our family, like legit. Like yeah, they was in Virginia and South Carolina and whatever. Yeah, from here.
But they was okay. I'm trying to say that they was creolized from the beginning. They was part of the
No,
process on the
not
okay.
necessarily.
Well, go ahead
The
and fix
reason
me, bro.
the reason that they call Creole is the same reason because white folks were called Creoles first. It just means that you're born outside of the mother country.
Right.
That's what it means.
I
So
agree.
by the Sierra Leone people, like if you can go, they call the Creole people to this day only with the K. That's why they will
Yes.
name or label or come under that Creole thing, right? Because you're born. This is your country now, but you were born outside of that or whatever. That whole type of thing or whatever. That's how they rationalize people
That's
being
how it
Creole
initially
people.
started. Yeah.
So, because the thing about Hamilton and how the Hamilton play was, and the rappy stuff, well, there was notions that Hamilton, since he grew up in the Caribbean, had some blackness in him somewhere. Pause. Right, and I think he was called back then at some points even Creole.
Okay, I'm going real fast because I'm gonna probably have to pop out and pop back in. So, what about the Creoles here? Because the southeast
Well,
you had some people.
The golf. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The golf. Yes.
That gets tricky because, like you say, that's under that Catholic class. Those Criollos were actually those Spanish people who were Catholics, yes. But then when you have that Haitian class after, the mulattoes start having issues and they come to Louisiana, all that, right? Then they implement their caste system, if you will, and that's where you get Jean de Couleur, right? And those
But
are the
that's
laws.
the Ponce de Leon and the Soto now. They was down here running through the woods of the South while Miles Standish, I don't know who the hell was doing
Nigga said
Virginia.
Miles Standish.
Whoever Henry Hudson and them was doing their shit over there on the East Coast. You had Ponce de Leon and Fernando de Soto doing their shit down south.
Hold on. But you also had an African because you have Estebanico, your Esteban, who was going with them.
But
right?
Florida was Spanish territory.
Yes, yeah.
But
them niggas was in Alabama and Mississippi too, psycho. That's all I'm saying, man. Them damn Spaniards was.
Yeah. No question. That was all, and we don't learn about that in school. Now, why? Anybody know the trick behind that? Why we don't learn about that?
But see, truth, we get that.
Put us on.
Why don't we say it again, psycho?
I said, put us on. Tell us why.
So we don't learn about that because America is what type of religion?
Christian.
Let's get specific. What type of
Christian? Judo? What judo? What they call it?
Not judo. America is a Protestant country.
Oh, not the Protestant work ethic. Let's not do that, man.
No, that's what we are Protestant. Yeah,
we are 100% a Protestant country.
That's in the Constitution, Price. If you think he just talking,
but that's because the British won at the end. At the end, the British. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening.
So look at the places that we're talking about. Are they Protestant areas? No, they're Catholic.
Exactly.
Louisiana, all that are the French and the Spanish who are Catholics.
Mm-hmm.
This is why they're not really included in the American story that way. And we rarely learn about, we get older and realize,
the 13 counties, the 13 counties stop right there, Florida too.
Right, but we learn. Look, Michael. We learn like, oh, damn! I didn't know it was people out there. We get a little bit of some French and Indian War, something going on in that way.
Yeah, we ain't learned a whole lot about Florida history in school,
right? Or Mississippi.
Oh, really?
No,
see, we got all that shit. We didn't get that whole Henry Hudson.
We learned a smidgen about Florida history, but not really. We learned about those 13 counties. That's what we learned about.
Okay, see, we got the reversal then, psycho. We got the reversal of that because they call these motherfuckers mercenaries the great explorers. And how they came and fought the savages and all that type of stuff.
But what I'm saying, Jay, you're gonna.
That's because that's where your location is. Because manifest destiny affects you a whole lot more than it affects us, right? Like so.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna get into. And let me not speak for you because y'all actually went. But you're not. I would think you don't get into the details of what the Spanish did with this. You asked the Spanish were here, but somehow you might speed up to the Louisiana Purchase and start talking about Louisiana history from that point.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
They hurry up to that handoff to British control. Yes,
the Protestant takeover. Once the Protestant take over, now we can include them in the story. Is what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's how it played out too. You're exactly right.
Ebony, once again, I'm not saying you don't learn about
we're not saying you don't learn it in Florida. We were saying where we at up here, we didn't learn a lot about Florida history that much. We knew a lot about South Carolina history, North Carolina history, Georgia history, Virginia, Jersey,
the whole 13 colonies. Yes,
the 13 counties. That's what we really hyper focused on up here.
Right, which are the 13 Protestant colonies.
Right.
So that's why like that, and we get cloudy and we can't put the pieces together because we don't really get that to understand. Like, it was the Spanish is here, they was doing all this stuff along Mississippi and Florida,
Alabama, Georgia.
Alabama, right?
Well, they probably was fighting over Georgia. That's because that was supposed to be the buffer
Well,
between.
they wasn't. No, they wasn't fighting over Georgia because that was, like I say, that's the Great White Experiment that failed because they weren't supposed to have any Africans at all. That was supposed to see, no, the white folks can do it on their own, and to stop the runaways from South Carolina to go to freedom in
Florida.
That's right, Florida. So that's why Georgia sits in between the two, because at the time South Carolina was the big money maker for the colonies, and you can't have these Spanish, these Catholics, because that's what it was about, not so much.
It was about
Spanish.
religion. It was. You're
Right.
right. It was about religion.
It's always been anti-Catholic. Yeah.
And so it's part of the Oglethorpe plan and others to do that. So how do we do that? Well, we'll take these people from these workhouses of England and the convict servants, and we'll put them there, and basically they'll be the slave catchers. So if any of these people try to run away from South Carolina, we can catch them. So for the first either 10 or 15 years of Georgia's history, they don't have slavery.
And then they said, "Man, we need some niggers."
I gotta pull a left. They begged, DA. We cannot do it without the niggas. Georgia begged, begged. They wrote letters to the to the British, whatever, politicians or whatever, like, yo, please, we need some Africans to exploit you. We cannot do this. Facts. Because what they end up doing, they have some type of plan where they began renting slaves from Charleston, right? And this is how I show people to look at it. So you do that, and that's how they start building up until the laws change. This is why Charleston is the main place, right? Well, they tried to do a mirror of it in Georgia, GA, and where is the mirror of Charleston? The fake Charleston.
Savannah?
Thank you very much. That's why Savannah's like that, because that history is there. Those are the people who could get a few dollars, get a few Africans, and do that. And now we want to mimic the elite, there goes that word again, of Charleston by doing, mimicking them in Savannah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. So where does elite come into play in 1847?
Ain't nobody calling no damn elite back then.
Okay,
elite meant free Negro.
No,
we ain't gonna hang your ass
okay,
tonight.
I'm just saying, 1847, man. Who was elite in 1847? Looking over your damn shoulder every 2 steps.
You getting kidnapped from being free. Literally, you can look at the state constitutions. You'll see between roughly 1830 and 40 something, all of them changed to start including laws with how to deal with the free Negroes.
12 years a slave.
State constitution. Oh no, free Negroes cannot do this. They must leave the state. They cannot own property. They cannot do this. They cannot do that.
Wait a minute. Are you representing state sovereignty right now, sir? Is that what you? I'm just saying. You mentioned it.
No, what I'm saying, this is what the states were doing because there was no federal oversight. This is why we lean so hard, even to this day, on federal oversight. This is what the civil rights and Mississippi burnings and what you're asking for at the end of the day. Hey, feds, you got to help us because the states are destroying us.
I hope y'all hear that in the chat there. You got the New Yorkers talking about states' rights. That's all I'm saying.
Yo, Blackground, he say he live in Montclair, a psycho?
No, he lives in Trenton.
Oh, okay. I was out there last night. I was like, yeah.
Montclair?
Yeah.
Fuck you doing out
man? Them damn mushrooms, psycho. You wake up where you wake up.
Actually, I just put in the chat. I got my fresh batch. Well, yes, I went to Montclair and I watched the game out there last night.
Montclair State?
Nah. My boy lives out there.
This is a college town. Montclair is a college town.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So we tried to go out on, I forget the main strip right there, but it was dead last night. But I think it's just because the colleges had graduated like that week, and plus it's Memorial. You know, them people got a little
Everybody
bread
went
out
home
there.
for the weekend. Yeah, everybody went home
And
for
those
the weekend.
people, they go and open up the summer house for Memorial Day and all that. Not really there. They at the shore or whatever the fuck they go. You know what I mean? But yeah, yo, I became
So
an
that was about 30 minutes, and I guarantee you nothing has been unheard from what that dude said over the last 2 hours, other than him being mad that Psycho called him a monkey. But
yeah, he mad at me, lose his freaking mind.
but
So
I
yeah, he
appreciate
wasn't
that.
talking about nothing.
Not a damn thing, Psycho. That motherfucker, and he gets worse every time.
But the thing
He
is,
won't let people talk. It's like, bruh, I go to talk and he just keeps going. Like, bruh, now be quiet, let him finish. Then I'll go to talk and he starts talking again. Like, bruh, that is annoying.
No brevity.
You didn't catch that he was Googling? I know you caught that though.
Yeah, he was. That he only let you talk so he can go Google some shit to retort with, and then.
Oh, here go Taz
Yeah,
about to curse
real
somebody
quick.
out in 30 seconds.
Your
Go ahead,
boy,
Taz. Get it off, Taz.
your boy is the Montclair goat too. Yogi Berra is from Montclair, and they love him out there.
Yeah,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who isn't somebody from Hoboken too? One of them Yankees or something like that? No?
Not off the top of my head. I know Yogi Berra is like the goat out there. Like he died living out there. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I thought it'd be more stuff going. It wasn't last night though.
Yeah, like I said, kids went away for the weekend.
Yeah.
So here's the problem, fam, with what y'all got going on right now.
Oh, here we
Good
go.
afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you this evening?
Yeah, how you doing, good brother? Golly.
Yo, so here's the problem.
Nah, I'm talking shit. What's cracking, man? What's up with y'all?
What's going on?
What's up with it?
What up?
Wait a minute. If Taz about to damn advocate for new liberty, definitely start rolling the tape.
Wait. I gotta go catch the weed spot. Let me ask y'all real quick though. That's not a thing. There was never called New Liberty. That's some bullshit. Like I don't know where that came from.
Well, that's my little nigga name. My little nickname.
The guy kept saying New Liberty, and I was kind of like, where's he getting that
from? I wasn't listening. So what's New Liberty?
It was he kept saying it for like somehow like Liberia was at some point called New Liberty, or that was never called that. Never. And black folks didn't use that as no term called it New Liberty.
No, well, wait, I didn't hear him say that. Truth. That's something I
did.
started interjecting in the chat. Okay, my bad. Then I
you
fall
weren't
back.
even up there. You weren't even up. He started saying
here. Blue.
No. What's his name? By
Curious.
Curious George.
Curious Mind.
Curious Mind.
You can tell you history from like Tariq Nasheed type shit and everything else. He listened to a lot of that BS.
He said they was FBA. That FBA started New Liberia.
Harping over this FBA stuff. Yeah, he kept. I'm like, yo, it was chill.
And that's kind of what triggered me.
The thing is, he went about it the wrong way because John Jenkins Roberts, although yes, he went like that, he picked the wrong one. That mulatto class. It's a complicated
thing. Say that FBA created Liberia, I wouldn't completely disagree with that. I think there's an argument could be made there.
The ACS created Liberia, though.
Yeah, the American colonies. 20 years before, he's claiming 1847, and the American Colonization Society started in 1822.
Yeah, and it started by Reverend
They
Finley.
built it up. I wouldn't say they created it. They built it up.
Niggas over there, right?
Well, see, that's the thing, though. They were basically recruiting early because Negroes were either way. They weren't necessarily down with it, even from the beginning, because what Finley was doing. And then the government had actually put money into the program, and they started to do it. And then, so what happens real quick, the black folks was getting money from Lewis Tappan and Jared Smith, who were like some rich folks, whatever, and they were giving the money, whatever. So they started trying to convince the black folks with influence, like, yo, y'all might have your best shot at Liberia. So the black folks started pushing back, like, hell no, whatever. So then the white folks who was down with them start changing and say, yo, no, Liberia is not a good idea. Why, Taz? Because the mulattoes were going over there. And when me and Rob won't have this, I never did the video of this, but they have archives of these people writing back home, begging so we could come back home, saying that, yo, my wife died of malaria and yellow fever. You know, once you got off the boat, they put you in a pen. Once you got to Liberia, they put you in a pen, so you could get basically seasoned again, and if you got yellow fever and all that other stuff, you get isolated. So if you die over there. You know that, right? Fresh off the boat. You're not going to get your hut and your accommodations. You going in the sick pen for a while. This shit was not what
No. Well, I'm on bro to go. I do want him to go, but
go ahead, Taz. I ain't mean to interrupt you, man. Go ahead.
No, I mean I don't have much to say because I don't agree. I mean I don't disagree with putting the ACS as the quote unquote founders, but I mean I just wanted to make sure that it is a fact though that they did send niggas over there though.
100%. The Elizabeth was the first ship that left from New York. 100%. Here's the problem that gets further in this. Here you go, Psycho. But I don't. Well, I don't think I heard you mention it. The problem with the mulatto thing is mostly highlighted. But well, this used to be in the woke community. It's not anymore. But they yell at Blyden didn't like the mulattoes either. Well, if you know about
mulattoes, bro, hold on, because it's something I miss here. What did Psycho just say? And you keep mentioning mulattoes, bro. Wait, what's going on?
Well, from what
that's what he kept saying.
I'll let Psycho say. I came in late too.
That was his argument. Okay.
Yes, he kept arguing that.
We was having a we was having a back and forth. Dude came up here, was praising Liberia and everything else, and he was talking about the foundations of Liberia and everything, and he kept talking about the quote unquote black elite that was there and was welcoming all the niggas that come over to Liberia. Now, you know, and somebody had mentioned how these were mulattoes, and I was like, yeah, they was, and I was like, these black elite that you represent is mainly mulattoes that you're talking about, and then I just spiraled out of control from there.
So
actually, it was already out of control, but it really went up.
Look, I gave it to Corey, and I gotta find. Just Google Blyden and mulatto problem. Where is that mulatto problem? Well, Blyden went over there. He tried to become president. He tried to maneuver in a society, and he was not of the same pedigree, meaning that he was a very Negroidian face person. If you ever seen a picture of Blyden, right? So
that's crazy, bro.
Well, you know, I get racist.
But truth,
hold on,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just must say this real quick. So Blyden has a problem. He can't maneuver into that particular class, right? He becomes a Mason, and that still isn't enough for him. Why? Because he's not mulatto. So he begins to have a problem with it, and that's where you start to see the writings of his problems with mulatto. Here's the kicker: Blyden's first wife was that's right. He was a mulatto. So he was like, damn, even though I married one, I still can't break into this. So he goes back and forth between Sierra Leone and Liberia trying to get some power.
Mulatto, didn't Blyden, Edward Wilmot Blyden, that's who you talked about, right? Thank you for the information you gave me on him. He did marry a mulatto, right?
The first wife was. So Big Ups put something in the chat. I'm going to bring it full circle. Jehuda Ashman is one of the key developers of Liberia. Well, guess who knew Jehuda Ashman? Blyden. Because Blyden grew up where he grew up, I think it was St. Thomas and one of them St. Coconuts, on a place is called Synagogue Hill.
I think it was St. Thomas or St. Corey, one of them saints. You right.
Right. So he knows Ashman from back then, and Ashman is the one that told him, because Blyden was trying to go to America to go to theological schools and
seminary.
He kept getting rejected. And so Ashman told him like he could go, you know, he should go over there to try to mess with Sierra Leone, I believe. And he bounces back and forth between Liberia and Sierra Leone trying to get power, but he can't because of the mulatto problem. That was the main point in saying that.
So are you saying?
I'm going to the weed spot. That's what I'm saying. Quick, hurry up.
Are you saying Blyden added to the pseudo problem?
No, what I'm saying though, he's a clear example of showing you in real time this quote unquote biracial mulatto problem amongst that elite that they were discussing. That's like a real time, real life example.
Oh yeah, that was real. Yeah, definitely.
Hey, and Taz, before you present your argument, let me give you one more thing that bro said, because he tried to say,
I don't have one.
Okay.
What?
Okay, I just want to say, I know you like to come in and be bro controversy sometimes, or present the other side.
with some shit that I give a fuck about, bro.
I kind of figured you didn't, but he did try to say that these jokers brought traits of governance from the states and tried to implement it there. He talking about niggas coming up, putting up fences and parceling land amongst the natives, and that shit was getting torn down because they weren't respecting their picket fences.
That did happen. He was that part was right. Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah, it did happen, Psycho, but he was trying to present that as they was bringing some superior style of community or governance, and it was being met with
you gotta remember these was elite Negroes.
They was trying to colonize the area because
exactly they was trying to impose their will on the native people that look like them. Is all I was trying to get at.
Y'all gotta remember these are the elite Negroes.
Yeah, they are elite Negroes. You're right, Sabio. He did say they elite Negroes.
Oh shit, elite Negroes in 1847. That shit is insane. But you know,
elite Negroes. 18. That's just crazy.
Elite.
I can show you pictures of these elite, quote unquote, Negroes he keep talking about, which is triggering the hell out of me.
Yeah, that's one of them stories you had to be here, bro. But he wasn't telling it right. That's all I'm saying.
But again, free GA, when you listen to these ahistorical ass romanticizers, what do? They try to take whatever history they do know and blend it in with their feelings and what they believe. So it doesn't matter how accurate it is, as long as it sounds good. It doesn't matter how factual. Like he was
That's
right that Pasadena was an hour away from Mexico.
Yep. Yeah, no, you're right, Sabio, because all he did was I don't know if he had a source from the 1840s, but somehow he ended up in the 1900s. That's so I was like, okay,
he ended up in the 1900s.
In and out of stuff like, yo, 1 minute we talk about this, then we talk about that, and then he'll reference America, and then when we go to reference America, he'll be like, no, I'm talking about Liberia. Like,
yeah, he did that a lot, Psycho. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Like, you all over the place, bro. Like, where are we right now?
So that aspect of a conversation is called shifting. He's not shifting the burden of proof. He's just shifting the conversation to an area where he's more comfortable at. Right. He's freestyling. So if he says something about America and he knew you were going to counter it, once you started countering it, he'll move it back to Liberia because he's trying to do what? Shift it back to what the conversation originally was on, even though he brought up a different topic.
Yeah, even though he the one who keep bringing up America, and then when I address his American points, like, no, I'm talking about Liberia. Then why'd you reference America?
Yeah, he a black weaver. He be weaving like Trump.
Yeah, he did that a lot. He did it a lot. Oh, that's the Cliff Notes, bro. What say ye? But we already know you don't care. So
yeah, I don't fuck with that, bro. That's too far back for me to be arguing about.
You started arguing about Reconstruction too.
Yeah, I wish I'd have been. Now I argue about that all fucking day.
I think that was just his introduction.
He started off with Reconstruction, then we ended up getting into Liberia.
Now, how did Reconstruction in Liberia line up? Or did he just weave his way to Liberia?
He
just weaved his way to Liberia?
We start talking about one thing and it just ends up going into one place and then we get stuck there.
No. And I thought the discussion sounded more like the Negro problem argument. And just whatever the discussion was, what did we do with them if we let them go or whatever?
About presidents and at that time, and I think we saw Andrew Johnson. That's what we were talking about. We talked about Andrew Johnson and whether or not, I think it's coming back to it, whether or not Andrew Johnson. Somebody was saying it was a choice or something, and that was triggering me, and Domo was getting triggered off that shit. Some motherfuckers make it seem like he said was that the best choice for black people? was that the best choice of black people? It was like that wasn't a
As
choice.
if we had a choice.
Yeah,
right? Like you know what's crazy about that? It's like when you talk about that time when Andrew Johnson became president. Like, when did black men get the right to vote?
At that time.
Yeah.
1866.
1870.
1870.
66.
66.
I thought it was
But
1870.
Yeah, go to the act.
Yeah,
the Voting Right Act was passed in 66, you're right. But it wasn't initiated around till what, 1870 in most places?
No, because that's when the Congress came. You had really the first Civil Rights Act then.
Right.
The problem was they didn't have all the rights set in place. You don't even have the 14th Amendment in place, but you have the right to vote.
Right.
Okay, that's okay.
14th and 15th came about.
But when all that like drug deals behind the table, it was some concessions to the Dixiecrats, and then it was some concessions. The Republican Johnson made a lot of moves and concessions. You know, he gave land back and just a whole lot of shit. Forgave a lot of stuff. Between 66 and let's just say 70, it was a lot of backdoor drug deals, lack of a better term, that went on to move forward for them.
It just, like I said, it depends on how you look at it. Again, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was supposed to be that, but then you come with the 15th in 1870, and even still those Reconstruction Acts don't lead to much, which is why you have the 1875 Civil Rights Act, which was later vetoed. So I would like to hear the argument though, because some people do talk about like going to Liberia even back then in different places. Some of those options were on the table, but not for like a mass exodus though. But the options were there for some.
Wait a minute, when that one of the arguments, it was like
his argument was, why didn't more black people go?
But wait a minute.
Go ahead.
No, but when that the discussion, hey, slavery over, y'all can go back to Africa, and then we'll get y'all a part of the y'all can either go, all y'all can go to Texas or somewhere out west, or the status quo would it end up being. Y'all integrate into the right now where you at. When that like the three options during the time?
It was more so where you at. There was never an alternative place for you to go just for black people.
Oh man, right. So that's urban.
There was
that's urban legend.
Designated land. That's an urban legend. There was never no designated land where they was gonna send us. No, they wasn't gonna give us California or all of the West Coast ever.
Okay. Well, I thought it was Texas. Oh, my bad. Appreciate y'all.
But you did have proposals like that, but none of that stuff was ever materialized and as even possible. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But there were many proposals of what to do with black people or quote unquote the Negro problem, but like
right.
We was never with that.
You read that somewhere, Price?
I did, man, and I had to go back and look where I got that from, but
that was on Spain though. That's you talking about Spain.
Well, I know Mexico didn't endorse slavery, and then there was a whole thing of not carpetbagging. What they call it, squatters. It was some shit going on in Texas with the whole thing with Texas and Polk and all them, and you got a lot of Western squatters or whatever, and they wanted the territory, but they didn't want to fight, or they didn't want to initiate a fight with Mexico during that time. So there was interest in the Mexican territory, and it was like, y'all can go out there and do that shit. I thought it was closer to the origins. It was like, hey man, okay, y'all done fucked up the country. We don't need y'all no more. We don't want to fuck with y'all. Go here, go back to Africa. And it was like, nah, we here now. We want some of this fruit.
That was Lincoln's plan. That was Lincoln's plan, was to send us to Africa. That was one of the plans he had.
Yeah, exactly. Go back to Africa, or hey, we'll give y'all this shit out here out west. Ain't nothing going on out there. We interested out there.
I think if Lincoln was still alive, I think more people would have went. I think people would have followed Lincoln's plan.
That's the articles you can find all over the places. Haiti, that area, sending black people over there, over to
the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Okay.
You think?
So yeah.
You think if Lincoln would have stayed alive, you think more black people would have left?
No, I don't think so. And
I don't think so.
They love that motherfucker, bro. I don't know if the question I have is, would they love him as much if he wouldn't have got assassinated? Did he get murdered by his assassination?
Yeah, just like JFK. Yeah. JFK was what? JFK was all the way up until Dallas. What was JFK pretty much his go-to? Like, he'd never been out of controversy with,
Yeah,
his domestic politics.
I think both of their legacy would have been different if they never got assassinated.
Yeah. But well, my whole thing with that is still you got sentiment though, man. At the end of the day, if mama buried here, grandma buried here, and great grandma buried here, I'm attached to here. I don't give a fuck who you are, Mr. Lincoln or Mr. Kennedy. Convince me to go where? Nah. That's just my take on it.
I think a lot of that smoke Lyndon B. Johnson got would have been put on Kennedy if he stayed alive.
Then that's good point, Psycho. Would Kennedy had capitulated to King like Johnson did?
I think Kennedy would eventually cut ties with him too. Yeah, I think he would have cut ties with him eventually. Once he got his second term and everything else was at third, and the Civil Rights Bill was signed, and then when King started talking out against the war and started taking up the poor man's campaign, poor people's campaign, Kennedy would eventually turn on him. I think
King get a job in the White House, fam. You tripping, Psycho. Now
Wait, say it again, Taz. Wait, I didn't catch your first part, bro.
I said he ends up with a job in the White House. So this is why I would go for that.
You think so?
Okay, if Jack stays alive, Psycho, think about the element that applies the most there, the Bobby factor. Right? He wants Bobby to get that presidency in '68.
Oh,
right.
His brother would have been his successor.
So you think putting King? Wait, hold on. You think putting King in his cabinet in the '60s wouldn't have turned white people off? Like that wouldn't have been like
too crazy. I don't know about cabinet, right? But when we start talking ambassadors and shit like that, I don't know about cabinet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right.
I'm saying, but
I don't think the country is ready for that shit in '68, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying somewhere respectable, not cabinet though. That's what I'm saying. That's '68, but somewhere respectable with things. The head of something, or you know what I'm saying, a government office with him as the face of it, something new. I'm just saying because he's going to want Bobby elected, it's certain things that he's going to stay on the course of, and I think the quote unquote civil rights thing is one of them. He was on the right side of it. Bobby,
yeah, that'd been cool. The Thurgood Marshall was already on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but Dr. had the credentials though to be in the cabinet.
Yeah, King. Yeah, he wasn't as polarizing as King. King was he was a lightning rod.
Yeah.
I don't think the cabinet probably would have been the go-to.
But wait, that's what I'm saying. So y'all think that they would have grew closer and not their ties severed? Had both stayed alive?
Yeah. If JFK stays alive, he's positioning his brother. You know what I'm saying? That was his whole thing. He was positioning his brother.
And he was going to draw closer to Martin.
He might have won. I don't know if Bobby. I don't know if Robert wins in '68 if Kennedy did 2 terms. I think the reason why Bobby was the front runner in '68 and would have probably won hands down in '68 is because Kennedy got assassinated, and they wanted to get a Kennedy back in office or whatever because they was missing him. But after 8 years of Kennedy, they might have been done with Kennedy, dog. They might have remember he would have lived through. He would have lived through all that stuff that fell on Lyndon Johnson would have fell on Kennedy, the draft and all that shit and everything else.
So I don't disagree with that, but here's the thing that I would say, because even if Bobby loses that election, he's still going to want Dr. King and that civil rights movement standing there advocating for Bobby with that vote. He's still
someone's going to go down before 68.
Wait. So do you think the Southern strategy still would have played out? Because that still feeds into all that big migration.
That was inedible. That was going to happen. I don't know if it would have sped it up or slowed it down, but that was going to happen.
Nixon is running for president in 64.
No, Nixon ran in 60, and he ran in 68. He ran 68. Yeah, he ran in 68.
Yeah, if JFK is alive, he's
they had to talk him into going in 68 too. They had to talk him back into doing it. So he ain't want to run in 68 because he got his ass kicked in 60 so bad.
But that's what I'm saying. But they got us a Nixon 4 years earlier. If they had to stay friends and this played out like we sitting here speculating.
Yeah, they didn't need him in 64. Because he got
Goldwater. They had Goldwater in 64. He's the one he laid a lot of the Southern strategy behind.
Okay. You're right about that. You're right.
And that was the year that Ronald Reagan made a name for himself, because that's when Ronald Reagan went to the RNC and gave his classic speech, whatever, supporting segregation and everything else. It's that and the third, and this is when Ronald Reagan really started becoming a name in politics. And then he, the rest is history with him. But he really came out in the forefront in '64 at the RNC speaking for Goldwater. Excuse me, not Goldberg.
Yeah. My nigga Goldberg.
Now that's interesting, man. What y'all propose? I never even considered a what if like that. But
no, that changes American history, bro. If either one of them motherfuckers would have stayed alive, like I don't know where the country goes if Lincoln stays alive.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's a whole, because he was reelected and assassinated in the first year.
Yeah.
You know what them next 4 years gonna look like, because the war is almost over. You know what I'm saying? He leads Reconstruction. We don't know what that shit look like. Could be bad, could be good.
Right.
And he wasn't really no damn Kumbaya Lincoln that history plays him out to be. He's like, man, you motherfuckers fucked up the dream. That's how he really felt.
Yeah, I would agree, because that's what the Confederacy was. It was like a vision of rebranding and fixing America and starting over. But I think Lincoln would have met him somewhere.
I believe you right, Taz. I do agree with that.
He tried to all the way up until the Civil War.
He did. He said, "Hey, you keep the slaves. Just stay with the Union." He did say that.
And he didn't
just don't
hit him
succeed.
And he didn't hit them. And he didn't hit him up with treason, which I would have. But he didn't hit him up with treason, though. He allowed him back in the Union.
So I just do think post Civil War Lincoln had a little disdain prior to his death that we don't even look at a lot. There was some disdain for black folks prior to his death. My opinion,
you would call it disdain. You know what I would call it? Benign neglect. I don't think he gave, you know what I'm saying? Because nothing really shows like, man, fuck them niggas, I'm gonna get them niggas. But a lot points to I'll use them if I can.
Is okay, fair point. Good, good. Yeah, way to clean. Thank you for cleaning it up for me, bro. That's I concede to that.
He got too much love in history for his actual positions to be what they were. Like I say, I think over the years, just the freeing of the slaves is what he was credited with, and everything else he kind of got a pass for.
Yeah, but all that shit was like second.
It
wasn't his initial.
Yeah.
Thought or action. That shit was always an active effect.
You know, a president gets a pass though. We'll talk about Lincoln. We'll talk about Andrew Johnson. We'll talk about Woodrow Wilson. Who always gets a pass, who everybody skips right past? Grover Cleveland.
Oh,
he's a piece of work.
Yeah, Yeah, fair point, Psycho. He managed to stay out of the conversation during some tough times.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he would probably be one of the worst presidents in terms of civil rights. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Grover
Yes.
Cleveland fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. Real
Like, he's
fucked up.
like when people talk about Reconstruction, a lot of times I think Grant don't get his just due. And like you say, Grover Cleveland is just completely forgotten and overlooked. But Grant don't get the respect that he kind of deserves for his role. But man, he weakened Reconstruction.
That's a fair point, Taz. I like, damn, man, why we don't talk about it? Because Grant, it seemed like he was standing on business. I don't know, but yeah, I agree with you on that about Grant. I do agree with that.
Nah, I fuck with Grant, bro, in terms of like presidents he get, and again, it's like the LBJ thing. And he gets a lot of credit for Kennedy's what Kennedy started. You know what I'm saying? Grant kind of had his own vision that Lincoln gets credit for.
Yeah, he gets neglected because Johnson came in and then Grant succeeded. Yeah, and he did stand on some business. Yeah, but he ain't last long neither.
I never really thought about it like that, though, Psycho. But the way you just put it, bro, it made me think about right now, bro. You know, because Grover Cleveland is the only president to serve those separate terms, and how he was weakening the Reconstruction and all of that. It reminds me of now, bro. That's Trump. He's the modern day Trump.
Yeah.
We say, hey, get a turn, skip a turn, come back.
Yeah, he's the one. He's
the first. Yeah.
But his years are the beginning of fucking Jim Crow.
Plessy D. Ferguson happened under him.
Damn. Yeah, that is true.
That's crazy.
No, that's using history right there, man, to look back and check the record. Because it may not repeat itself, but it damn sure rhymes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one of the worst presidents, like you said, that we had since after post-slavery.
Yeah, he president, and you talking about wild shit happening. Think about that, Mississippi rewriting their constitution and all type of shit.
Exactly. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's the whole states' right shit. Hey, they can do whatever they want to do. That's their constitution. That was the sentiment, and you had shit birthed out of that. Fucking Jim Crow.
I'm about to ask the question: top five worst presidents in Black American history. And yeah, I struggle to put Donald Trump in that top five, knowing the history of this country and some of the stuff that the presidents did. Like, you know, Andrew Johnson, Grover Cleveland, Woodrow Wilson, Richard Nixon, and I'm sorry, I still gotta say Ronald Reagan over Donald. Ronald Reagan was a problem, bro. Like Ronald Reagan.
Hey,
yeah.
Well, him and Nixon kind of in concert gave us today where we at today. Everything that we see here and argue and the debate today, those two presidents in my opinion, set the landscape for that. Nixon negotiated deals with China and opened up relationships with China. He brought in the whole deal with the Arabs and the Saudi dollar. I can't even think of the right term for the dollar right now. The oil dollar, they brought the dollar into being a global currency. And then Reagan came in about a decade later and then moved everything over under his regime, migrated stuff over and lied to the people that, hey, we no longer gonna be a manufacturing economy. We're gonna be a damn service-based nation. And I still don't know what the hell that means. He was the one that ushered in to deregulation. So, I mean, Reagan brought in a lot of policies, man. The whole Reaganomics shit is in my opinion, why we are where we are today. I ain't gonna even get into the cultural shit that happened under his thing. But go ahead, whoever was about to say something.
I would throw Calvin Coolidge in there though, bro.
That's another one.
Like that motherfucker, bro. Like the 1920s, I think we would have seen a more prosperous 1920s across America if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
Well, I
how did the top five? Like, how could that? Like, yeah, like I don't know how you. Yeah, Yeah.
If he keep going in the direction he going with like canceling policies and shit that affect black people, I can see why he would be in the conversation. But like right now, there's a lot of presidents that just completely fuck black people over or ignored black people and didn't even address us at all. Like here.
Hey, so I would say 2 comments. I'm gonna do the first one last. How does Donald Trump end up in that top 5? I would say because he reverts back to the ideologies, or the strategies, the talking points of guys of the 1920s and the 1800s. With the whole, that's just my opinion, bro. I'm just saying when I hear him talk about tariffs, that's where he's at with it. He's at it, doing a damn industrial age. Yes. Go ahead, get your thought out. Go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I was agreeing with that. I was agreeing with
you. So that's the only way that he comes into the conversation, in my opinion. And then Grover Cleavage, I'm gonna give it a damn pass, man, because 1929, the fucking Great Depression, had a world pandemic. I'm like,
man,
I ain't gonna say but that's what I'm saying. All that shit, the red summer, but that shit was like status quo. That's just like the peak of Jim Crow, but not maybe the peak. Yeah, about the peak. Yeah, but I'm just saying, there's a lot of shit going on, and he just made a bunch of fucked up decisions. He wasn't the man for the job, but that's just. And I'm not advocating for him or anything, but I'm like, yeah, nigga, you survived or whatever, or you made it.
I don't know. It's like Tulsa and Rosewood, though. Like some of them situations, people were supposed to go to jail, and you know what I'm saying, like federal charges, like there were supposed to be congressional hearings over that shit. There are reasons why back then those presidents are more important to call the worst, in my opinion. There were atrocities done under their watch that they didn't even have to address that were on the front pages of every paper. You know what I'm saying?
No,
you didn't have to talk about it.
But that was, in my opinion, that's popular culture because that shit kind of started in the 1890s. These niggas is getting too powerful. They fucking postmasters, they're tax assessors, and that's the whole spook sat by the door. We need to get these niggas out of these positions. That shit started in the 1890s.
Yeah, but see, even though I would agree, you still had a false addressing of it. Right? Because I don't want to say Teddy addressed it because I don't really feel like he did. But the acknowledgement of it is something that went away at some point. There wasn't even an acknowledgement. There wasn't I'm going to sit down with a Booker T. Washington. At some point, that went away.
Yeah, you're right. That didn't happen. No, you're right. And then Teddy, I would say he the first globalist. He was on some global shit.
Great Depression happened under this motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm just saying he got to wear that. I mean, his best thing is, hey, I got us through or whatever. But not only that, but you did have the Spanish flu. That's kind of like post World War I, pre World War II. That's the whole industrial revolution. I mean, he didn't get to capitalize on a lot of good shit that happened during that time because it was so much bad shit that happened during that time. And then at the ass end of it was black people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nice little run of bad presidents though for the 20s. That's why I say, like, I can't fuck with none of them. Woodrow, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Warren G. Harding.
Don't leave out the 50s. Do not leave out the nifty 50s. There was some shit. It was the shits going on in the 50s.
Eisenhower was the motherfucker. What's it called? Truman wasn't aggressive towards black people. He actually is the first ones that made it that passed the joint for the military, for black people in the military and everything. He's the reason why the Dixiecrats got formed, because they wanted to push back against some of his progressive integrationist views.
That whole segregationist yep.
So Truman wasn't aggressive towards black people. Now Dwight Eisenhower after him was. You know, Richard Nixon was his vice president.
Taz, I'm gonna give you a shout out, man, because you got me to read the second damn farewell address I ever read from a president. First one was Washington's farewell address, and then you dropped that with Eisenhower and his whole talking about the system within. That's the second farewell address I've been looking at. I'm like, damn, I'm really going back, wanting to look at all of them when I get some time.
That was wild, though, bro. I mean, the call out of that is just, like I say, historically speaking, I don't know if we ever see nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? That was amazing.
As far as what?
The military industrial complex and the call out of it, and kind of just let it be known that this is a warning. We ain't in control no more. It's somebody above me.
Right.
Yeah.
The fuck they want to do with this bitch?
You know, and for him to say that, and him being the whole one to come up with the whole Eisenhower network or highway interstate plan named after him, that shit baffling, bro. That was.
I think he feel like it backfired though. And like I say, and what's always gonna be, like I say, the craziest part of that, remember why that even came up though? Because 3 months later, after he leave and JFK take office, he's saying the same shit in a different speech. He talking about the societies that run the country. You know what I'm saying? So just within a small 4-month span, you have the two presidents telling you, hey, the power has shifted.
So I ain't even in charge. It looked like I'm in charge, but I ain't in charge. No, that's fair, man. I'm told. I had to go back and look at that. Still looking at it.
Crazy moments in history, dog. I say, because I even just looking at that moment, it's like it was bold for him to say that. And there's an interview he gave the night that JFK got shot, and you could kind of see that he ain't even really want to say nothing for real. He said some old questionable shit though, like I think the American people will stand solid and will not be bulldozed or some old other shit he said, bro. I said, I'm about to find that quote, bro. He said some old other shit where, again, if you're reading between the lines, you know what he's saying.
Yeah, I agree. And he's not supposed to be saying that with him being who he was. You know, 5-star general, president of the United States. You know that it's this whole stars and stripes background. Yeah, that's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was military first.
Yep.
Old general.
He's supposed to be all in. He's like, nah, fuck that. Let me tell y'all the truth. Hey.
Yeah, Eisenhower was something else too.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna have to tap out. I'm gonna try to. I'll tap back in if I can, but I got to go check on something.
All right, GA. Nick's losing. Still got another quarter and some change. He better not lose this one though. That's for sure.
Damn, GA gone. I wanted him to see this shit right quick. I was gonna share this. You there, Dev? I was gonna share this video and let him hear a little bit about Eisenhower's response to the Kennedy assassination.
I never heard it. If I did, I don't remember it.
I have Dev put it up when he comes back. All right, bet he said, what's that?
All right.
Yeah, man. So let me see. Yeah, these niggas struggling, man. I'm just waiting on my son to come in here and say, see. You know what I'm saying? Because, I was telling him earlier, like, nah, the Knicks should have this one under control. Should be pretty easy for them. Hold them off all game, 10-point lead. Now Pascal Siakam want to show up. We was talking about this shit earlier. you talking about the other two motherfuckers, the Nimhart and what's the name? Me Smith and Nimhart. Yeah, that's who my son was talking about earlier, but nah. Pascal got damn near 30. Plus 1,100 for $100. Damn.
Yeah.
I looked at it. I ain't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Because so you know what I'm saying. I be playing the games out in my head, right? Like, and what I couldn't see was this game being a high scoring game, and so with that, I didn't think the dominant scorer would be Siakam. You know what I'm saying? Because for these games, it's technically been Tyrese. You know what I'm saying? So he's pounding though 28. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a high scoring game so far. This quarter ain't even over, and they already in the 70s. So,
all right, Ted.
The over is 223. So you know what I'm saying? They like
223.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still like right around there.
You might be safe at 223. You might be safe.
How long is the? How long?
Wait, 223. Oh, I know. No. My bad. No. You might be in trouble. My bad. Yeah, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's right there. On it's a question mark, especially with it being close. These things going to overtime. Shit, dead from there.
How long is the video?
Shit, it ain't. Why? What's up?
No, I'm back. I'm just letting you know I was back.
It's like 2 minutes. It ain't even that long. It's it's a long video, but I ain't gonna play all of it. I'm just gonna let him hear this beginning part where responded to the question.
Yeah, you can run whatever clip you want. That was from CBS News.
Nah, it's a white dude channel that's got all the JFK clips and shit.
Oh, okay.
He don't strike or none of that shit for that shit.
Okay.
You gotta share it though, bro.
Oh, 1 second.
What time is the science fair tomorrow, Jeff?
Shit, I'm trying to get that shit now. Actually, I thought he was gonna be back by now.
All right, check it out, Psycho. And if GA, you still listening?
In this hour. General, how would you counsel the American people at this time? In the face of such a terrible thing, I'm sure the entire citizenry of the nation will join as one man in expressing not only their grief, but their indignation at this act, and will stand faithfully behind the government.
General, could you tell us how you got the word?
I was at a meeting.
Stand faithfully behind the government. Yeah, this is the first time I think they started recognizing that it was going to be some mistrust. Motherfuckers wasn't trusting the government after that shit.
Yeah, he was responding to people saying that it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald.
Well, no, the question right there was, how do you think the American people gonna respond? Because they're trying to sell it as Oswald for sure.
Was that before Oswald got popped? The day that they interviewed?
That was that night.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that was the night of. So Oswald's still alive, and you know what I'm saying. But
okay,
he died that next morning. Yeah, I'm pissed off.
I remember hearing that clip. They don't like to play it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm pissed off that we gotta wait 2 years for the MLK files to be released.
No, right?
Yeah, I'm pissed off that ain't shit gonna be in them.
It's something in there. I don't know what.
None of that white hooker shit.
That's what I think's in there.
They ain't gonna let that come out.
I don't think it's gonna be anything illegal against King or nothing like that. But it's gonna be some stuff that's going to, you know how J. Edgar Hoover was. He was all about assassinating people's character and stuff. So yeah, he definitely.
I could see some tapes come out, but I don't see. But even if the hooker shit come out, I don't see any audio from her, pictures, video, none of that.
Allegedly, they got recordings of him in the act.
Yeah, they supposed to have recordings in the act and pictures,
video
in the hotels and all that shit.
Bro. I don't know about video. They wasn't that intricate in their surveillance back then, where they had video cameras, but they was tapping everything.
Nah, not video.
Yeah, they was tapping everything though. They had everything tapped, and they got pictures, I'm sure, of like them going in
still
the
pictures.
hotel, going in and out the hotel, stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't see no X-rated stuff, but I mean, if you got a photograph of her coming out the room or just standing there, I mean,
yeah, they might have stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got that. That's on deck. But that's why I say if they had that though, in my opinion, that and it looked bad, I just think they would have released it already. It would have helped their cause a long time ago.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's no reason to hide that. If anything, I think hiding it is what gives the impression that it might be true.
You said the fact that they was hiding it makes you think it was true, that he was doing something?
Well, no, I'm saying not for me, but I'm saying the impression to the American people that it's hidden because it's truth to it. But I think it's the opposite. If J. Edgar Hoover had something on him, he'd have used it then.
I don't think they felt the need to put it out there after he got assassinated, but I think they definitely had it hanging it over his head up to the point where he got, after he got assassinated. I don't think they felt the need to put it out then, because then they could spin the narrative about him, whatever. They didn't have to assassinate his character at that point because he was gone. That's all J. Edgar Hoover cared about.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that point. I'm still saying Hoover would have released the information prior to him getting shot.
Well, remember in '68, RFK Sr. was still alive, and he was the one person who used to give Hoover headaches. And
that's
even though he's the one that gave Hoover the initial okay to tap everything with King, because he was scared that, because he heard King had communist connections.
Yeah.
And Hoover told RFK, and RFK was concerned because King was messing around with his brother, and he was like, well, go ahead and follow him and trail him and make sure he ain't a communist and this, that, and the third. But J. Edgar Hoover took it beyond that, right? And so, but once he found out everything he needed to find out, he also the one who told him, just hold on to the information, don't put it out there, don't, we just trying to find out whether or not he got communist ties, and just hold on to it, don't leak it or any of that stuff, because we ain't trying to rock the boat. We just try, he was just worried about his brother being affiliated with somebody who was a communist, because communism at the time was like taboo. Still, it was even worse back then.
Yeah, so that's only a 2 or 3 month window between King getting popped and RFK getting popped, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah. That's what I said. So like once he died, it really wasn't no need to really put it out there at that point. Right. The Messiah was gone. That's all he cared about, was getting the Messiah out of there.
But shit, he was about through too by the end though. That's why I don't really disagree. But I think if he had something on King, that bombshell would have rocked everything from 63 to 68.
Yeah, he would have to do it before.
Let him live all them years, but like he could have got King up out of there with some shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying if he was gonna do it, he would have did it before JFK went to Dallas.
I don't know. I think like Hoover liked to hold things over people's head and let you know that he got, and he did indirectly he let King know, like, yo, we got you. You know, like he was trying to get him to step down and everything else is down the third, but he was like, we got you and everything. So it's like he just wanted to hold it over his head. He never leaked it out. Now the fact that he never leaked it, people think they didn't have nothing. But the one thing, if the FBI usually said they had something, bro. Like
it wasn't no hold back shit.
Saying I got something on you and not have anything on you. That's really not how they got down.
Yeah, but they did a lot of cap in them 60s though, bro. Saying
I mean,
he said cap.
They had a lot of agents. They had a lot of agents doing things as far as like, but they wasn't doing it under the banner of being the FBI, right? They was doing it under the banner of being agents, right? Being provocateurs, right? Acting like they was a part of the organizations or whatever, it caused confusion. But if the FBI, like, they coming out as the FBI, you know, and saying like as the FBI, like, you know, we're saying, yo, we got you, we got this, right? They really don't be bluffing when they be saying that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no reason to cap on that if they, you know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't really worried about no reprimand. If we do, like, what you gonna do if we do you know, put it out there? What's gonna happen?
King called they bluff. I think King knew they had him, but he was just like, you know, he was ready to bite the bullet on that. Like, you know, like, well, you know, if they put it out there, I'm just going, you know, I'm just glad to eat that and just, you know, or whatever, you know, hopefully the people, you know, don't judge me for it or whatever, like, you know. I think he was just kind of like, you know, fuck it, you know, I you know, if y'all gonna do it, do it. You know what I mean? And yeah, they never did
it. They was known for sending you know, pictures to family members and shit like that.
They said recording
audio.
To his wifey, and she
okay.
She heard it, and you know, you know, the rumor is that she heard it, and she initially freaked out, but she stayed quiet about it though. She still won't speak on it to this day.
Yeah. Did you hear some audio when the FBI came to Malcolm X house? Like 64.
Say it again.
64 before the last riff with Elijah. The FBI came.
You talking about Malcolm? Or you
talking about yeah. It was after JFK.
Yeah. So when he got silenced.
Yeah. And the white guy was trying to get him to flip on some shit. It was kind of muffled at times because I guess where he had the microphone at.
Are you talking when he made the initial statement?
No. This is audio at Malcolm X's house. They knocked on his door. Yeah.
You talking about tap?
Tap. Those Malcolm X recordings were really prevalent on the internet. I don't know if it was YouTube where I heard of that though.
I didn't hear the actual audio of his house being tapped. I never heard. I know he had his house tapped. I didn't hear audio though.
Yeah, and they didn't play the full length. I'm saying it was like some hours. Yeah, so
yeah, Feds had everybody tapped back then. They weren't playing.
Yeah. I remember when the Nixon tapes came out. The Nixon tapes came out in the 80s.
I don't know when they. I don't know when they came out, but they was used during the Watergate trial. Like they was used during that shit.
Man, I want to say PBS ran a special, man, and they was having shit from when they was planning the shit. When he was like, okay, go ahead. I mean, they had some like real intel. But he didn't wherever the microphone was, he was moving around because at times you could hear it go in and out. But I remember those tapes, those Nixon tapes they were playing them motherfuckers in the 80s, yo.
Yeah, it really wasn't a whole lot there. The thing that got him in trouble was the dead spots. It was like he got dead spots because he recorded everything, but he had he was doing his own like reality TV shit. It was kind of weird. He was reality TV before reality TV. He wanted to record everything and document everything. But there was certain parts where there was dead spots where the recording was turned off.
Right.
These are long periods and everything, and then all of a sudden magically recording started happening again. And this during the time when this happened was allegedly when the plans was going down to break into the DNC and at Watergate. So this is how they was able to tie it in to. Also, this is one of the reasons why they was able to tie it in with Nixon because of the dead spots in the tape. The secretary was told I forgot how long the gaps was, like 15 minutes, might have been more.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was long gaps though.
I don't know how you top that though, right? Like when we talking about Trump and shit like that, bro. Like I don't know how you top that, fam. How do you top a president who literally organized and set up a fucking break-in, bro?
While he's in office, sitting?
Yeah. To the opposing parties, yeah.
How do you top that, bro? Like,
I mean, we're fresh off of civil rights. Like democracy is at its finest, right?
Like, dude needed a whole pardon for real. Like that motherfucker was going to jail.
And you know what's great? You know what's crazy? It was so stupid and frivolous because he didn't even need to do it because that motherfucker whipped ass and chewed bubblegum in 72.
Yeah.
Like this happened leading up to the election. That motherfucker, that's the biggest ass whooping in election history was 1972.
Yeah.
He did not need to, like, this was not a close election. Like this, like,
nah,
at all. Like
that's what motivated them to put Shirley Chisholm in. It was like shit. The Democratic side didn't really have anybody real strong.
Well, they kind of forced her out. They forced her out.
Towards the end, yeah.
As they promised to start the Black Caucus and everything else.
Yeah, old boy had lied about giving her delegates. Yeah. We really didn't get the full story while we was in school. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, you gotta learn about that. Yeah, you ain't gonna learn about that in school. Not at least not the intricacies of all that.
Nah.
You might learn that she was the first, legitimate person to run for president.
That was about the extent of it. It was on the ballot. Yeah.
You don't know all the in and outs of that shit, but there's a lot of BS going on behind the scenes.
Because I remember the news feed breaking in when Wallace got shot.
Oh yeah,
I remember that. That was before Patty Hearst.
That's who Nixon was scared of.
Yeah,
that's who Nixon was scared of. Nixon was always scared of George Wallace because George Wallace he was always scared George Wallace was going to split his vote, and he did. He did it in '68. He took some of his votes in '68, and he was scared he's going to get more votes in '72. But then Wallace got shot, and that killed all that for him.
That killed all that shit. It was some ladies at our church that had relatives at the when he blocked the state capitol. When all that shit was going down. Yeah.
Show, but that's what he's famous for. You talking about Alabama?
Yeah.
No black that's trying to integrate the university.
Yeah,
Brian and all them, and this, that, and the third, and he was like, "Nope, not on my watch."
Yeah, The ladies at the church said, he said, over my dead body.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what made him famous.
Yep.
White people in the South loved him. All them ex-Dixiecrats and everything else, they loved him.
Yeah, they really didn't give a shit about mandates and orders, and kind of prompted the title of the stream when we was actually going over this book by Dr. Leslie Fenwick, Jim Crow, Pink Slip, The Untold Story of Black Educators, and the whole integration of the students, but not the integration of the teachers and the principals. And in 1970, that particular year specifically, not just one, not just local, but all of the states in the South said, fuck it. We're not hiring no black teachers. We're demoting black principals, and we're demoting the superintendents in all districts. Like they got together for that same year.
And they had nowhere else to go.
Right.
Because of integration, they had nowhere else to go. That was it. Because they coached all the black kids to integrate into the schools. Like it took black kids a long time to integrate into these schools. People act like the B boy happened in 54, and by 56, everybody was happy integrated every goddamn way. That ain't what the hell was going on.
No, man.
66 shit.
That's what I was saying. It was the extra burden on. Damn, the white kids didn't really have to do shit. It was the black kids that had to stand out in the mud, fucking go through all types of shit before and after school. It was an extra 2 to 4 hours just going back and forth every single day. It was like, damn, am I gonna make it to school? Am I gonna make it back home? I mean, like that was like a daily thing.
And see, I add the era of the busing issues in the early 70s too. So for me, the school issues didn't really end till the 80s. Like you still had issues with busing all through the 70s.
Yeah, that's me. That's my generation. That's me.
That big situation that happened in Boston and shit and everything else with the white people was losing their minds, stabbing people, or trying to stab people with the American flag and everything else in the 70s. Yeah. That was all over busing. That was Boston. That was the North. Yeah, this is an issue all over. Like I said, Generation X, lab rats, social experiments. We, the generation, don't know what it's like to have segregated schools.
Yeah, so literally simultaneously, my mother was going through it as a teacher, and I was going through it as a student with no base points. Like both of our previous generations never experienced any of those dynamics, so we were literally feeling it out day by day.
Mm-hmm.
Is this shit gonna work?
Yeah.
Yeah, that got me thinking about that shit now. Can you imagine all them white kids catching buses into high schools in the hood and shit?
Right.
That'd be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't happen, but yeah, that would that'd have been different. There's always black kids from the inner cities getting bussed out somewhere. That was always the case.
But I'm saying I had the advantage of having some sort of context by the time I got to the third grade. By the time I got to the third and fourth grade, I had kind of gazed on, okay, so you're going to teach us this, second and third grade, and then you're going to just repeat the cycle every year. We're going over the same shit in history. We're going over the same shit in math. We're going over the same shit in English year after year after year. And I'm looking at what's coming from the white teachers. And in this book, they kind of lay out, in terms of the credentials and the qualifications of the white teachers teaching the black kids. And like I said, until I got to the internet, I never knew how some black people viewed all white people, whether they were in the South or the North, as being intelligence on a superior level. And I'm just saying, I never saw that. Most of those white teachers was dumb and ignorant as fuck, and they couldn't hide it. Like they couldn't wing themselves through their lesson plan year after year.
Hey, Deb, did you hear my question?
Which one?
Okay, I must have went out. I said that you had me thinking, like, can you imagine all them white kids catching buses into our schools and everything and shit?
Yeah, the politicians and the parents and the people that were in the towns, they weren't hiding the fact that they were not going to let black teachers be at the head of the class, at the head of the school, at the head of the school district, like straight out.
Yeah.
Even before Brown, we actually read some actual copies of letters that were sent to teachers in Topeka, Kansas, literally saying, if this Brown goes through and integration is passed, we cannot guarantee you employment the following year. Her name was Miss Buchanan from the Topeka School District, and that was in 1953, to be exact.
It definitely was a culture shock, bro.
Yo, Psycho, that always
bro.
did bug me out. How Nixon totally demolished that election and he cheated. It's like having everything to get a 90 on the test and getting caught with the cheat sheet. Like that was bugged out.
They still let the 90 ride. Yeah.
Yeah, that was bugged out.
He beat the brakes off and oddly enough, 72 was also the first year that 18-year-olds was able to vote.
Yeah.
That was the first year 18-year-olds could vote too.
Also the youth vote.
That's why the left thought they had an advantage with that, because they had all the college kids, right? Like those college kids was liberal at that time.
And the white boys surprised them.
Yeah, they had another. Yeah, that was the biggest ass whooping in election history. I think motherfucker only won like 2 states. That was it. Like Nixon won, like it was the worst ass whooping than Trump just did. Like if you think Trump whipped Kamala ass, that ain't shit. Go look at what Nixon did.
So yo, with the Martin thing, like we actually believe Martin was on some baby oil shit? Cause I always believed that the feds were just lying. They were using agents. They were using misinformation. But we really believe that, like, Martin just called their bluff?
As far as the tapes and everything else, I think he called their bluff. Yeah, I think he was crazy. Like, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, he didn't have no motive to do all that shit. Will, what was his motive of doing it?
And he still had connections to the white. He could have got word to, because I said RFK is the only motherfucker I know in history that had enough nuts to step to Gay Edgar Hoover. Everybody else was scared of that motherfucker. Like people, like he had presidents scared of him, dog. Like he had everybody shook. He had dirt on everybody. And but RFK, to his credit, is the only person I ever studied in history that had the nuts to actually step to Gay Edgar Hoover and tell him, no, don't do this, stop doing that, X, Y, and Z, like checking him.
That's why they used to call him the altar boy, because it was like, yo, he had no dirt on him.
Mm-hmm.
What if RFK had dirt on Hoover?
He might have. I don't know, but I know he definitely wasn't scared that much.
Everybody
Hoover had some skeletons.
Hoover was gay as fuck, and everybody knew it.
At that point, they knew at that point.
The CIA could have tipped him off because CIA is the reason why the mob found out that Hoover was gay, and they used to hang that over Hoover's head. That's why Hoover never went after the mob. Hoover never wanted to go after the mob and really didn't until he was forced. They had to force Hoover to go after the mob, and he half-ass did it when he did do it. But that's because the mob knew he was gay. But I think the CIA is the one that tipped him off to Hoover because CIA and FBI don't get along, and CIA is the ones that found out that he was a fruitcake and started leaking.
Hey, do niggas still be running around here saying that Hoover was black and shit? Because I used to hear that shit.
They got stopped.
I ain't heard it in a minute though, Psycho. I was just wondering, do niggas still be saying that shit?
No, they weren't able to get that off as easy.
Man, bro.
He was about as black as Pope Leo.
Yeah, Hoover was a cracker.
Niggas was pushing that shit, Willie, a few years ago. Heavy.
Yeah, I heard that weird one before.
Yeah, that's people trying to make everybody black again. That's all.
Oh yeah, Psycho. I was trying to cause the other day when Q was playing that video with the white dude Mark Dice, I'm surprised you didn't remember him, dog. He one of the main, you know what I'm saying, one of the main Illuminati pushing dudes and shit, bro. Like,
yeah, I remember who you're talking about.
Oh, okay. He was big on YouTube, like.
Yeah. So a whole lot of those channels, a lot of them gone. A lot of them got out of here. They got a lot of that stuff out of here.
Yeah, with the ad apocalypse, a lot of them got up out of here. Right.
No, YouTube took a lot of these channels down. They stayed around. Some of them stayed around after the apocalypse, but their channels got taken down for all that pseudo shit. Especially when like the facts and everything was around and all that other shit, everything else, they was whacking channels.
Yeah, once they went and got your man Alex Jones, I knew, all right, they shut shit down.
Yeah, they wasn't playing with that pseudo shit.
They spooked the hell out of the community though, man. Like even before like YouTube was really big and shit. Like niggas running around with them DVDs.
Finally made it.
What you say, Taz?
I said he finally made his way in here. I told y'all he'd be coming in here at some point.
Who?
My son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he'd be coming.
All right. So
know that I didn't pick.
So here's part of the letter from the Topeka, Kansas Elementary School Superintendent Wendell Godwin, and the teacher is Miss Darla Buchanan, dated March 13th, 1953. Dear Miss Buchanan, due to the present uncertainty about enrollment in schools next year for Negro children, it is not possible at this time to offer you employment for next year. If the Supreme Court should rule that segregation in the elementary grades is unconstitutional, our board will proceed on the assumption that the majority of the people in Topeka will not want to employ Negro teachers next year for white children. If it turns out that segregation is not terminated, there will be nothing to prevent us from negotiating a contract with you at some later date in the spring. And that's cited in her book.
To me though, like if they was really sincere about that shit, they would have been sending their kids, you know what I'm saying, to the hood, bro. If they really want that shit to work.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been one way, right?
Shit, we'd be super integrated.
What do you mean wanted what to work?
Like like just
the school
full on integration.
Yeah.
Oh no, the South didn't want integration at all.
Yeah, I know it was forced on them. It was forced on them. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah. Even after it was passed, they was still like, so. I mean, they literally was like, okay, what y'all gonna do?
You gotta remember, these schools got little clan babies up in there.
Literally, yeah.
These motherfuckers, they grew up around these racist ass motherfuckers, lynching their peoples and all this other shit, like fucking them up, calling them niggas, all this, that. Why would you want your kids to go, kids with their little crack ass kids?
Like, they was like,
no, we passed.
Yeah,
like, we good. We all right. We okay.
Yeah.
Why would they want that? Like this was some, like I said, this is somebody else's ideas that was getting forced on them. Like they trying to tell them, like, yeah, this is what's best. Like, so what's best is for my kid to be in danger going around these little racist ass white kids that fuck around, don't even come home one day. That's best, huh? No, we bad. We're good.
Lou, in the South, motherfuckers didn't give a fuck about no goddamn Supreme Court ruling, no court ruling. They didn't give a fuck. They dared a motherfucker to come down there and do shit. Oh, you gonna spend money on federal troops to get 4 or 5 kids to go to school? Send them. Literally, they was like edging motherfuckers on to see who was gonna fold first. You see what happened to Little Rock, Arkansas?
Yeah.
What happened after that? Motherfuckers still didn't motherfucking fully integrate for another 10 fucking years.
They pretty much coaxed those kids to go there and shit. Like that wasn't the kids wanting to go. They went into town and they was telling all the families, we need to integrate this high school and that third.
Man,
we need volunteers for this, that, and third. So motherfuckers, decided, whatever the case may be, these are the kids, right? Was it 9 of them? I think it was 9.
It was 9 of them.
Yep. And
they wanted 10, but I think one of them agreed at first, and then that first day they was like, fuck it.
Yep. And they did the kids out there didn't want to go. Like I said, they was coasting to go in there, and they caught hell.
Yep.
Boston, that shit was like a nightmare. Like those kids that went through that in Boston became professors and whatnot, and they couldn't wait to tell you, nah, that was a complete failure. Like we hated going to those schools.
Yeah, you talk about the 70s.
Yeah,
they were going through the 70s real bad.
And it's crazy to see how it went from fighting it to it kind of being forced on the black community, at least in the case of Boston. Because a lot of the parents in Boston weren't even with the whole busing idea, but it's kind of forced on them.
It was white liberal shit. White liberals wanted this stuff to happen. That was their idea.
I don't know why they thought that was gonna repair some shit.
They figured if you start with the kids and you teach the kids that black people ain't bad, that they'll grow up believing that and they'll treat everybody nice. That was the idea.
Yeah, just like the Civil War. Shit.
I was just gonna say it's like some World War II shit.
It's like the fruitcake stuff, right?
Yeah,
teach them while they're young.
Trying to brainwash everybody. I just be thinking, man, like how we got here, man. Like these white people would have been fucked up, bro. Like if it wasn't for like all them policies, behind FDR, all the shit he dropped and shit, Reconstruction and even shit, like they was eating off violating niggas and shit.
I wouldn't say they would have been fucked up. Like if they would have maintained an isolationist you know what I mean, ideology. I'm not gonna say they would have been fucked up, but
Now,
America definitely wouldn't have
think
been as
about this,
great
Will. Like, think
as
about
it
where they
is.
was at. Think about where they was at, like after the depression and shit, bro. Cause I told y'all, I be watching them old ass James Cagney movies, like where they be like depicting life at that time, like the Great Depression and all of that shit. Them people was fucked up, bro. Like all that literature and thug culture be coming directly from that shit, man. Down to the dialogue and all that shit.
Wait a minute, Lou.
Yeah, that's where you get the Tramp, Charlie Chaplin, and all of
No,
that.
no. Wait, stop, man. Our ancestors was fucked up too, man. Why you think your grandmama and grandmama like damn squirrel, possum, and turtle so much?
They ain't want to kill themselves though.
I agree though, but the point I'm making, GA, is that like how they got out of it though. You remember how they got out of it, right? Through the through the
No,
same through the same socialist policies that they complain that niggas getting out.
Yep.
You
no.
feel me?
I'm just saying. For a minute, they was practicing resiliency, man.
Them GI Bills, the motherfucking
In the 20s, GI Bills in the 20s.
no, I'm talking about how they got out of the depression.
That's what I'm saying. Squirrel,
Not during.
possum,
That
turtle.
was their way of working their way out of it with a lot of socialist
Exactly.
agendas.
And
Like
then these same
the
these
the bread
same
lines, the
the-
bread lines kind of gave birth to Snap. You know what I
Man,
mean? Like, yeah,
y'all
I get
is
what you're saying.
squeaking. No, get the fuck out of here. I ain't
and
even
these
come up here for
same
that
right wing
part.
and these same right wing motherfuckers now talking about y'all niggas is on this welfare and all that
Yeah.
shit. Like how did the
But when
middle
they
class
needed
like
it,
what's your explanation for the middle class? GA?
Wait, a middle class in the 1920s?
No, I'm talking about like to what it became. I'm talking about like the progression.
Wait, ask your question again, bro, because I really came up here to comment on something we was talking about with the 70s on what
Go
Dev
ahead.
said. Yeah.
we saying if you look at like the roaring 20s, 29, and the early 30s with the depression, to go from that to where we were in the 50s,
To
like,
white
you know,
suburbia,
20,
the
30
picket
is late.
fences and all that
Yeah.
shit.
That all came from socialist programs that stimulated the economy. Kind of like your man Obama, but I
No,
ain't gonna go there.
wait. No, Willie, hold on. Well, I forget that. Let's not run from the damn 20s, 30s, 50s to the damn 2000s, because I won't push back on that too much. But when you sit there and say the 20s, motherfuckers was suffering in the 20s during the 29 during the crash.
That's the point. To go
Right, but
from that, to like white suburbs in 30 years,
That shit ain't
pretty
happen
impressive.
like that though, bro. No, that shit ain't impressive at all. And then we're
You
not
gotta
gonna
lay that out. Yeah, lay that out,
yeah,
man.
yeah, because I don't want to say we go from the roaring 20s to a crash in 29, and then you discount the resiliency of our people during that time, and then they got attacked during the Red Summers during that same time.
Well, not GA. I'm not necessarily factoring our people in it. I'm just looking at
no,
it
no,
from a
exactly.
I'm just looking
Right.
at it from an
Well, but
American
they was
political
there.
standpoint.
Right, but
Wait.
but GA, those things wasn't available to our people at that time
Right.
though.
What wasn't
It,
available?
come
Like
on,
those
bro.
programs.
Wait a minute. Wait. Were they there during the Warring 20s? Were they there or not?
No, I'm basically talking about FDR and his wife.
Okay, that's not the Roaring 20s.
No, I'm
No,
Okay.
not
that's
saying.
not talking about 20.
The only reason I brought up the Depression era was to show how fucked up they was at that time.
They
Yeah.
was fucked up during that time, but I'm just saying,
Right.
but how could we neglect the Red Summer that, times was
FDR
hard.
didn't. Yeah,
Nah, we
FDR
not
didn't get him.
neglecting that.
FDR didn't bring on the depression though.
No, he
Exactly.
didn't.
He brought on the brand new deal because they were still suffering off of that shit. But this is just my
Right.
opinion.
Right. That's
But
my point. Like I'm not talking about like the the dynamic at the time. We already know like it's
We
still
gonna get
like
the worst of it.
yeah, and
no,
like
well, okay, well, go ahead, Lou. Go ahead and finish your thought, bro.
all I'm saying is that like the thing that took them out and made FDR so popular and what became the middle class for white
That's a
people
big
and all
deal.
that.
Yeah.
I'm saying before that, like I ain't saying like they wouldn't have found another way, but like it just became a new, the 50, the golden era, quote unquote, for them though.
World War II happened.
The nifty 50s.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah, that
No,
too.
well, okay, I get all that, man, but I just think we do a disservice to not to overlook that we had thriving communities during that time, and I think them people were so jealous.
But that's kind of my point though, GA. Like we didn't really no, we was getting it out the mud. And every
We
time
ain't
we get
feel
it
it.
out the mud, here come another red summer. Here come, that's like the
Well,
Reconstruction.
I'm just saying we did it before. They can't do that shit today, and it get overlooked.
Oh
I
no,
like
it
to
ain't,
think that.
of course not. Of course not. I'm just speaking to we always getting it out the mud. Like you said, the red summer and in Tulsa, all those things, like well, how did they get it out the mud? They didn't get it out the mud. That's my whole point, GA.
That's what I'm saying. They was in survival mode. So I get
Right.
what
They
you're
was
saying.
bootlegging, they was forming mafias, all kind of shit.
Yeah, they was fucked up then.
That's what was my point though, GA.
Like
Man,
even through the whole housing crisis, like everyone always looked at it as it can get worse. It can get
it's
to the Great
like
Depression, but it wasn't the
Mm,
Great Depression.
I
wait a
just
minute.
don't want our
Whoa,
people
wait, wait,
to
wait, 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 wait. Well, go ahead, Lou.
I was just saying I just don't want our people to be taking the bait when they use that bootstraps argument, man.
Yeah.
I'm done with that shit.
No, when they pull
Yeah.
yourself up by the bootstrap, our people did do that. They build communities, they build cities,
Yes.
Nah,
they
that's not what he's
incorporated
saying.
themselves.
What he's
I don't
saying is
want
in American politics, like the pull yourself up by the bootstraps argument was never used when America was at its weakest points. Like there was
exactly.
social programs that saved the economy. Yeah, I mean
Exactly.
that literally fed
And
the
then
people.
who be the ones
Yeah.
that's mainly throwing that around? Them black conservatives and shit like that.
Hmm.
Wait. Well, see, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's the wrong shit to be arguing because our people. I'm saying our ancestors did that shit in spite of. They built communities in spite of. They built businesses in spite of, and we overlook that shit to go
No,
arguing.
GA, we
That's
understand that, but we not
okay.
dealing
I
with
didn't.
us,
I didn't
GA.
hear
GA, you
that,
making
bro.
our point. Like you
Now,
making our
GA,
I
point.
didn't hear
basically,
that, man. Y'all motherfuckers went
basically
straight
what
to
he's saying
Roosevelt.
is it's the perfect response to those Jason Whitlock black
Right. Those
conservatives
bootlegs.
that
Right.
And
say we're not pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps. The reality is suburban America didn't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. It was
Exactly.
social programs that saved them from the Great Depression, from the 30s, and in 20
okay,
years, the whole country was flourishing. Yeah.
I,
Exactly.
I get it. I concede to that just for the sake of the
Mhm.
moving
That's all we
conversation.
saying. But I didn't want to interrupt your
That's a
point that you
good
came up
argument,
here
Lou.
for, GA. My
No,
bad.
man, I can't stand on the shoulders of the ancestors. But y'all was talking about that whole dynamics of the '70s, man. See, that's where we come into play, in my opinion. And
Yeah.
yeah, y'all was saying some shit about the busing and all that because I didn't learn something till like 2020 that my state was under supervision. I went to school under supervised segregation. That whole Supreme Court shit where you say uh it wasn't like black folks was rushing in to get to white schools. Just they lost the court, the Supreme Court ruling or lawsuit or whatever, and that shit was under 50 years of supervision up to 2020. That's when that shit ended.
Well, Well, when I said that, I really was just specifically talking about Boston in the 70s because I had a professor, Professor Harris, and he was from Boston. He went through that whole thing and he was big on that. Like, yo, that was forced on us. At that point, we weren't even really asking for that. You know what I mean? Because to his point, a lot of the schools they got bused to weren't a lot better than the quality of education that they were getting at the schools in their community. And
Correct.
it was a weird thing where they were busing white kids to black schools. And
Oh, you
it
had
was
that
just a
going on
crazy
out in
time.
Boston?
Wait, wait,
I
wait,
I
never
ain't
wait,
heard
never
that.
see
wait,
that.
wait, wait, wait. Yeah,
I
Mhm.
ain't,
busting white
Never
kids to
seen
black
that.
schools because
I
the
ain't
black
never
schools
saw
got
that, bro.
yeah, the black schools
Yeah, the
folded.
Boston dynamic was weird because they literally bust kids in different directions. It was more about
a real let's follow up on this integration thing than it was about offering someone a better opportunity. So they were busting kids in
I
different
won't.
directions. It
I
was
won't
weird.
completely. I mean, that is interesting because Boston do got some different type of Negroes, in my experience at least.
I don't know, man.
I
Y'all
don't
was
know if that's true though, Will. I'm just saying though.
well, no. Yeah, well, I ain't gonna say this is whether it's true or not. I'm gonna say it happened differently down south because you had motherfucking white flight was happening during that same timeline where I came up at.
And
And
Psycho, I'm not calling them coons, Psycho. I'm just saying, like, you know.
I feel you saying. I feel you
saying. I've been up there before, man.
What you mean, Psycho? The Boston niggas?
Yeah, well, that's what he said. Yeah, they different. They built
I
different.
mean, I wouldn't call them coons. Like it's Boston
No, they ain't
has.
coons. But it's like you can see it little, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, like it's like I don't know,
Boston
man. I
has a
don't know how
lot
to
of
explain
very
it.
weird cultural dynamics. Like, and one of the major linchpins of a lot of the drama was the busing in the 70s. You know what I mean? Like the white kids didn't want it, the black kids didn't want it, their parents didn't want it either. But there was there was a lot of, racism and tension due to that. But how they dealt with each other in real life, like Boston really isn't as racist as people paint it to be. Yeah.
oh,
That's
really?
some bullshit. That's
Yeah,
some
it's weird.
bullshit right there.
Nah, that's a fact, my
I
nigga.
ain't hearing that one. That one I ain't hearing.
Nah, that's
What do
a
you say?
fact, my nigga.
What you say, Will?
Boston really isn't as racist as people present it to be. It really
I'm
isn't.
gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you
Not as
my
racist.
anecdotal
I
experience.
got an aunt that went to Boston College, graduated from there, and she tell me stories about how racist Boston is, dog.
That's
Yeah.
a fact.
Now she was going to college during the 70s.
Yeah, 70s. Yeah,
Now, so it was a
she
it was
was a part of the Nation of Islam. She was part of Farrakhan's mosque.
so that whole busing thing was a major catalyst at that time. Like it,
Well, she wasn't. She was at college. She wasn't getting bussed or nothing. She ain't go through.
but
She
no,
she
what
didn't
I'm
grow up
saying
in
is for the
Boston.
city. For the city, my professor argument was always that whole busing thing created more racism than there actually was in Boston at the time. And his argument was, how do you go from this, you know, bastion for freedmen who are coming up to get to Philly and Boston to go to this labeling of one of the most racist places you'll find.
Wait. Hold on, Willie. Let me just let, and I don't want to juxtapose two regions, but in the South, when black folks came to communities, white folks got out of there. So would this be a situation where white folks couldn't leave? They couldn't flee
So
because
with the
they're
so the way he told it to me with the Boston school busing, it was like it was something that just wasn't needed. And you were
okay. No,
literally
no. Don't parent to it, bro. You didn't even let me finish my thought. So
my fault.
are you inferring that the white folks that was in those areas that would get impacted by the segregation, were they too poor to relocate to areas? Because down south, you start having private schools pop up. White
But
folks
wait, when
said,
you
"Fuck it."
say white people impacted by segregation, what you mean?
You just said white folks was getting bused to black schools. That I didn't. That shit just
Right.
didn't. Don't. Yeah. That
Right.
shit
That
didn't.
that that busing program, it was very different in Boston. And a lot of the older people, like my professor, their argument is it wasn't needed and it caused more racial tension
But that's
than it
okay. That's
benefited anyone.
okay. So that's what
So,
I'm
so
getting
no,
at
I get your
is
point. I
no,
get your
no, no.
point
You
to
don't.
them
Okay.
leaving.
No, no,
To
no.
them
Tell me.
leaving, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Black people wasn't moving to Southie, right? Black people wasn't moving over there, and white folk wasn't moving to Dorchester.
That's
It
what I'm
was
saying. So white folks weren't leaving, so they was just swapping damn people because of color in Boston. To what
it
you're
was
telling
just
me,
no. It wasn't people. It was just school children. It was
those are
literally a
people.
program. But what I'm saying is though,
Yeah, separate them, Price, because we're actually trying to distinguish the dynamics. The
now I got you.
integration. Yeah, the integration for the children happened. Black kids were thrown in classrooms with white kids, but black teachers and black principals, they weren't thrown in the offices in the classrooms with white teachers and white principals.
Okay, but
Go ahead,
no
finish
no
up.
no 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 no.
Well, no,
That's a
Dev, because by that point
no.
now, even in the black areas, you have white women teachers. Yeah, I mean, we
No,
talking about the
stop,
70s.
stop, stop, stop,
Hold on,
stop.
hold on, Will.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at right there. So what you're describing in Boston, Will, to what the scenario Deb just said, then black teachers, black principals, they weren't impacted because they just flipping students. White students and black students are being mixed across
I'm
school
saying by that
districts.
point, there weren't any. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you didn't
No, I
have.
don't get what you're saying.
All right, let
All
me
right, hold on.
explain it. Let me explain it. I'm gonna say it slow. You didn't have schools in the black areas that had predominantly black principals, black teachers, right? The principal was still white, even in the black area. This the 70s we talking about. So when Dev talks about that article where everything was changed and it spread all through the South, which was bugged out, Dev, like I looked that up a little bit after you said it,
Yeah,
right? This is after all of that. So by that point, the white liberal woman is already all over the public schools. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
On the white side and the black side. It
yeah.
was a weird experiment with the kids, but at the end of the day, when the white boy that gets bused to a Roxbury school, he's going back home to Southie, he's around all white kids. You know
Okay,
what I
well,
mean?
hold on, man. Okay, let's just stop all the jargon. Let's keep it real vanilla for the slow nigga. So, are you saying a school is labeled white or black just by the population and demographics of the students that attend?
I mean, I would think that's how we do it now. The
No,
neighborhood
no, no,
it's
no,
in
no,
and
no,
the
no, 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 no.
hold
Because
on, GA, let me answer you.
no,
Let
no,
me answer
no.
your
Okay, well,
question.
answer my question and don't put that
You
rhetoric in it,
asked
Will.
how will we classify a black or white school, basically,
Mm,
right?
In the 70s.
yeah.
What I'm saying is they did it pretty much the same way they do it now. It was by the population. It was by the area the school was in and
Mm.
who were the predominant kids that were in that area.
Even if
But
they had a opposite principal.
yeah, it was still considered a black school. There was number of black
I would
kids
say
in it.
yeah. I would say yeah. It would still be
Okay.
called a black
Like a
school.
school in
All right.
Roxbury has all black kids. A school
Yeah,
in Southie has
yeah,
all white kids.
yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
see, that shit probably wouldn't have passed for a black school down south, Willie. And I'm not, I understand that we're at different locations in the country, but shit played out differently.
I
Let's
mean,
see.
Go on, explain it, GQ. Go on, break it down. I mean,
I don't know. I
GA.
kind of disagree with that
Go
though.
on, break it down, GA, because we ain't from the South, so you could
Well,
No,
probably
let's
answer
well,
that question.
what I'm getting
let
at is, I thought what I'm hearing from Dev's argument that
Man,
this,
get away from my car.
damn.
My brother.
All I think I'm hearing is that,
Like
that
yeah, niggas have learned.
you ain't gonna
Yo,
pop nothing.
no.
where you from? Because they don't think I'm Pan African. Where you from? Senegal. Senegal. My brother. Hey, you gonna come in there? I'm coming in. Good, okay to park here. Good to see you, family. Yeah, as long as you behind that sign, you good. That
Boy,
is a nice thing. No, you
pull up,
behind?
pull
Back up a
up.
little bit. Yeah, you good. You good.
Damn, nigga.
Nah, my fault. My fault.
You validating
Let
your
I
Pan
ain't see
That's
him
it.
in
Africanism?
wow
yeah.
long,
Yep.
yo. That's my bro.
Like we cool, way that cool. Back up a little bit.
Let's let's run through some numbers real quick while y'all figure out what type of school it is. So in 1952, before Brown versus Board of Education,
All right.
72% of black teachers nationwide were college students. This was an almost a 40% increase from 1940. In a 1965 study, just after civil rights, the National Education Association found that 85% of non-white teachers held a college degree when white teachers only made up 75%. And that's in 65.
Oh well, I would like to comment on that, Deb. If you just think about the whole thing of the literacy rate from the 1860s up until when our people start getting educated, and then how we just improve the literacy rate in a short time frame over that was the sentiment of black folks. Be a teacher. That shit was a noble profession, bro.
Yeah, nobody
Parents,
was getting a teacher's degree and then going to be a warehouse worker or waitresses.
no,
They weren't. Nobody said fuck it. I don't want to be a teacher. That wasn't going on.
no, that was a noble
Now hold up.
profession.
What time are we
No,
talking about?
he said 1952. I just put a
Yes,
little,
Okay.
all the time from Reconstruction on through.
But see, I would even argue that even more to say that the people that were teaching were even more qualified, because a lot of professionals, I don't know if you can poll that to see were math majors, but a lot of them had extensive math and physics and biology degrees.
Yes.
So I would think they were more overqualified to be teachers. They very well could have went into
Any
those
field.
industries, into those sectors, and been reputable things, but they probably chose those fields because their parents looked at it as such noble, as teaching as such a noble thing, just because of the history.
You go into the church, they're proud that you're the teacher.
Well, I'm
But
not
it,
saying the church. I'm talking about motherfucker just coming out of being a sharecropper and about 2, 3 generations removed from slavery.
I mean,
But
but let's
it
talk
ain't got
about the
nothing to do with it.
social. Let's talk about the social
I
construct
am
they were
talking
in.
about the social construct, bro. You threw the
They
church in
they
there.
were in church socially
Yeah,
at that point.
they were,
Right.
but I'm really talking. I'm talking about socio-economic. I don't want
No,
this shit to
I
get
understand
warped.
what you're saying. I do. I was actually agreeing with you. I was saying socially, the church was proud of you if you became a teacher, this, that, and the third. Late 70s, early 80s, different markets, different, career paths kind of opened up to us a bit more. And we kind of moved away from teaching.
Niggas was working factories.
Wrong.
No, Will. No. Black,
We was
Wrong.
black,
working
yeah,
factories,
no,
dog.
no. Black,
Yeah.
black kids did not
Right. We started
decide I
going to
don't
the
want to be a
factory.
teacher in the '70s. That's going to be a no.
No,
I'm saying we
definitely not
started
in the
going to the
70s. That
factory
no,
though.
no, 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 no.
No. We didn't want to go
No,
to the
not in.
factories, yo.
Nope, they sure didn't.
Nope,
They
nope.
was actually more qualified in the 70s than any time.
Yeah, we
And
went up to
But let's be real though. This
NYU.
is when Motown is Motown, right?
I'm
come
saying
on,
during
bro.
Motown, during
Motherfuckers weren't
Motown,
aspiring to be no
we
damn
still went up
rappers
there.
and
We
athletes.
Yeah, we went up north and got degrees and came back down south. We didn't want to work in no factories. We saw what they was going through with the unions and shit like that. We were like, fuck that.
So Dev, who do you think was filling up those jobs at Ford and Chrysler? It was black folk.
He talking about the
Yeah,
college educated.
the
You talking
ones
about
that
the
lived
educated
up
class.
there.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody didn't move back.
You talking about the educated
But that's
No
what
class
I'm
like
saying.
way.
the
No, Willie. Wait. Assembly lines was not packed with jokers with bachelors in education
I agree.
and teachers.
I
That's but
agree.
that's okay, but that's the narrative you're portraying when you say shit like that, bro.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
not
that's
true.
what I'm saying. I would even go far to say that they didn't even really take the time to finish high school for a high school diploma. Will
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that
let's be
so
real with it.
so both of y'all are making my point. What I'm saying is,
I'm saying those people were already up in Detroit.
Yeah, I agree with Deb. I'm saying that the people that probably could have been plant managers, that could have
I'm
probably
not
been the
disagreeing with none of
engineers or
that.
whatever. No, let me get this thought out, bro. I'm saying that the people that probably could have been plant managers and engineers at that time elected to become educators.
At that time,
Yes,
but that's a
they
time
won.
when you, but that's a
Nope,
time when you see black teachers drop.
I agree with that, but let's look at it. It's
Black
Late
teachers drop
70s,
what?
early 80s, you see
no, no, no,
the
no,
the
no, no. Stay in the 70s. Don't fast forward to the
Yeah,
80s. That's a whole decade.
don't go
Stay
into
right
hold
there at
Reagan.
the
on,
Yeah,
listen,
70s.
man. Let me
yeah.
make my point. That was
Y'all
I
know
I
niggas been
said
understand.
jumping 10
I
Nah,
years,
no
said
jumping,
late
15
no
years.
jumping.
70s, early 80s from the beginning. And what I'm
No,
saying
you
Nah,
is,
can't do that because
nah,
can I
the
make
nah,
my
nah.
shift
point?
happened in the 70s, bro. Late 60s, early 70s is when this shift is going on. These people are graduating college and they're making life choices.
All right, so let me ask you this. When did the liberal white woman take over public schooling?
Oh, come on, man. Do not complicate
I'm
this,
asking
man.
you a question.
I
It's
have
a
no
simple question.
idea, but you tweaking right now,
But
man.
the
That
liberal, like, hold
listen to
on,
what
the
I'm
liberal
saying.
right.
Hold on,
Go
GA.
ahead.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I can
That's the
put a year
point
on it
I'm
though.
making.
What you talking about?
That's the point I'm making. Right? That's the
1970, Will.
because look, Dev, to your point, this is when our graduation rates aren't what they were before, right? Why? Because you could go
Nah, we was
straight. Because
graduating,
In the
yo.
listen,
'70s?
you could go.
No.
Not
Will,
the
I answered
19.
your. Hold on, Will, I answered your question.
I'm not even
1970,
disagreeing with y'all, yo.
under Nixon, 1970. That's the exact year.
Okay, but what about it?
Okay, in that year, that's when you
Black
had the.
teachers, black principals, and black superintendents were not allowed to administer and take in the positions that they had when they were in black schools.
I wouldn't
And
disagree with that.
yeah, so
So now
it
let me
wasn't like
ask
they
you.
was choosing
So now let me
not to be
ask
a
you.
teacher, or they decided to take another job. They didn't decide to take another job for
That
that.
was never
They
my
didn't decide to
argument.
do shit.
That was never my argument. My
Okay,
argument was
okay.
about the later years, right? After the point that you brought to my attention earlier today and I kind of looked into, right?
No, I
So
got you. I remember.
now,
Oh yeah,
so
I appreciate it.
now,
Yeah.
so now imagine being in that space where you're seeing, damn, these qualified people, they can't even get jobs as
Yeah, they got
teachers.
master's
You know
degrees
what I
and all
mean?
that.
But what do? They go to the plant. They go to
Yeah. Nah,
Ford.
No.
nah.
Nah,
They don't
that's
go
not
to the
quite it.
plant. Those
Yeah.
those, those people with those master's degrees, Will, they didn't go
I'm not
back
saying
north
that
to the
people with the
plants, yo.
master's degrees. You did agree, Dev, that
Yep,
at that point in the 70s, like
yep.
those degrees started to decline, right? Like the people.
No, they did not decline.
They
I
didn't,
was
bro.
what the numbers that I were reading you were the positions, not the degrees. The black teachers
I get that,
always
Dev.
had more degrees than white teachers.
You not
That's
understanding what I'm
always been
saying.
the case through the 70s, Will.
You're not
Those
understanding what I'm saying, Dev.
Go ahead.
You're focused on the people that had those qualifications. And I
Right.
agree,
It was more
they
black
had those
teachers that had them.
qualifications. Those
Yes.
qualifications don't change. I'm talking about a change in the focus of the dynamic of the community. I'm saying this was a point when you
Oh
look
my
at
God, bro.
I never mind.
Jesus.
I
Never
don't
mind.
know
Yeah.
where how are you
But
No,
you know,
I'm
restarting?
gonna tell you, Dev. I'm gonna tell you, Dev. What he's talking about when niggas say a change in the community, he's
Change.
arguing that there was a point when the black community started to devalue education.
oh,
That's what he's saying.
that's not true. That is not true during that
And you
time,
know
That's
bro.
damn well
no,
that wasn't the case in
And
the
look,
South.
I
I
want y'all to
don't
peep game. I
hold
want y'all
on.
to peep
And
game.
I don't
The key word is
disagree. I don't
change in the
disagree
community.
with Domo's assessment, but I don't think it's the fundamental way we look at devaluing education like our people just didn't think it was beneficial. No, I'm not
Wait a
saying
minute.
that.
No. Willie.
I'm not hold on. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying
Mm.
is they were looking at other career opportunities. And this is when you get your Motowns. This is when you get your black people
Nah,
in these
Nah,
plants.
nigga,
nah,
nigga.
Nigga,
This
nope.
is when you
Motown was
get
a
You're off
career
base,
Motown
man.
opportunity.
already
Come on, bro.
all right,
You're off
maybe
base.
I'm wrong. All right, I'm
Yeah.
wrong.
Come on, man.
You talking about
I'm
the
wrong.
Come
80s,
on,
Will.
bro.
I had
Will,
an
you was
My
uncle.
nigga said,
tweaking,
this is when they
man.
wanted to be rappers, and this is when they.
He talking about like in
But
the
No.
Oh
80s.
see,
hell no.
and this is the only reason y'all are giving me
So
pushback
what's he saying about
because
Motown?
y'all think that that's the perspective I'm coming from. No, that's
No.
That's what
not
you're
the
saying,
perspective.
bro.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we see increases, right, in major cities of blacks getting jobs in plant work.
Did better did,
It coincides with a point where we see less black teachers and we see the liberal white woman take over the public school.
No.
I'm not putting no
That's
smut on
It's
no.
the
any.
exact
That's
opposite.
I'm not
Black
making
workers
the
were getting laid
argument that
off
we
in the 70s.
neglected black schools.
yes.
No,
Yeah,
That's not my
yeah.
no.
argument.
Black
Will,
factory,
black workers were getting laid off in the 70s.
those
Yeah.
Midwest factory workers was getting laid off like a motherfucker in the 70s, dog. Like them factories was
Real
leaving.
talk, Will.
They're
So
getting
Yeah.
if
shut
that's
down.
so hold on, but if that's the case, right? We were already focused on that position. There were already tons of
It
us
was a
in that
recession in the
role.
'70s, Will. Like you
No,
don't remember that shit?
no, you muddying the waters,
I
bro.
don't know
Because
what type of argument are you trying to make. It's like you're trying to create something,
I'm
Will.
really not trying to make an argument. I'm
Uh,
agreeing with you guys, right?
no, you're not. You're not agreeing
I'm
with
laying
us.
the numbers out to you.
So I just said I'm agreeing with you, Dev. You're
But you're
fucking
not
yelling at me and
agreeing with
shit.
us.
You
Your
keep
comments.
saying
I
black
am.
people
You
wanted
don't
to work in
understand what I'm
factories. Black
saying.
people did not want to work in factories.
We didn't.
Not if it was overwhelming rate.
No,
We
not,
wanted to
not.
work, but
Wait,
it
hold
wasn't
on.
like, oh, I can't
I
wait to get this
disagree.
job in this hot
This
ass fucking
specific
Whoa.
factory.
point
No,
that
that
we're
wasn't the
Wait,
talking
case.
about,
Go
this
ahead.
specific point that we're talking about,
No, hold on, Will. No,
black
no,
communities were decimated by layoffs
bro. No,
from
no,
these
no, 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 no,
same.
no, 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 no. You
I
you
get it.
cannot go from educators. Don't go from. We're talking about teachers, and
I'm
principals, and
looking at the entire
administrators.
Factory,
community.
that's a trade anyway. You talk about trade jobs, like
Yeah,
I'm looking
and
at the
no, no, no,
entire
no, 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 no,
community.
no. Okay, well, let's
There's a
look at
lot
it,
of
but
stop signs being blown here.
exactly. All I'm saying is that damn principal and that teacher, they were qualified to be a plant supervisor, a plant manager, but they decided to do a career field in education. Then you had this whole dynamic come along with this whole integration deal
I agree with
that
all of it.
they became collateral damage. You
I
cannot
agree with all
compare
of it.
them to somebody just working on a factory floor. Do not do that, man. And that's no shade to the
Here,
factory
here's
worker.
what here's what I'm saying. You don't understand, GA.
No,
I'm
you
saying,
okay.
listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying when those things happen, right? This is when we didn't focus on that teaching career being the main path, what we were striving for. And now, mid 60s, late 60s, you trying to get in that plant. People are buying
Bullshit.
homes
It
off
was
of.
No,
no
hell
man,
no,
bullshit.
hell
Hell
no,
no.
hell
If
no,
you had
hell no,
said the 80s, I
hell
would have
no,
gave you a point. But no,
no.
no, it was they were still
We
on that
come,
teaching shit in
we're,
the
we're
60s and 70s.
yeah, you're talking fresh out of civil rights, man. The
So
first
wait,
path
let's
to
slow down.
any job will. You can't name any job that doesn't require a teacher. Like the teacher was damn near holier than the goddamn pastor and reverend in the
In the
None of that
South.
black
is my
community.
argument,
In
Dev.
the black community down south.
I
Yeah, I
wouldn't
can't
argue
speak for
that, Dev.
So there was no running away from wanting to be
See, and that's the thing.
somehow
That's why,
involved in.
Dev,
in
that's
Go
why
ahead.
you're giving me pushback, because I was never saying running away. I
Well,
was
you made
just
it seem like
simply, I was just simply saying a change in focus. So when you see our numbers going up in these plants, it coincides with a time where us teaching black children started to decline and the white liberal woman becoming the predominant teacher. I'm not
Well, no,
putting
I,
any
no, but
no,
hold
blame.
on, hold on.
no,
So
no,
I'm
no,
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 not
because
no.
putting
this, because
any.
this is what Dev like, because this is where Dev kind of broke it down earlier with that book, the Jim Crow Pink Slip. Like it wasn't that black people's or black teachers stopped teaching. They were not they were not afforded those opportunities. They were denied the ability to teach.
Now
They
exactly.
were
Domo, let me slow walk it with you, right? What period are we talking about that Dev brought up earlier? Dev, it was around the 50s,
1970s,
right?
1970s.
I gave you an exact
It
year.
was the 50s,
Okay, if you want to do a range, Brown versus
Ah,
Board through 1970.
right
So
around there.
55
Right,
through 70.
right, right, right. So my point is, right, the community sees that we're being barred from these opportunities, right? So
it's
the
called
community.
discrimination. We're being discriminated against. That's the proper term.
Correct. Correct. We were being discriminated against.
double on this black
Uh
fatigue shit tonight. Okay,
motherfucking
go ahead, King.
D what you call them?
Will,
What you
hold
call
on,
them?
Will. Before you go, I'm saying what you're describing was accelerated very narrowly between 65 and 70. So I'm only
I
giving you a
agree with you.
5-year window.
I agree with you. I'm talking about the effects of that acceleration. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying let's see ourselves in that time in college, right? You're doing all this studying, but you're seeing black teachers aren't getting the opportunities, right? So now you want to have a family, you want to have some economic empowerment, and you still want to push B1. Even back then, right? You're looking at other opportunities. This is when we start to fill up the different plants and things that coincides
God damn, why you
with
keep bringing plants in here and we talking about
Okay.
educators, bro?
Yeah, you're bringing up
because
We
what
can
I'm
blue
talk
talking
about the
about,
collar.
plants.
what I'm
You're bringing up blue
GA,
collar,
what I'm talking about is the
non-skilled
focus
labor.
of the
You,
community.
yeah, you're
I'm
trying to
No,
saying
blend,
there was a
but I'm saying
time.
though, you're trying to blend non-skilled labor with uh
I'm
already
talking
academia.
about the
foundations laid for
community.
for,
He's
for
talking about the
pursuing advanced
community as a
I'm
whole.
education.
saying at that
Go
point
ahead.
we weren't as focused as
Yes,
being
yes, we was
on
focused.
being.
We
So I
was
don't agree.
focused.
I don't
That's
agree. I don't agree.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't
Yeah,
agree. We
I
were
totally
even more
disagree with that.
focused. We were even more focused.
Yeah, and the factory worker. But I
I
want
think
you to
Yes,
what it
finish your thought.
is I
Go
think
yeah.
when
ahead.
y'all hear me say that, y'all think I'm giving criticism to the
But I'm
black
No,
saying
community.
you
I'm
those
not. What I'm saying
will
is,
will
I
in the
hold
70s,
on, hold.
those warehouses were getting shut down
This
and
is my point, Dev.
gutted out.
This is my point. So if you
what's your
follow the
point?
chronology, right, of
So
what you
how were we
brought up.
working at the warehouses that they were laying off everybody? They just weren't firing black folks. They were shutting completely down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we accepting certain things as fact. Do we accept that a major part of Motown was black workers in
Why are you trying
factories?
to put Motown into
Hold on,
this?
That's
hold on.
one damn
Let's
Motown,
location.
Motown, yeah,
This is
Motown didn't get
crazy.
started because of the factory. Motown got started because Barry Gordy took a loan out with his family.
but when I say Motown, I mean Detroit. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Okay. I thought you
Oh,
meant the
okay.
record label.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
me
nigga,
No,
you
neither,
no,
can't
man.
what
say
I'm
the record label when we talking about jobs, nigga. You talking
I
about
mean
the
Yeah.
okay,
that's
go
just
ahead, bro.
how Detroit dudes refer to it. Like
No,
you'll
you
still
right though.
find
You right.
Detroit
You right.
No,
You
dudes
you're
right. You
right.
right.
You're
that'll
right. But when you
refer to
said
it as
that,
Motown.
No, yeah, because
I
you're
thought
saying
you meant
Motortown. We
No,
get
I
it. You
never
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
said
yeah,
Motortown. We
exactly.
get
I
it.
Say
kept saying
Yeah.
Motor
community,
City.
right?
Say
I
no.
was
Say
never
what they
talking about
used
the
back
record
then. If you're
label.
gonna make
Motor
that
City,
damn
yeah, Motor
reference,
City.
yeah,
Hold
Motor
Yeah,
on.
City,
Motor
I
City.
was
man.
we
never
got you.
talking about
All
the
right.
record label, right? I was talking
Okay.
about
Got you.
a cycle. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
hey,
And
nah, yeah, that
du-
was
during this economic cycle, right, in Detroit, I'm trying to use a specific example. We see an influx of blacks getting into in the mid to late 60s throughout the 70s until the layoffs,
No, it wasn't. It wasn't
which I
throughout the
agree with the
70s though. No.
entire timeline y'all laid out, right? I agree with the timeline, Dev. What I'm saying is there was a point where we were more focused on other opportunities than teaching being the thing. I'm saying in the 50s, when you were coming out of that time, like the teacher was exalted, right? In the black church, in the black community, right? Like the teacher was a big deal. When we got opportunities in other places, that coincided with a decrease in black teaching and an increase in the liberal white woman.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
not throwing,
No.
I'm
No.
not throwing.
What were the opportunities in other places that you just referenced?
So you don't think there was opportunity in these plants?
No. We just
You already
told you
brought
that
up
they
the
were shutting
plants.
down in the 70s. That
Nah,
started
you're
under
not.
Gerald Ford.
Dev, you're not listening to what I'm saying. They start to push back against black teachers and black principals, right? So that's no longer deemed as the surefire way, right, to be successful at that time. Because before then, teachers were fairly successful in society, right? Other
well, I
opportunities.
mean, but
Oh,
now hold on, but to be fair though, but to be fair, black teachers have always been underpaid.
that's
Black
not
teachers have always
even
been underpaid.
that's not even the conversation, though, Domo. I'm saying even
No, bro, when
underpaid.
you say that it
Domo,
was
I'm
like
saying
hold
even
on. When you say
underpaid.
success,
Domo, I'm saying even underpaid when they come home, right? They were still a teacher. That was still a
No,
job. That was still a job that paid more than a
Willie, you're
lot
not
of
doing a good
jobs.
job, man. No, because they don't even work under the separate but
Jesus
equal, man. The
Christ,
black
man. Y'all
teachers.
aren't hearing what I'm
No, because
saying.
you
yeah,
tweaking. No, we don't
that
hear what you're saying because you tweaking.
Nah, it's because you cut me off, my nigga. I'm not,
Okay, I'm
I'm
going on mute, bro.
agreeing. I'm agreeing with
no,
you.
you're not. No.
Yeah, bro, that's what
You're
I'm saying. You
telling me
not,
I'm
Will.
not agreeing with you, yo. Like,
Right. Well, so here's the thing. I guess the better question is,
yeah.
what connection are you drawing between like black teachers and the liberal white woman? How are we getting to that point?
What I'm saying is, through discrimination, the
Right.
community stopped focusing on this as one of the main things they wanted to do, right?
No, they
Okay, I
did
wouldn't.
not,
Hold
Will.
on, hold on, no, no,
No,
no,
they did
hold on,
not.
Dev, hold on, Dev. I would not phrase it like that, but for the
But
sake
you
of you
know what I
getting to the
mean.
point,
And you
not
don't
for the
even
sake of
fucking disagree.
Go ahead.
no. I disagree with your phrasing. I think the
But you
phrasing
don't
creates a
disagree with
different
the
narrative.
premise you know I'm
But
trying to
I
say
no. I
without your
understand what you're trying
collegiate
to say. Hold
document.
on. No. I'm saying, yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. So
Thank you.
understanding what you're trying to say with they
Thank you.
stopped focusing, right?
Thank you.
What's the next right? So what
So
happened?
now many of our very intelligent people become skilled workers, right? So now there's an influx of us in these auto companies in particular, right? When we're looking at Detroit, right? I'm just noticing it coincides with a decrease in black teachers.
Yo, Willie, City College. You grew up right there. What
My
happened to you?
nigga, City
Willie,
College is
slow
an
down.
anomaly.
Oh no, it's not an
Hey,
anomaly.
I'm going on mute because this nigga
Yeah,
gonna be
don't
on
go.
some
No,
No,
don't
bullshit.
run.
it's not
I ain't
anomaly,
fucking with
Willie,
you,
Don't
because
nigga.
run
I got a
now.
story down south.
Nah,
I
nigga,
got
don't
a
run now.
Hey, yo, nigga, how long you been listening,
I just
no.
started and I'm gonna light
The
your ass
whole
up. You
time.
know where I'm going. You are dead wrong.
I know where you going.
You are one.
He said dead, bro.
Yeah,
I know
because
where you
No,
going.
hey,
You
look,
going to
you
Edward
know,
R. Cullen.
Willie know where he going because he had an immediate response. He said that was an
He know
anomaly.
where I'm going.
He
Yeah.
said that was an
yeah.
anomaly.
City,
I want to hear it though. I don't know shit about City
even
College,
in
so
New
I'm trying to
York,
hear it.
I got you. Don't run
even
it
in
because
New
it's not
York
limited to City
City,
College. I was just starting here, Domo. He's
even
gonna
in
act
New
like I'm
York
just gonna frame
City,
it as a New York thing, and I'm not. Go ahead, Willie.
who wouldn't deny that City College is somewhat of an anomaly when it comes to
I'm
what
telling you, it's
black
not.
studies. All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Is,
see,
is,
you.
is
Hold on.
NYU a city college?
I
So,
got you.
Nope.
so, so
I got
Oh,
true.
you.
okay.
So
Watch the magic.
true. Baruch,
No. Can
Baruch
I
was
answer?
producing
I want
our
to.
Leonard
There are people.
Jeffries.
Willie,
It
hold
Baruch
on,
wasn't
was
bro.
black studies.
Come
No,
on,
don't
bro.
do
I
that,
got you,
man.
Willie. Let's talk through this. First name, Harry Edwards. Who's that?
the
That's
city.
not Harry Edwards. Everybody Google him. He has a Wikipedia page. We can start there because it comes out of the Black Studies program start. And this is with Dad. We were just talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
It comes out
Did
of
just
them.
say that? I knew where you were going.
But I didn't. You're acting like I'm framing it just in the city college thing. That was going around because in Atlanta you got the Institute for the Black World. People can Google that. You got what's going on in Chicago.
True.
So this comes out. I gave the book as well. It's called "We Are an African People." Thus, the Liberation School movement. Those people that you're talking about still were the teachers. Dev's mom is one of them. My friend's moms, like those, they still became the teachers. As a
So
matter
that
of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, I can guarantee you there may be somewhat of a percentage of people in here whose grandmamas or aunties was teachers' aides and such when they came up from down
all
south.
right, true. So with all of that being true, what I'm asking you is
Mm-hmm.
1950, 1970.
Mm-hmm.
Was the black community as focused on teaching jobs and being educators in the 70s as they were in the 50s?
Okay, so in the 50s, and you're trying to frame it there, you have to go back earlier with that whole white liberal angle that you're going with. That's something that starts in the 20s because the white Jewish woman in particular has to get a job because her husband does not make the money from working in the factories just yet. So they need the other income, and they start because this is when the progressive movement becomes they jump on that bandwagon and become the interpreter of the drums. And this is when your NAACP. I'm not going to go into the whole
I
thing,
see
but
what you did there.
that
All right,
white
go
liberal
ahead.
woman starts back then with the NAACP in the 20s. She's
Mm-hmm.
in schools when we are
Mm-hmm.
migrating to these places, whether it be St. Louis, Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
not Watts really yet, but you get what I'm saying. She's there.
No, man, you giving that old educated answer, man. I'm gonna say yes, man. Motherfuckers down south was raising damn sharecroppers. They were raising second generation sharecroppers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they wanted to be goddamn teachers.
But
Yeah,
Motherfuckers
that's
both
something
making
my
you
mom
college
and
did.
my
before they
father
go
were
to
both
school.
teachers. Yeah, both
Right.
my mother and my father, both of them
That's what I'm going,
they're
Dad.
coming up
You are the
before
product,
civil rights.
Yes, they wanted to be goddamn teachers. That shit was still noble in the 50s, Willie.
But what
Yes.
I'm saying though
But I'm
is
saying
even the
my
case during
family worked in the garment district, right?
okay.
So we have different experiences, and neither one should be discounted. So I was
I agree
never
with that
I'm not
saying.
100%.
discounting your
So hold
people,
on,
man.
I was
All
never
these niggas
saying.
with these respectable ass
I
parents. Nigga,
was
my parents
never
sold
saying
drugs.
that we weren't still producing black educators. But
We
what
but
I'm saying,
Willie, we have that because at the center of it, we always had it. This is was the 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 fire that brings on the Black Studies movement. Harry Edwards, once again, is important to look at. This is why you got the black fist going up in the Olympics. He is like a cattle. He's like at the center
I
of that.
agree.
That's pushing this along
I
with Dr.
agree.
Clark and whatever's going on in those type of areas. In Atlanta, once again, the Institute for the Black World, which is what all the HBUs, most of them start as normal schools, which
Yeah.
are teachers' colleges. That's what normal school means. They're teachers' colleges.
Teachers
That
colleges. Yep.
tradition is at the center of the
Baruch.
HBCU. It does not go anywhere. You see what I'm saying? So
I get
now
it.
you got these so-called think tanks that coming out of where old boys doing with the Journal of Negro History, right? Carter G, that's still going. So they're writing and doing. It's not going anywhere. Down
Wait,
south,
wait,
they still have the teacher. Like,
wait,
what are
but
you talking
truth,
about?
So hold on.
Hold on. Well,
Oh,
go
go ahead.
ahead. Somebody, go ahead.
No. I just wanted to point out that black teachers were going to PWIs in the 20s. So Charles Thompson, he got his psychology degree, his PhD from the University of Chicago in 1925. He's already done. University of Pennsylvania, University of Chicago, Michigan,
The HB,
PWIs.
the
Black
HBCUs,
Not
man.
people
even
from the South were
not
going to get
even
those
being
degrees. They weren't staying up there
Wait,
to
wait,
work
wait,
in
wait, wait,
factories.
wait.
They went back down south.
The
not
Wait,
even
hold
being
on.
funny though.
HBCUs
I'm just
are, hold on,
curious.
Willie, listen, they are normal schools. You have to look up any one of your schools pretty much, damn near. You're going to see that they started as a normal school. The HBCU is to train Negroes to go teach, Willie. That's
But
the
but
core of what an
but wait a
HBCU was
minute,
for.
I
wait a
know it.
minute. But hold
I
on,
know it.
wait, guys, wait. Please, let's not run this stop sign of what Domo brought up earlier. Hey man, these motherfucking teachers was not balling under control because it was still separate but unequal during that time. So they didn't have a whole lot of resources and they weren't getting paid a whole lot of damn money. And they coming back. Let's not just talk about the PhDs. Let's just talk about the just plain motherfucker that just made it out to come back to his hometown and
Mhm.
teach
What
little
happens
Pookie and
though,
Ray Ray.
DA, is the colored schools, like I was saying, closed around the country.
Yeah,
That's where the black teachers were going. You were
they
segregated.
bled them out. Yeah, they
Yeah,
let
you
them
had
bleed out. Yeah.
colored school tradition, and then because they say budgets and all this other stuff,
Outdated
now
books,
right.
raggedy ass buildings. I get it,
But then
bro.
Yeah.
but then they funnel you into the public school
Hmm.
system where now you're with the white teachers. So you get what I'm saying? The colored schools is where the black teachers were. It's not like
Yeah,
the black teachers went to go teach at the white schools, the public school. Now they were
yeah,
Yeah.
put out of luck.
yeah.
So
Right, but
I'm just
so
saying,
where I feel like it's an important distinction to make when we describe it in this specific nuance is this when we're critiquing integration, we'll hear something like that, what Truth just explained, and be like, and that what was wrong with integration. And it's
No,
like,
no.
no, that's not what was wrong with integration. It was the response to desegregation that created the backlash. The backlash was the problem, not the integration itself. The blatant de facto segregation is what made
yes.
it is what the problem was. You feel me? Like even like
That
yeah, we segregation is here, but that's for
Hmm.
these damn kids. We don't have to hire you.
Yeah, I just read you the letter from the actual place where the court case actually literally went down. Like in
no,
Topeka, Kansas, they knew before the decision came down. Look, if this
What you
go this
talking about,
way,
GA?
we can't do nothing for you. Straight up.
no. But Domo just hit a hole, man. When he's de facto segregation, now we in the 1970s because they like, man, my kids ain't going to school with these niggers. I don't want to live around these niggers. That's when Bubba and them came up out the fields at the Mississippi Delta, and they came and got them damn blue collar jobs that paid them a livable wage, and they was able to get a home inside the community, and them white folks left up out of there. De facto say,
Mm-hmm.
talk about that goddamn part right there, bro. Don't sit here and talk about, don't romanticize this shit, man. Let's have a discussion. My bad.
No, I'm just want to reiterate the fact that at no time did school children chose to not choose to be a teacher if that was the case. Like if they had it up in their mind early, like middle school, 7th to 8th grade, and then they didn't get any trouble or anything like that. By the time they graduated high school, yeah, they stood for the course. No one went to school to get a teacher certification or a teacher's degree and then said, "Oh fuck, it ain't gonna work. Let me go try something else." No, that was not happening in the 70s.
No, in 1970 they chose that. They chose that because their mama thought that shit was
So where it
admirable.
really go is the argument that black folks didn't want to be teachers anymore. Maybe I'm just confused on what
Yeah,
the.
he said we
Yes, that
lost
was the
focus.
argument.
Yeah, that sound like
Yeah.
that.
Somewhere around there, I'm
Yeah.
not like
No,
to stand on that
that's what he
shit.
said. What he was saying was that we get the transition from the respectable black woman teacher that's a staple of the community
Mm-hmm.
to the liberal white English teacher that wants to save these poor ghetto white kids because when niggas was able to get factory jobs, niggas was like, I ain't no point in working, ain't no point in wanting to be a teacher no more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wasn't nobody cool with that.
But that's
no
not
more.
even fact statistically. Like
Well,
that's not.
I
Yeah,
would
that's what I was
argue
trying
that
to tell him.
Yeah,
you had this.
that's what the response has been. It's like that's not true, bro.
No,
Yeah,
not at all.
yeah. I would just say you had both. You had just as many black male teachers during that time frame that probably all
Well,
time high.
that was the thing. That was remember that was the movies and the commercials and the archetype, the black teacher coming in and black male teacher coming in, and
Yeah, we still got to
that was the.
you still got to deal with Vietnam. I mean, as far as being available. Okay, so were there many black men available to bypass the mandatory draft for Vietnam? Okay, in the time period. So
Well,
that's continuing Price through the early 70s, 71, 72.
I would say all the way through 72. But so I would just say the pool is shallow during that
Mm-hmm.
time.
How about this,
But
y'all? Let's add this to the equation, GA.
Go
So
ahead.
now we got Bama's, the city folk, and otherwise now, right? We during this same era, it's so real, have to go on TV and tap dance for people to give money so we can send Negroes to college.
oh,
You
not in the
understand the
oh
era that we're
man.
dealing with here, right?
So the raise the dance didn't make it, huh? We weren't doing
No,
the raise
yeah,
the
raise the dance
dance.
they made, but you had Lou Rawls standing on TV for 24 hours. If anybody
You
was of a
sorry,
certain
but
age,
Yeah,
yeah,
on Channel 11, PBS.
yeah.
right?
Weekend
Doing what?
telethon.
For
You
who?
will
For
never
who? What was the
find.
organization he was doing it for? Anybody remember?
A mine is never a terrible
Right?
thing to waste. United
The
Negro College
United.
Fund. Yeah.
Thank you. So if we gotta have a telethon to raise money to send Negroes to college, do you think it was that easy to go to college?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
So
what.
that actually contradicts what he was saying about the push to want to go to college. No,
Right.
no, yeah,
Yeah,
laborers, unskilled
like
workers were not going to college to work in warehouses. The
I
whole
mean,
push to go to
and you
school
gotta,
was to be a professional, and
yeah,
that was
and that's what I was about to say.
primarily a teacher.
And then once you get into the 90s,
Yeah,
especially the 2000s, the whole thing is like, hey, now we got programs to get niggas in college. You can get
yeah,
a Pell
funding.
Grant.
Yeah,
This is you can get a student loan
yeah,
from the government.
Oh
We'll
yeah.
give you
God.
money to go to college.
Wait
So
a
then you
minute.
got a whole you got niggas from what, the late 80s, 90s, early 2000s, where it's like, nigga, you ain't got no excuse. Fill out the FAFSA.
No, it's a
Hold on,
different
hold on.
world from where you come
Hold on.
from.
Look at the dynamics though when you're talking about aid and student loans.
Oh
In the
man.
70s, and once again, I'm looking at my family. I'm not looking at books. I'm not looking at videos. I'm actually looking at what my family did. So my uncle was getting checks. They gave you money. They gave you the money first. And if you
go pay
wanted
for
to
your
give it to the
school.
school, cool. If you want to go blow it on weed and alcohol and fuck off, cool.
Yes, please.
And that's what happened.
That's true, Deb. Now that's real talk right there.
And Bill Clinton gave you, what was it, Teach for America? Right? There
Oh, I
were
forgot about
programs
that.
now that because the problem then it becomes cost prohibitive because in many cases you got to go and get the masters they wanted at certain places for you to get into the classroom. Right?
Yeah.
So the kids were coming out with young were coming out with these loans you got to pay back, but the teacher profession is, it's not paying that much initially. So I think it was Clinton, if anybody remember, and I think he did Teach for America,
Wait a
and
minute,
then
was it Clinton or Carter?
it may have been Carter. I know Clinton did something like
What
similar
time frame? What's the timeline?
when he was president. So that's when
You talking about early 90s?
yeah, and it was like, okay, you go to college, you go
Mm.
and you graduate from college, and you go not donate, but you go
Oh,
work
that's when
in
you work and you do
the
public
little
service for so long,
school,
your
and
loan
yeah,
will be
and then they go
forgiven.
right, yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
program.
that's
Yeah,
probably
my
That's
mother
Clinton.
my mother did that in the 70s. So if you were took up your major was at that time it was special ed. So special education, remedial was the term. That there was no payback. You weren't obligated to pay back that portion as long as you
You went into that field and did so much
certified in that
time.
job. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was an option though. I'm not saying that was the path that most black folks that were in the teaching field took. I'm just saying that was one option if your income situation wasn't that. But like I said, my mother and my uncle, they're only 2 years apart. I mean 4 years apart. They're only 4 years apart. He was born in 50. She was born, 48. She was born in 52. So 4 years apart, my mom chose the option of getting a loan, and based on what she chose, she was not obligated to pay her student loan back. But my uncle got his loan because he was getting cash. The government gave him cash. He was like, boom, checks every 15th and the 30th. He was getting it.
Checks and motherfuckers are buying
Sometimes he gave it to the school,
cars.
sometimes he didn't.
Yep,
Straight up.
yep, yep. No, that's facts there. But that's crazy that they was using remedial back in the 70s because we were using Q word back in the 70s.
Retarded?
This, yeah, yeah. That's if you study when you read, you ain't want the teacher to call you to read.
Oh, yo, you remember that kid? Everybody knew that kid. God damn, boy. His name was Antonio Helmsley, yo. God damn, boy.
Bro,
And
why
it
you
was
put that
like,
man business out there? Stop it, bro.
yo, son, it was bad because, like, you don't want to laugh at nobody, but you kids, he stuttered
Everybody
really
see you,
bad.
hey man, it wasn't normal, bro. We know no
I
better.
hated that shit, nigga. I'm like, all y'all taking too goddamn long.
Right?
Shit.
Yeah, like, damn.
Now look, I'm talking about. I'm at the end of the chapter. They just now getting into the second section.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
what the fuck, bro?
that was the transition also, Domo, from the all black schools with the black teachers, and then when the integration with the students happened, that lag in learning, because I'm in the same boat. I'm done, and this badass redneck white kid is trying to figure out what chapter we in. I'm like, motherfucker, you holding everybody else up.
But hold on, Dale. But
Now
what
look,
did they?
hold on, hey,
What
but
did
Dev,
what
here's
they?
the thing. Here's the thing. You went to a more like your school was much more diverse than mine.
Oh,
My
okay.
school was 90 something, like bro, it had to be like 98% black.
Oh,
There was
okay,
no
okay.
white kids at my these is niggas I'm waiting on.
Okay.
Hey, Domo. See, yeah, we had five. We had about five out of my graduating class that just didn't make it out. So we probably like 98.2. Just yeah. No, we weren't even
You in
2%.
Mississippi, Price? This Mississippi?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. That's Jackson, man.
I
We
got
shit.
some Mississippi examples in here. Columbus, Mississippi,
Oh, hell yeah,
Yeah.
Columbus rural school. Yep.
The same niggas now that need DEI policies to get hired.
No, Taz, that's bullshit.
That's some interesting insight, Taz. I appreciate that insight.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm calling cap on that. I know some thriving motherfuckers right now down there.
No, I would say that the white at least the white woman fits in the DEI, because in that time clearly, and the white male back in that time during integration, I mean they just didn't have enough credentials. They didn't have the credentials to teach their own children, let alone their own children and our children. Straight up.
No.
So you'll argue with other people, but not me?
Yeah, I'll argue with you.
I heard you about my city.
I ain't about nobody on this panel, but dude, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh,
here you go. He tried to line it up. He trying to line it up.
Hold on, what's up? What's up, sir?
I said you'll argue with anybody but me.
Why would I argue with you?
Look, see, okay, all right. Interesting insight. I got you.
No, but see, but that's to Willie.
Hold on, time out. Hey, wait. Do you think I'm dumb?
You want the truth?
Yeah.
Nah, dude.
He threw the bait out there.
Nah, this nigga thought he was about to get some sparring in.
He threw the bait out there. Yeah, the game going off now. Yeah.
Let me tell you. In season 3 of SBDL, me and Lance had a debate scheduled. Right. Every time we was on a panel and Lance talked about anything that remotely had to do with something we was gonna be discussing in the debate, I put my ass on mute and I took notes.
Just listen.
I shut up and I took notes. That's it. I ain't do nothing else.
Hey, active listening. That's powerful tool.
Yeah. So he thought he was gonna say something about DEI and I was gonna jump off that. What did I tell you, bro? Whether I win or whether I lose, I'm crashing out.
No, but
that's the beauty of it.
No, but dog, hey, you gave a little insight. I done read up. I told y'all I was gonna read that book, and I saw a move that you did. That I will be quiet though because y'all engaging right now. But
we good. Taz know what's up. I told him I'm about to be super respectful, bro. I'm all calm, peaceful, Damo. I'm listening now. All insights. Well, not all. I ain't gonna say that. I'm lying. Some niggas.
No, but see, Willie kept trying to introduce a point though. He kept talking about a white liberal female, but he was trying to. You can't just tie that white liberal female into the field. In my opinion, and from my anecdotal experience, that you can't just tie that into her dominance in that, because that shit didn't play out like that, man. The white flight came into play. You got socio-economic pearls that came into play with that, and yeah, from where I'm from, she ended up losing.
You said the big thing. I know. I didn't think nobody brought up, and that was white flight.
Yeah, that shit was real truth, and it was a part of that timeline.
Yep.
Right. So then they go, and then now they have a playground to be in the suburban schools that they set up, right? And then that becomes, because there's always the money, and that's what I'm saying. It comes out of progressive era in these social issue type of organizations that they'll front, and it's the same thing today. And that was their way initially of bringing in a second income. Then it becomes lucrative because you can get contracts from the government for the Save the Negro Fund, run by Mrs. Rubenstein and such. So
No, but don't talk about that.
Because all these black schools used to be white schools.
Psycho, me and Dad was just talking about this morning. Me and Dad was just talking about this morning. The school that I graduated from, the school my little sister graduated from, and the school my grandmother graduated from, my great grandmother could not go to that school.
That's crazy.
Right.
But see, so no, I'm just saying, dog, you seeing the inverse of what I saw, man, because right there in the 1970s, man, that shit was so overt in the South that they just said, fuck it. They just started going to private schools. They started studying in private schools. They just said, fuck, I'm gonna pay for my kid not to go to school with them niggers.
Not you, but see, and that's the thing. Niggas don't recognize how racist Kansas City is, like, and how segregated it is. It's literally segregated by a single block, like a single street.
Yeah,
Truce.
one street. Yeah.
Yeah, truce. And it's like
State
literally
line
on
road.
one side, on one side of the street, you have a liquor store, KFC, a closed down Walgreens, a cash checking spot, all that type of shit, right? On the very next street, across the street, on the east side of Truce, you have a world-renowned art museum. You have a university. You have Ruskin. A private school. You have what's called the Plaza District. You have what's called Brookside. Like, where I'm talking about, literally crossing the street takes you into a completely different environment. And like in Kansas City, yeah, they went out to the Raytowns, they went out to the Independences, they went out to the Grandviews. They did that. They did that, but they also just went right across the street.
Right there in your face, in
And like
plain sight. Yeah.
where we see it. You know what I'm saying? Like where we see it. Like we can see, like, and really police the shit a completely different way. And so that's why it's like when niggas talk about like integration and all of that type of shit, yeah, we see white people. That, like, we know where white people are, but we don't let, like, I didn't see white people growing up like that. Like, it was like one of the few. My mama had a white friend, but like we wasn't around no white folk like that.
That's that de facto segregation, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Man,
like,
that's a
yeah,
powerful damn term you brought up. That shit, we ran
that's
right
why
by
when Dev is talking about, Dev, they integrated y'all. And then my school experience was the reaction to that. It was the direct reaction to that. Like, nigga, like, no, Kansas City, where we grew up, that shit used to be the thriving area. That's the area that, you know what I'm saying, that got all this historical shit. Like, why niggas was singing about going to Kansas City and all that other shit. Nigga, when I grow up seeing it, it was ran down, abandoned buildings from rioting and everything else. You feel me? Like, but the crazy thing about it is gentrification is just the reverse of that. Because now all of them historical areas, they want that shit back.
Exactly. Here it is right now in 2025. They plotting to get this shit back. They trying to come in and swoop in and get this shit back.
So that big warehouse that used to be the post office, it used to be Sears, and they turned it into the post office.
To the post office, and then now I don't know what it is now. My granny used to work there. My great grandmother used to work there. Yeah. She worked there when it was a post office. I don't know. It's something else now.
So my mother was one of the first ones to get a brand new construction house on the field that faced the east side. There were only like 4 houses in the entire development when she broke ground in '94, the same year OJ, the OJ year. That's her first year there.
That was '94, I think. 94, 95.
And you talking about in Kansas City?
Yeah.
Your mama from Kansas?
No, we're not. She moved there from Arkansas.
She moved there from Arkansas. Okay, yeah, but see, my people moved there, like, well, Missouri, on the Missouri side. Actually, on the Missouri side, we always been in Missouri. We was on a plantation in Missouri.
Oh, okay.
Yes, like, so, like, my Baker side is like, or the Stevenson is difficult, but my maternal grandmother, they moved to Kansas City from California.
Yeah, a lot of her college friends were from Kansas City originally. That's what drew her to that.
Okay.
Yeah, so she.
Where did your mama go to school? Arkansas?
She did everything. She did everything in Arkansas.
In Arkansas. Okay.
Yeah, she did everything in Arkansas.
Man, don't let me find out Domo some kin to George Washington Carver. Did he come from a plantation in Missouri?
Did he? George Washington Carver did?
I think so. I really think so because his origins is somewhat clouded. But yeah.
Yeah. My grandma, that's a dope shit that I need to call it. She called me while I was at work. I need to call her back. My grandma didn't traced our shit back. Well, on the Stevenson side, so like my maternal side of the family, she didn't trace back to plantation in Missouri, like to literally like the white slave master that they believe was birthing kids with my, like, I think it was like my third great grandmother.
Bro, you better treasure that human intelligence, man. You won't realize it until they're gone.
I can look at my email and pull that shit up. She sent it to me. Yeah. Hey, nah, just on some random shit. Just that human, man. My maternal great grandmother was a motherfucking madam. No bullshit.
That's what it was.
And she caught my grandpa walking to work. He would stop and get a drink at her house at the spot. And she said, my grandma told her that she told me that she told that nigga, like, I'm gonna make you my husband. I'm gonna marry you. And shit, that nigga, he got her right. He got her out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Started the family and ran with the shit like that.
Oh man, what the hell true story that, man? What the hell true story that, dude? We did it,
bro.
Yeah,
what do you mean? I'm sitting here being quiet. I ain't said a word. This nigga describe any of y'all seen Coonskin? I mean, all of you Bama niggas from like Kansas City to shit.
Nah, my maternal grandmother, she's still alive. Her roots go back to the Cape Girardeau area, Domo. The town is actually called Pocahontas, Missouri.
And here's the funny part. I just want to say this real quick. Like y'all like to slander us Northerners and what have you. The reality is, just like you guys are describing, we can't, like, our people came from amongst you Bamas. You see that, right? All of that slick.
Hey, bro, you been using that Bama shit. Like, you just said it like 3 or 4 times. And I've really been sitting back like, don't say nothing about it. That's just how they talk.
That's just how I talk. Like, but you understand what I'm talking about. You was country slickers down there, and you came up here with that foolishness. You was doing the number running and the liquor house and the cat house and every type of other house DA down there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we weren't killing nobody though.
What?
Nah, we was the original hustlers. That's all it was.
They'll cut your ass. They'll cut your ass there. You seen the razor dance?
I'm saying, yeah, if you cross them, if you try to fuck over a motherfucker for his money, yeah, we were like, we sent a message like, look, don't fuck us over on our money. If you agree to this, that's what it is. So we went out here randomly running down and crashing out on motherfuckers.
Deb, I know you've seen Coonskin at least 3 times. You not gonna fool me. I know what you niggas was doing down there. Yes. You brought that foolishness up here and corrupted these poor white folks in these cities.
Y'all told us to come up there.
What? And then Frank Lucas, y'all hero. It's not. You got multiple examples. The Bamification of the cities is corrupted the cities. If you ask
me, the Bamification of the city. You
funny. No. He cannot. No, we. I'm not gonna let him get it. He done told on himself. Cause who was fighting them Irish when y'all was cohabitating with them damn Irish up there? Did you forget that video, Mr. Storian?
No, but here's the thing though. What happens is, just like, I mean, actually all people do this, so it's not limited to us. Those same Bamas get up here and probably within 3 or 4 years time, all of a sudden they don't want nobody else to come from down home now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because y'all done fucked them up. Yeah, don't come.
No,
Like
but it's
that,
what I'm
yeah.
saying is every because immigrants even do that once Mexicans are doing it now. They don't want no more Mexicans. We just saw the last election. Well, we did that too.
Yeah. That's funny.
Like, okay, I'm up here from Carolina and whatever. I don't want no more of these. Now they
No more
saying,
Carolina
damn,
niggas.
them niggas coming back. You know what I'm saying? They the
Country
ones
ass
that started
nigga,
it.
yeah. That's funny. It's
That
fucked up,
is
but it's
funny.
funny. Cause the thing about it though is like growing up in the country and then like living in LA for like going on 10 years. It's like when I go back, like when I was just in I keep saying Charleston. I was just in Charlotte, and you like damn. It is country than a motherfucker. Like this shit country to the bitch. Like when I go back to Kansas City for sure, nigga. When I show like my wife from Texas, when I show her the school that I went to, that like my elementary school, she called that motherfucker a schoolhouse.
Not a
She was like
schoolhouse.
school.
It was
God
one building. I mean, it was
Bro,
one small building.
one building, 3 floors.
damn. They had a
Stairs
pipe.
Oh,
on
that's
each end of that bitch.
yeah. That's how my fifth grade was. But
Yeah.
before Brown versus Board of Education though, that was the high school for all white kids though. The
Dad,
same exact building.
did y'all have that big bell in the front like Little House on the Prairie? And ding, ding, ding,
See, that's what
We
I'm
No.
had a
saying. Like that's
flag.
when
We
niggas
had a
take it too
flag.
far though. That's
Yeah.
when niggas take it too far though. That's when niggas
No,
take it
but
too far.
see, no, here go the reality though, Domo, because I'm seeing this with a lot of my elders, man. Once they get into the age, usually about 70, they want to go back home. Be like, fuck the city. And they want to just come back south and ride it out from there. So that be the reality of it right there. And some
Yeah,
reality.
you know, GA, I ain't there yet. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't
no,
there
you
yet.
a
Damn, he
long way
said
off,
yes.
man.
Holy crap.
Yeah, you a long
But
way off.
I do feel like, yeah, no, I do feel like when, I'm a like being out, cause like if I leave here, I'm going to Texas. If I leave California, I'm going to Texas. There's no question about it.
That's
I'm
what
going
my
to
dad
Houston.
did. My dad went
Yeah.
from 20 years staying in Oakland in the North Bay, met some chick, and he ended up in Austin, in the suburb of Austin, Texas, Georgetown, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
Georgetown.
Hmm.
No, yeah, man, shit, Georgetown, shit, they're doing all right there.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I'm
no
saying.
shade.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Yeah. That ain't no slum or rinky dink ass fucking establishment, if you will.
So
He had a full certified tennis court in his backyard. That was his backyard with lights and every goddamn thing.
and what he had cookouts back there because Negroes don't play no tennis.
Yes, he had a gazebo. True. Yes, the full deal.
Let's see,
And Psycho will tell you no green grass.
Oh man.
Can you imagine
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I can. I really can. The tennis court has been converted to a basketball court. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a dice game in the corner. Oh,
Pure black. Every single black person I met when I was in California, their family or them was either Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri. That's it. It was no other states that they referenced.
wait, didn't a lot of that Mississippi go out to Cali too?
It's a
But I'm
few out
saying the
there. It's a
Mississippi
few.
folks had roots in those other 3 states.
Okay.
Yeah, they got a leapfrog. Truth. You
Yeah.
know that.
I was about to say you got to
Yeah,
think about that, bro. It's a
yeah.
lot of like really black cities that was built with niggas just going west.
Right.
Yep. They had the leapfrog out there. Mississippi notorious just follow the highway, man. We call Chicago North Mississippi.
Cause
Oh
like
yeah.
even like when we think about like black history for real, like Kansas and Missouri especially, like all the little country ass towns where it ain't nothing but like where ain't nothing but niggas that you know what I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
has been there for like generations like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Like niggas black
But
cowboys and all that shit, nigga, like that
I'm
shit was
saying 764, the motherfuckers that did mention Mississippi, the next generation was either from Louisiana or Arkansas.
Yeah,
It was either or.
764.
It wasn't no
Yes,
Mississippi with no connection to Arkansas or Louisiana. That's what I'm saying. I never saw that from the black folks in California.
you gotta be a
The
gateway. It's a
the
gateway to the
no
west.
yeah, the Mississippi with no connection to Arkansas or Louisiana,
they ended up most of them in Chicago, straight up.
Yep, that was the
So
stop
that's
right there.
different. Yeah.
That's a whole nother pipeline right there though.
Yeah.
That shit, like Mississippi, Memphis, Chicago,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Saginaw, Flint, a little bit Kentucky, somebody straight east. But yeah.
Yeah, Louisville is the border. Like Louisville is on the Ohio River, right? Kentucky River.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
So why none of you Negroes went to like Montana and the
Hey, shit too
Dakota?
far.
Get
The
the
wind
fuck
Hey,
blow
out of
all the
here,
time
bro. Like,
and don't never slow down. Yeah.
bro, there's nothing there.
but hey,
Okay, so not even factory work.
Nothing.
Factories,
No,
dude, you can't even get a fucking street pole, yo. I showed you the video.
right.
I
hey,
showed you the video when I was
hey,
driving
but
out there.
ain't nothing out there, bro. The speed limit is 80 miles an hour. That's regular speed limit, 80.
Like that's what they call Minnesota. They call it not Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota. They call it what? Big Sky Country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's the land of 1,000 lakes.
Yeah, land of 1,000 lakes. That's right.
Now I'm confused. One of them is Big Sky, ain't it? Like,
Yes, no. Which one is Big Sky
they
then?
got
That's not.
Big Sky
I think
Compact.
I think you got to come back in. You got to come back in,
It
either
may
Montana or Wyoming or something like that.
Montana.
it may be Montana.
Montana. Yeah,
Yeah.
Montana is
Montana.
Yeah.
There we go.
Montana. There's nothing fucking there.
Yeah, y'all want to go cut
Hold
some
on, what did I
trees?
say? I said something. What did I say with an M?
Minnesota.
Missouri.
Yeah,
Minnesota.
you said
Yeah,
Montana
okay,
at first.
Minnesota. Yeah.
That what
They
Taz
put all the
say.
Africans,
Taz say he
right?
gonna start a
Minnesota.
nation out there, man. Montana.
Shit. Or what?
No, it's some land deals out there now. Sure.
Yeah, it is. It
Some
is.
you can get some square footage deals. Yeah.
I'm not going, man.
For the low.
I'm gonna
For
do
the
drop
low though,
shipping.
Price. For the low. For the low.
I'm gonna do
Put your
drop
big
shipping for
cross in the
y'all,
front
man.
yard. You be good.
But that's putting cap on what Taz actually said. I didn't say I was going to start anything.
No, I ain't say you said you was going, but you said that'd be an ideal because the population is ripe for the taking.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine opening it your back? Can you imagine opening your back door and all you see is the Cheyenne Mountain Range every morning?
Damn,
Every morning, that's your backyard.
No, I'm worried about who gonna be in my backyard when I open the back door.
You know, ain't nobody gonna be out there, yo. Ain't nobody camping
everything.
out.
That's what's your backyard, nigga. Your backyard is
You
everything.
cool.
Nigga.
Yeah, you cool.
Them damn grizzly bears, man. The hell with that.
All be together as one people.
Oh God, Jesus.
I'm not trying to live in no commune with you, niggas.
You gotta go through Taz to get some goddamn toilet paper and shit.
Nah, I'm actually more in favor of a commune than I put off.
That'll be funny, man, because y'all will be the entertainment in the evening. Then what are we debating tonight?
That's by
this
default, though.
evening.
Yeah, the commune has always worked out better than, I mean, the individuals trying to, fend individually.
That might be worth it to waste true story, cut down some trees that he loved. What you gonna do? Hug the
What? I
tree
ain't
and
cutting
then
no
cut it
trees
down?
down. Hell no, don't cut down no trees. That's your problem now. Cutting down on the goddamn trees here.
That's our mode of production, bro. What you talking
More
about? That's how
production
we
for
eat.
what? The air's
That's how we
messing up.
eat.
We need the lumber, nigga.
Yeah, that's the business out there in Montana. That's the business.
Well, it's wrong. Hiking could be a business. I'll go
He said
hiking.
that nigga said, "Well, it's wrong."
He said it's wrong.
Hey, Domo, to your earlier point, so he don't want to cut down no trees so he can go down there and do his chat GTP research later.
Listen,
Oh yeah, that's
I will
leave that
be
tree
one
up.
less prompt if I can go hiking. Okay, God damn it, shit.
With that red dirt. That's them one-time boots. Once you wear them, ain't no more putting them back on.
Be out there scared to death of animals. There you go, wolf or coyote. I see you 504. Yep, I'm that nigga. Be scared to death out there. Let's go though. Big
He
ass
too
moose. I don't know what to
I
do.
see him now. He fucking up the quota, but then killing it at night behind closed doors.
Under the darkness of light, you can't even see your
Yeah.
hand in front of your face. Yeah.
I saved 5 trees today, so I can ask 5 prompts. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
efficient with my prompts.
You know what? You might be on or something. You might be honest, and that might be a good way to get some trees planted, right?
Yeah. 10th to the power. Yeah, he up there in Minnesota. Shout out to Brooklyn Heights.
Damn.
Yeah, 10th is up there in Minnesota. He right off the Mississippi.
Yeah. I-35, 35W.
Yeah, well he where the Mississippi still got water.
Yeah.
Now when we start seeing the side of the banks where he at, we got issues, y'all. I just want y'all to know that.
North side, yeah. Yeah, that Minneapolis, that's like a hub, like Las Vegas. Like when you go to Las Vegas, like the inner parts in the city of Las Vegas is congested and it's activity. And then soon as you leave out the goddamn metro area, dead.
Oh, that's
Nothing
the
but
next.
dirt.
He said 10,000 lakes. That's the next stop.
Yeah, I tried
Vegas
to
is the
count them
next
on a
stop,
map.
ain't it?
Yeah, I tried to look them up on a map. I mean, I think I seen about like 80 of them, but I didn't get to 1,000.
Yeah, he said 10,000.
He said that that's about the about a good number estimate.
About the land of 10,000 lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Minneapolis Lakers.
Yeah.
That's where they started.
That's where the Lakers start.
Yeah, that's where they
Oh,
started. Yeah. Lou Alcindor. Yeah.
didn't know that, man.
Yeah.
How you gonna tell that lie? Lou Alcindor ain't pay for no damn Minneapolis Lakers. That was George Mikan.
Played for Milwaukee.
You heard him, you Taz, you gonna let him get away with that, Dev? You don't knock it up, Lou
My
Alcindor.
bad.
He try to use his government name and everything.
He right. I fucked that one up.
Nah, that was George Mikan. That's yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man, y'all niggas know too much damn history, man.
Suck.
We lived the
Say it
history.
again, Psycho. Say it again.
Well, at least I lived some of that history.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Bro. That's
school,
that's
but
my
I'm saying that school integration shit kind of the impacts of how the perspective of how life was I mean nowhere close to what's literally been promoted on TV in the media today. Like today, the American dream, and you could be all you can. I mean, I never seen that. Like I thought it may have been okay, but the separation from the black educator to the black student to give them enough to prepare to operate in an integrated society. So no, integrating the students with the white teacher, thinking that the white scholarship was going to be more advantageous was an absolute no.
I just thought about
the results are there. Yeah.
That during this time, there's a man. His name is Theodore Pendergrass. You ever heard of him?
Teddy
He
Pendergrass.
had a pretty popular song. Anybody know the words to that song?
Mr. Turn Out the Lights.
Wake up
over.
all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't
Yeah, I
that
remember
the song
that.
was out?
Yeah.
What the hell is Willie talking about then? If they talking about waking up the damn teachers and everybody singing a song? Huh? The hell is going on?
Yeah, Will was off base on I don't know where he was trying to
No,
go
yeah, Will
with the
messed that
liberal
up,
woman.
man. And then in Boston, Boston is an outlier of the whole whatever he's describing in Boston. But that was a nice segue, True. That was nice. I
Like that. I work on material.
yeah.
So
You said
who was the poster child for the liberal woman?
I don't know. Is he? I hope he wasn't finna go dangerous minds on us.
What y'all was saying that we lacking teachers.
Was it Rosie?
Nah.
Mm-mm. We talking about what went down in the 70s, man, and Will messed that up, man.
What's going on,
man?
He just wanted to say
The students got integrated, but the black teachers and the black principals and the black superintendents did not get integrated.
That's the part that he was never connecting. And then that whole Boston thing, I could connect it with that whole Boston analogy because, okay, what made the school black? Because the employees are already there. And it didn't happen like that down south. You literally had the black high school got downgraded to a middle school or junior high,
Mm-hmm.
and the kids got bussed over to the damn white school, the white high school.
With being taught by teachers with less credentials.
Exactly. Then
Yeah.
that's why I kept saying, hey, your teachers that black, they was overqualified. They didn't even need to be teachers.
Mm-hmm.
But they was teachers because mama and them liked it. My baby a teacher at the high school. My baby a principal at high school.
I remember when Calvin got a job when he was working at McDonald's. You remember that?
Oh man, Calvin, where the hell is Calvin? Do he
Mm-hmm.
own a store today? Has anybody seen Calvin? What the hell is Calvin doing?
Yo, the best one though, speaking of all this, was when that boy was on the side of that road down south waiting. And his mother was like, "We're gonna do everything we can to get you to college." And then the bus was coming. You was a kid, you got hype, and that shit rolled right past. Yo, I cried when I first saw
What's
that.
the average salary for an elementary teacher?
Depends on where you
Average.
are.
Yeah, it depends on where you at now, bro.
Even in New York, I think you.
The national average is 30,000.
60 in New
Man, how
York.
the fuck is y'all living in New York,
Wait,
yo? I was
wait.
just
Who said
looking
that?
at
Who
prices
just
in
said
New
that?
York.
The national
KT.
average is 30,000? Who said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think it's a
30.
game, boo, and niggas tell you, yeah, they paying $2,000 minimum for
Man,
nothing.
bro, I was looking
I
at
mean, they do this.
$22,000 in Soho,
No. Wait. Who
bro,
said the
and you
national
can't even
average is
stretch your
30,000 for a
arm.
school teacher, man?
In 2025?
Yeah,
30,000.
yeah, that's the national average. This KT, yeah, that's the national average.
You
No,
taking
it
them?
can't
You
be,
30,000.
taking that
man.
from the NEA, National Education Association?
I
Or you
can
getting that
look up
number?
Yeah, ain't nobody trying. That's the main reason why. If you really look, most of the social programs is stuck around that cap.
Wait a minute.
That's really a big issue.
I'm not saying it's much higher than that, but I'm saying it's
No.
in 67 bands.
Come
I
on,
don't know
man.
about
Wait,
67 bands.
wait a minute. No,
You think they getting paid? You think they getting paid the maximum or the minimum in our community?
at 30,000, they getting
Mhm.
shitted on. Come on, man. The national average?
That's what I'm saying.
No. Come on. Okay. True story. In New York City, what is the average cost of living in New York City right now?
Man, that
Any
shit
average cost
ridiculous,
of
man.
living.
I
Help
just
me
seen
out.
an apartment for 22,000.
No,
All right,
I'm not
so
talking about apartment, man. I'm just talking about for the year. For you just to do some
so
basic shit.
oh yeah, well, you gotta figure a studio is probably the cheapest you say, and that's gonna be at least 1,900, and that's gonna be rare. You're gonna find $1,900
Okay,
studio.
I was incorrect, but
Where
due
you
to
gonna be
the
at? Yeah, where
It was
you
too
living
low,
at for
wasn't
1,900 though? If you
So
move to New York,
you're not living. I mean, in
nah,
New
they get
York,
paid more than 30 bands.
you
but what
sound
you
like you in
doing?
the
You
trenches.
still,
it? Yeah,
No.
that's what I'm
They
saying.
say
You was low.
19,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying
1900
with
in New
that,
York City? Come on, man.
what
1900.
I'm
So you
saying,
got a
You
bunch of
even with
trenches.
that,
dollars.
Let him
it's a studio.
let, let him correct them numbers real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go
I was
ahead.
about to say the National Teachers Association said it's 40. So
Okay,
Hold on,
that's about right.
it broke
Hold
up
on,
on
hold on,
me.
hold on,
What'd he say?
hold on. Let me point to 1970. North Carolina had 227 black principals in 1969. In 1970, the very next year, there were only 8 in the entire state.
Wait, 229 to 8?
Yeah, 227 to 8 in 1 year.
God
One
damn.
fucking year.
It
So if
wiped
we're
them
gonna
out.
play crazy stats, but here's another one, Blue, to get to answer you. The average rent in New York is about $5,000, 4,700.
Yeah, that's
Average.
ridiculous.
that's
That's what I was looking
crazy,
at,
nigga.
Wait a minute.
bro. I
So
was looking. Most of them was like
wait.
45, 30,
Okay.
maybe 39.
So the average rent is 5,000 a month.
Yeah, we're
Man, a
not
one
gonna
bedroom,
use
bro,
New York
maybe a
City cost of living to try to what we trying to gauge here.
No,
No,
I think
I'm just
I was
trying.
just trying to give him a rough estimate of the rent,
the teach
but
what a
that's not
teacher
every.
might be,
Well,
what a
do the
teacher
teachers
might
in
be
New York
making.
City then? If you're gonna
Right.
do the
My
rent in New York
the,
City.
That's what he
my
was. I think
teachers
that's
in
where
New York.
GA was for the go.
Oh,
The
Yeah,
okay.
teachers in New York. What I'm telling
that's
you
where
is
I'm
my
trying to
best
go on. But
friends.
a
My best
motherfucker done
friends
paid
in New
30.
York City are teachers. I could tell you from real world experience. Like
Mm-hmm.
yes, they
What
were
they doing? They got to be doing at least 70.
for
Please tell me
well.
they
They
doing
said they do
70.
Now,
72.
so now I've known their career for 30 years now, but they started off, and I know other people like around 60.
Yeah.
And the problem
Do the
is
dough. Yeah.
you can't find anywhere to live. And this is the problem with housing because even projects or whatever were initially set up for those municipal workers, whether they be firemen, sanitation, or teachers, or those people. That's what they were for. They were supposed to be affordable housing. So anyway, if you work at a school somewhere, now you're forced to live even further because you can't live like you teach in Bed-Stuy. On a teacher's salary, you can't live in Bed-Stuy. I think the average rent in Bed-Stuy is probably what 2,800 or something like that now.
A
So
month.
you get what I'm saying? You got to live even further from the schools, which is not a problem because the teachers to help Willie out are still coming from Long Island. The white women who can afford to have $60,000. Why? Because it's like I said earlier, they have two incomes in the house. They
That's
have
the liberal. That's the liberal woman he was talking about.
right. That
Oh,
they have the husband's income, so then they can go into the industries like social worker and teacher and all those things that may not have the ceiling of 200, but that extra 80 to 100 you bring in with
mm-hmm.
what husband is making is how they
Mm-hmm.
get in the suburbs. That's why so many of them
No.
teachers go out in the suburbs.
True, you ain't even parsed that salary out though, man. So now you say it's 28, so it's not 5,000, it's 2,800 a month.
Okay, but even still, what I'm saying that's the average because that's taking into account what Blue just mentioned that there's apartments that's 22 grand a month and all those other stuff on that end.
Man, just give me one of them damn apartments, man, because you talking about rent. You ain't turn no lights on that motherfucker. You ain't did no cable. You ain't did
Oh, you say
anything.
apartment? You think you're gonna be walking around with a lot of space, man? You ain't got
Right.
about 2 or 3 hundred square feet, yo.
What I'm talking, so
Oh,
that's what I'm
hell
trying to get
no.
you at. We're talking studios when you're talking 2,000, so y'all call them
You
like
gonna
Yeah.
be in a
efficiency,
shit.
what they call them, right? Out of town, I know that some places they call them those size apartments,
You're
right?
gonna be in the trenches, bro.
Yeah,
You're gonna be real
one of my first driving jobs was a moving job from Chicago to Manhattan, Avenue C. Uh, um, went up to the 7th floor. I couldn't see where I was walking. I took 4 steps and I was at the end of the apartment.
God damn.
That's what
Straight the
the
fuck
one I
up.
looked.
Huh?
On everything that the one I looked at today was 22,000. And you can literally touch the wall, bro, on both
Yeah,
walls
but
with
you
your
also,
fucking
I think
arms
you
extended.
said it was in Soho, so
Yeah, it
anything in
was in
Soho
Soho.
is going to
Oh,
be.
Oh,
okay.
What
you
do you
being
have it?
bougie
You
with
can
it,
pull it up. I
man.
can tell you exactly. Well, you know the street. You're talking about the center, like the person who's going to live there.
Yeah.
It's what they
Man,
call a
Blue, you
pied
gotta
à
take that
terre, or
shit
whatever.
to the Bronx, man, the Queens somewhere, man. Where you out there,
Yeah,
Soho?
I never got the ideology of stacking the people up north up, because in the South we spread out.
Because you have space, and now you're talking about efficiency. They took the model from Europe, started doing that first, and then America did it with
The
the
British Empire.
the British were doing that. You ever notice like how they got PJs that look
We
just like
baby Britain.
New York and Chicago and Europe, but they put their PJs in the suburbs on the outskirts of the city. They didn't put them in the center
They
like
stacked them up.
America did. Yeah, they look just like PJs in Chicago and everywhere else.
No,
Yeah, that basic brown brick.
So
No,
there's a couple of styles. One that was like Cabrini Green is called Towers in the Park.
but
okay,
those are
okay,
gone.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
wait, truth, those are gone now, man. No
No, I
more
was just talking
No,
about
PJs.
but
that
no, I
style of
still got the
product.
image in my head. Remember, I've been inside of Cabrini Green Price.
Right.
Got you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
I just want him to
Queensbridge.
know that the project is a suburbs now.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying those are the identical floor plans for a prison and MC Center where Diddy is right now.
that's true.
Mhm.
That's true
Yeah.
too. That's true.
Well, they was supposed to be housing, like I said, for municipal people and then the people coming home from war. So
Mhm.
you weren't going to get top of the line. They were supposed to be that and then housing because they were changing the laws around the country from those old laws, which were the old tenements, to new housing laws.
Wait,
So
wait,
by
wait, wait,
then,
wait, wait. True, true. You said something important then. So they was supposed to be temporary.
yeah, how projects were supposed to be temporary.
Okay,
Yeah,
Because
okay.
like a
you
2 or 3 year plan. Yeah.
Yeah, it
right,
was
you were supposed to be there. What they would, go ahead, Tab, but I just want to say this real quick, Taz. That because they were developing, what was the next step? You were then to go to the suburbs.
Mhm.
You
Okay.
understand? And that's what the
Okay.
plan was. It wasn't supposed to be generational. We made it because of, a whole bunch of conditions, and we pass it down like it's inherited in a home in a lot of cases, right?
Yeah,
But the great,
that's my
no, I'm just
apartment.
serious. That's how we survived,
Yeah,
right?
your college dormant, your like
Y'all
a
niggas
college
need to leave
dormitory
that shit, man.
You get
plan.
you get on the list, and then once somebody in the family, or the child has the baby, you put the baby on the lease. So now the apartment and the PJs can stay on it for another generation. That's how we. What did you think we was gonna do?
Because
No,
Price,
but
Y'all
Price,
bro,
gotta get up out of there, bro.
Up out of where, my nigga? Where you think you
Man,
think you escaped and
no,
exempt from this? Where you at, Blue?
no, but bro,
y'all
that
gotta
you
hit
said
the
something
south, man.
imperative.
The
Bit.
South,
It was supposed to be what?
generational
temporary.
property and shit in the
We
jet.
made it
We're not
generational. Come
passing on
on.
an apartment, my nigga.
so
Yeah,
so
but
so
Blue,
The
Price.
you're
That
saying that
studio.
you're saying
so
that
Price.
because we go down. I just want to say this, Deb, and you act like there's opportunity for work. We have I say we
Hell
got a great
yeah.
market. It's not, man, because this is the problem.
What?
People are going down to Atlanta, gets over flooded, and then
Yeah.
now they're driving up shit in
Nah,
South Carolina and North Carolina, and the
Yep.
problem is going down there and realizing that half the damn town works in the Amazon factory, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Atlanta
nah,
fool.
man. A lot of them
No,
people, bro. First, you don't go to Atlanta. I'm saying when I say the South, I mean like you ain't got like it's places, bro. You could
Name it.
live
we,
straight,
we
bro.
listening. But please don't say Arizona, New Mexico.
Nah,
We
nah.
listening, Blue.
I
I'm
would still
listening.
stay in the Southeast, but I'm saying I wouldn't
Name it,
say
bro.
like necessarily
Where?
just Atlanta.
Where in the
Shit.
southeast, bro? Where?
I mean, I do Pensacola. Uh,
Ain't no
I
jobs
like
in Pensacola. That's why people leave
yeah,
Pensacola,
you do, bro. You got Airbus. You got what was man? You got all kind of welding jobs, bro. You got
bro.
all kind of
This
shit.
is why people are
You ain't got
leaving.
to go to South for welding, yo.
I know what I'm saying. You could do any. You know what I'm saying. They got all of the same jobs. Like you got a bunch
You
of them
can't take
jobs.
your lifestyle with you though. That's what a lot of people are trying to do. They're trying to take
Yeah,
how they
that's
live
the
up north and they're trying to
you
take
gotta
that
leave
down
that shit
south.
alone, man. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
No,
That shit,
Go ahead.
wait. Now,
you
if
gotta
he a
leave that shit
welder,
alone, man.
if he a welder, he can go to Jacksonville.
Yeah, he
They
ain't got
go
to go that far though to weld. He can stop off in Texas.
well.
I mean,
That's
you
true
got
too.
Texas. I mean, I ain't
No,
saying
Yeah,
like
you
I'm
see what's
just
no.
happening to
saying.
Houston? You see what's happening to Houston?
Oh man,
You
y'all ain't
got
want to talk about
Austin
Houston.
though.
Austin, you see what's happening to
No,
Austin?
man,
The Austin
Austin.
people that make Austin weird got priced out and started moving to
Wait,
with Kansas City.
wait a
I'm dead
minute,
serious.
California.
Like,
Yeah,
Kansas City
California.
is another place.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't
I
know
mean,
about that.
they're
Yeah, no.
leaving
See,
because
Yeah,
of jobs, though, Blue.
we're
Ain't
done
no
with
job.
now
I
Blue coming in here
mean,
muddy in the waters, man.
I
That
ain't
nigga
gonna
done went
lie,
from
bro.
Pensacola.
you
Now
all
he in
over the
damn
place, bro.
Austin.
We're
He
trying to
ain't
get some
yeah,
consensus.
I mean,
yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I felt like when I went, like, it was a lot of jobs, bro. It was
Where?
hella jobs,
He said it was a lot
and
of jobs.
getting a
Pass it to
job,
him.
bro. Man, on
They
Indeed,
still gonna be available waiting on Blue?
on Indeed,
No, man.
I'm straight. I
Man,
ain't
You looking
going
at an
nowhere.
ad?
no,
You can't go
no,
by that
Man,
ad.
no.
them ones there, bro.
Blue.
I used to
They
post
be
jobs on
they
in the internet that wasn't even real jobs, yo. I used to do that all the time.
No. That's cap
nah,
right there,
it
man.
be some good jobs, bro.
No. Austin is
Hold on,
already land.
Blue on his Friday night shit. He all over the place.
You can literally
No.
build you got play they build lanes.
Slow down, Blue. Slow down, man. Take a time out, yo. Hey, Price. the first time I saw an apartment structure in terms of stacked up, it wasn't Chicago. It was a college dormitory at my mom's college. The way they were stacked up with the cinder blocks.
I believe that. Yeah.
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 The exact college was University of Central Arkansas, same place where Scottie Pippen went.
That's crazy, man. Bro said Austin though.
Yeah, he jumping all over. But I don't know. Something happened to Blue in the last couple of days.
No, he tweaking right now. Try again. Go
It's
back to
Friday
the
night,
drawing
man.
board.
Yeah, I know. It's Friday.
Stop lying to people, man. We trying to be.
He had a bad week. He had a bad week, Blue.
Blue dream right now.
Check came up short for the holiday. You thought you already spent that money?
He said, "The hell with that. I'm moving to Pensacola."
That motherfucker going far, boy.
I don't know about that. That's a long ride, man. The
That's
West
what I'm
Coast to
saying. Might well go to Europe. Shit, he going all across North America.
Yeah, he be better off going over
Man,
there.
I'm saying, man, you got the whole South, bro.
What happened, Blue? What happened, man?
Yeah, pick a spot in the
I
South.
got a call. My
Name
fault.
a
I got a
spot.
call.
Okay,
I
name a
mean, you
spot in
got
the
the whole
South.
Southeast.
Oh, you say
I think
Southeast? Atlanta
yeah,
full.
you got the whole Southeast.
Atlanta
but
is
y'all
full,
naming
bro.
like the main cities, bro. It's
That's
I don't
because
really know. Like you got the little spot. You got some nice spots on the outskirts, bro. You might have to drive an hour.
Would you go to Augusta?
But shit, drive an hour. Now I wouldn't. I don't really know Georgia like that. I wouldn't stay in Georgia. I would stay somewhere like Gulf Shores, motherfucking.
That's in America.
Yeah, that's in America,
where is that at?
bro.
Gulf Shore.
Shit, yeah, Gulf Shore. That's in Pensacola.
What is it? Yeah, you got to go.
In the Gulf of Mexico, in the water. Yeah.
No, the Gulf of America there.
Man, you could be like 10 minutes from the beach, bro, for like 1,500. A little nice little 3-bedroom.
Right,
Yeah.
and driving site, drive 3 hours to work every day.
Okay, he up in the panhandle. So everybody
Nah,
got
you
watched
gonna
out
take
by
about
the
an hour
last
and a half,
hurricane.
depending on where you work at. Maybe
On
about
the
an
south
hour.
side of Interstate 10.
Yeah, that's that panhandle.
If you building an airplane, you ain't gotta drive no further than probably about an hour.
Airplane?
Oh, you know how to build airplanes?
I got a job, bro. I do some other shit.
You got
I
an
work
airplane
from
building
home.
job before? That's interesting.
No, I work from home. I'm not leaving the house. I'm saying it's opportunities out there, bro. I seen them, bro. And you can make money and live for a lot cheaper, bro, than goddamn $5,000 a month in New York. I wouldn't even think about moving to New York because I know
you're not going to be able to tell black people and with this mass exodus dream. The same amount of people that left New York City during the pandemic, the influx has slowly returned.
Yeah, and I'm not saying everybody I agree with you. It's ridiculous, but your alternatives are not healthy. Pensacola?
At all, bro.
Man, man, y'all tripping, man.
And it's no disrespect to Pensacola.
What's wrong with Pensacola?
Good. Let me answer. That's a fair question. I'm like I keep saying, I'm talking about jobs in regards to work, to employment. That's the problem. That's why people are leaving those places.
I mean, but I'm saying, if you got
what, building airplanes? Come on, Blue.
No, I'm saying if you got some sort of a trade, bro, you gonna be straight.
Well,
what trade?
Anywhere you go, but it's still talking about the access because you got to hope that trade is near you. It's nice if you're in healthcare, you can, manipulate through the hospitals, but your trade might be hour and a half, 2 hours away from Pensacola.
Yeah, what trade we talking about?
I mean,
drug trade.
It depends. I mean, but that's the thing. You don't have to live an hour and a half away from the jobs, though.
Right.
What jobs
you don't move a place where there are no jobs.
There are plenty of jobs, man. You keep saying there ain't no jobs.
There
ain't no jobs in New York.
New York City can just
what jobs is
wherever
there in
they want to move.
Bro?
They can't move wherever they want to go, man.
Niggas is Ubering, bro.
No, on. See, Blue. This
Yeah.
this not this not DNA, man. We got
We
real
all over
So
the
how
numbers.
place.
hold on? How much
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
average? So how much is people getting paid on average in New York?
I don't know. We could look that
No,
up. But
no, we
did you
talking about
just really ask me
Pensacola.
about
What is
jobs
the,
in New
you
York?
need to ask what's the average income for 7 million people?
Because if a teacher only making 60,
Okay.
what the fuck is the other people making?
Right, that's a
Well,
fair question, Blue. This is why
okay.
people wait. Hold on. This is why
No
people
damn
live
fair
together,
question.
and you have it's because you have roommates. People live together. You have now
Oh my
generations.
No,
god,
truth. You
man!
ain't got to do that,
As a
man.
No,
Just
you
grown
still
man,
no, 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 no,
we
no, 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 no,
grown,
no, no,
bro.
no. See,
wait,
truth.
Blue,
Just
but
do
you're
that.
adding it with the emotion and the grown. We grown. I'm talking about even family members, which means that the
Fuck
kid
it.
is
I'm gonna go
being
and do this,
monitored in the
man.
apartment and all those type of
Average
things.
pay
You
of a
had your
teacher.
own house in the South, bro.
Right, but I'm you acting like I'm not negating or
It's
saying anything wrong. I'm
82,000.
still the same thing. Jobs is the reason that it's
It's eighty-two
problematic.
thousand.
Say it
The
again.
national average
82,000.
for New York and national law. Average New York resident makes 82,000. Which is believable. Like they pay you like fucking $18 an hour to work at the McDonald's up there and shit. It's kind
I
of
don't know. Nobody making 18. I ain't trying to hype up nothing. I don't know what damn nigga making 18 an hour in this
Nah, I
town.
think we got them
That
numbers
video true.
skewed, bro. It's too many rich people
I'm
that stay
sorry.
in
I
New
don't mean
York.
to go there, but you making 18. You
We
not
we gotta break something down.
No, 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 no. So let's just go back to where we
Gotta
was,
get
cause
your
we
license
said
suspended for
no.
running out of the stop sign, Blue. What's going on,
Yeah, Blue done ran all kind of stop signs, man. Call the motherfuckers, call damn U.S. Marshals, cause he all over the place with that fuck shit tonight, man. But the average pay for a teacher in Pensacola is 47.
man? Ain't
It's
nobody coming down there.
47.
Yeah, 47. That's less than I think New York was what? I don't remember. It was 60, 70. I don't
That
know.
ain't
That's
bad though. Living in Pensacola,
wait.
you could have you
Okay.
a nice ass house, probably 1,300 a month on your mortgage.
Oh wait. So wait. Really? First, tell us what the profession is, and then we can run the numbers on the house.
fishermen.
Shit, man.
This nigga going tuna fish.
Nah, man, they do a lot of
Them
stuff.
niggas
You got
making bank
Wait,
off that
wait, wait,
marlin.
landscaping.
wait, wait.
You
Get y'all.
They
still you
making
got
marlin money, nigga.
you got
Uh,
landscaping. There's so much green, bro. You still always
Blue,
got your opportunity to
and bro,
structure
you,
on
you wait a
landscaping
minute.
business.
Wait, are you talking about
Being with
rent?
the
You got people
Mexicans.
who
Wait,
are
wait, wait, wait,
carpenters,
wait, wait, wait.
Are you
electricians.
Mexican?
Wait, the number you said for 1,300 is that rent or is that ownership?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're gonna be paying a mortgage, that's gonna be like your mortgage.
1,300 in
You
Pensacola.
probably I think you can find you a nice ass house, bro, for like
Okay,
probably a mortgage
I'm
of
not
like
gonna ask
1,300.
chat.
Yeah.
Uh,
Nah, you
I'm
can
not.
ask. You can
No, I'm
ask
gonna ask. No, I'm gonna ask Google. I just want to get some quick data for
shit.
you, cause
Blue,
you ain't
you're
get.
not going to be able to bring your lifestyle to the South. You're going to have to leave that wherever you're at.
Yeah, you gotta let that shit go, bro. I had to let it go. I caught on. It took a while, but you gotta catch on, bro. Take your ass to work. And every day in the fucking about a hustle. Get up, take your ass to work,
At least
go
3 hours
home,
away.
man. Go home. Man, it'll work right now, man. It'll work right around the corner, man. You can always find work.
Oh yeah,
And
that easy.
then you
I'll
get
tell you
any
that.
job, bro. It's always a nigga that's doing the hiring 9 times out of 10.
Okay,
So you gonna
okay.
get
So,
hired.
I hear that.
and can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So, hey, Blue, you got double that, bro. The average mean household income is, I mean, mortgage is 26, not 1,300.
That ain't bad
Pensacola.
though. But no, I'm saying I'm
That
sure
ain't
they
bad.
can
You just
It's not
find.
doubled it up, but
bad.
that ain't
I'm
bad.
saying they
Though.
can find something. I'm saying I'm sure that they could find something for like 13, for
yeah, you can
like a
get a house per
$1,300
month for
mortgage.
like
Okay,
13.
no. Okay, so I said the
Cause that's
average.
the
No.
average.
Okay, so now we're talking about below average when you say you can find something lower, right?
Well, no, the average means they just put in what everybody paying. So you got people
Yeah.
paying this much,
Most
and you
people
got
don't
people
own their
paying
house,
that
GA. You
much,
got to think about
and
it.
then
Like
they
most
and
people
then
I
rent.
and
asked
they
what
meet
he
in
want
the
to do.
middle.
Do you want to rent or do you want to own? Don't play that game, man.
If
I
you
mean,
want to own, bro, you can own
okay,
a
what you
fire
want to
ass house.
do? Do you want to rent? Do you want to own? Y'all niggas want to come in here with
Fire
all
ass
that
house.
semantics and stuff, man. Be complicated and shit. What you trying to do? I'm trying to set you up
My
for success,
look,
man.
my cousin only paid $1,600, bro, a month, and he literally got a
Where you live
three-bedroom,
in
two
Liberty
bathroom,
City?
two
Three
garage.
bedroom
He in
Hey,
Mobile, and
in
he got
Mobile.
orange trees in the back
Mobile.
and
Wait,
shit,
wait, wait,
bro.
wait, 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 wait,
Mobile.
wait. Mobile is
Yeah,
Alabama, bro. That is not
yeah.
Pensacola.
What's wrong
You
with
said
Alabama,
Pensacola.
bro?
No,
It's
see,
only an hour
okay,
away.
okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
It's only an hour away, bro.
Yeah, yeah, but
It's the
we don't went from
southeast.
okay,
The
no,
Gulf. We in
mm-hmm,
the Gulf. We just in the
yeah,
Gulf.
okay. You one of them. I already know, bro. You
He said he going to
yeah,
Mobile, get him a 3 bedroom
yeah.
for 1,300.
So
God
yeah, so
damn, you
he
think of
So
jobs
shit.
around there if you
Man,
get a
we
three
just
bedroom for
okay, yeah, so he
man,
can
you
go to
get shit.
damn yeah, that's no dish to Mobile, but I'm just saying
No,
pick a
hell
damn
no it ain't.
spot. That nigga done went from
You get you a
goddamn
straight little spot.
he done went from Austin to motherfucking Pensacola to now he in Mobile.
Yeah.
They say Austin's supposed to be the
He did
cheapest
say
place
the
to live
South.
at in the country.
Hell
Who?
no.
You
Hell
is
no, it's
crazy.
not.
Whoever
Austin
told you that, you need
crazy
to
as
slap them.
hell, man.
You definitely need to go slap them.
What?
What is it? Who
It ain't
got the
nowhere
cheapest?
near. What? That's
Yeah,
like
whoever
saying
told you that?
Scottsdale.
And
You
in the
said
It's supposed to be
California.
the most
he said
affordable
it's what?
city. No, it's supposed to be the most affordable city I think it was in the country.
Man, whoever told you
Austin,
that
Texas? Nah.
lied.
Hell
Yeah, they
nah.
lied to you,
Ain't no
bro.
way.
And Austin landlocked, and it's crowded. It's more crowded than Atlanta.
I fuck with Austin though, bro. Austin was dope. But you got Round Rock, you got shit,
Mexican.
Nah, it's dope. But that don't mean it's
Pflugerville.
affordable.
You got shit. You can slide out Austin though.
It's too late, man. It's too late. You,
I just
mm-mm.
telling everybody my dad's house in outside of Austin didn't have no grass in the fucking yard.
Yeah. It do get hot though. Those niggas got
A
I seen
project yard.
motherfucking real vultures,
Nah,
bruh. The
no,
one
but
big
hey,
as fuck.
they do that here, man. They put
Hey, you
rocks
said
in the
go that
yard.
way, right? To Chinatown?
Chinatown?
Go that way?
Oh my God.
Is
Don't
that
go
the
to
Hey,
is that
don't,
the
y'all,
Chinese road?
chill, bro. He trying to get some sucky me love you long time, bro.
don't
Oh
go to
man,
don't go to Chinatown.
That's why you
it's
got on
not.
that Chinese bathrobe, Diddy. What the hell
It,
is going on?
I
Hey,
don't
he
know,
got an
man.
appointment, bro. He got an
It's,
appointment. Y'all
it's
chill.
too buku, too buku.
Yeah, he's supposed to be going to Oregon.
It's 12:20 at night. Ain't no nigga going to Chinatown unless they got an appointment. Y'all know what time it
Oh
is.
No,
man, yeah,
he on the
that's
West
what's
Coast
up.
where Asians is at, man.
Yeah,
Nah,
I done
you
been up
know
here too
he got
late.
a Kenyan that lives in Chinatown.
Diddy, what you gonna get you some Chinese food?
I
Trust me.
thought Diddy was on a road trip, man.
That's what the popping area is. That's part of where the strip and all that at where I'm at. Well, I'm downtown right now though, so I'm just trying to figure out where the shit's at really. Like what's
I
the
got you.
Chinatown?
Where you
Oh,
at,
you got
Seattle?
Where you
you got
at?
the
You trying to
Portland
figure out
already?
where
Yeah,
it's at?
you.
I know I'm
You got
downtown Portland, but just wanted to confirm it.
I'm
Oh,
finna go
you on the
down
hill?
there, bro.
Yeah, you on the hill.
Well, up there.
On the
It's
hill.
cold as fuck right
Yeah,
now, ain't it?
I'm on the hill because I'm definitely on the hill. I feel like now that
I
the
know
whole
you.
land area is definitely
you said landmass. You high as
Is
hell.
it is it always cold up there?
Of course you're on the landmass.
no, I'm climbing.
No, true.
Yeah,
Where he's at? If he turns his camera around, we're gonna be looking straight down, yo.
Oh, it's like
For
San
real?
Francisco. It's not
Yeah,
like
it's like that. It's like
yeah.
45 degrees. Yeah.
Jeez.
They on a big ass hill. Yeah.
And they got mad meth heads. You better not buy no chronic out there.
honest. I came with my own
Nigga
weed.
said they
Yeah,
got
don't buy
mad
no
meth
chronic
head.
out there.
I'm gonna go
Like
to
you
the
Wait,
crazy.
or something. I ain't
in
gonna buy
Portland, Oregon,
I
they
don't
doing the math in Portland.
What?
Everything legal.
Yeah, you know that's where they doing the
Look,
math.
look. During the pandemic, they made heroin, just like recreational weed, recreational
Shrooms illegal out there. Shrooms
recreational
illegal.
meth, recreational coke, crack. You know,
Crack?
fentanyl. Yeah. No limit.
Damn.
Straight up.
Go Ducks. That's all I can say. Go Ducks.
That's Oregon, nigga.
And we not finna let these niggas off
And
they
then they and then they and
Oregon
$4,500
just
a month
wilding.
rent,
That's what
bro.
they do.
These niggas
Okay,
paying
nobody.
5 bands a month.
Yeah, but nobody said, "Yo, y'all need to move to New York." Like niggas in New York know it's crazy. So ain't nobody.
I was just thinking about like, damn. That's why I was looking. I'm like, damn,
You like fuck New
stay
You
in
York?
trying to
New York
move
for
to
a
New
year.
York?
I was
No,
thinking
truth.
about a year, but man, what the fuck, bro?
No, who moved to New York? That's wild.
Because
I'm not gonna
I mean,
lie.
I was just thinking about it, just fucking
Y'all want too
around.
much truth up there in New
No.
York, man.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
that's
If
the
you
thing.
crazy.
ain't
So you
famous, I
don't
don't
hear
know
no
what
New
you're
Yorker
doing.
ever tell you, no, you need to move here. And you don't hear that.
Oh,
They
no,
know what
no.
it is.
Hell
I mean,
no.
I thought I could have signed a year lease at least, bro.
Nope.
Yeah,
But
no, because you're gonna be looking for landscaping jobs out here. You're gonna get your feelings hurt real quick.
nah, my job go with me, bro. I ain't I ain't let this motherfucker go. I work wherever I'm going. I'm working at the house.
Always across the country, Blue. What happened, man?
Nothing. I mean, I just be wanting to see shit. I just thought about it like, damn, I ain't never been to really New York like that. And
You
just
ever
in
thought
the work.
about like a vacation, maybe? Like,
Crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I don't even know about a vacation, bro. If the rent is that much, bro, I ain't even want to look at the
That's
hotel.
crazy in itself, also. Yeah.
so
I'm
you
on
wouldn't
like the
go to places like
Airbnbs and shit.
vacation?
We did
You only go to like hood spots for vacation?
good.
Nigga going to New York on vacation is going to a hood spot for a vacation. Fuck are we
You ain't never
talking
been to
about?
New York a day in your life, nigga.
Nigga,
Yes.
New York ain't it, bro. Y'all
Have you
got
been?
cat-sized
Have you
rats.
been
I
to New
don't
York?
want
No,
to
no,
be
no,
there.
no. Now you got
I
homies
don't
and
want to be
have
there.
That's the rack to go to. What
have
happened?
you been? No, that's nobody's recruiting. That's what I'm saying. But have you been?
Yeah, I've been for real, for real. I'm not gonna sit there and lie like, oh, I've been there just
What's
kicking
that
it and
then?
know what everything is. Nah, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not
So you're
really
not.
adventurous like that.
Can y'all
But
hear?
I'll
I ain't
go.
hear your
Definitely
question.
go
My
to New
fault. I
York.
had got a call.
Say what?
I had got a call as soon as you asked me that.
I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
I smoke reefer.
yeah, man.
But New York is fast. New York is
Yeah, I'm
fast.
from the South too. I don't like
Yeah,
that's. I guess
Demi?
that's my main thing. I
Nobody's
don't like it because it's
recruiting you
too
to come, Chase.
weird.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody saying,
I'm
yo,
not
you need
trying
to
to get
come here.
stuck in New
Nobody
York.
said y'all was recruiting. I'm just saying
If
when I
you,
went, I'm like, nah, this ain't the feng shui. Y'all niggas
listen,
weird.
man.
Niggas is fast and niggas
Right.
bumping
That's
into each
why we
other and
don't
you
want
can't
you
tell
here.
niggas what's up. Niggas think you want to fight if you say what's up,
That's not
nigga.
true at all. You making that up. New
I'm
York is
not.
actually one of the most
I
friendly
am
places
really
to get
not.
lying.
I'm really not.
You're making that up.
Because I know what not to do is take a fucking subway in New York.
Right. Like y'all guys, like you
Nah,
gotta
I
stop
rode the
talking about
You
subway.
can't take the
plane.
subway. God
Try a
damn it.
plane and actually
I
come
don't even
here.
want to see.
You can't learn it from TV.
You're not gonna have
I'm
no
not.
car. What you gonna do?
I'm not.
Go in the motherfucking firewall?
Y'all
I
got too
took the
much going
subway and even
on.
got lost, man. Y'all niggas is really exposing yourself to motherfucker
Right.
talk.
You gotta get
Good,
out, move
bro.
around the country. Go like work with dad for a week or something. See the country, yo.
Y'all niggas not finna put me in the trenches for $2,000 a month.
Blue,
Man.
nobody's recruiting you,
Let's
bro.
move
Like
here.
nobody's asking you to
Nigga,
come.
I'm just getting some gas. I don't want to move here.
I ain't going to. I thought about it. I was like, damn, it'd be dope to live in a city like New York, because that's really like
Nah,
a big
y'all
ass
niggas
Go
be
to
downtown.
lying.
New York City.
New York is a
Huh?
big ass downtown, Blue. It has almost 9 million people. What do you mean a big ass downtown?
That's what it
It's
just
almost
looked
like a
like.
state, my man. What are you talking
That's what
about?
I'm saying. Like the whole state looked like a downtown. Like you just.
No, that's just the city. We got a whole nother part of the state that looks like
Yeah, you can go up to
What
Utica
happened to
and
Blue? Something
How
happened.
much
high,
it stay
man.
to? How much it
Buffalo
costs to stay up there?
And now you
and
can move
Utica.
upstate. You can move up to
Move to
Buffalo,
Buffalo, nigga.
Rochester, Syracuse, and all that. But guess what
No,
you're going
wait. I
to, Blue?
mean,
No
Utica, a nice little
job.
vibe. That's a nice
Little
little vibe.
15.
Right, with no jobs.
Yeah,
Oh
he ain't
man,
got
my
no
job
job.
come with me.
Yeah. And
so
I ain't worried about the job.
But in New Jersey, you still can't pump your own gas.
Oh, no, that's true. I was on the Jersey Turnpike, and dude, I was like, "What's up?" He's like, "Nah, you can't pump your gas because
Yeah,
you."
that's
I'm
the
like,
law in New
"Nah."
Jersey. That's true.
Yeah, and I thought he was
What,
bullshitting,
what,
man. I
what
was ready
they'll
to
do?
fight that dude.
They'll call the police on you if you try to put gas in your own fucking car?
I don't know,
You
damn, but
might
I
not be able
but
to get no gas. There's gonna be an
yeah.
incident.
Oh, okay.
He was like, "It's state law, and I gotta pump your gas." I'm like, "I ain't getting you nothing to pump this gas, but go ahead and pump it."
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't
No, they
advise
have to.
nobody
Yeah,
just
they have
going
to.
to Cali and taking the bus and getting lost on the bus. Though I wouldn't.
Now you going to
No,
Cali for
Or
the
man.
Trolley and shit.
Now
That's a
you want to
bad
stay
on
in
a
move.
Cali, man.
trolley?
Blue.
Yeah.
So and if you can't do that in Cali, I doubt you could be on the subway like that, yo, in New York. I'm just,
Blue, do you
yeah,
realize
There's
you can?
nothing
yeah.
similar about
Nobody's thinking
California
about
or
you
New
on the
York with no
train.
passenger.
None. And nobody's think about though. They go blue on the
You
train. You understand?
niggas is
There's millions of people
you
that ride
niggas is
the train.
grimy on another level.
Blue, no one's recruiting you, bro.
Yeah,
No
blue
one's saying, "Yeah,
is
you need to come over
you
here." Not one. Like,
you
what
You gotta
happened?
watch
yeah.
anybody in a hoodie. A
You're
white
trying to go to
dude,
Nah,
Pensacola. I
You
bet
don't
you
have
the
to
blue.
watch
motor rate
nobody in
it's like a
California.
is
white
higher than
dude
New
in
York
a
City.
hoodie and shit. This nigga trying to
I
rob
bet
you.
you the murder rate in Pensacola is probably
Ain't
and
nobody trying to
Mobile
rob you
is
in
higher than New
California.
York City.
Blue is tweaking,
You
man.
gonna know who trying to rob you in
I literally got
California.
lost.
No, you're not. You
I
watching
got
your
You're
movies
lost.
not
and
getting robbed by no goddamn white boy in California.
yeah,
Ain't
right.
no white boys
Oh,
robbing you in
please.
New
Nah, it
York,
ain't no
man. What are
white
you
boys
talking
robbing
about,
niggas in
man?
Cali. What you
Nah,
talking
man, you not finna get robbed by no goddamn white boy in California, man.
about? Yeah, all right.
The
Y'all
chances are
niggas is
slim.
This is not good
okay.
look, man.
You go to New York, everybody's a robber, bro.
Have you
What?
changed your
They come in
strain?
all races
When last time
in New
you been to
York.
New
You
York?
looking for a fight where it ain't nothing. Ain't nobody recruiting you to cuss. So you could try to poke the bear. You what, nigga? You ain't hurt nobody's feelings. Yo, damn, blue really ain't coming here. There's 9 million blues in New York. Like,
Y'all need to bring y'all ass back to the South, man.
no, thank you, because you looking for a job in Pensacola. Talking about you landscaping.
Oh
You out there
no, that
fighting
ain't gonna work
Mexicans to
neither,
be the
man.
next Edward Scissorhands. You got
No,
Hey,
no,
niggas
yeah.
can do it all, man.
No, and truth is not the mess, it's Guatemalans,
I'm sorry.
Venezuelans.
I'm
See,
sorry.
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
Tiffany
get it
just
right.
said it's the robbery capital of fucking America, bro.
No,
It's
Now,
it's not.
what's
ridiculous
gonna
in New
happen
York.
in
No,
them?
Hey,
no, it's not. That's a
You find
lie.
out some of
I
the states
seen that
that are
shit, bro.
bigger.
That shit is Gotham City for real,
I
bro.
bet
New
you
York.
That's
Mobile
a
is
lie,
more
man.
dangerous.
New
I
York
bet
ain't
you
been at the top
Mobile
of
is
the list
more
in a
dangerous
minute,
than
bro.
New York City. You want to take
Yeah,
that bet?
Tiffany
Why
playing,
every
man.
time y'all niggas is live in New York, bro, it's just cloudy and shit. The sun ain't never
Yeah, you
shining and
Oh
bored.
my
shit, bro.
God, man.
You
You sound
bored. You ain't got
pseudo
nothing
is
to do.
crazy, man. Yeah, go back.
It just
You
be looking
tweaking.
gloomy and shit,
Right.
man.
That's why nobody's asking you to come, Blue. You realize that once again. Nobody's wants you here now. I'm put a memo out. You're not invited.
I would come the time of year where the sun is out. Yeah,
Do you realize like New
Man.
York summer, just like Chicago summer, is a thing? Do you realize we do have summers?
He can't relate to
No,
Chicago.
no. Hey, true,
I
true,
could
true,
go to
true, true. Wait, wait,
Chicago.
wait, 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 true.
What?
I don't know about the New York summer,
I
but
could,
hey, man, the Chicago summers is special.
Wait,
Chicago crime makes
what you,
sense,
how you
bro.
think I know? Like it's the same thing in New York.
No, stop, Blue. I'm not gonna even let you
Chicago
even.
crime makes sense. I know a nigga when I
No,
see
stop
one.
it. Nope,
Oh
stop it.
God.
Yeah,
Now you
you on
got
some
Nick
bullshit
Dog
New
right
coming.
now.
York, New York got too much going on,
Yeah,
bro.
oh,
No,
9 million people. It's more than your state, probably. It's what I'm trying to get to your head, my
Nah,
guy.
Nah, so
he
how
go
did
from West. He
so
from
what
the West
happened to
Coast,
Tupac
truth.
then? What
Say again.
happened to Tupac then in the studio?
Good.
Oh,
All right.
Blue, go on
Yeah.
with that,
What are you
man.
smoking?
Yeah, you is tweaking, man.
Yeah.
Let's
What's the
be
matter, man?
real.
Yeah, no, it
Let's
ain't
be
real.
real. Now we
Tupac.
know Diddy did it.
Yeah.
Man, we
You.
talking about
That's
one.
right.
We talking about
Uh,
one dude out of 300 million, and you coming up here with some old crazy bullshit, trying to set a standard in the precedence. Yeah, get the fuck on with that, man. We
Nah, I'm
censoring niggas
trolling him.
talking like that,
yeah.
man.
That's what
Yeah,
happens when you
you is
start
trolling.
letting that meth.
I'm
Blue is
trolling
out of his
though.
mind.
Nah, but for real though, bro, that shit costs too much though. For real,
Right.
bro.
That's why no one's asking you to come.
Wait a
And I'm not
minute.
saying that to be no mess. I'm being for real. Like
They gonna
Wait.
find somebody to pay it, man. Don't worry
thank
about it.
you. That's
I'm gonna enjoy my visit, bro. But
I don't think think so.
won't be able to pay no monthly
They're
rent.
gonna find somebody to pay it. Don't worry about it. They're not gonna hound you down to get this rent.
But wait a
They
minute,
need to
who
stop
costs?
being able to find black people to pay that shit, man.
Wait a
That shit is
minute.
outrageous.
So they can what? Go
But
down
wait,
south. That's what you want, everybody. We're going to Pensacola, y'all.
what's the difference between New York and damn Los Angeles, Anaheim, or
Man,
Santa
you
Monica
niggas shouldn't
Beach?
be living there either.
Only
Well, hell,
Mobile and
the
Pensacola.
Bay. What's the difference in the
Man,
damn? What's the difference in the cost of
anywhere,
living?
man, where your cost of
Well,
living.
California, you're dealing with Mexicans mostly, and then
Oh, he's
over in the
talking
east.
from a place of cost of living, Miss Jimmy. I
And
don't
where
know what
black
his
people at.
argument is.
Oh nah,
Oh,
and
okay,
where black
understood.
people at.
It's
Yeah.
just
That's another part. Nah, that's why I said the Southeast, she was right. Because it ain't just the cost of living, but also where we at.
But your environmental report card is not even as high as New York City's though. Y'all always had low report cards for environment. Small.
Man, y'all just burned down, bro. What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
Man, y'all tripping, man. It
The
look
rest of the
good.
country took in the smoke from California, nigga. Shit, literally.
Hey man, I seen the rats in New York.
Oh man,
And
Not
we're
anymore. Like
going to go down
nobody's
the list
hiding.
of animals out in California,
Nobody
random
got
running
rats like
around.
that.
This whole like, hey, let's
yeah,
bash
the
New York.
sewer
Like
rats. Yeah.
nobody.
Oh, you ain't gonna get in no goddamn bash New York battle. Shit.
yeah,
Right. Nobody cares. Like,
blue,
damn, Blue ain't coming, y'all. Like,
yeah, blue on some region banging shit, man.
right.
I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. Something must have happened, man. What
Yeah, it's called Sherm, Dev.
he got into a fight from a motherfucker from New York City or something?
Wait,
Embalming fluid, Devin.
wait a minute, truth. Wait, Joker still doing wet in 2025?
What I say?
I would hope. I would hope.
Sherm?
Well, nah, yeah.
Nah, they do
I
be
am.
experimenting
Yeah,
out there. And this is the weekend
this
to
nigga still
experiment.
love the shirt, bro.
If,
In 2025,
if
they
it
ain't
was
gonna
an
never stop
experiment
that.
about to go down, it's going down this weekend.
All right, okay. I'm gonna leave it alone. Blue, don't do that, man. Just
I
keep it
think we're too
PG,
late,
man.
Bryce. We should have told him this last night.
Oh, my bad,
Nigga
my
said
bad.
last night.
Yeah, yeah. I ain't
Oh
think y'all
man.
putting weight on that shit, man. That's
Man, we was trying to break down the goddamn teacher integration situation, and you got us fucking up here talking about why we don't need to pay X amount of rent. Motherfuckers in New York City ain't worried about rent, yo.
no, damn. You talking about the rats in New York? I'm like, that's
Man, ain't
Man, that
nobody
crazy.
man said they gotta
fucking-
have roommates.
They
No,
got
I didn't.
Huh?
No, I
uh,
didn't. You added that to make it saucy. I said room.
lizards and all
I
types
told
of
you how people are living.
wildlife out in fucking California. They got bears and shit out there.
Man, you
That's
ain't
your
gonna never see a bear.
Who ain't seen no
mascot,
bear in California?
Blue. That's your
Well,
mascot. That's
I
your
mean,
mascot, man. You tweaking
well,
right now, bro.
the chances of you seeing a bear in California
It's very fucking hot.
is slim to none. Like, where are you at where you see a
Very
bear?
high.
What? Stop.
Pasadena in
Was
the
that
house.
To see a
Sabio?
bear.
Did Sabio just lie?
Lie about what?
That's your
The nigga
mascot,
said
bro.
the
What are you talking
chances
about?
is very high.
Yes, yes, you
I mean,
can.
it's
Yes,
true.
yes. It depends
The
on
more
when
wood,
Bro,
yeah.
on where you
stop,
are in
bro.
Pasadena. In
How many
California, it
niggas that
depends
got
on where
killed
you
by a
are.
bear, bro?
Who first off, bears not attacking people like that.
Yes.
You see, that's how stupid you
What?
are. Bears don't attack people unless you threaten them. Most bears normally attack trash cans and animals and things like that. Most bears in
Hell
California didn't
no,
attack people.
man.
Bear sightings was pretty rare. I mean, pretty common growing up
Wait a
in
minute.
certain parts of California.
But say, yo, you let them run that stop sign. How many people in New York got killed by a rat?
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Nah,
Stupid
that
ass.
ain't the right question. The question would be infected.
Oh God.
Oh, killed by a bear, infected by a rat. You is tweaking, bro. Man,
Oh, you
God,
said like a virus or something?
And Dev gonna entertain it. You got a little
Well,
head
shit.
cold.
I don't understand. Are you shocked that the goddamn rat is running across the goddamn ground? I don't get it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who coming outside
Man,
getting
that's a
bit by
big ass
rats?
rat, though, man. You can't
Okay,
say a little
a rat
rat.
Nah,
that a
man,
rat.
y'all
Let's
gonna
see, a little
stop
rat.
acting like New York ain't got
That's
That's a big
blue,
ass
ambulance
man.
rat,
sized
yo.
rats, though. I can
That's
agree that
I'm
I don't agree
saying.
with
that's
anything
not.
else Blue talking. Them
But the
is
thing is,
puppies,
but
nigga.
the thing
Y'all
is,
Oh,
tripping.
man.
Justice.
You
No,
tried to
I got to
Thing is, when
downplay
I
that
bring
man
up,
coming across
Them
the
the
is
thing is,
floor,
when I
man.
bring
That
up
shit is
pit
raccoons,
over.
bull
wait,
puppies.
hold on.
Oh
When I
my
bring up
goodness.
Fuck.
raccoons, then you're gonna tell me a million reasons why the raccoon is acceptable, but the rat isn't, right?
The
Because
rat
if
is
you
no,
look
we
not
No,
got
at
more
nigga,
than
acceptable.
I'ma
raccoons.
give that
Man,
nigga
you
Way
to
not
more than
finna
rats.
see
raccoons.
no
Give me
raccoon,
more.
man.
Yeah, way
Wait a
more than
minute.
raccoons.
Wait. Is that KT? Is that North
Yes,
Carolina, Winston Salem,
yeah,
North
the
Carolina?
raccoon is not
I
acceptable.
40.
But
Yeah.
nigga, that raccoon is this
Wait.
regular size, nigga.
Wait a minute.
Why
Wait a
is
minute.
this rat this big?
Wait a minute. So you never turned on the news and you had a rabies case by raccoons out there in Winston Salem?
Hell the fuck no,
You
nigga.
is a liar, sir. You are lying. You are
Bro,
lying. Liar,
a
I don't
liar,
know.
rabies
I
pants
don't
case?
know
on.
if you're
Like you
gonna
talking
win
about
the
like
Oh
rodent
an
my
argument.
outbreak of
KT.
rabies? Nigga, no. Like
Yeah,
So
somebody
you
got bit by
wait,
you
wait,
do
wait,
a
wait.
rodent
nah,
argument.
nah.
Oh
Wait,
Lord.
so you never had the news never reported a rabies outbreak or case of rabbit anteater in the neighborhoods of Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Yeah, like a rabbit animal. I thought you were talking about like somebody getting bit or something. Like an outbreak,
Well,
like people just getting
rabies.
bit by rabbit.
Wait a minute,
Hold on,
Oh
guys.
my
rabies.
God. It's a
Okay,
rat bites are a concerning issue in New
Yeah,
York
it's
City,
common. Yeah,
with
it's common in
approximately
okay.
a
Virginia. Very
No
hundred
common.
bites
cosign.
No, man,
reported
I'm not gonna let
annually.
y'all just throw the shade.
No.
Rat
These
100,
bites.
bites can
Okay.
How am
lead
I
to
throwing shade?
149
serious health
Nobody
issues.
saying there's nothing
million.
wrong with animals. Everywhere got animals. I'm saying,
Wait a
why are we
minute.
But you
acting
could
like
get
this
One
is a
rat
down.
bites
normal
Don't
rat
do the
that
easily.
New
Batman
York
and
got,
Robin.
y'all?
Wait. Don't do the Batman and Robin. One defend animals and then one
Bruh,
say animals
100
are
bites
rabid.
a year, bro.
I'm not defending shit.
9
I'm
What is an
million.
saying,
abnormal
Ain't
rat? Can
nobody
somebody
running
explain to
across no
me what an
bears that much,
abnormal rat
bro.
is?
have you been to New York, sir?
No, I don't
Have
know
you
Yes,
why
seen
he's
a rat in
talking
New
about
York?
rodent. Yeah.
yes.
Did you say
I have
explain
been
to
there.
you?
I'm
Look up a New
serious,
York
y'all
City rat.
tripping.
Yeah, look up a New York City rat. Say
I've
me up.
seen fucking rats in New York, bro. Them shits is big. Hey, listen, I'm not
Shit
agreeing with
different,
nothing
bro.
else Blue's saying, y'all. But them motherfuckers big. Like,
Them hoes don't
Okay,
even exist like that in the South, bro.
Have you guys seen LA sewer rats?
Them hoes is big ass
Have you
beavers.
guys seen LA
okay, yeah, I
sewer
can
rats?
agree with
Hey,
They're
that.
just
man.
as
Yeah,
big
yeah,
as
yeah.
beavers too. Them
Yeah, I'm about to
motherfuckers
say,
is
Man,
big
nah,
too,
them sewer
Blue.
rats big for sure.
Them sewer rats
they
in
ain't in the
LA is
house, bro.
they just as big as beavers. Them sewer rats in LA, yes, them motherfuckers are huge.
They not taking over the apartments, bro.
They don't have
taking
them
over
big
the
ass rats in
apartments.
people's
You
houses.
ain't
They don't
getting
have
no
sewer
100
rats.
bites a
They don't
year,
have
bro.
sewer rats in people's houses. They have
So
I'm about to get up out of here. This is like a dope
A
fiend.
100 bites a
Yeah,
year, bro.
it is coming from the quiet hour, man. We gonna
some
be
of
Yeah,
right
these
get
back.
up
niggas is
out of there,
stupid on
daddy.
purpose.
yeah.
Once you get that look right there too many times out the window, then the
So
rear view,
y'all
go
is
ahead,
tweaking,
pull off.
man. Wait. So y'all had nothing to say
I want
about the
y'all to see. I want y'all to see how Blue's so stuck on the New York rats, but the
Yeah.
LA rats just as big.
I'm trying to see how
Bro,
he
you
confined
gonna
into one
rarely
fucking
come
animal.
across the LA rat, man.
Oh,
Unless
I
you
have
out at
though.
nighttime.
I have. Oh, I have. And you will come across them at all times of day. It all depends on where you is. Go to Skid Row. Them bitches
Yeah, I
be on
seen
Skid
it.
Row running,
Bro,
running.
who the fuck trying to be on Skid Row? We
You
talking
said
about
you don't see them. You said you don't
bro,
see them. But see, I'm telling you where
bro,
you can go see them
bro.
during the
You see what I'm
daytime.
saying?
I'm
They
telling
down
you
You
where
on
you can go
Hollywood
you
and
know
see
what I'm
them.
Vine.
Don't you?
saying?
They're down on Hollywood and
You
Vine.
see what I'm saying? You
You
would
see,
have to
you
be
don't know.
damn near on Skid Row
So
to
ain't,
get
so
a
ain't no
hundred
ain't no
bites.
rats on Hollywood and Vine, Blue.
I bet it still ain't 100 bites a year on Skid
He
Row.
talking about 100 bites. You
man.
know how
You
A
random that
just
is?
hundred
A
can't
rat
keep
hundred
bites
moving
a
the
bites.
year.
Oh,
goalposts.
that's
But
oh
wait a
that's
minute.
oh wow.
On average.
People it get more dog bites
What
a
does this
year.
have to
Bro,
do?
nah.
Wait,
Probably in the
wait.
nation.
Okay, what does these rats on Skid Row in Hollywood and Vine in New York City and Winston-Salem, North Carolina have to do with the
Nothing.
disparage of teachers during the 1970s? in the 1950s,
I don't know,
integration.
but don't throw Winston in there, nigga.
Not a
I'm just
goddamn
saying.
thing.
Nah, I
Trying to have
mean,
a goddamn animal rodent argument.
Yeah, but we have right here arguing about we done went from damn rats or
nah,
deer to rat.
I think though in general though, just back on topic though, I think in general, I think the argument I think I was making though is that based on what we was looking at, it don't look like it's really profitable to be a teacher today. Now,
That's not the goal.
from 69 to 70, that change is different.
Blue. People that go into the teaching and education field, they don't go into it to be profitable.
Well, yeah, that was a bad word. I shouldn't have said profitable, but I just mean like a living wage.
If it wasn't a living wage, we wouldn't have teachers.
I mean, I think that's why it's a teacher crisis now, though.
Zapping, double play. Let's go. Good shit. Whew, man.
That's when you're oh yeah, you on the hockey.
Nah, I'm on this, bro.
You don't know what?
Like this Dodgers game, Dodgers and Mets up in New York.
Motherfucker on
the Dodgers.
Chad, they pinned Elon said he got the green light for the Tesla semi trucks up there in outside of Reno in Stoyer County.
I believe you when I see it, dear. That's a move of
Reno.
desperation. Nope, I believe that shit when I believe
Just on the
autonomous.
side of Reno, east Reno.
You know why I believe it though? Because they got all that other shit going with that that little superhighway shit they built with to LA. So I believe
yeah, we don't know nothing about them construction zones because ain't nobody else out there.
But wait. So is it this autonomous 18-wheeler?
I don't know. I don't know about the automatics.
But that's all I'm saying. The whole idea about the superhighway was the car was gonna be self-driving, and and he do got the little infrastructure there in California, not California, but in Vegas with the battery plant and all. But
it's nothing but red dirt.
But Deb, I'm just saying we've been waiting on the 18-wheeler for I don't know how long, man. 4 years?
No, 8 years.
Yo, real
Okay.
quick, y'all hear me? Just so y'all can see.
Yeah.
Yo, what up? What up?
Y'all see? Look, it's still. I don't know what time it is, man. I'm so exhausted. We got this. We got to finish this one.
Yeah.
I got to finish that coding. We got mad. Like the building's so full of kids, moms over there.
It's been nice.
Purity.
Paige's about to go home and work on presentation.
Go ahead. I'm gonna try to fix the. I'm gonna try to fix the code for if I can. If I keep my eyes open.
Psycho is trying to get a time, Q.
We're gonna start at I'm trying to we done had like meetings all day with the parents and kids. We're trying to start on time at 2 and be done by 5, 6 o'clock. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Did the arms, right? Yeah, we did his arms wrong on his car. The math was not mathing, so math was not right. And then they 3D printed a custom tank. Not to blow up all of that stuff over there. 3D printed robotic arm, but it's a little jittery with the coding, so we'll go back to that.
Wait, Q.
Yo.
With the code, who got problems with code? I've been on that several times.
I know, bro. It's the I don't know, them joysticks is mad jittery and stuff, and then all of these projects is working, but then the
protest card.
This isn't. I don't know what the hell's going on. I can't even see straight. I ain't got no bud.
What time you shooting to start the expo?
We're gonna start at we start at 2. We trying to be on time, so we meet.
Okay.
I just got to get shirts. But if y'all don't know, we did every project GA and I talked about. We're on overtime with projects. I gotta fix honestly, GA. Damn, what time is it? The environmental project's the only one I gotta put back together. One of the kids dropped the table and dropped everything on the table, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, yo, fire. LCDs came out, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. So I'm just probably gonna put one together. But yeah, everything is you can't even make up how many projects. Y'all see the kids still up in here?
Yeah.
I see.
1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
Conveyor belt is still trying to get worked on. We switched this up. We might bring that bad boy out. We switched that to a basic setup robot. His conveyor belt is kicking our butt, man. He's kicking his butt. I'm gonna try to help him out with it.
Wait,
See,
who that? That's Don J?
yeah, you see the conveyor belt. So we did this one. His half 3D printed, half carbon with wood. We got 2 done gear sets, 550 RPM motors, but the freaking center is not working. He made the belt out of something else. So, and then we got this one to test it on too. So, yeah. So that's what's going on right now. I got to sit down and help. And Don J, I haven't helped you at all on purpose like that. He's the oldest one. Him right there. Y'all gonna see his cash app. My man is going to college next year, so we need he trying to get all the support in the world, man. And he said he gonna
Sounds good. Make sure you get it out there. Yeah. We got him.
So we're trying to work on that also. The environmental, I just gotta put this back together. I lost one of these damn things.
Let's go, man.
I gotta pay the freaking. I gotta go get another one from T-Mobile. We got the prosthetic limbs. We gotta finish that. This is a knee for the prosthetics. And you know what I'm saying? Boom. Prosthetic. 3D.
Oh, damn. In the fingers and shit.
Yeah, we got all. I mean, we
That's
went.
God, dude. Terminator viruses. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
we went bananas with projects, bro. Look, y'all, shout out to y'all. That's the 3D printer right there that we giving away.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna be whatever y'all call it. I don't know what the hell you call it, but the thingamajig. Whatever the thingamajig is supposed to be. What you doing, bro? Come on.
Damn, ain't nobody like finishing up and getting ready to pack up and to call it a night. Everybody like
So
they just got to work. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I think it was wifey about to come back and drop some of them. We're gonna put some in the cab.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to keep my eyes open. This little robot too is fire. I gotta fix the code for them. You wanna fix that code right quick, Najee? Where the laptop's at? I got it. This is mad simple. Did they put the joysticks on this thing? Yeah, let's knock this out, yo. What the other Yo, GA, I ain't gonna lie, I got this stuff. I've done memorized so much of this damn code in my head and these damn things, bro. Oh my goodness.
I got mad products. I got like an Alibaba warehouse and shit.
Yo, bro, not even playing, bro. Like on some, you see the Chinese, man.
Yeah.
You see that? You can't make that up, G's. Can't make that up, G's. That tank right there, I love this one right here called Jilla, but this tank fire. That's mean right there.
Yo, bro, you have to take apart mine.
I know, but look, he made it better though. Once he gets that running, obstacle avoidance on there. He working on that button right there. What the hell is going on? That's the remote working, right?
Corey, give me an H.
You know, you push the star and then it puts.
Give me an H bridge real quick. Give me an H bridge real quick.
And all of these, all of these is done. All these are automated. All the bridges in here are automated. And the hospital bed, bro. And the hospital bed. We didn't get to finish 3D printed, but the hospital bed is made out of wood, right? I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Let y'all go back to doing what y'all doing.
Nah, man.
No. Hey, would it work, man? Would it work until it get printed? But
where's the thingamajig for the other thingamajig at? Let me see. Oh, the thingamajig. 1 second with the thingamajig and the other thing. This is technically one of my favorite projects right here. We talked about this one for a while, GA. So I think she has to fix. Oh, I gotta fix this thing for her. This was a rush job, but
is that the syringe?
she didn't get the custom do everything because it started raining, and then I kind of crashed out on Wednesday. I had a black fatigue Wednesday. I'm not gonna cap y'all. I was black fatigue issue on Wednesday, man. I was F the world on Wednesday. It was everybody could get it. Everybody, sons. Except for my youngest son. He was the only one I was cool with still. Everybody else. That needs to, let me see if I can hold it and you can see it I gotta fix that for her right now. Here's the part that you talk about. Like you see it right there. Let me see if I can hold it and
the infusion. That's the infusion pump.
Nah, I'm about to fix her code right now because she has the old code, so the steps are off. Yeah, I'm about to fix this right now. Her steps are off. It's pissing me off. Don't tell nobody, man. But yeah, you got to do that, man. All the teachers know you can't have this stuff not getting done right. So I'm gonna fix that right quick. I'll be back in a little while.
All right, man.
My bad. Taz, what's goody?
What up, though?
Trying to stay awake, man.
That word, bro. That shit was fire.
I feel like I'm pulling a hamstring, bro. You ain't play basketball. You ain't play basketball? That's getting old, son.
Facts.
I try to do that knee thing. We know they went with that doctor say we knee thing, bro. Son, I told you my knee. Boy. You gotta do the Jada laugh after that one.
Hell no, boy. Yeah. Motherfucking knees don't last forever. Damn, well, I want to see the goddamn the one with the fucking fingers. I want to see that shit come together, yo.
I'm trying to see this money come together, nigga. I do that shit tomorrow, baby.
But yeah, man, shit. When I was driving out west, man, it'd be nothing, totally dead, like fucking no man's land, and then all of a sudden, out the clear blue sky, orange cones, construction zone, major project. And I'm like, damn, ain't shit out here. What the fuck is y'all fixing?
Just let you know, man. That's where the money at. It's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Anytime you see construction, you know there's work to be done.
Hell no, they just got a whole bunch of shit on the highway. Nothing, but
Basically, yeah. They just want to make it look like they're doing something. Yeah.
It do be looking like they just posted up and shit most of the time.
You come back through there that next year, like, okay, what exactly was done?
Yeah.
They getting better.
I ain't gonna lie though, boy. Motherfucking speed limit 80 out there, motherfucker, boy. I was loving that damn shit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. When they hit that 80, that junk is unreal.
Not bad.
I'm like, they wilder.
That's that difference coming once you leave like Louisiana, you get to that other side of Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a motherfucker.
Open that motherfucker wide open.
Man.
I think that was the first time I seen 80. It was in Texas.
Yeah, the sign. Looking at the sign, it was like, damn, that motherfucker. God damn. I like,
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, hold on.
Go 80, nigga. Hold on. Like, let me.
So I know that's 85, 90.
They go 88 on cruise.
Yep. I put it on 88 and set it.
boy, the motherfucking when they started doing the Euro slim down from the muscle cars in the 80s, shit, the dashboard didn't have but 85 on the goddamn motherfucking dash. The GM cars, at least.
That's crazy. Well, probably went. You think they went faster than that?
Nah, they couldn't go faster than that. The damn nationwide speed limit was still 55, man. When nobody doing 85. The only motherfuckers that was doing more than that was motherfuckers in the military that coming back off the Autobahn. That's what that's the blueprint of the highway system over here.
And they set the school buses at least 40, 45 miles per hour as well.
Yeah, they did the truck to 65, I think. 60, they was at 60. They just went up to 65. Yeah, I done ran Price out of here. Yeah, I thought the Cherokee had 80, but it was one more notch for another 5 miles. We never had a Cherokee there, so I don't know.
You mean a black Cherokee?
We going back in the Cherokee that Heavy D had in the 80s.
The black Cherokees.
I don't know if he was black though. Was it?
On the crow.
You a Crow Indian?
I got him. That's two. Let's go.
I'm a Navajo.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm going back to what he said about the pandemic, things they had, whatever illegal, or I never heard of it, but in DC, they legalize mushrooms, LSD, and of course weed. So that's very different. It's different. I mean, LSD legalized. Wow.
Yeah.
Any other state? It's crazy.
But you said they won't do weed?
Oh, I'm saying they legalize weed, LSD, and mushrooms. Yeah.
Hey, let's go. Let's go, nigga. Let's get it. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Cheetah. Another night, nigga. Band. Another band, nigga. Another band, nigga.
What you watching? What was you watching, Taz?
Money.
The Dodgers playing who?
Oh, the Dodgers.
Nigga money.
Yeah.
Nigga money.
Oh, that's what's
I ain't
up.
watching. I'm watching money.
That's what's up. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You watching the LA Dodgers?
No, they was the last leg on my 10 team parlay.
Oh, on your parlay? Okay.
Yeah, you know I be hitting these crazy ass parlays and shit.
What you do?
5.
You doing the over?
Oh no, I had them winning by 2.
Over, but I'm good.
Leg of the parlay. So they went into extra innings. It was like, you know what I'm saying, a whole 13th inning, top of the 13th type shit, like some lucky shit.
What? They went to extra innings?
And still won by 2.
Wow.
Yeah, I needed that shit, though. I need no cap.
Make me a little hit for tomorrow, shit, for real.
Somebody got a wire touching.
See how many games on tomorrow?
A wire touching.
Oh, no,
yeah.
It sound like it.
Full slate tomorrow.
What, you hearing background noise or something?
Yeah, like somebody trying to hook up a speaker system or something.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, LSD stands for lysergic acid diethylamide.
Hey, wow, did you see?
Oh man.
I think Texas though just decriminalized weed. Finally.
They don't need to.
Decriminalize it?
No, they don't need to.
Why you say
Why
that?
you say that?
Too much oil.
I can understand that.
Ain't no, yeah, you ain't gonna be able to let everybody go buck wild because there ain't gonna be nowhere to grow it.
No, I don't mean them like legalizing it, just decriminalizing it.
They don't need to do that.
You can't go to jail.
Yeah, they cool like it is.
No, I think they just did it. They just did it recently.
Nah,
it's only a ticket now.
Nah, I ain't.
Unless you caught with
It's up to the officer's discretion. You get ran down by a constable and see do he let you fucking go.
I'm not letting no constable run. That shit dead. I wish the nigga would pull up on me with a constable car.
He ain't coming out there just because he getting some exercise.
It's gonna be up. That nigga better be ready. As I'm sure he is. Them niggas I don't even get them niggas. No. Something about them hurt.
Yeah.
They make me feel like they be waiting to try to shoot you just when they be trying to fucking control school traffic. I'm on edge with their ass at all times.
Yeah, they got the blueprint for getting away, for killing motherfuckers and making sure they get away with
it.
So one of them dudes that escaped from that prison, he escaped like 7 times.
Yeah, I was wondering, what how the fuck?
Oh shit. He had like 7 escapes on his like, how the hell you have 7 escapes? And y'all don't have him in super security, super lockdown?
Yeah, super lockdown. Yeah.
Supposed to be in maximum security at that point.
That shit wild, man.
That shit look like a goddamn Animal House movie back in the old days.
Right.
Jumped off that goddamn dock.
For real.
The last motherfucker
running out.
The last motherfucker damn there ran into the pole. Because the motherfucker went in right in front of him. He went to the left of it, and then other motherfucker went to the right. He was like, "Which way do I jump?"
For real.
Like, damn, boy, this is sad, man. I heard three of the damn correctional officers got charged, yo.
Oh, for real? They must have been part of that shit.
They got the motherfuckers up, yeah.
Had to it. Yeah, they fucked up, man. Them boys were running too.
That running across the highway though, I seen that shit in Dallas. So I don't know if they was prisons though, but I seen that shit. It was like 6 of them motherfuckers.
Man, get caught though. It's like them niggas had one of them was finna get on 2 weeks.
Hey,
like, you so stupid.
Get out, man. What the fuck?
Hey, one of them went to his hood. How stupid can you be to go back to your neighborhood?
Man, bro.
And then go straight on camera, and then get straight on camera. They went and picked his ass right up. They went and picked this dumb ass right up on camera. I was like, you stupid motherfucker.
Niggas is horrible criminals, bro. Like, horrible. We do it, but we are damn sure not good at that shit, bro. Like, none of that shit made any sense. I'm looking like, bro, you finna get out in 2 weeks? You supposed to let them niggas go on about their business, bro. Like, for real. You let them, they must have punked them into going.
Ain't nobody got no not away plantation fire footage?
Oh no.
I'm tired of looking at that one ass picture.
Got the bad boy fire footage. Over with, man. Oh, I'm talking about, man, that case got closed. They let Kid Cudi hit the stage. It was over with. I said, damn. So you really blew up this nigga car.
Man, they bring the buckets all the way up here.
New York done choked again, man. What they got going on? Well, I ain't even gonna say that though. That boy Halliburton do be balling.
Cinco de Mayo?
That sounded racist.
No, I'm just saying because I hear a lot of fireworks. I don't know what they doing.
That sounded racist. You heard some Spanish too, did you?
You got somewhere to stay out the way, Diddy? Don't be fucking around down there, yo.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm straight. Yeah, I just got pulled over too. They was cool though. They was all right though. They was, I ain't gonna say cool because ain't no police officer cool, but they was all right. You feel me? I was good. You know, as always, I'm cool, calm, collective. You know, when you got insurance and L's and I's, you know, no need to, I guess they said I fucked around in one of these streets. Fucked around. They said I went the wrong way. I said, for real? He said, oh yeah. He said, you good though? He said, because it happens all the time. So I said, okay, I bet. He said, like, basically they didn't have something with the sign. They didn't have the proper sign, something or whatever. But I was good though. You good? I was like, cool. Got up out of there. I'm gone.
Goddamn, you just there, man. Goddamn, now you in the system. Now you can't do shit now, man. You know that for the rest of the weekend, right?
You I can't do nothing now.
You can't do shit.
I mean, I ain't gonna do nothing.
Coming out here do on the phone, none of that. You can't do shit.
Can't do nothing. Yeah, I ain't tripping. No, it is what it is. It happens.
They know his lineage. I'm pretty sure.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody down there riding in a car like his either.
Did they call you FBA? I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling. I'm just being a troll right now. I wanted to see if they called you FBA.
They wasn't even privy to the guy, the brother coming to Portland tomorrow. Like, that's how I know. Like, see, like, I don't know who that. No, of course. And again, of course, I can't expect them to know, but I mean, they ain't even know about him coming to Portland tomorrow. So.
Oh no, they don't give a shit about
the Black Inventor.
Right.
Why would they? It's not important to them. Why is that gonna move them forward? What is that gonna do for them?
Shit, like it always do, save their goddamn society.
So, Black invention save white man society.
It made it the way it is today.
Nah, that ain't what you said. You said save their society.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, what invention saved their society?
Shit, all of them. The refrigerator, from the refrigeration system, them being able to move products across the country because of that.
Jenny Coupler. The Jenny Coupler. Yeah, the Jenny Coupler that hooked train cars together. That was invented by a black man too. Did you know that?
I mean, you got
So those things saved the white man in economy, huh?
Hey.
I'm mess around. I might mess around. I should I want a little marathon burger too, and give me one of them burgers, man. Them. He got a yeah. I definitely.
You said marathon burger.
Yeah,
no, man, no.
Nah, bro.
That nigga said a marathon burger from the gas station.
Don't do it, bro.
Man. I'm against it.
He said he might as well. You should go to White Castle.
Why you wait so late, man?
You saying like a marathon burger, like a Nipsey Hussle marathon burger?
Why that with you?
They got a whole plant-based one too. So I mean,
no, it ain't the same.
No, but
I thought you brought some shit with you.
I did. I was just thinking because I just seen some on.
Nigga eat mystery meat.
Nah, man, ain't going out like that.
Nigga said plant-based.
I'm weird like that.
You might as well go to Burger King and get you one of they. Get you one of they green burgers. One of they veggie burgers.
Nah, we're gonna protest against that.
Actual, like it ain't no impossible meat. It's actually made from like actual.
That impossible
Nah,
meat is
he
different.
in the wrong area, man, for that. You know, nah, fuck that shit.
That
They got a black
impossible meat
spot
is
out here though.
different,
They got a
yo.
black spot out here. Let me see. It's closed. I'm about to see if they got one out here. I doubt it. I think black meat restaurant.
Shit, I remember I thought the Impossible Whopper was ground beef. Man, I went in there, bit that old veggie ass patty. I was mad than a motherfucker. I ain't been back to
I
Burger
kind of
King
stopped
since.
eating them because of that shit, bro. Because I start feeling like if they closing, bro, and they only got like 5 patties left, bro,
They giving you one
and
of
they
them.
all, yeah, bro. Oh
They giving
God,
you a veggie
they
burger.
gonna give you a goddamn veggie burger quick.
Ah, man.
I'm like, no,
Now,
I'm
I
good
can't
off that
stop
shit.
thinking about food because he's starving like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some food with me. I'm just.
Yeah.
I definitely got some food. Hell yeah.
I can't even eat a burger like that no more, bro, unless it's a little one.
But have you guys noticed that they never asked for more room for a cemetery? You know what I'm saying? Like we need more room to bury more people. They never. It's like I live in a small town and the cemeteries has been the same size and everybody be like dying of old age, of course.
Nah, that cemetery don't never run out of land.
They bury you on top. They
Well,
bury you
damn,
on
how
top.
many layers? How many layers? I mean, damn, this cemetery been around since 1900s. It's a black cemetery,
Yeah.
and it's like, damn. Woo,
Yeah,
never mind.
I grew up in a town where the black people was on this side and the white people was on the other side.
So, in the city, in the little area where I was just at Hillsdale with my young lady friend, right? There's a cemetery. It's an actual Civil War cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
All people, everyone's that's on there,
Mm-hmm.
that most of them are black. It's a
Yep.
Civil War cemetery. You can see the monuments. You can see the Civil War monuments and shit, headstones and shit.
Wait a minute, Civil War. Where you at?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, them Confederate cemeteries all through there. My town got a statue of General right downtown.
Yep. Confederate cemeteries, yep.
Yeah, you threw me off with that. I thought you was in like Pasadena. I'm like,
hell
what?
no. I've been in Cali
That's what I
since
was like, a Confederate cemetery. Like, I'm going now. Hey.
Yep. Shit crazy. I didn't know it was there until a couple weeks when I walked by. I was like, oh shit, this is a whole Civil War cemetery.
Yeah, I mean, not Confederate Civil War. Yeah.
You could call it a Confederate cemetery. They got a park out here
They
called
got them
Confederate
too.
Park. They got a Confederate Park out here. I think they renamed it. Yeah, they had a Confederate Park out here.
Nah, when I went to Alabama to go get my license, right? The first day I went, they was closed, bro, because it was Confederate Memorial. It was Memorial Day for the Confederate Army. I was like, wait, what? Because at first it said it was Memorial Day. I just, you know what I mean? When I looked at it, that's all I seen. So I walked off. Like, okay. Then I'm looking, I'm like, nah, it can't be. Like Memorial Day until like way later. Then I went back just to see what the sign said. That sure enough, that shit said Confederate Memorial Day. I said, damn.
It sure ain't the Memorial Day that we celebrate, is it?
No. Shit. I know either way, them niggas was happy they was off work that day.
But do Black America understand really the war between the North and the South? Was it the North and the South? Yeah, it was the North and the South. That war was. I'm pretty sure more white people died than black people.
So real quick on the Confederate Memorial Day, it's not one single day for all the states. So Blue, when you was in Alabama, that was the last Monday in April, whatever day that was. In the Carolinas, it's May 10th. In Mississippi, it's the last Monday, no matter how many Mondays you have in April. In Kentucky, Tennessee, it's June 3rd. And in Texas, it's January 19th.
So they got
Yeah.
I'll see what they doing. Okay.
And don't be fronting Florida like you don't celebrate the Confederate flag. You share the same Confederate holiday as Alabama.
Florida.
Rosewood.
Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna lie, that shit threw me off when I seen that. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, General Robert E. Lee is that motherfucker got more praises than goddamn Jesus Christ down there, boy.
Yeah, they don't play about Robert E. Lee, bro, for real. He was the mascot at one of the schools. It was an all black school though, so they finally took it down.
Man, we got a fucking I grew up with a statue of that motherfucker down in our downtown area, Mayberry. I ain't know who that motherfucker was for a long goddamn time.
Crazy, man.
I'm like, didn't the South lose? Didn't they lose the war? What did they have?
Nope.
I was on some fusion shit.
That's what one dude that was putting me on like all of the different stores and shit that they own. Like, nah, he was like, man, the Klan never went nowhere. Yep. They still own a bunch, and then he just started naming them. That's why I like the shit down there. The grocery store is Winn-Dixie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's like Winn-Dixie. I was like, damn.
Dixie and Winn, yeah, that's what it is.
You got Circle K. Man, they got a bunch of
Circle K's up north. I mean, shit.
Yeah, they didn't move all the way out west and everything. No, Circle K down there. Close. Shit. It was not like that, man.
I think I asked a white lady what Circle K stand for, and she pointed outside to somebody who had a Confederate flag on the truck.
Damn.
Straight like that.
Like, yeah, just to let you know.
Yeah.
It's our shit. But you're more than welcome to come spend your money, nigga. That's it. Wow, man.
Damn, Taz must have lost, boy. You fell off.
Trying to cash out real quick.
Potentially lost some bread. Nothing with that. No chance.
I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think about women liberalism back in the day? Do you think what effects you think it had on the black community? I think it affected the education tremendously, but that's just one of my one factor.
You said liberalism?
Yeah, the women in liberalism back in the day, how it affected the black community. I think it changed the black community, dramatically. As far as the women is concerned, and of course it's going to affect the men. Of course, they got to affect the men first to get to the woman, and then to the women they affect the kids. So what are y'all opinions about the women liberalism back in the day? Because it was basically for the white women. It was their problem. It wasn't ours.
You talking about feminism? Is that really what you're?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't equate liberalism with feminism.
That's what she was implying, but not. Is that? Did you get that? What's the word? I mean, did you get that? Those because when you said liberalism, I was under the impression that you really meant. based off
women rights.
your language.
Women.
Talking about
Well.
women. So I mind
Mhm.
talking about feminism and not
Well, yeah. This for the movement that what happened with back in the day with the Rosie, I can do anything a man can do, all that jive turkey stuff.
Yeah, honestly, I'm only privy to the residual aftermath of that, the residue of that, which is, but it's definitely was a mechanism to further divide the black the black nucleus. So it definitely was you know among many other.
How do you draw that conclusion? Because one thing that I've noticed or I've always recognized is that I don't know if y'all have this idea that the black woman was underneath the black man or the African man. I don't know if y'all have that.
Underneath?
Yeah, like she was subordinate. Like
Go
that's
ahead.
the mindset that it sounds like when I hear these things there. Like I don't think they've studied African cultures like that. Because if
I mean,
they
you mean
were
like patriarchal?
yeah, like patriarchal. I don't think African relationships are patriarchal. They didn't become patriarchal until they got underneath who? The European, where patriarchy come from.
I mean, but I would be even before we even get to that part where I would say no is because that argument of they can do whatever it is. I don't even think that's nobody. I don't even think that's real. Like I've heard it said, but I've never seen it in action. Like, have
Like
you?
if the black man told the black woman to jump during slavery, the black woman was jumping. Black woman was talking shit to the black man all the time. Black woman had her own independent mind. From what I've come to learn about relationships coming from the context is they were equals, they were partners. Man did his duty, woman did his duties, and they worked together for the uplifting of the family. And if the man could take care of another family, he has the means to do that. He can go get another wife. I don't know how true. I don't know if that was in every culture, but I know that was in a lot of them. Like I don't know all about like that patriarchy shit is that Western mindset.
I
We
mean,
somehow place it on everyone that comes into contact with the European. I can see how we do that because it is the
but
way that we've been taught, so it makes sense.
my thing is even with it, bro. I ain't never seen it as no issue in real life. Like, you know what I mean?
What liberalism or feminism?
Yeah. Like as she described it, I ain't never seen that shit in real life. Like,
What's the problem with feminism? Of course not. No, I'm not saying all folks got along in Africa. Hell no. Why would I say something crazy like that? OS? Nah. Some people in certain places didn't even know about other people in some places. And if they did come across them, you might get your head chopped off because you represent a different tribe.
I mean, as far as what she was saying, like I could do anything that, like I don't
I
heard
understand
it.
what that Rosie the River. I understand what she was
Yes,
getting at.
Yeah, that
right.
ain't. I
Mm-hmm.
like hearing that, but how did that? What was that? What did that look like? How did that function?
I mean, did
That
it
was
make? Yeah, talk. Go ahead, King.
no. I was basically gonna say that was the white woman trying to get her independence and establish themselves.
Yeah,
because they were the ones they were more oppressed than the slaves, which is kind of weird. But they didn't have rights. White women didn't have it. They had rights, but they did have the rights that the white man had. And when slaves got freed, you got to think about it. White women still were like, to them in their minds, they were like beneath them because slaves was getting laws and shit passed. White women didn't get the right to vote till 1921, 1920, something like that. Like when you start, right. So when you start looking at these things, exactly, Vyasa. So when you start looking at these things, it's like, what was the white woman actually doing, and why did the black woman adopt some of the feminist ideals? I can understand that part of the conversation. Why did they attach themselves to some of the white, liberal white movements and things like that? I can understand if that's the question we're going down.
Yes, exactly.
But that's something the women will have to discuss, because I don't know. It's something black people need to read about,
I mean, I think
discuss,
it
and figure
affected.
out.
It affected y'all too, because I feel like it sort of took away from your masculinity and gave it to
And how did
us.
it do that?
Hold
And
up,
how did
wait,
it
wait,
do that?
wait, 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 wait.
And how did it do that?
How?
That's deep.
So,
Well, we didn't need them. We don't need you as much as we thought we did.
For what?
It's like we didn't. It's like the independence is like we don't need our husbands or a man, because we can do it ourselves. So, you know what I'm saying? Like the codependency type of stuff, which it affected the family in the long run.
You think
so,
so?
so do you think that was an outshoot of feminism, or or an offshoot of laws and bills being pushed that
Yeah, all of the above.
gave the black man or pushed the black
All
man
the
to the
above.
edge?
Yeah.
I don't really see
So
how
I'm trying to find
feminism.
the root of the problem as far as.
I don't see where our manhood went, because I'm still a man. There ain't no woman took my manhood. What the fuck?
Okay, so there
You stole
is
y'all
there.
womanhood.
Okay, so there is definitely a war between the alpha and the beta men. Okay, got it. I
Hold up, wait.
understand.
Where?
I don't know what a beta male is.
That's an animal.
And I sure don't know what an alpha male is.
That's how they compare it. That's the thing. They compare it as animals. That's the crazy thing. They compare it as animals.
There is no against nobody in the black community. That's fake shit. Feminism did not disrupt the black family.
Man.
Feminism did not disrupt. What's her name? The CIA. The white girl that was a CIA agent.
Yeah.
She wrote a book and all that.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of forms of thought that strongly thinks. I mean, it strongly thinks that feminism.
It wasn't enough to break up the family.
Definitely
The
played.
economy is what did it. Not only the economy, but patriarchy. Because just like what she said, what do we need you for? And the idea that you're only good for providing and protection, that's number one. That's number one an issue.
The black woman and the black man has never been separated like that. I don't know how this is getting played.
Like y'all let too many hypothetical ideals and saying paint y'all narratives, and don't look into the real evidence, into the real history of shit and what's actually going on.
Regardless of it, though, I would say it didn't have though. I
mean,
don't
I'm not
even
denying that feminism.
I wouldn't even say us even. I mean overall. I think it was an issue overall. I don't see how that played out where it was a threat to anybody.
Like I guess all the isms is a threat to us. Pan-Africanism, liberalism, feminism, all the isms. You just
And
shouldn't
I
deal
can
with
see
isms.
why, if we said why black women would have attached themselves to it, because if it's a lot of the ideals were built around the working force, I would say they really didn't.
I don't have none
But but I would say they issues with it was the how they are treated in the working force, shit like that, not the other stuff. And in the working force, it ain't like they trying to say, "Oh, I need to be able to do." Nah,
I don't know
so
what's going
certain
on.
jobs, bro, social jobs deserve to be paid more than what they are, bro.
Well, it was to vote. I think they couldn't. The women wasn't allowed to vote at one period of time.
Black women
That's
was
a part
voting
of it.
before white women.
That's a part of it.
Nobody could vote at certain points of time.
Right. Only white men could vote at one time. That part, Nikki.
Yeah.
It affected poor men not being able to afford a bride. Them they got tired of being sold to and wedded off to motherfuckers that was broke. Them white women was like, we taking our womanhood. And black women was like, hey, they getting some rights, we can get some too. Political game.
I mean, honestly, I don't really see how it even affect them. To be honest, you gotta let it. Like,
this is a non-real topic right here.
Well, it does kind of fuck them up though, because they do go geared towards career but I don't know.
What's
Well, it
good,
took us out
everybody?
of the home. It took us out of the home. That's a number one factor.
Who out the home?
The women out of the home, basically.
Black women always been workers since they been here. That's been like the one steady thing is that they've always had work.
It's an illusion that they gave to us. Then it has to be an illusion. Then
makes me think about when that whole woman of color, how that was created, because white women black women wanted their issue. Yeah, it's just a whole. Yeah, she's definitely. I don't know, man. It's I don't know, bro.
Yeah, don't feed into it, man. It's all.
Please don't feed into it.
Yeah, I mean, she's right though, because when black women, I mean, I need to go to the source. I got the source on me. I can read the source.
It's a book.
Where it can tell you,
it's a book.
It's from a scholar.
Did you source the book?
From a doctor.
Did you source it?
Let's deal with it, man. Let's just deal with it.
Did you source it?
Just to set you up.
Did you source it?
Yeah, I did source it. Yeah. And it's a fact. It's a fact that the term "woman of color" was created at the goddamn white women's convention in Houston, Texas.
Who don't know that? Is that what you arguing over? Is that what you arguing over? Hold on.
Feminism.
Hold on.
Has duped.
Hold on.
Always trying to challenge me.
Hold on.
Hold on, boy. Come out here trying to challenge me.
Hold up.
I want to challenge, boy. Yeah.
Hold up, stupid. Hold up. Because if you talking about the women of color word, I was just with a bitch, a whole woman. I was with a whole woman. Getting blowjobs and pussy for 3 days straight. I was laid up in some pussy for 3 days straight. I was laid up in some pussy for 3 days straight.
A man that
Hey, before
I
y'all
was
go
ate up
down
in
that
some
rabbit
pussy for
hole,
don't even go out of his
3
way to
days
support.
hold
straight.
up,
Come
deity.
on,
So
Hold
man.
up,
so
deity.
I
so
know it's
so
Hold
Friday
up,
again.
night. Yeah.
deity.
Shut your
Hold up,
goofy
deity.
ass up. You a goofy.
Before
So
y'all go down that rabbit hole, hey,
All this
Devin,
Nah, we're going.
I
Bible
work
theory
two
shit.
different
you're
jobs
retarded,
today,
bitch.
Hold
but
on.
thanks for bringing that book out, bro. That's what I was trying to jump on earlier. I enjoyed today's subject.
Yeah.
I didn't get to catch everything, but
Yeah, we're gonna reiterate over the weekend, y'all. I appreciate it. It's no good. It's no
yeah,
Cole
thanks for
crashed
bringing
out for
that
no
out.
reason.
problem.
And then he crashed out over the
Taking the
wrong
panel
thing.
to higher conversation than the typical everyday barbershop talk.
Right.
Today was
So
dope.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah. Try to get 2 full streams. I know it's gonna be a stretch trying to get two full streams of it in, but I tried to put it together. Like we started
Cole
last
crashed
night
out.
about this time, yeah. I think right after Didi went out and we went around the clock. So yeah.
Yeah, I was there for the beginning, missed the middle, and caught the close. If that makes sense.
Oh
So
no, yeah, yeah, but everything's still uploaded, so yeah, you'll be able to go back, catch up.
So so I don't know what the hell just happened.
Nah, it was it's Friday night, man. Just
I sure wasn't challenging him over the women of color being created at the women's convention. That shit wasn't I wasn't even talking about that. What I was I was about to ask a question on was something totally different, but it's irrelevant now. Don't even matter.
nah.
Don't even matter.
And I appreciate you, Sister Demi, trying to keep the conversation going, but
It was based off of something that she said though.
those gender topics, they don't result in anything positive. Never, especially when they're kind of related.
It had nothing to do with the women of color being created at the women's convention. No, nothing at all.
No.
Nothing at all. I promise you. I bet I guarantee you it had nothing to do with that young man. Why you just wilding out?
Let's see. We had a federal judge block that Trump Harvard school situation. Trying to find out if it was
What is the big new bill?
I downloaded it. I think I only got to like 180 pages.
180 pages.
Got burnt out after that. Yeah, that's what I was reading. That's what I was reading when Dumb on them came on the panel.
180 pages.
I
It's
tried.
more than 180 pages.
No, the total bill is 1,082.
What?
Yeah. So, but when I got to 179, I was like, man, yeah, I was barely through section 1. Goddamn.
Wow. Yeah, I heard it was passed yesterday or today, one of them days, or the day before. Like,
Yeah.
I wonder what the big new bill is.
Yeah, a bunch of BS. He got the word beautiful in the title of the actual bill.
Yeah, the big beautiful.
Yeah.
The big beautiful.
I didn't know that when I was down
like
there. I'm like, damn, I'm reading the table of contents. I'm like, damn, this is the title of the bill.
Like,
ignorant ass motherfucker. Yeah.
Ignorant. That motherfuckers. I understand though. Trump is the leader of the idiot crew.
Everybody not everybody, but it is a lot of people that would not follow his ideology, but yeah, I don't get the end.
Because he's gotten away with saying stupid shit so often and so much, it don't matter. People feel like it's okay. The president of the United States saying a bunch of stupid shit.
But what the followers, what are they getting out of it though?
Nothing. Attention. Pushback. Same shit Trump is getting.
I'm looking at a different lens, man. I still can't translate. They had to have some Roy Chess logic, I guess. I don't. But I put up the article about MIT. They developed a semiconductor that can also be used as a magnet.
Mm. They did that on a flat Earth.
Flat surface, yeah.
Mm.
Hey, Dev, y'all covered a lot in regards of education and time today.
Oh
But
yeah.
there was one school I wanted to show you, and I found this story just being here and going to the library and fishing through their newspaper of the city. I
Yeah.
put a link in the back chat. It's just a quick breakdown.
Okay.
And what it is
I
is
think it's,
the blacks here built a school for their kids. But what stood out about this particular school was it was unemployed parents who did it.
mm-hmm.
So when y'all was having that debate towards us thriving to be teachers and the importance of it, I wanted to share it, but man, I couldn't. All I could do was just listen at the moment. Really couldn't chime in.
They was rambling all over the place. I told you, man, teachers don't go. They don't be teachers to make a lot of money, or that's
Nah,
not the motivation.
teachers don't go to school. You don't get into teaching to make money. You get into teaching because you enjoy teaching and you
Yeah,
have love for helping in a young person
yeah,
bring out the best in themselves.
yeah. Way more gratification is that from their perspective.
Yeah, that's more gratifying,
But just
more
flip it on them.
satisfying.
Even from the Eurocentric lens, look at the. I always point at it. Look at the importance of relationships between teacher and student. And I don't mean, that traditional in the classroom. I mean really, really, really building a bond and relationship. And I'll say, look at what Plato did. Well, look at what Socrates did for Plato. Look what Plato did for Aristotle. And then look at the prestige them those individuals garnered.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that if
If
you
you get
look
what
at
I'm
it
trying
like
to
that.
say, you get
I
what I
get
mean, to give them something to point at, like, no,
something to build off of.
yeah, teachers. I mean, even when you go back to empirical China in its inception, teachers have always been held in high regards on this planet.
Yeah,
Even the griots. When we
Right.
go back to Africa, the griots.
Bullseye, Savio. I mean, just look at the saying for the griots. It's when a griot dies, a library goes with them.
Mm-hmm.
You got some where, it might be taboo for others, but they keep the skull above ground when they pass. Symbolic of how brilliant that mind was.
yeah. After the printing press, libraries were, they were like bank vault.
Mm. Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
They became treasure troves.
Uh, miss having a room, and the only thing in the room was nothing but books.
Man,
My uncle had so many damn books, boy. Yeah, he had his own fucking library.
I mean, even with that, and when we speak of education, libraries are nonprofit. You don't pay for your card or to rent each individual book, but look how culturally impactful the library is.
Yeah, we had the way homes were set up in the South. That living room, bedroom, kitchen, and then a study.
mm-hmm.
That's where the
Facts.
Hey, Dad.
Corn, you
If
got
you if
those are
you if you
corn
got it like
smoking.
that, I wish I had it like
Hold
that.
on.
I'm finna show you a cover of a book. Tell me if you can recognize this.
let's see.
You remember these old books?
Encyclopedia, right?
Nah, this is a book. This is a Reader's Digest.
Oh
You remember
shit!
this
Yeah,
Reader's
my bad.
Digest?
Yeah,
It's a Reader's
yeah.
Digest.
What year, Sabio?
This is 1978, Volume 1, 1978.
77. Damn.
Yep, Volume 1, 1978. In here is Mrs. Eris Goes to Moscow,
Yeah.
The Money Changers, The Massacre at Fall Creek, and Collision.
Mm-hmm.
I got a bunch of these.
My grandpa bought me a Encyclopedia Britannica set the year I was born, and naturally it took time. I'm
That
not gonna
shit
sit
from the
back and
year I
tell
was
y'all
born.
I read every single article, but by the time I was able to identify books, he put them in my hands. He didn't tell me what to read. He just put books in my hand and say you need to read.
Yeah,
But
I've always
man,
had
that
books.
planted a seed in me to where I didn't know I was learning research methodology by flipping through an array of subjects, if that makes sense. I still got it to this day.
Oh yeah, I got sinus problems. So if I sniffle a lot, okay, yeah, I got sinus problems. The weather changes, and this has been happening to me since I was about 7 years old. No matter where I be, yeah, I could be in California, I can be in Florida, I can be in Texas. When the weather changes, my sinuses get full. So I sniffle a lot. You still stupid.
To get you some Benadryl or something. No, you really are stupid. Let's talk. Let's really talk. Let's talk really who's dumb, huh? Let's really talk. And how
We know it.
you couldn't draw the nexus between feminism and goddamn black women wanting to integrate themselves with white women. Yo, stupid dumbass. Let's
Integrate
talk who's
themselves.
dumb. Let's talk
Okay.
who's dumb, nigga. Yeah, let's
Okay.
talk. Mr. Sniffles, huh?
All
Mr.
right,
Benadryl,
dummy.
nigga, huh?
All right. So let me
Leave that
respond
milk
to that
alone,
dumb.
nigga. Leave that dairy
Let,
alone. Maybe I clean all your
let
goddamn
me
sinuses up, nigga.
let me
Eat all that dairy, all
respond.
that
Let me
pus. Eating
respond
that pus.
to the
Eating
dumb
that
shit.
dairy. Eating that goddamn cow muss.
All right, let me respond to the dumb shit you just said.
Fuck out of here.
So we have been integrated with white people since we got off the boat.
Man, listen, we're talking about black women. Ain't no we.
Shut up.
Collective. We're specifically talking about black women.
Black women, African
women.
women,
Feminism. So that made me think about how black women
African
was white
women,
women and wanted
African
we want to be included. We want to be included with white women. And yo, dumbass, Mr. Goddamn Nexus. Fuck out of here. You the stupid
African women, as well as black men, were getting off those slave ships.
Fuck is you talking about? Go read, nigga. Fuck out of here.
Dummy. All right, young dummy.
No,
I hear you yelling and screaming. I hear you yelling and screaming.
Fuck out of here.
Are you going to let me talk, retard? Because I listened to everything your dumb ass said. I heard everything your dumb ass said. So shut your dumb ass up.
Out of here.
Shut your dumb ass up and stop reading books written by everybody. Stop reading books written by everybody. What you should do is
all that. Yeah, get out of here. And I don't
what you should do.
Show me. Like tomorrow,
all you should do.
I'm gonna be about a black inventor. Like how I talk the talk. If I say I'm gonna be somewhere, I'm gonna be there. I don't just be on here. Oh, I'm gonna be in I walk the walk, nigga. Yeah, you gonna see me on live. I'm gonna be with the black inventor, like I said I am, nigga. Fuck out of here. All that talking. I'm tired of niggas be talking and be running their mouth. Fuck out of here. Don't be about nothing. Don't be about no production in this society we live in. Fuck out of here. Produce something.
I produce every day. Now, again, back to the conversation at hand.
No, you got the right one today. You got the right one.
Okay, cool. Now shut the fuck up and let me say, and let's get back to the conversation because you made a statement. I got a bunch of books. I got a bunch of books like you. I got a bunch of books like you. So are you going to talk over me or are you going to let me talk?
This nigga's combative.
No, you're combative. You wanted to have a conversation.
All you want to do is come in, foment up stuff, just foment up just chaos.
Oh, shit. So we was just having a very good dialogue before you jumped in with your bullshit.
I didn't go to
So again, are we going to get back to what you would? Are we going to get back to the conversation at hand, or are you going to go on your tirade?
These white folks school.
Keep crashing.
College and you didn't go to college.
Keep crashing.
Nigga, Malcolm X
Crash.
didn't go to college, nigga.
Crash.
What you mean, nigga? Fuck you talking
Keep
about?
crashing. Now it's about going to college.
Nigga, Osborne Dorsey, who
now it's about going to college.
This doorknob.
Now it's about going to college.
Which is a analog.
Now it's about going to college.
Yeah, a black man.
Now it's because I went to college. I think I'm smarter than you.
Himself, nigga. Ain't no white man teach him. That's why I take umbrage when Psycho says, "Oh, the white man. Oh, the white man." If the white man, nigga, the white man didn't teach Osborne Dorsey. Nigga, the white man didn't teach Benjamin Banneker. These is self fucking taught black men. So all that missing was, oh, if it wasn't for the white man, that shit to me is. To even go that low and try to say if it wasn't for the white man, you would, to me, why would you even, as a black man, why would you even want to even compute your brain, even try to go so low to try to say that we wouldn't be nothing if it wasn't for the white man? That is, to me, that's when you grabbing for straws, when you ain't got shit. So you're going to try to grab some goddamn out of this world, unfathomable. Oh, if it wasn't for the white man, you wouldn't be shit. That's an insult to your ancestors to say they wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for the white man. And they were self-taught, but they wasn't shit for the white man. Shame on you niggas. Fuck out of here.
Another crash out.
Shout. Nah.
Because I don't think no one's ever said that. I don't think no one's ever said that shit.
But it correlated.
I don't think no one's ever said that stupid shit. Yo, that shit right there, y'all. That shit right there. That's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. Here we go. He finna crash out again.
This the same nigga that hear the word spirit and think religion. Nigga, spirit is energy, idiot. Aura, nigga. This nigga here spirit. Oh, you talking about? No, nigga, spirit is energy, nigga. Spirit is aura, nigga. Look up the fucking origin of what the fuck the word means, nigga. It ain't got nothing spooky, nothing theological, nothing about it, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Fuck.
Bring out the I make niggas crash out. I don't know. Hey, y'all tell me what's happening. Cause we was having a good conversation. I made a comment about how the seasons change, and because my body temperature has to regulate itself through the seasons changing, my body regulates itself by what? Me getting head colds and things like that.
Nigga, that fix your sinuses.
So again, it has nothing to do with my diet. I'm probably healthier than you. But anyway, that's another conversation that we're not going to talk about. We're going to leave that shit alone. I just want to know if we're going to keep the conversation on what we were originally talking about, or are we going to let you continue to crash? Because this shit crazy. I don't want you doing that shit in front of the inventor tomorrow. Please do not crash out.
You sound crazy, bro. You
of
sound
the inventor tomorrow.
My poise is always my poise is always my position is always poise.
Yeah, right.
You just
this is not poise. This is not poise. This is not poise.
What are you talking about?
Nigga, you done ran all off the road 17,000 times. You all over the highway.
Like
I'm trying to demean you.
Not even.
I'm not trying to demean you at all.
Fuck is you talking about?
Please do not be acting like this in front of the inventor tomorrow.
The hell?
Took him that long to get his word in order, but he's poised.
What the hell you mean? Don't let this fool you.
Trust me, it didn't. Trust me, it didn't. I wasn't fooled from the moment you pulled up on us with them motherfucking head wraps on your head.
And I gotta put my right hand up.
Them Arabic head wraps on your head.
I turn up then too, and I get that check at the end of the day too. Know that? Yeah.
I do too.
I'm always like this in
That's
front of
what's
white
up.
folks too. And I don't just only do this when y'all. Yeah, I'm same way in front of white. I chew their ass up too, the same way. Yeah, for real. They fear me. Yeah.
Man.
For real, right?
The craziness.
Shit. Yeah, man.
Nigga need some better weed.
Nah, man. No, it ain't the weed, man.
Shit. It's the weed. Nigga need some better weed.
It's the innuendos. You feel me? That's what it is. It's the subtle
pause
shots.
I don't do subtlety.
Innuendos? How is that a pause? That's a hint. That is like, what do you mean pause?
I don't do innuendos. My shit is straight to the point.
Man, people always trying to test the guy.
I don't know how to walk around what I gotta say to a motherfucker. I'm gonna say it straight to you. And if you don't catch it, that's on you. That don't mean I didn't say it. That means it flew over your head. Pause.
You got it, man.
Nah, you do. Because somehow the conversation took a whole flip.
And y'all gonna sit here and say feminism, like what? Feminism did since when? Feminism did not create like the many chasms that's been deployed against us since when feminism, has not been like one of them. Like I just never heard that ever. The first time I've ever heard somebody like oppose that feminism, did not further,
we don't know what mean.
I can articulate it. It's not a problem for me to articulate. I mean, so that's what I mean by how you're slick shit. Yeah, you try to get slick. No, we don't know.
No, I'm not being slick. I'm being straight out.
You definitely know. You're just being what you call disingenuous.
No, I want you to explain yourself.
You mean to tell me
I want you to use your words.
You mean to tell me feminism coupled with crack cocaine, mass incarceration, redlining,
feminism, crack cocaine,
domain, and all these other
redlining.
Systematic.
Huh?
Systematic, like what he was.
Systematic, structural, all that. So you mean to tell? So once again, y'all saying that did not, because when it's like you're saying that's like saying white women didn't benefit the most from affirmative action. That's the kind of like, that's really kind of similar. That's like a person, I would look at them like they're crazy if I heard that. Somebody said the white women did not benefit.
So again,
there's literature out there on it. Like, what are you talking about?
So again,
white women didn't benefit from affirmative action. So what do you mean by feminism didn't create a further, deeper, chasm within our Black family nucleus? What do you mean?
You do realize some of your first literature on feminism was
paralleled
with the abolition of slavery, did you?
And some of it was written by Black women.
Don't bring up that what's that girl that just died? She was married to don't bring up her.
Phyllis Wheatley. Yeah, have you heard? Are you familiar with Phyllis Wheatley?
What's that?
She was reading and writing before a lot of white women
she had a little back and forth with James Baldwin and all that.
So
I'm familiar with that, but
so there was a lot of feminism during slavery, if you want to look at it like that. Black women was always looking to express themselves because they knew they weren't black men. And they wanted their womanhood to be respected. Hold on, sis. Hold on. They wanted They wanted their womanhood to be respected. Even though they were slaves, they wanted to not be treated like men were being treated. Like, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
I mean, I could see that as far as anti-woman speech, things of that nature, but that's not her saying she's a white woman.
Nobody said she was a white woman. Whoever said she was a white woman?
White women thinking that somehow they can find sanctity within a white female infrastructure. Like, that's the whole issue.
What? What?
What do you mean? Being duped by white women?
Oh, fuck. That's
wild.
Going
home to their white men.
This man saying being duped
what are you talking about?
by white women's structures.
What are you talking about?
Trying to hot so I can barely understand you, sis. Your mic is horrible. You sound like you on Mars somewhere.
Nah, her connection probably going in and out.
Or she underneath the ocean in a submarine?
By white women.
So I don't understand that. Trying to hide.
Hey,
Sub.
Savio, you gonna know this, right? You know the declarations of rights of men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are
I
you
don't
there?
know them by heart. I've heard of
But
them.
no, but you know of it. Is my
Mm-hmm.
point during the French Revolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, simultaneously to that, to show how far back this goes in some of your earliest feminist literature, the woman who composed the Declaration of Rights of Women was the very one who was speaking about abolitionist. So to sit back and I'm not too sure what the argument is at the moment, but those two have had a long standing hand to hand to combat the ills of oppression. And saying you're a feminist doesn't mean you're submitting to white men or white women
Hmm.
at all. That's just not what it represents. And nor does it represent anti manhood. That's just not what it's about.
But yeah, I don't know. Again, these conversations get difficult because we're trying to force the way we want to look at them into their thinking and into their situation. And we can't do that. We honestly can't. We can't force ourselves into the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s.
Yeah, anachronistic thought and fallacies is a heavy thing in these conversations, Sabia.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
give you that. I give you that 100 times over.
You might have to load your thing up, sis.
That part, Nikki Lovely, most black women don't even identify as feminists.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are.
How? Because they stand for women's rights, or they want
Yeah,
the advancement of black women.
the most basic definition of what a feminist is. A black woman is that naturally.
So are we menaces? Are we menaces?
Huh?
Menace.
Menace, like a menace to society.
No, do we stand for the advancement of men?
Menace? Oh,
Yeah, I just made that word up.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but no, I'm not. I don't really identify as male first, but I know some people who do, and they most smoke is for the feminists. But I don't think there's nothing wrong with women advocating for women's rights. I don't see
I
nothing
don't
wrong
either.
with it.
I don't either. I don't see nothing wrong with that, Tad.
I think you can make anything toxic, but you know what I'm saying, just on the surface level, no, there shouldn't be nothing wrong with feminism at its core. Now, once you start bringing in some of the crazies, then yeah, but I think that's with anything.
Right.
Wait a minute, did it?
Hey, Taz, to your sentiment just now, the very moment you do that, you're no longer a feminist. This is where I like Bell Hooks' outlook on it. It's the push to end sexism in general, to end oppression in general, but identifying with what they are. And I'm never going to tell my daughter not to identify herself as a
As a
female.
woman, right? As a woman, right?
So if they doing that, there's no problem. Now, when it becomes man bashing and all that, that's something else.
Yeah, that's not feminism no more.
Did it? You think black women have been duped by white women? For real?
He said it.
It's one of them 70s pro-black talking points, though.
Damn.
I just went over the numbers to show how Black women were more educated than white men and white men.
I'm gonna read this and then I'm just gonna rest my case. Like he said, when black women seen white women addressing their issues in Houston, Texas, and that was a spawning of the woman of color. Like he said, that reduced their power to self-advocate. That right there, when you want to, that reduces your power to self-advocate when you want to tether yourself on to other groups and shit like that. It's cool to be, but speak on your own medium, on your own platform. Don't try to come in with other white women and their plight ain't the same as yours. The hell? But I don't even want to read that no more. But basically, like you said, when the spawning of women of color came, that reduced black women's power to self-advocate. So I can reread it to put it in context, but yeah, that basically proves my point as far as yes, that's a duping. You was tricked. You're duping yourself. What the fuck? The hell? Why is that hard to fathom and hard to conceive and hard to conceptualize? I don't understand. Like,
but you keep using the word reduce. I don't understand how reduce.
How they was reduced.
Yeah, reduce from what?
All right. You reduce. Do you know what self-advocacy is?
Yeah, advocate for yourself.
Exactly. And like how we have been the pack news for everybody, so that reduces our power to self-advocate. What the fuck?
You haven't been advocating for everybody else.
It's all right, bro. It's all right.
No, it's not all right.
Everybody's beck and call.
No, it's not all right because you're saying something that didn't take place. The black women didn't jump on nobody else's platform.
I got the source.
What platform did they jump on?
I'll read the source as far as when black women.
No, I'm just asking you a general question. What platform did black women jump on to advocate for?
They wanted to.
Yo, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy.
Wait a minute, let him answer.
They wanted to catapult themselves into when they seen white women at their convention and
what convention are you talking about?
Can I communicate at the? Matter of fact, I'm gonna just read this right here, and like I said, I'm done after this, bro. I'm gonna rest my case.
No, because you keep saying words that have never taken place. Black women were not at no fucking white woman convention.
Okay.
On nothing.
Once again, see, you always trying to tell me that I'm somehow wrong.
That's wrong.
What
convention were they at, Taz?
Damn, Taz. You said that's wrong.
What's the convention that they was at?
White Women's Convention in Houston, Texas. I'll get the results for you. Hold on. I'll get it for you.
I think the year is 1850. Now, like y'all, this is in y'all mind, though. Sojourner Truth was like these proud speaker.
Proud speaker in 1850 at the what?
Yes, at a women's convention. That was a whole women's convention. Ain't I a woman speaker?
No, I thought he said that black women were at somebody else's convention.
Yep. I'll pull it up right here. It was
that would be, wouldn't it? I mean, that's
no, it was her convention. How is it somebody else's?
No, that wasn't Sojourner Truth's convention.
No, that was the women's convention. Period.
Ain't she a woman?
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh God damn! What the fuck is y'all talking about?
So who else's convention are you referring to?
That's the answer that I was trying to find out.
No, I'm talking about 1850, a women's rights convention. That didn't happen.
Right, and she's a woman, so how does that make it not her convention if she is a woman and she is at a woman's convention?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Because she's a black.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Because she's a black woman, though. She's black.
Right.
Right, she's a black woman. We do understand the point of that in 1850, right?
So yeah, okay. So this. Okay.
I do.
So yeah, matter of fact, yeah, this is just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna go ahead and man. Like I said, just this little segment right here is gonna just prove my point as far as like when I say as far as we reduce our power to self-advocate. So the descendants
40 minutes. Oh no, I don't know nothing about 40 minutes ago. I'm just going off of what I just heard just now. I don't know what's been happening. 40 minutes ago.
It sounds like somebody's implying that black women wanted to be like white women. That's the only thing I can probably interpret out of this.
Yeah, no, that ain't.
It was a National Women's Conference in Houston, Texas, in 1977, and just basically letting you know how, as far as according to Rhonda Von Shea Sharp. So basically, the descendants of the formerly enslaved in America have been racially described by a plethora of names, most of them not self-altered. These have included Negro, colored, black, and subsequently African American, according to Rhonda Von Shea Sharp, 2019. More recently, there have been a shift toward the term of people of color, which aggregates African Americans with other non-white groups. This began in 1977 at the National Women's Conference in Houston, Texas. Black women activists and scholars attending the conference were concerned that its agenda did not adequately address black women's needs, so they drew up a black women's agenda. While other non-white women saw it, they wanted their concerns to be included, but that meant that the name had to change to something more inclusive. Thus, the term women of color was born. Yet this change effectively reduced black women's power to self-advocate. Sharp, 2019, page 1240. So this is a black woman. He's quoting her, and then he has her say, like you said, it reduced black women's power, to self-advocate by trying to, be tied in with all these groups of different women, and you got your own plight that is diametrically opposed to what the fuck they got going on over there. Yeah, but
so
yeah.
Based off of what you read, so because they went to these conventions, and because I want to start with the first thing that you read, because it said black women have been called other things that wasn't given to them. Well, that goes to us also. That goes for black men also. Black, African American, Negro. Those terms was given to us by who? Other folks. Well, that's another part of the conversation. We'll just put that over there. Now, them going to them conventions with Asians, white women, and those other races of women, that does not mean they weren't advocating for the things black women needed. That means they were advocating for women's rights at the same time. They know how to, or if you're saying some black women maybe can't make that separation, but some black women were making that separation, and they knew that their schools, better schooling, education was needed, better jobs for their communities, better daycare, better health care. They knew these things were needed. So they were also advocating for black women as a whole, while also advocating for women. How is that difficult to understand?
Well, brother, it's like you just created that.
Oh shit, now I just created something?
You're creating a control. He literally just, is it going over your head? That basically with that, initiating that reduces the power of black women as a collective. Like, why is that hard to, like, irregardless of you saying, well, we don't know, they were advocating for one, like, bro, that is neither here nor there. We don't know that. We can't really definitively say, but we do know, as far as that the spawning of women of color, and and then just layer after layer, once they seen black women, everybody want to be a part of it, and then, like you said, that reduces this melting pot of rights and oh no, man, ooh boy, woo, man.
So again,
no, man, ain't nothing got reduced, yo.
You gotta do that, but I'm just saying, but there is a segment of people just in the academic in academia and outside of academia that disagrees. I don't care. I ain't here to go back and forth with y'all. That's what I'm not here to do. I'm not here to. You're entitled to that. You can hold on to that and harbor that and never let it go. That's fine. That's cool.
Yeah, we can discuss about how they were discriminated against, but black women didn't reduce anything. We've been talking about how much more educated and much more experienced when it came to education in every subject the entire day, yo. Like I've been talking about this for 18 hours, specifically compared to white women through the ages of feminism.
Yeah, I
On
don't
all levels, even in their schools, even when black women went to Ivy League PWI schools, they still did better than them. So how is black women's power reduced?
see. Yeah, I mean, you don't see how.
No, I do not. No, I do.
Even
Your
in,
mic
mic's
is
still
still
bad, Demi.
real
You may have
bad.
to
Demi.
you may have to go out
Reset,
and come back.
reset your. Yeah. We here all night, Miss Demi. If you had to reset, you just go out and come back.
so look, so a historical pattern exists in America where whites attempts to thwart measures of group specific or targeted self advocacy on behalf of Native Black Americans. He uses that term a lot here, Native Black Americans. The POC term is among
Native.
Y'all hate that, huh? Just the idea of being cemented to America. Just the idea of being connected to this area is just it's just but oh man, so a historical pattern exists in America where whites attempt to thwart measures of group specific or targeted self-advocacy on behalf of Native Black Americans. The POC term is among the latest means used to decenter ADOS advocacy. The expectation has been that Native Black Americans should be inclusive in the establishment of their socio-political agenda, sacrificially centering other groups push for redress while decentralizing their own group-specific needs. It has been a socially stagnating phenomenon for Black American citizens in America. This situation was eloquently described by Solin 2018, so current. This ain't no old shit. Page 159, who wrote that no one can behave unjustly towards others without harming himself in the act. African Americans have been employed as ideological pack mules. One group after another has heaped its luggage upon their backs. Even while the injustice that the blacks did most grossly suffer has been elided. Meaning the suffer that we have went through, like he said, while the injustice that the blacks did grossly suffer has been elided. I mean, it has been omitted. Meaning all the pain and trials and tribulations we've been through has been elided, has been omitted, it has been taken out of the equation. Boom. Their actual condition in the present is largely ignored by the left and the right, because it touches upon moral questions that we prefer not to address. Reparations, of course, is one such question, which some may oppose because it centers on Native Black Americans specifically.
What is a Native Black American?
Oh shit!
Huh? I mean, Dr. Clark Anderson been using that term since before this book. You said, what is a Native Black American? It's a Black American that is born, his lineage is in America. Just to sum it up. Yeah, lineage. You know, like your
it's like a basic definition of like a black person. I got you.
Ancestral, like I feel like, you know, like y'all try to get y'all DNA, y'all be on the tracing your ancestors, and that's more of like lineage is more.
Not me. You'll never hear me talk about that shit, bro. I knew my ancestors, nigga.
So it's a lie. But yeah, man, it's just I don't know, but yeah, not I don't know, but yeah, man. So basically, so I don't see. Do you construe the
No, man, no.
Damn, stupid.
Nope.
our power,
Nothing was reduced.
self advocacy?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, if you're advocating for yourself,
Really?
that's not reducing. You're not reducing
So
anything.
us being the pack mules,
No,
us for everybody. You don't
no.
see like okay, all right, that's fine. I guess that's fine
Well,
to be
that's
disconnect.
some. Well, I think I could partially agree with that. I could agree with that part. About black African Americans or black people kind of been like the pack mules and everybody piggybacking or putting you joining their issues with our issues and our issues being put on the back burner. I could partially agree. I could see that. But what does that have to do with feminism and black women and them getting the gains that they were able to gain under feminism? Because that's what this is about.
Well, because it talks about feminism was on some basically my idea of it and what I know about it as far as what's her name don't tell me her name, but basically she was on the cover when she was on what was it one of them covers, white lady CIA, she was on the cover of magazine. Basically my idea of feminism is a governmental it's a governmental tactic used to further decimate the black community. Just to keep it not to keep it all elaborate and all these just to another tactic contrived by the U.S. government to divide black men and black women. Pardon me. Yeah.
I don't even really want to cater to that idea. Hey Sabio or anybody on the panel that can share. I put y'all a link in the back chat. It's one of your earliest figureheads in what would be coined later on black feminism. And this is Maria Stewart. Not only did she advocate for women's rights, she was a theologian, but she advocated for education, science, and so much more. And specifically the rights for black women in her day and
Didn't
age.
Ida B. Wells go against? Hold on, I could have sworn that. Didn't Ida B. Wells go against white feminism? Call out white feminism and the brute males. I'm trying to understand that. Didn't she? She was going against. I'm just saying, just
Deity,
not
if
a
you deity, if
between
you
white feminism.
instead of jumping the gun and making an argument, you
I ain't
should have
making all that.
at least before you even spoke that out loud, you should have took some time, researched into
I
this,
got my
and
book
see.
right here. That's why I was looking back. I got the
But
quote from her.
you didn't even let me finish the thought. You didn't even
Am
let
I
me
lying?
finish
Am
the
I wrong
thought.
though? Am I lying?
Deity,
Did Ida B.
deity,
Wells? Did she?
deity,
No, because you're trying to tell me I'm lying, I'm wrong or something, my nigga.
deity,
Put that shit
deity,
out. Because I'm
deity.
not lying and I'm not wrong. She did go at white feminism. Fuck is you talking about?
Nobody is saying that you're wrong.
Deity, nobody is arguing. No, absolutely. You
Niggas
arguing
love
with
trying to tell me I'm
yourself.
wrong about something. That's what it be. Niggas want to come here just tell me I'm wrong.
But you are wrong about black women being reduced.
No, I'm not.
You're wrong
Look
about
at
that.
it. Look objectively. I can't say you're
Yeah,
wrong.
you're wrong about that
You're saying
part.
black women's power have not been reduced by trying
No, it ain't been reduced, yo.
to
Nope.
manipulate the white women
Nope.
or into
Nope.
white womanhood. That's a fucking word.
Hell no.
By trying to enroll into white women
No,
politics.
that's a fucking lie.
That doesn't reduce their power to self-advocate.
Nah, that's a fucking
buddy.
lie, Diddy.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, the goddamn scholars disagree though. It's okay, buddy.
So,
you can be the lone guy on your island, buddy.
Let's deal with
I'm
that's
letting him
what he's
argue with
saying.
himself,
So,
y'all. But he
I
didn't want to catch it. And before
Tell
his,
me I'm wrong.
hold on,
don't
Taz.
think
If you don't
it's
mind,
nothing wrong with what
Taz.
he's
I'm at
saying.
work. If you don't mind, just give me 30 seconds.
Niggas just
I
love
was
that.
trying. I was
Spirit.
trying to lay out some historical.
That ain't pedagogical.
I was trying to
I'm
lay out
wrong, nigga. Give me a story.
I was trying to lay out some historical events to kind of build an origin and an exception of what would eventually become, in its own self, black feminism. So deity could possibly see that no, nobody is giving up anything when black women say they identify as women and they desire to be treated as women. That this is broader than just when you see people on some sexism, modern day stuff, and just bashing the other. That this historical context that you may not be privy to, that would serve you a benefit if you just took the time to research more topics. It don't have to be your passion, but if you're going to speak on something, it's best to know the beginning and the end of what you're speaking on, deity. Not one person said you was wrong when you brought up Ida B. Wells. But I'm sitting back trying to tell you I'm speaking before her time, and you just crashed out for no reason.
But I'm trying to figure out what he said. Because listen, if he's saying that because this is what I heard. I ain't been here for the whole conversation, but this is what I heard. Self-advocating should be the most important part of it. Once you start advocating for other groups, you lose a part of that. I don't think there's anything wrong with highlighting that in terms of feminism, because in terms of feminism, there would be a move to a greater cause that applies to women as opposed to applying to black people.
Yeah, I don't think no one's disagreeing with that. But it goes back to the initial stance of what you were saying about black women or women advocating for women's rights. You know, I mean, I understand the black people and black women advocated for black men. Black women marched for black men. Like black women was in just about every struggle throughout this country.
Then what broke up the black family? And I hope my mic is better.
I didn't know the black family was broke up.
Oh, there must be groups of different like traumas or something that's going on, because Southern niggas is different than the Eastern niggas, and the Eastern, all these four corners is all different, and it's like we got to come together.
No, we're not separating people by where they're from.
I think if people want a family, they get one. They build a family. Like I think the dynamics of the time we live in is about less family across the world. So I don't think we're highlighting that it's more of a movement around us to not have family. I don't think we're advocating to not have family. I don't really see that.
Not to mention, we operate totally different than our peers. We move from an extended family perspective. The black family is not dead. The idea of that is not dead. Do we operate from how they view the nuclear family? Not at all. Mom, dad, kids, and nobody else exists at that point. That's what they mean when they say nuclear family. You cut off you cut off everybody else. We don't cut off grandma. We don't cut off grandpa, uncles, aunts. We the most family reunion get together every Sunday if we can, people on the planet.
But we do in the inner cities. We do.
Now, do we have relationship issues? Yes, we do. Do we cater too much to popular culture and toxic ideologies? Yes. But on the mass whole, the desire to build that family has always been there in the black community.
Okay, so don't trust the statistics, basically.
Now, when
Black fathers are the top group of
marriage rates, you talking about them statistics?
Thanks. Most engaged group.
Which statistics are you referring to specifically?
I mean, basically what we've been fed. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I experienced that, because what is the root problem of us not even building a relationship between a black woman and a black man? What is the problem? What is the problem?
I'm saying, are you in a relationship with a black man?
I'm not only talking about relationship, because I feel like I wanted to know, was there more black female teachers than male teachers back then?
Wow. Let me fall back.
A lot of black men was getting drafted by the war and shit. We was going to Korea, we were going to Vietnam.
Well,
So we didn't really
going
have
to the weed spot.
Yeah,
area probably would have been more women.
And when is back then?
I'm assuming
you have to identify that. And when it comes to education, you have to truly define, especially from a cultural perspective, how are you defining education? Are you doing it from a Eurocentric lens to where you go to college and all of that scholastic views at it? Not to say that we don't participate in it, but education begins at child rendering. The father can teach lessons just as equal as the mother from day one. Now, when you start talking community and start building structures like schools and things of that nature, that broadens the conversation. And you still have to identify how are you viewing education.
We also got to view, some of these terms that we be picking up and shit, some from white folks and shit, be feminism, manosphere, fucking nationhood and shit. And niggas ran with the nationhood and shit. You know what I'm saying? My nation shit, Nation of Islam. Them motherfuckers was fucking. What's the other shit we took from white folks and shit? What's the other shit? Psycho niggas walk around with the funny hats and shit, talking about we grand masters and shit. We gotta start grifting off of white folks and shit. Be coming with our own grift, man.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Huh?
But good luck with that.
What you say?
These niggas don't have no ideas, bro. Like it seemed like that the mentality is to try to piggyback off of white
the white man with that with the
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It goes back to the feminism, I believe, because I'm trying to find the root the root cause of why. Well, I don't know. Maybe I live in like I said near DC, so we was integrated. You know what I'm saying? It was only a handful of black people in the schools that I went to, but I still felt the pain that other niggas was going through. I still feel it, even though I lived a different life. I still feel it, and it's there. It's there. That it's unsolved. That's what I was just saying.
I just realized that black people don't really make coleslaw.
This nigga said coleslaw. You stupid.
That shit is disgusting. You keep that shit.
Facts. Keep that.
I just realized that that's white people food. I didn't even realize that we've been talking about potato salad and not throwing coleslaw at white people.
Yeah, that's white people food. That shit gross.
Somebody drop the link in the chat for Wall Street Willie.
Oh my bad. I got an hour left on my curfew. I'm playing myself. Coleslaw is white food. I just realized I didn't know.
You been eating coleslaw this whole time? You used
to
go to
but
KFC
it just randomly ends up
a bowl of that Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I don't know, maybe 3-4 times a year you end up with coleslaw. You don't know how the fuck it got there, and it's like, all right, I'll just eat dirt. And you just scraping into the garbage, and then when I realized how many times I scraped coleslaw in the garbage, I'm like, whose fucking idea was this?
Ain't that German food?
I have no clue. I think it's time that we make it known that this is German. White people shit. Like
exactly.
The raisins in the potato salad, that's one thing, but coleslaw, at least potato salad is still potato salad. They just put some extra shit in it. Coleslaw ain't got nothing to do with us.
Only time I ever seen a nigga eat some coleslaw was in jail, fam.
That's definitely jail and school food. Definitely public school food. They giving niggas cabbage and vinegar. I didn't even know this shit has. One of my students they put vinegar, and I'm like, vinegar and cabbage. Who the fuck thought of that?
I don't know. So I'm still trying to figure out what did black women fight for that didn't pertain to them. They are a woman, so it can't be nothing to do with them being a woman. They black, so couldn't be any black issues.
No, but
I think
black women was fighting
when niggas took on the man. Really want to get into that conversation though, bro? Like, I mean, there is an argument there, right? I'm just
what were they fighting for?
I think there was groups of white women, and I'm gonna say this bluntly. I think they were all lesbians. I'm I'm sorry. I think the white feminists is nothing but a lesbian group of women who just had their own little movement that's
No, they
psychologically
was
fucked
lesbians.
up.
Yeah, that's a fact. That shit ain't had nothing. Black women was dealing with niggas who was doing nigga shit, following white folks. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. Like niggas was wilding. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was mad at
Yeah,
people
I
for
give you that. Yeah, I'll give you the lesbian argument if you want to say that break off that don't have nothing to do with Black Power.
Yeah, but the feminazis don't got nothing to like Brother Psycho calls them. Feminazis don't have nothing to do with Black
Yeah, the
Power.
hardcore red pill. Yeah.
Yeah, them feminazis, man. Listen, B.
Yeah, but you can sell your soul.
When you come up in the law in your local county and state say that your husband will not be punished even if physical things are done against you, that you're gonna that's a different set of perspectives.
Facts, Devin. Hey, Sabio, you still there?
But I agree with sister that
Yeah,
should
I'm
be some
here.
lesbian. That's some lesbian
Yeah,
white
Yeah, I
feminist
give
shit.
you that.
lesbians.
Yeah,
Sabio, do you
give you that.
remember a few
That's why I
days
was saying
ago?
about the whole rainbow shit. Rainbow shit is white folk shit.
Hey, Sabio, do you remember a few days ago when
White
in the
folks.
chat I
Yeah,
talked
it
I ain't
is.
about
gonna. I ain't no
empathy?
Taz. I ain't even gonna argue with it. Fuck it. Let
Hey,
somebody else come to the
Yeah,
panel.
I'm not either, bro.
Hey,
Y'all.
Sabio, do you remember a few days ago in the chat I made the argument about, well, not the argument, but the statement
Yo,
towards
Taz, because
empathy?
the argument was like, no, there's some black folks. I'm like, I'm not even making that on. One of
Yeah,
y'all
I'm not
niggas
even
get up
gonna
here and
make
make the argument.
it, bro. You got it.
But if y'all took the time to
No,
look
Dev,
at it,
that's black people, son. The L3 DNA had homos in it.
LP. I couldn't get that shit out of my head for shit when you kept saying
Yo,
that.
my bad, Vayasa, my bad, son.
nah,
I ain't
you
laugh
good.
all
You
day like
you
that, my
My
you
bad,
bad.
yeah,
good, bro.
bye.
Yeah,
You
go
was
ahead and
tripping,
get it
man.
out. Shit, the laughs is needed more than the arguments. I ain't tripping on that. But for those who are struggling with the intersectionality of these discussions, Sabio brought up a topic tonight that we got to go back to, the anachronistic views of this. If your mama is on that auction block and you about to be separated from her, and at the time they saying we not even human, if you got women arguing that we women and stop treating us this way, you're gonna do everything you can to not necessarily submit to that argument, but to push forward the argument towards I exist. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I don't have feelings and I don't have value on this planet. You get where I'm going? So you're gonna have that intersection of it. Black women started arguing that. I want to say it was President Polk who argued that, or he made the statement that there's no greater orator on the planet than a black mother on the auction block about to be separated from her children.
And
That
then white
nobody could.
bitches was when them white bitches was upset, they ain't give a fuck about what black woman was going through.
Facts.
That's why I don't believe in that feminazi shit. Like, hold on, y'all niggas be.
But that's where we can't umbrella them either, though. That don't, just because them white women was on their shit don't mean that they was being women, though.
Yeah, but I just be mindful of like black folks who take on white terminology for their
Nah, I give you
ideology.
that. I give you that. I
You
give
know,
you that.
even down like I said, the nation shit, like the 1920s, we remixed some shit, bro.
But there's niggas. I mean, free will. Free will is a motherfucker.
My only
Free
push towards
will
that,
is a
Q,
motherfucker.
is at what point do we give up English in its totality?
Say that again.
My only push towards that, and this is just, rhetorical, but at what point do we give up English entirely?
English, the language.
Yeah. If we're gonna sit back, we get accustomed to their
You
terms
sound like
and
you trying to tell me to
ideas.
start wearing Jordans, my nigga. Like I ain't liking the way this conversation going.
I love the fact you keep a hood all the
You
time on
you from New
everything,
York
Q.
because New York niggas are is a different creed. That's a whole. I mean, different environment. Definitely.
Is that a compliment or?
It's a compliment. It's a compliment. I told you. It's a compliment.
Yo,
That's a
Dev,
whole
I ain't know
different.
what to say neither. I was just like, all right,
It's a
I
compliment.
guess.
It's definitely different. Yeah,
Like
it's
y'all
different.
niggas thieves. Y'all are different. I can't leave y'all in the crib. I think it's dirty. Y'all different though. That's a nice way of saying y'all different. That's how white people be complimenting. You're such a different black.
Different.
You're not like the rest of them.
Where I come from, different was not a compliment. I'm just letting you know.
Nah, you know you in the club when they ask if there's more people like you.
Yeah, we from the South. Saying you different is cold talk, so he get a check.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's different. Niggas are different in the northern niggas are different than the southern niggas, and the western niggas is. It's like it's all this division and
That
shit.
shit sound like it on the internet. Motherfuckers smoke weed. A cornball is a cornball from the East Coast to the West Coast. A lame is a lame from New Jersey to Florida.
No, I experienced this myself. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm coming from that experience.
What, lame niggas?
No, just different. Like the southern niggas are different than the eastern niggas, and the western niggas are different. You know, really, it's through experience. I'm just saying, just friendships.
It's only
separated the South from the East.
That's only so much, because then once you bring somebody from
Bro,
Trinidad
she's
in,
about her dating experience, fam. Let's move on, bro.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, just to sum it up. I don't want to talk about relationships, but just to sum it up. Yeah,
it's
basically.
definitely not the anosphere.
Hey, Q Butter, do we throw away the coleslaw but keep the hush puppies?
I say both.
To eat them. I thought you were supposed to throw them.
I didn't even know how to answer that one because I was thinking about the Uggs, and I'm like, can we throw Uggs out? The niggas better not bring Uggs back this way.
Oh my God! See,
Y'all ain't never had. Y'all ain't never had some mama
I
here?
never ate a hush puppy. No.
You haven't?
My
Grandma,
just
my
sat down on the
grandma
plate,
used to make
went in
them
the
from
garbage with
scratch.
Oh shit,
everything
hush
else.
puppy is food? Oh
Hey,
my
Dad,
bad.
my
See, that's
grandma
some
used to
country
make
shit. I
them from
thought hush puppies
scratch.
were shoes.
When she would make her greens, she would make them from scratch.
That came much later. I didn't even
Hold
know
on.
what they were called for
My
like
bad. You know I'm a New Yorker.
years.
So what the fuck is hush puppies ain't shoes?
Nah, it's like
That was my
basically like a
brain.
fried piece of cornbread down there.
That nigga said a hush puppy on the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
So
That wasn't no Payless cheap brand. Hush puppy cost money, yo.
I'm just saying, I didn't know hush puppies was food. I wouldn't eat something that was called hush puppy. They just
Yeah, that's why it took me a long time to figure out what it was called.
Tower of Babel.
like no lie. The goat tail, oxtail. Once
Yeah.
I realized what I was eating when I was young, I'm like, this shit don't make no sense, nigga. This shit wipes the ass. This is a natural ass wipe.
Natural?
Natural ass wipe. We're eating an ass wipe right now. You can't make me. You cannot you can't reword that. There's no rewording the oxtail. I'm sorry. That's it. Planned Parenthood, abortion got away. Oxtail, nah, I'm sorry. That shit wipes ass. Abortion is murder, but it doesn't sound the same way. It didn't work with oxtail. I'm sorry. Sorry.
yeah, I ain't eating no oxtail, man.
And niggas like, yeah, that shit mad bread. But I'm like, y'all niggas paying for it. How you paying $40 a pound for some shit that wipes an ass? That's crazy.
They showed on the goddamn premium list, boy.
That shit all the way on the premium, son. I'm like, man, listen, and it look mad Ayo and shit. I'm like, no, I'm good. Not 30 minutes.
Eat it now. Ain't no taking that shit back.
That's black culture.
Yeah.
Oxtails and chitlins.
Oh no, oxtail and chitlins. That's even worse. No, they're gonna look. As soon as you say chitlins, I hear my mom saying, your family had to eat this to get through slavery. And here come my pops walking out. I don't give a fuck about no slavery. That shit stink.
Man, them shits stink.
Yeah, that's me.
Yo, I used to just wait for that response, son. And she would be so upset. What you mean you don't care about slavery? My ancestors, I don't give a fuck what your ancestors went through. We're not eating that shit now. Yo, good times, man.
That smell don't never go away.
Shitlins. Y'all call this shitlins in the South too?
Shitlins.
That's what my pops used to call that shit, shitlings.
That's what I called them all of my life, shitless.
Yeah.
Shitless.
I mean, they are intestines, so.
I'm glad I'm done eating.
All my life I had to fight. Oh, the hush puppies is really food? What the fuck is a hush puppy? What animal is it?
It's cornbread. That nigga said what animal? It's fried cornbread.
Fried cornbread.
Oh, it's fried cornbread. Where the puppy come from?
Puppy.
That's what they
That's
dumbass
what kept going. Yeah, I was cool with the hush part, but I was like, got something to do with the dog? Yeah.
So why? Hold on, you can't be putting animal references in food and the shit is vegan. That just makes me nervous.
That nigga stupid. He said
yeah, I left it all alone, man.
Why you calling vegan food animal shit? That don't make sense, bro. Hush puppy.
How many times you thought I actually looked at the hush puppy and thought something was inside it that was gonna pop out?
I'm about to look this shit up, son. That shit sound
cute, stupid.
Yeah, I don't want to be the ghetto one at the party and shit like hush puppy. I'm all looking around for a dog and shit. Like, where the dog at?
Yeah.
You thought it was a dog. Hell,
I dead ass never heard of that shit.
Know what you're doing with some hush puppies. Everybody can't make it. They typically nasty as hell, but when you find that person that know how to do them right, they go good as hell with some greens or cabbage.
Just make me some regular cornbread, Vyasa. I'm cool, man. You going through all that trouble? Yeah, you might as well go
I'll give you that.
Or some hot water cornbread.
While I got 5 minutes to shit on people's food, Trinidadians and Jamaicans should be banned from making macaroni and cheese. I'm just gonna say that out loud. It is what it is. I'm just gonna say it in the walkout.
You do the jalapeno cheese cornbread, Dev?
Jalapeno? No. Hell.
Oh, see, you be around the Mexicans, son. See, I'm about to take your car. Vyasa, you about to get your car taken away.
That shit sound horrible.
Ebony Knowledge, you said this is sad. Ebony Knowledge, let's be real. The macaroni pie is the worst, one of the worst meals out of the Caribbean. I'm sorry. Sorry. It's not macaroni pie.
I agree.
Macaroni
they should not make that shit. They should not make that shit. I agree. That shit isn't good. I've had it. That shit isn't good.
Yeah, sorry, I went through that.
That shit was soul food. That was an American person who got cousins in Jamaica, and they was making American soul. I'm sorry, B. That should be dry. Be like, man, shit in it that it ain't supposed to be in. I don't know, B. I don't know what part of slavery happened. I don't know how y'all slavery happened down there to fuck the macaroni and cheese. I don't know. It's $30 a pound for motherfucking oxtail?
Shit, that's on the low.
Are you serious?
That's on the wholesale prices or some shit. Yeah.
Only thing that's supposed to cost that much is crab, B.
And you paying $30 for a goddamn one motherfucking plate, yo.
And crab ain't even them. Crab is what, like $14 a side, right? Say shit like if you get one, it's like $14, $15 for the. Yeah, that's crazy for some ass wipe. That's what I'm calling that shit from now on. Ass wipe. Nature's best. Nature was laughing. He's like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna make the part of the ass, the shit that cleans the ass. I'm gonna make that shit man flavory. See, shit like this makes me believe in God. Shit like this makes me believe in God. Somebody was up there like, yo, make the ass taste good. No, fuck the ass. Make the piece that cleans the ass taste good. Let's make these dumbass niggas eat the shit that clean that ass wipe. That is a reason to be a god, bro. If there's a reason to be a god, to make fucking animals eat other animal parts that just don't make no fucking sense.
Yeah. Damn, y'all done ran Diddy off the goddamn. Oh, Lord.
You don't like crab? Yeah, all right. I fuck crab up, son. You wildin', boy. Break the whole leg open. That is the most barbaric shit you'll ever see.
I don't eat that shit either. That shit gross.
It is gross. It is disgusting. When you think about it, when you break the yo, my son Taz eat crab. I know my son Taz eat crab. Niggas don't heal.
You know it.
You said no? Yeah, I'm about to say, I know my son, son, you know when you break the knuckle and you got the claw and then you use the claw to clean out the crab's leg? That's fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. That's some really vicious shit when you think about it, bro. You're using the claw from the crab to
Boy,
scrape
that's
the meat
we got
paws
top
out
of
of his leg.
It is though. You got to get on some savage shit, fucking with crab legs, bro. Like
Just by cooking them. You got to cook them alive. You got to throw them in the
Yo,
bowl in hot water.
I never realized how fucking vicious that shit was. My mom used to put a beer on top of them shits while they was dying, and we used to push them back inside. Vicious, bro. Nothing gets violated. Like I don't think anybody gets
Yeah,
violated.
them they get hella violated. They be
I
a
don't
lot.
think nobody gets violated like crabs, bro. Like no cap.
I'd been to a restaurant where they have them in a big ass fish tank, and they'll go in there, they'll pull them out. Then you just see them drop them in the water. I just be like, damn.
Straight to the pot. Like damn,
Straight
bro.
to the pot.
Straight in the pot. No, you about to like no slap it dead. Nah, like you want it to die in the pot. If the flavor's different. Shout out to all my vegans.
Yeah, wow.
No, I can't eat nothing sideways. That walks sideways. I can't eat nothing that walks sideways.
And if it was a human, I could understand that logic. But animals, whatever. As long as it ain't no ass white. I don't think anybody's eating ass white can talk to the crab eaters, B. What is DT got? What is that? You in a club? What are you in a restaurant? Oh, that's the car. That's like you in a nightclub just now, son. It's like, all right.
One of them fucked up ass burgers, man.
What burgers?
He said he was thinking about getting one of them fucked up ass gas station burgers.
Damn, DT's a vegan. He ain't gonna do that.
Nah, he on a mission and shit.
Burger Marathon. That's in California. That's Nipsey.
Oh. I want to go to Atlanta just to get motherfucking some. What's the Arab soul food spot? I know, don't take my black card, son, but JJ's Fish is the best shit in Atlanta, son. Outside of that fucking Tassili's, baby. Yeah, I said it.
Hey, yeah. That's some Chicago shit, Q.
I don't give a fuck where that motherfucker from, but JJ is a good motherfucker, son.
Yeah.
Take it where you want to take it, bro.
It's the shit they put on the seasoning shit that they
That's
got.
the def. It's called def, Dev. You know that. Let me get DEFCON 2. Let me get a level of 2 def. Make sure you got mad MSG in there and shit, B.
They put that lemon pepper shit on there like sharks.
Yeah, like
yo, that lemon pepper. I don't know what they got. Some secret MSG shit in that lemon pepper,
yeah,
bro. I ain't.
It's out. Yeah, it's
Sharks
out.
better than me though. I know what you're talking about. I wasn't for sure, but yeah, I like sharks better. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing though.
Yeah, before they started selling this stuff in stores, nobody knew where to get it from. Yeah, it was fire, but I think the secret that they didn't let the secret out now. So.
Oh, y'all really talking about eating sharks?
No, that's the name of the franchise. It's a fast food fish franchise, like J&J.
Oh, all right. I'm trying to keep up. I'm a little tired. My bad. I'm like, niggas eating shark now?
Yeah, that's a Midwest shit, Q. Yeah, that's a Midwest shit.
I'm like, I could expect maybe Dev. I'm like, Tav, you up north in the Midwest, but you not supposed to be eating shark. We don't. Fuck you in there. I'm like, hold it, Taz do be in Mexico, son. Niggas go to Mexico and eat shark for the first time on some. Yeah,
They got shark down there in Texas at Papadoe.
Yeah, we ain't got no shark in New York. We got Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, shout out to the diplomats and Jim Jones. Yes.
What she said.
Wait, why we shouting?
I said shout out to the diplomats and Jim Jones.
Why we doing that?
I just want to say shout out because it reminds me of their, you got to respect them.
You do?
Oh.
Shit, yeah. Hell yeah. It's culture. It's our culture. I'm just learning y'all group. Y'all are a peculiar type of black men. So y'all are teaching me tremendously of what's going on. That's why I be asking these questions about, because I want to know what What is wrong with us today? Is it I think it's an illusion that they trying to put on us, and I don't want to be a part of that. That's why I'm just like talking to
I
y'all
mean,
about that.
I think black people are pretty normal since the world is fucked. Have you seen how Indian people cook in their country?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
They be having their elbows and feet and shit. Niggas be having rice underneath their shit. Like the world is pretty fucked up, B.
Right,
You know what I'm
kid.
saying?
Humans gonna be humans, and we can't
Yeah,
stop humans from humaning.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not in the black people's mad fucked up club, B. Like, and I gotta catch myself in that shit. You know what I mean? Niggas is you know, hey, you know what I'm saying? I just drove by a white crackhead who just told me Happy Father's Day. And I looked at him because I was confused. Like, why is he telling me Happy Father's Day? I was like, damn, should I have said it back to him? But I was so confused. This crack white, literally, he was mad happy. You know, the crackheads got that. I just got my crack walk, and they just like bouncing and shit. And like 3 steps, they down the block. He had one of those excited bounces and shit. Just looked me in the car and just said, Happy Father's Day. I don't even know what fucking day it is.
Damn.
Is it Father's Day this weekend? I don't know.
It's not even June.
You gotta forgive my joke, Q, but you should have went full New York on that one and been like, "Word, son, word."
Bro, I was caught off because I was still looking at the white crackhead in Brownsville. He's on Saratoga at 1:30 in the morning, just bouncing up the block, and turned right at me and just says Happy Father's Day. I'm okay.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's how it reminds me of Jim Jones Flying High.
That's another thing about you New Yorkers. Y'all kind of got to chill on. Y'all be saying y'all streets like we know exactly where y'all talking about.
Oh, my bad. Saratoga, the hood, bro. That's the Saratoga, the hood of the hood. You know what I'm saying? That's like
I got you.
Low end.
Well, New York don't have a low end. It's just you got more hood than other hood. These houses is $2 million in the middle of, you know what I'm saying? You'll come over like, oh, this is a mighty nice black neighborhood. You want 2.2 million?
Yeah, they're doing the same thing in Hyde Park in Chicago, man.
Yeah, this the whole New York. You ain't finding it. If you find something for 600,000, that shit is just the parts of the shell and the fence.
Yeah, the real estate, that's a nasty market, boy. Nasty market.
Yo, he said the shirt. He said that crackhead walkers in Sherman Helms. Yeah, black people definitely got enough criticism, bro. I'm not. I was kind of tough on my people this week.
No, we've been banging out on credentials and intelligence all last couple of days, man. And keeping that to a minimum. I know it's after midnight and shit. But that niggas ain't shit bust, bro.
I mean, humans largely ain't shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying.
I'm not throwing black people underneath the box. You got coons and sellouts. You got Russian gangsters, Russian coons, Russian faggot. I mean, what you call them? Russian. You know what I'm saying? You got every group got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting nobody on top. No black people right where the fuck we could have. Show me a motherfucker that went through what black people went through and be where the fuck we at.
Yeah, word.
And I ain't waiting for nobody to tell a story because I ain't gonna lie, that black fatigue shit, I'm on my shit right now. I will slap the shit out this white dude the other day at fucking, what you call that shit? Home Depot and shit. I don't even know what happened. Someone was just talking crazy to this black dude because it looked like he skipped the line. Fuck that, it's on code, man. You raise your voice for the black person, I don't give a fuck. We on team, B. It is what it is, B. That white boy was talking, it'd be funny as hell. You know when they talking tough to somebody who doesn't look street, you see how they get bold and shit. And he was like, look, man, just shut the fuck up and just shut the fuck up. I said, did he just tell this black man to shut the fuck up? Yo, my man, I smacked the shit out of him. Shut the fuck up and watch your voice, boy. His whole face turned red. The black dude turned around and looked at me like, yo, good looks, man. I said, "Sit the fuck up in that side of the line. We beat the shit out you in here." So right like that, we go viral right now. So I go viral right now. Wash. Sit the fuck up. He looked at me. The white dude looked at me like, "Isn't Donald Trump in office?" And I just gave him that look like, "Isn't Donald Trump in office? You want to get it right now in Home Depot?" Yeah, he got real quiet and got up out of there. When he got his water and shut the fuck up. We gotta be on cold, man. White folks are getting bold.
Man.
Shit, I'm writing emails. I don't like the way he used his voice against me.
Yeah, they did try to pull a swell up January 6th move on the guy.
Oh, let it get popping in North Carolina, bro. I already got my mind set on finding me a motherfucking lifted truck, boy. I know how to white people down there. They don't respect the Mercedes down south. They respect the lifted truck. Lifted truck and shotguns and AR. I already know. Ooh, really, let me get the Addy down south. I'm gonna be on my country. What happened, homeboy? Well, I'm finna go downtown. What up, homeboy? I got my AR on me too, bitch. What happened, huh? I'm already working on the country. Y'all saying to cut the language and just talk about your hammer.
Yeah, that town, the school district is in the book we was reviewing today.
Yeah, I found out it's the hood, son. I went on, you type in Kinston on YouTube, they said they come up Brownsville of North Carolina, and gangster. I'm like, oh, I like this. This is where I want to be at.
Yeah.
I don't like them HOA areas and shit. Shit, man, cleaning shit for no reason. Niggas go to sleep. Everybody's house look like you can break into it and shit. I don't like being in the neighborhoods all the time. Like that shit looks clean.
Well, Bill, man.
PG County is nice like that, but most of the time them shit be looking too weird for me. I know my black heart, my hood side, y'all. I'm just saying.
Prince George.
Don't do.
That's some straight up colonial shit right there, bro. His phone died.
But we're still hurting as a people. I feel it. We're still hurting as we're trying to overcome it. And I thank God for y'all. Y'all, man, you're giving me hope because I was losing hope in the black community. I was losing hope until I, came across y'all. Y'all really like true, shit. It's crazy. It's crazy out here.
Just don't ever get lost in absolutes. Don't ever do that.
No. Don't do it.
Okay, yeah. Rocking out all weekend, right? Let's show you how low we are.
Yeah.
I'm back. All right. G-Style Media. I've been to the Walmart in Lumberton, man. That should be on and popping at night.
But I'm happy I experienced having a black female teacher because she was teaching us more about manners mixed with education, of course. But I'm glad that I experienced having a black teacher. Really, I am.
You went to great school in DC area?
Excuse me.
Did you go to grade school in the DC school district?
In Virginia, Northern Virginia, in Alexandria, yeah, Northern Virginia, yeah.
Sandra.
Yeah, so we was, like I said, my small town, it was just a handful of black people. We had to just rely on each other, just a handful of black people. But we was amongst, rich white people. So, but we still kept it real because it was just in our blood. But still, you know, to experience having a black teacher, at least in middle school, in high school, I could say, it was, I feel like I was missing out on the real deal, really, because I wish all my teachers was black, really, and I just wanted to know what really happened to us that we got like apart from everything. I was just trying to find the root problem of that, but
Like, ain't
yeah.
nobody apart, man. Like for real, like go get you a boyfriend and shit so you can stop feeling like that. Like you only feel like that because you don't have no man and shit. Like soon as you get you a man, start having babies and all that good shit, you won't even be saying shit like that no more.
Bad.
No, that ain't never been the majority of consensus. It's mostly some internet shit. That's all I can attribute to.
Yeah, shit, that's good news for me. Shoot, I'm glad it's not that way because that's what I'm saying. It's like an illusion that you're coming out of. That a lot of people is coming out of. So that's the good news.
What illusion?
It was illusion that you saying that it's not like that, as I described.
Yeah, I mean, your reality is what you make it. I mean, I'm not saying
Hmm.
shit going on around you, whatever, but
Yeah.
people who want different do different. I mean, since we talk about government lies and shit, can we talk about how crack didn't kill?
It didn't.
Some of the strongest, weird motherfuckers my hood was crackheads, man. Straight. Get hit by cars, shot, stabbed. I ain't never seen no normal motherfucker put no motherfucking refrigerator on a BMX and ride over a fucking half a mile with no shoes on. That shit had niggas on superhuman. I think the Nazis made crack, bro. Yes, it's funny listening to younger people talk about it though, because they don't really have an understanding of it. So they just heard stories, and yeah, they sound crazy talking about a lot of times. I have no fucking idea. Yeah, when they said crack, I'm like, crack, you might have did some shit that killed somebody. Now fentanyl kills. Cocaine kills. You know what I'm saying? What's that? The Molly? Yeah, you'll die of some Molly. But I don't know no crackheads who died of crack.
No.
Niggas overdose and die off lean, all that shit.
Yeah.
Not crack. Niggas would get hit by, I done see niggas get hit by a car full blown, bro. Get right on the bike. and just woke that shit. Mike fucked up and just woke that. Yo, bro, I'm not. Yo, son, I got, as anybody from Flatbush said, they be like, yo, so you know Mafia? The nigga that used to have the refrigerators on the BMXs and the dresses and the whole bed set on his back. Nigga have a bed set on his back with a refrigerator. VCR underneath his arm and shit. Carl, yo, rest in peace, Carl. I learned something about work ethic from Carl, bro. Carl, yo, son, this nigga Carl Knuckles was fucking rocket, son. This nigga could break a fucking brick wall with his knuckles, bro. This nigga, he could change tires, paint, pick locks, fix locks, change doors. Yo, he could change an engine, go up the block, go up the block downtown for me, get me a sandwich and come back. He gonna come back with the change. Carl died of old age, man. Full blown crackhead, son. My whole life, Carl did crack, bro. Crazy. Crack on. Stories from the hood. I'm sorry, y'all.
That sounds like a hell of a book title. Carl did crack. You took away a question I was going to ask, though. Is it regional or not? Are the best car mechanics crackheads up there?
I don't know. It depends on the type of car you got.
Let me say it this way: the best hood mechanics you're gonna find.
Not New York got too many. I'll be honest. New York got too much Caribbean people and immigrants. So I ain't gonna lie. Like out of New York, I can understand why you say that. But in New York, you got a motherfucker that just got off the boat. This nigga was fixing engines his whole life with no shoes on. Son was fixing engines and sandals and socks and shit.
Yeah, they was born inside the engine. Shit, they
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Different. So like, I'm like, damn, bro. Like how you got the Mexicans in the Midwest.
Yeah,
now, you might got crackheads, but the Mexicans, them Mexicans, like, oh, Papi, I take your engine. I take the whole engine out the car, $900 right here in front of your house, and I do your grass.
yeah. Yeah, they be on that on the spot shit now. They'll fix your car in the goddamn at the pump at the gas station, in and out
in an hour.
Yeah, I done seen a motherfucker do it for real. Shit, I ain't dragging the shit out. Shit. Motherfucker got some gas. He was trying to get some air in his tire. Next thing you know, his hood was popped. And boy, that motherfucker happy as fuck when he pulled off.
Yeah, you go to auto zones because they don't let y'all rock at auto zones out of state like that. Every auto zone I went to.
Yeah, the signs are up, Q. Yeah, them signs they up, but shit, let a motherfucker come through there.
Oh nah, they full blown. That's in Brooklyn. All the auto zones is in Caribbean workshops.
Oh yeah, they got them on lock over there. Yeah.
Yup, as soon as you drive it, your bitches. So I'll fix your brakes, son. Oil change to that. Oil change. Like damn, G. Speaking of which, Caribbean crackheads was scary. They had like yellow eyes and shit, naturally and
shit. Yellow eyes.
Yo, everybody gonna do, you know what I'm saying? You know, Caribbean old school, especially old school Caribbean, they got real yellow eyes and shit, yellow eye crackheads and shit with good teeth. Caribbean crackheads got good teeth. That's the difference. How you know they from the crack? How your teeth look like that still and you do crack?
That's a hell of a book title too, Q. Marooned on the Rock.
That's fucked up. Hell no.
I'm sorry, y'all. These are random. Yeah, it's random, y'all. My brain is in pure random mode. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, we about off the record anyway, man. We good. It's off the record.
Yeah, every auto zone is a bootleg mechanic shop. That's when you go out of state, you be like, damn, bro, I gotta pay full price. Like,
But if y'all out of state, let me know too. My sister got the mobile mechanics popping, man. We in like 30 states. Now she might have a reservoir of some ex crackhead mechanics. Like, look, if you got a tool set and you got some kind of certification, I can work with you, man. What you do with your money, that's between you and your money. Can you change the timer?
Exactly.
50 cash, get your brakes changed till you go in the white neighborhoods. Crackheads got a thing they call Godfather, where they almost died from smoking, but they survived. I don't know, bro. All I know is crackheads don't die, man. Everybody else do. And not weed heads neither. I ain't that motherfucker dying on no weed.
Shoot, some of those crackheads are 5-star generals.
Yeah. Ain't nobody never die off no weed now, y'all. Just remember, put some respect on weed name, man. Most of the most creative shit in our life got done off of some weed.
So why the hell TD Jakes gave Morris Brown College 100 bands?
He's trying to set up so he can get some more young boys.
That's nasty work.
Praise Jesus.
Wasn't he just asking for money?
I don't know. Yeah, they kick Curious Minds off the panel like that. I'm just looking at the shit.
Oh yeah, man. I was away from the damn thing, man. It was going crazy.
Yeah, he try to become all cool and shit. He be sending a little, I don't like them halfway shots and shit, nigga. You got some, this nigga, get off your chest, man. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck everybody.
Halfway.
Don't come. Yeah, like, yo, I really like y'all and I respect y'all. I just want to say I don't like anything that you said. Yo, bro, come on, all this, what they call it, microaggression and shit. They ain't gonna do microaggressions over here, B. And innuendos and insinuations, man. If I ain't say it, don't feel that's what I said. Cause now you want to know. Do you want me to say it? You want me to call you a bitch?
No.
That's why I be laughing with Taz. I'm like, see, you gonna make me. You want me to call you that? You want me to be like, you want me to call you a fucking moron? I'm not gonna call you a fucking idiot, but I could call you a fucking bitch if I wanted to. But I'm not doing that. Taz be having me crying when he do that. So I'll be like, this nigga Taz hilarious. I'm like, yo. That's old head. That's old timer basketball for y'all. Y'all don't know about that. Y'all young boys don't know about that. Young motherfucker don't know. Damn, I'm playing myself. Most mechanic shops you've been to overcharge. Yeah. Shout out my man Jamal. If you need a mechanic in New York, especially if you got a farm, and my son Jamal is the truth, man. No robbing you reckless. That's why I like them. I try to stay around people that's not robbing you. I find people that don't pride themselves on robbing people and being petty pinching, scumbags, really be cool. I don't like being around petty pinching scumbags. And don't go to the Bronx for nothing. Don't matter what nobody tell you. Only for motherfuckers who drive cars with paper plates.
Yeah, I think there's one state that's supposed to be getting rid of the paper. I seen somebody lose theirs the other day.
Yeah, paper plates is like, go to jail. I'm like, man, listen, B. They got DMV services in most dealerships. How you end out with no plates, man? I ain't never been to no dealership that ain't have DMV services in there. Put that extra little $200 on the bill and just do all my registration. I'm not driving with no paper plates. You're trying to get me arrested, brand new car, or at least brand new looking car, and you got me in paper plates, or you trying to get me locked up, man? I just got this shit. But actually, I am done with classes. Got a couple of assignments to turn in. It's up, y'all. Yeah, paper plates is automatic pullover, bro. And any young boys listening, don't get in any of your boys' cars if they got paper plates. That's high five and handshake. Just, oh, that shit nice, man. That's what's up. You want to ride? Nah, somebody picking me up.
He said, nah.
Right. Don't give them an excuse, basically. Don't give them an excuse.
Paper plates. I ain't getting your car, nigga. Fuck out of here, man. I remember I was in the car with Math one day. He did Math and I almost got into a fight over this shit. I was so mad at this nigga. The police pull us over. I don't know what the fuck made this nigga do this shit, son. This nigga just starts opening my dashboard, my fucking glove compartment. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, bro. I blacked on this thing. I'm like, what the fuck is you doing, nigga? And he just like, I don't know why. I don't know why I remember this shit. It was in Harlem, son. That's why I even let niggas in my car like that. I'm like, nah, you niggas get weird with police. I don't know. You can't none of them in my car.
Oh, it was your car. It was your car.
Yeah, son. I don't remember. He just like
fucking glove box.
So I don't even know what the fuck. I don't even know what the fuck was going on. This was a minute ago. Yeah, it was a minute ago, son. That's why I got my rules and shit. I got black fatigue when it comes to driving. Can I get a lift?
Damn.
See, what happened was I gotta go pick up my mom and cousin's best friend who died last week.
Oh yeah, that's Texas getting rid of paper plates. They're gonna give you a metal shits at the dealership to your regular shits coming in the mail.
Shit, I don't even interact with cars with paper plates. You got the right of way. I don't try to pass you. I don't race with them. Like, oh, now you got it. Your car is clearly faster. That Altamont is clearly faster. You know, it's typically, I'm gonna sound like a motherfucker old head, but it's BMWs and Altimans that got all the motherfucking paper plates. Let's just be real. Paper plates on the Altima, you know it's up.
I haven't did the temporary tag since the 80s.
Now, when I see people get pulled over for it, I be like, yo, so if I was cop, I'll pull you over too, bro. Like, I know you're dirty, bro. You're in a BMW with paper plates. I'm pulling you over.
M5 and shit. Yeah.
It don't matter what it is, man. BMW paper plate, I'm pulling you over, bro. Straight like that. And I'm gonna say that if you're black or Latino, I'm really pulling you over. So I'm gonna be no cop. My 80s shit will be all the way up. Look at him. He's clearly a fucking criminal. All criminals drive Altimas. Any black male in the Altima
between the age of 25 and 35 is possibly doing criminal activities. Yeah, I would. Yeah, my biased accusations would be crazy. I'm just being real with y'all, man. Any black woman in an Altima with a broken light, I already know she's doing something illegal. Any black person that goes to a motherfucking Dollar Tree or Walmart driving an Altima, them niggas is stealing. Check they shit. If she drives an Altima and she got a bonnet, she got open cases for stealing. Don't let I'm just
Professional, huh?
I'm just saying. Don't be mad at me, Ebony. I'm just speaking the truth, man. You know this, Ebony. You know all your homegirls that drive Altimas got bad credit and baby father issues.
Nah, the bad credit people got kids in the motherfucking hospital. Straight up. I know you driving one in the chat. Shit.
Yeah, you got the Altima with the broken window or the broken light.
All that.
I already know. Shout out to you, baby. Unless you were Abo or a motherfucking Sovereign. You know them Sovereigns love driving some Altimas talking about I don't need no license. I'm a Sovereign. I don't need a license. Chevy Malibu?
Oh shit, Chevy Malibu. Damn.
I can throw the Malibu in the club, sis. I'm not even. Oh no, that was
Nah, man.
Yeah, Devin Q detectives, niggas is going to jail, bro.
Yeah,
I didn't even do nothing, officer.
Yeah, it's a certain type of motherfucker that drive all the cars he just named. Straight up. I done seen him in every city, and it's the same type of person, generally on the same type of shit, no matter where they at.
Sprinkle a little meth on them. Yo, Dad, sprinkle a little meth on them. He'll be all right.
Nah, man. Shit.
That's how they gonna know me. Q, you gotta stop sprinkling meth on all the white victims and motherfucking perps. I'm just saying.
Nah, the fentanyl is just shit now. They done burnt all the goddamn meth labs up. They done blew all them shits up.
You said they got y'all thinking like them? Yo, sis, this comes from being an experienced driver. You avoid certain vehicles. There's certain vehicles, unless you want smoke, if you want to get into an accident with somebody who's in a rush, anybody who's in a rush in the Altima is clearly late and irresponsible.
And don't give a fuck about themselves, let alone you.
And they'll scratch your car up and keep going in a heartbeat.
Man.
So you don't mess with them. You let them go. Yeah, I be seeing people race with these cars and then their cars get fucked up. I'm like, yo, bro, that's your fault, bro. Fuck what you doing racing a nigga in the Altima, son. You look stupid, boy. Now you got a whole dent on your shit. This nigga crashed into your shit. Now your shit fucked up because you a muppet head racing with a nigga in the Altima trying to be, because you mad because he rev past you. He's in a fucking Altima, bro. They don't do those, sister. A woman in the Altima is dangerous work, boy. That's you asking for a situation, man. I'm telling you right now. You ain't gotta listen to the jewels. Don't be mad when you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He wouldn't be saying all this shit if you couldn't tell the difference between an Altima and a Maxima.
Maxima that's the new dedicated what you call it, cab car now. So they in the cab club now. You drive an Altima, you are TLC. This is, you know what I'm saying? Let's be real. You're a TLC head.
They're mid-size cars, correct?
What, the Altima?
Yeah.
It depends on how many kids you got and baby fathers.
Okay.
My bad. I know they said I gotta stop car shaming. I'm not car shaming. I'm just speaking facts. If he's young and he drives a BMW and he got paper plates, that motherfucker scamming, son. I'm just letting you know, bro. Don't get hit by it. So you ain't never